Chapter 383 The Devil King is coming. All creatures in the other world have a certain chance of becoming grotesques. And the demons all know this. Therefore, they will rush to eat the human race that they can kill, unless they are poisonous. It just so happens that these humans like to use poison, so for the time being, no human demons dare to eat them. Those who dare to eat them all die. However, more often, people are killed or forced to become grotesques after being thoroughly polluted. They have never seen a conscious state where they voluntarily become a mutated monster. At the beginning, the demons regarded the mutated monsters as grotesques, and dealt with them in the same way as grotesques. As a result, many demon warriors were torn to pieces when they were caught off guard. The demons suffered heavy losses. What are these things? The mad ghost dwarf asked. Did you use grotesques? The succubus leader Bell said, without using those things. Can you destroy the human tortoise shell from the inside so quickly? Let me tell you. Since you have been unable to break through the human defense line for a long time, the Demon King is ready to come in person. The mad ghost dwarf showed a shocked look. What? He never thought that the Demon King would come so soon. At this moment, even if he was stupid, he could guess something. Their Demon King, Sailor Talisbea, was probably unhappy at the Demon King meeting. The key reason was that they lost the war, and there was no other possibility. Humans have turned into monsters. Please help. Please help. These monsters are not grotesque. There was a call for help from the front line. The succubus leader, Bells, waved his hand, asking more elite demons to follow. She stared at the battlefield, confused. Not a grotesque? While wondering, the assistant brought a monitoring magic mirror and saw the situation on the battlefield clearly. The seriously injured humans polluted themselves, degenerated, became mutated monsters that lost their minds and only had instincts left and killed people everywhere. They were very obsessed with the flesh and blood of the demons, and would bite them hard when they got the chance. Who would have thought that the humans who were supposed to be food turned into monsters that hunted the demons? Not only that, the grotesque she arranged to release, after devouring the flesh and blood of many people, had already grown, were also torn apart and killed by the mutated monsters. Even after killing the monsters, these mutant monsters will devour the crystal cores of the monsters, thus becoming stronger. Even more terrifying, a powerful goblin lord from the demon clan was killed on the spot by the mutant monsters. Blocked by these mutant monsters, the human army successfully broke through and killed to the door. Immediately build a defense line and open the return channel, Chu Jiuyuan said. Several Taoist array masters came out and operated high technology to open the space node. After entering the inner world, for the safety of the Earth, they sealed the return channel to prevent possible monsters from infiltrating the Earth from here. But I didn't expect that such a measure would become a fatal problem. The Taoist seal is too complicated. To open the seal, it requires complicated procedures, and they need time. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying pressure descended, dark clouds suppressed the sky, and a magic eagle similar to the Dharmadhata could be vaguely seen standing between heaven and earth. In front of the demon shadow, the Demon King Sailor Talisbea with long blood-red hair came. In the void, there were countless demons singing, praising the arrival of the Demon King. But this magic song is not for humans to listen to. Demon King, Chu Jiuyuan, Wang Xiandao, Han Bufan and others looked up at the sky, showing extremely shocked expressions. They were not only shocked by the arrival of the Demon King, but also felt desperate, because it was not just one Demon King who came, but three. The Blood Demon King Sal Talisbea came in just 1 second, and the Evil Demon King Sasrat Talisbea and the Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong came one after another. The human race on the ground felt endless pressure. No matter how strong they were in front of other ability users, they were as weak as they were now. What level of creature is the Demon King? Except for bombing with super hydrogen bombs, they can't think of a better way. But what if the super hydrogen bomb can't hurt the Demon King? Sailor, don't underestimate these humans. They are in such a desperate situation, and they can still fight back. The evil Demon King Sasrat Talisbea said lightly, look at your men, who were torn to pieces by a group of humans, who turned into monsters. If you are not careful, even you will be overturned. Let me, your brother, help you. The Demon King of Hell Charlotte Beifong sneered. The way these humans turned into monsters is very interesting. I am more and more curious about their world. Are they essentially these monsters? If it is true, it is too exciting. The Blood Demon King Sal Talisbea said coldly. No need. The evil demon King Sasrat Talasbea said, "My dear sister, look at the poisons left on the battlefield. These poisons can even hurt us. Are you sure you don't need any help?" The blood demon King Sal Talasbea said, "If your goal is the door to this new world, just go there. Don't ask for my opinion. I'm here to kill people." She looked at the battlefield. There were a few mutated monsters who didn't know how to live or die. They relied on their ability to fly and rush directly towards the blood demon King Sal Talasbea. With just a cold glance, the powerful mutant monster that rushed into the sky exploded in the void and was annihilated on the spot. Wang Xiandao, Chu Jiuyuan, Han Bufan and others were shocked when they saw this scene. They saw clearly that the several mutant monsters that rushed into the sky had undergone multiple transformations and were very powerful. But facing the devil only needed a glance to explode. How to fight this? Supreme Elder? Can you withstand it? Chu Jiuyuan's mind was only slightly dazed for a moment, and his expression became extremely firm. It's not the end yet. Suddenly, a loud shout broke the Demon King's suppression of heaven and earth. "Demon King, are you going to start a war between the two worlds?" Sichin Tuguihai stepped into the void, and his powerful aura was fully unfolded, breaking the suppression of the Demon King's aura. The ability users below looked at Tuguihai standing up, and their morale was greatly boosted. Land God. This is a land god. In Irina's live broadcast last time, the witch Su Miao burst out with such a momentum. A young ability user said excitedly, "There is salvation. There is hope. So what if the Demon King, the human race, still have the immortals on land? I am invincible below the immortals, and I can trade with those above the immortals 1 for 1. Brother, I have a question. Is the Demon King below the immortals, or above?" A person nearby asked. The excited person was stuck, not knowing how to answer. Tuguihai heard the discussion of the ability users below. After all, he was not the first immortal on land to be exposed. However, now is obviously not the time to worry about these, or he might die here. What the evil disciple said is right. They are all big bosses in the famous villain organization, like the 12 divisions. Why is there such a big difference? But if he is really a big villain, shouldn't he take this opportunity to escape? Facing the devil directly, he is crazy. However, from another perspective, if he can kill a devil, the research of the 12 divisions may be able to go further. Isn't this what they came to the other world for? To become gods and demons in the world and gain immortality. Tuguihai swept his whisk, and his momentum continued to rise, until the devil looked at him directly. "Human, you are very powerful, but what you said is not enough." The evil demon King Sasrat Talasbea said sideways, "My dear sister, look at the humans in this world. There are so many masters. Don't you really need my help? How about this? I will help you kill him later. The blood belongs to you, and the soul belongs to me." The blood demon King Sal Talasbea looked at him coldly, without expressing his opinion, which was considered as tacit agreement. Because another human came out. I saw an old man with a Taoist style and white hair and beard flying high in the sky on a crane made of spiritual energy. "Feng Yin of the Taoist Tianzong, I am honored to meet you all." The Taoist robe of the Tianzong, Feng Yin said lightly while standing on the crane. "There is no need to greet or anything like that. The fight is inevitable." Below, Wang Xiandao and Chu Jiuyuan looked at each other. They have played all their cards. I hope the door can be opened quickly. At worst, someone can return to Earth to send a notice. The Demon King of the other world is about to invade. The evil Demon King Sasrat Talasbea glanced at the surviving humans on the Demon Ridge. "My dear sister, 2 have appeared, but there are 3 Demon Kings standing here. It's not easy to divide them." The Demon King of Hell, Charlotte Beifeng, conjured a hell wildflower from nowhere, sniffed it gently, and said, "Sasrat, you are a sister Khan. Don't care about my opinion. You only need to care about your sister's opinion." He waved the hell wildflower in his hand, and green pollen fell. "I will help you weaken their combat power first." "It's unnecessary." The Blood Demon King, Sal Talasbea, said, "Start a war between the two worlds? Do you have the qualifications?" She stretched out her hand. Blood flowed out of her hand, condensed into an evil blood-red long sword. The blood-colored sword pointed at the sky, and in an instant, the sky turned blood-colored. Unintentionally, the Blood Demon King Sailor Talasbea had already opened her domain. Countless blood demons emerged from the domain, and rushed straight to the human line. "Domain? Trouble." Tuguihai sighed and said, "Feng Yin, leave this to me." He closed his eyes and made hand gestures. In an instant, the time of the entire battlefield seemed to stand still, facing the Demon King. There can be no hesitation. The other party has even opened the domain. If he does not use his power, it is no different from seeking death. Blood Demon King Sal Talisbea, Evil Demon King Sasra Talisbea, Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong were shocked. They were actually restrained by a human. How is this possible? The other party can actually control the power related to time. This is too terrible. This human is too threatening. We must not let him stay. Tu Guihai didn't care what the Demon Kings were thinking. He just took advantage of the moment when time slowed down, with the power of heaven and earth, prepared to wipe out Blood Demon King Sal Talisbea in one fell swoop. Even if he couldn't, he would injure him severely. Unfortunately, the power of time slowing down has a flaw. When it is used, it is group control, and no one can cooperate with him. If Feng Yin can move at this time, Tu Guihai is sure to kill a Demon King. No matter what. He is the Sechan of the 12 divisions. And the members of the 12 divisions have come into contact with evil gods. The Blood Demon King Sailor Talisbea looked at Tu Guihai, who was getting closer and closer, and was extremely angry in her heart. But she could not make any reaction at this moment, and could only watch the other party attack. More importantly, she felt the threat to her life from Tu Guihai's attack. Just humans. Food. How dare you? Kill! Tu Guihai's power erupted again. Suddenly, the evil Demon King Sasrat Talisbea next to him made a move. As time slowed down, the evil Demon King Sasrat Talisbea could not move. But he still had a power that could be used at this moment. This was the power that transcended life and death. He was originally the god of the Blood Clan, and he fell in a war. I thought it would end like this. But he didn't expect that a passing evil spirit devoured him, awakened his consciousness, revived him, and became an evil spirit Demon King. This experience from life to death gave him the power of life and death. Regardless of whether time passes, life and death are always there. Tu Guihai didn't expect that the Demon King could still fight back in the state of time slowing down. He decisively reversed the offensive and blasted the evil spirit Demon King Sasrat Talisbea with a thunderbolt. In an instant, the energy that slowed down time dissipated, and all of it gathered into a blow to Tu Guihai, making this blow explode twice as much. The void exploded, and the chaos exploded. The evil Demon King Sasrat Talisbea was blasted to pieces by Tu Guihai's blow, and fell to the ground, and happened to hit the battlefield where there were poisonous corpses. A deep pit was blasted out on the ground, and the life and death of the evil Demon King Sasrat Talisbea was unknown. Mortal, die! The Blood Demon King Sal Talisbea held a blood sword and slashed at Tu Guihai. At this time, Tu Guihai was just trying to recover his breath. If he was really hit by this sword, he would probably die immediately. But even so, he had to take it. In an instant, the flying sword behind him came out of its sheath, and turned into a stream of light, and fell in front of him. With his hands, the flying sword circulated, and the power of the two yin and yang circulated, taking the sword of the vampire Demon King Sailor Talisbea. Beep! Tu Guihai suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. The Demon King was really powerful. He forced himself to overdraw his ability, trying to forcibly dissipate this sword. However, he lasted less than a second, and one of the two yin and yang was broken, and Tu Guihai was blasted down from the sky, 1 for 1 above the immortals. Wang Xiandao saw his master Tu Guihai falling, and he was extremely anxious. Master, you have to hold on, we don't have enough time. If Tu Guihai could hear this voice, he would probably curse again. Evil disciple, you have to finish off a person after killing someone. The humans in the Doomsday world understand this principle. There is no reason why the Demon King does not understand it. The Blood Demon King Sailor Talisbea killed Tu Guihai, and immediately turned into a stream of light to chase him down, preparing to finish off a person. This was not done to avenge his useless brother, who had become the evil Demon King, but simply to kill this damn human. At the critical moment, the Taoist Tianzong's Supreme Elder Feng Yin moved. He formed a seal with both hands, and pointed out with one finger. There was a flash of starlight, and he actually successfully stopped the Blood Demon King. Chapter 384. The Magic Town needs evil gods to participate in the experiment. It seems to be very successful. Su Miao looked at the abstract magic town in front of her, with a strange look. Just now, she incorporated the incomplete understanding of the space law into it, and it did not cause an explosion. However, the space law was slightly added, making the magic town from movable to immovable, and it was fixed in place. Not only that, the laws integrated into the magic town began to interweave with each other, just like the tendons and blood circulation system of the human body, connecting every corner of the magic town together. Su Miao stood at the center, sensing the entire magic town, and fell into deep thought. Domain? The magic town has generated a domain? She just wanted to conduct an experiment, but she didn't expect to create a domain directly. This was a pleasant surprise. However, Su Miao soon realized a problem. After the magic town generated a domain, the demand for energy was very huge. In order to plunder energy and expand the town domain quickly, the Sikhen platform was directly covered in it, and energy was directly extracted from the inner world. The domain can be like this? Su Miao was more and more surprised, thinking of the previous creation of movable magic barriers. She seemed to have added some related magic arrays when creating the magic town, which resulted in similar effects. Put the energy ore in first. Raising his hand, Su Miao threw more than 100,000 energy ores stored in the magic space into the magic town. More than 100,000 energy ores were swallowed up by the magic town in an instant. But it was still not enough. Su Miao thought for a while, pointed the alloy staff forward, and injected a huge amount of magic power into the town. Countless magic power was injected into the magic town, and after a few minutes, the whole area began to become stable. The magic power is overdrawn. Because she was too focused, when Su Miao realized it, she felt very sleepy. In order to maintain the state, all the magic phantom clones that were released just now were recovered. But it still could not be maintained. This is why she needs to use sleep to restore her magic power. It was the same in the previous few times. She has experience. After hesitating for a while, Su Miao entered the center of the magic town and planted a mutant lychee tree at the center. After the mutant lychee tree and the magic town merged into one, she unfolded the magic barrier. Su Miao placed a bed in the magic barrier, lay on the bed, and fell asleep instantly. However, before falling asleep, Su Miao released another magic phantom clone. The magic phantom clone Su Miao stood by the bed, looking at the sleeping original body, and was a little speechless. Give me only this little magic power. What can I do? She yawned, and simply took out the magic notebook from the magic space, and began to record the creation process of this magic town. After recording for a short while, she put down the pen, and there were too many questions. I won't record it anymore. Let the original body do it. The magic phantom clone Su Miao looked at the magic town. As the clone of the original body, she temporarily took over the authority and continued to study. Compared to recording, she prefers research. The main body built this magic town for the domain. Now it has succeeded, but there is still one step to go. Su Miao looked at the entrance to the inner world. Sikhen platform. We have to think of a way to trick a few evil gods and demons into the magic town and test the strength of the domain. Wait. The main body is sleeping. If there are really evil gods and demons, there will be big troubles. Right? Distress. Temporary camp. Xiaoxuan. Lin Jiujiu is studying. The starling was standing on the branch and dozing off as usual. Lin Jiujiu was curious about what the starling was doing, and the starling replied that she was practicing. It sounded very powerful, but she couldn't understand it. Sister Su Miao has been there for more than a week, and I don't know when she will be back, Lin Jiujiu said. She didn't go to the other world secretly. Did she? She thought we were a burden and didn't take us with her. After saying that, Lin Jiujiu blinked and looked at Xiaoxuan. She forgot that Xiaoxuan's ability was mind reading. Xiaoxuan looked at the sky in the distance and said, I don't know, but there shouldn't be any problem. If there is a problem, there will be a mushroom cloud rising where Sister Su Miao goes. Mina will also wake up at the first moment and grab them and run away. Now everything is calm. However, after Lin Jiujiu mentioned this, she really wants to go and take a look. Also, Sister Su Miao might really enter the inner world through the Sikhen platform, so she will go and take a look first. In this case, it will be even more difficult to know when Sister Su Miao will come back. Lin Jiujiu said, How about, let's go and take a look. Xiaoxian looked at Lin Jiujiu. She wanted it too. You can't go. Mina woke up. The place where His Highness Su Miao is conducting magic experiments is very dangerous. Last time I got a little closer, I almost died. Fortunately, His Highness found me in time and sent me back. Hiss. Lin Jiujiu, Xiaoxian took a breath. Mina is a genuine royal creature, not just ordinary powerful. Even she said so, there is only one possibility. Their sister Su Miao has become so powerful that it is unimaginable. How about we take a look from a distance? Lin Jiujiu said. Mina just said that it would be dangerous to get close, and it should be okay to take a look from a distance. Xia Xian hesitated, she also wanted to take a look. Let's go and take a look? Mina recalled, and said seriously, Your Highness just told me not to get close, but he didn't say we can't take a look from a distance. Let's go and take a look. The two people and the bird reached an agreement, packed up, and went there immediately. In the other world, Dongwu Ridge, the battle is in full swing. The Taoist Tianzong's Grand Elder Feng Yin stood high in the sky, blocking the fatal blow of the Blood Demon King Cao Talisbea. Sasrit, this waste is really no good. The Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifeng said, Sail, are you sure you don't need my help? This old human thing is no weaker than the one just now. The Blood Demon King Cao Talisbea held the blood-red long sword and said, No need. The next second, the blood-red long sword tore the sky apart. There was no negotiation in her eyes. Only killing. Feng Yin was helpless, facing the result he had known for a long time. He was not surprised at all. It was unknown whether Tu Guihai was alive or dead. And the Demon King shot down by Tu Guihai did not know what was going on either. But he understood that facing two Demon Kings at the same time, he would definitely die. This is my destiny. Feng Yin stepped on the Xian Gang and laid out the four spirits of heaven formation in the void. 7 stars of the vermilion bird. Feng Yin's true essence was agitated, communicating with the vitality of heaven and earth. And the Taoist Tianzong's secret move appeared for the first time. 7 stars shone in the formation. And a clear cry was heard. A vermilion bird appeared in the formation. The vermilion bird spread its wings and flew high. The flames burned the sky, burning the blood and filth in the air, and faced the sword of the Blood Demon King Cao that destroyed the sky. There was a loud explosion, and the world shook. The Blood Demon King Cao Talisbea was knocked back 100 meters, showing a surprised look. Feng Yin's situation was much worse. He was directly knocked to the ground by the formation, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and he seemed to have suffered serious internal injuries. Human, you are very powerful. The Blood Demon King Cao Talisbea recognized Feng Yin's strength. But it's still too weak. She attacked again, and a majestic blood cloud appeared in the void, and an extremely terrifying pressure suppressed her. In the blood cloud, it seemed that great terror was brewing. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The blood cloud condensed into a point, and turned into blood-colored lightning to bombard Feng Yin. On the ground, Chu Jiuyuan, Han Bufan, Wang Xiandao and others were extremely shocked. Some people with special abilities were too far away from the main force, and they exploded and died directly under the pressure caused by the attack of the Demon King. If such an attack from the Demon King fell on them, no one would survive. They could not imagine that Tu Guihai had just shot down such an existence. Now, we could only rely on the Supreme Elder Feng Yin, the 7 stars of Xuanwu. Feng Yin was not in a hurry, and raised his true essence again, and made Xuanwu appear with the help of the 4 spirits of heaven's formation. In a trance, the battlefield seemed to have turned into the endless North Sea, and Xuanwu emerged from the sea, shaking the heaven and earth, and resisted the second wave of attack from the Blood Demon King Cao Talisbea. Boom! The North Sea exploded, and the boundless sea water dissipated. The Xuanwu wailed, and resisted the attack by self-detonation, and the terrible impact swept across the battlefield. The shock wave caused by this explosion made the Blood Demon King Cao Talisbea groan, and traces of blood appeared on his body, but the blood quickly healed and disappeared. I was actually hurt by a mortal. Damn it! The Blood Demon King Cao Talisbea was angry. As if in response to the Demon King's anger, the whole sky was shaking. The Blood Demon King Cao Talisbea raised her sword again, and her extremely terrifying power was aroused. This time she wanted to completely kill this damn mortal. The Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifeng saw this scene, and stepped aside. It must be admitted that this mortal was very strong. Even if he came, the results he created would not be much more than this. Here, Feng Yin was blasted into the ground. He coughed up blood and stood up again. But his body was trembling, and he looked like he would fall down at any time. He looked up at the sky. Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifeng had already started to prepare a new move. At this moment, the world turned bloody. After this move, he didn't know if he could survive, but he had to persist. Feng Yin took a deep breath and continued to communicate with the clouds of heaven and earth and absorbed them into his body. He no longer cared about the possible pollution in the other world. What he had to do was to stop the Demon King. The 7 azure dragons, Feng Yin said softly. In the 4 spirits of heaven, the 7 azure dragons shone, and rushed out with some black azure dragons on their bodies, directly rushing up to the sky. This was the first time Feng Yin took the initiative to attack after the battle began, because he couldn't let the Demon King continue to read the bar. The Blood Demon King Sal Talasbea showed a contemptuous look, and the blood-colored long sword slashed down again. The void exploded, and all the mountains outside the Demon Ridge were blasted to pieces, and the sky and the earth were vast. The terrifying shock waves swept down. Feng Yin was directly blasted into the ground, and felt that there was not a single bone in his body intact. Senior, Ancestor, Grand Elder. The Taoists who were protected on the ground watched this scene, clenched their fists, and wanted to rush out to help immediately. But such a battlefield was not something they were qualified to set foot on. The immortals on the land could not defeat the Demon King? Their hearts sank, and the only thing they could do was to cheer for Feng Yin, and hope for a miracle. The Vampire King Sailor Talasbea was hit by the explosion. This time, he did not take a step back. He just wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. She was injured one after another. The stimulation of blood made her almost crazy. However, Feng Yin, this human, seemed to be an indestructible cockroach. His life was like a candle in the wind. But he stood up again and again. She no longer hesitated, no longer waited, holding the blood sword, and took the initiative to kill. While he was sick, she would kill him. She wanted to chop off Feng Yin's head and crush this old human to death. The blood-red sword light flashed, and the sword cut off Feng Yin's head. The Blood Clan Demon King Sailor Talasbea smiled coldly. Finally killed. But, the next second, the Blood Clan Demon King Sailor Talasbea showed an even angrier look. The cut-off Feng Yin's head turned into a piece of rotten wood at some point. This is a Taoist secret method. A substitute for a dead person. White Tiger 7 stars. The seriously injured Feng Yin returned to the formation, regardless of his physical injuries, and burned his life desperately to ignite the White Tiger 7 stars. The White Tiger, the main killing, close-range fighting, can best exert its power. Roar! In the 4 spirits of heaven formation, the White Tiger appeared, looking at him with a fierce look, giving the Vampire Demon King Sailor Talasbea unimaginable pressure. Human! Die! The eyes of the Vampire Demon King Sailor Talasbea completely turned blood red, and the blood-colored wings behind him spread, illuminating the sky. The sword light flashed, and fought with the White Tiger. It exploded in the blink of an eye. The White Tiger collapsed, and the 4 spirits of heaven formation was completely destroyed. The Taoist Tianzong's great elder, covered in blood, fell like a broken leaf. The Blood Demon King Sal Talasbea wanted to finish off the enemy, but she was really injured this time, which slowed her movements a little. The door is open. At this time, the Taoist power user below shouted. Everyone showed a hopeful look. Retreat! Chu Jiuyuan looked at the direction of the Supreme Elder Feng Yin with tears in his eyes, and arranged for the surviving power users to evacuate, as long as they return to Earth. It doesn't matter whether they can survive or not, as long as they can pass on the message. It will be fine. But, will they have enough time? The Blood Demon King Sal Talasbea looked at the door. She reached out her hand and grabbed 3 Taoists who wanted to enter first. They were caught high in the sky. Blood-colored lightning intertwined and entangled on several people, making them suffer unimaginable pain. Mortal, you want to protect them? The Blood Demon King Sailor Talasbea smiled coldly. I will kill them one by one in front of you, so that you can't save them even if you want to, and your heart will be full of regrets. Your soul will become more delicious after death. Bang! The 3 captured people exploded, turning into blood rain and falling. The Blood Demon King Sailor Talasbea did not forget to take out the wine glass, received the essence of the falling blood rain, and drank it elegantly. On the ground, the seriously injured and dying Taoist Tianzong Grand Elder Feng Yin looked at the brutal Demon King. He ignored the pain all over his body, and stood up with difficulty. But at this moment, it was hard to say whether he had a complete bone in his body. Demon King, your opponent is me. Feng Yin raised his sword finger, and pointed at his forehead. A white light appeared, and the soul of Feng Yin, whose beard and hair were all white, and whose robes were all white, flew out from his forehead. As soon as Feng Yin appeared, his body turned into 1,000 feet tall, like an immortal standing between heaven and earth. His momentum surged. However, Feng Yin's body turned into ashes in an instant. One thought turns into heaven. Feng Yin looked at the vampire demon king Sailor Talasbea and the hell demon king Charlotte Bei Feng in the void. At this moment, he was in his strongest state. With a full-strength attack, he should be able to achieve the same record as Tu Guihai, at least knocking down one demon king and seriously injuring another. However, the consequence of doing so was that all the Taoists below died here. This is what Feng Yin didn't want to see. Therefore, Feng Yin didn't attack, but just sheltered all the humans below. The blood demon king Sailor Talasbea was shocked for a second. And then he saw the reason and laughed. You have such strength. You should have gone further. But you didn't expect to give up your life for a group of ants. It's too stupid. The demon king of hell Charlotte Bei Feng nodded. What a pity. Chapter 385. You are courting death. Grandmaster. Grand Elder. The disciples of the Taoist Tianzong looked at the towering figure standing between heaven and earth, with tears in their eyes, and quickly entered the space channel. Chu Jiuyuan stood at the entrance of the space channel to maintain order. He did not look at the spirit and Dharma image of the Grand Elder Feng Yin, because time was limited. One thought transforms. The sky is the supreme secret method of the Taoist Tianzong, which cannot be used by non-terrestrial immortals. This secret method was originally intended to help Tianzong cultivators strengthen their spirits and prepare for future ascension to immortality. Unexpectedly, they encountered such a disaster. In order to save them, the Grand Elder gave up everything. Go! Chu Jiuyuan had tears in his eyes, and continued to maintain order. However, if the devil attacked, the Grand Elder might not be able to hold on for long. There were still so many people who had not evacuated. He had to prepare early. Wang Xiandao. Chu Jiuyuan turned around and found that Wang Xiandao, who was standing beside him, was gone. Escaped? Impossible. Just now, he had been staring at the door to return to Earth, and did not see Wang Xiandao go in. Moreover, most of the people with special abilities in Laoshu town are here. Where is Wang Xiandao? Chu Jiuyuan asked. Wang Ming, holding the duck, said, My brother went to save his master. He glanced at the space storage device. Just before his cousin left, he handed him an ancient secret book and a space storage device for storing supplies, and asked him to take it back. If I can't come back, I can't reach my strength. Don't look at the contents of this secret book. You can't grasp it. Damn it, I didn't even have the chance to learn the true teachings given by the old man. Live well. A quarter of an hour ago, Wang Xiandao patted Wang Ming on the shoulder, and went straight to the place where Tu Guihai fell. Brother, you will die. Wang Ming gritted his teeth, and tried to persuade him. But Wang Xiandao had already left, leaving behind only a shadow. Wang Xiandao used the power of the two yin and yang, and his body became one with nature, leaving a trail of shadows on the battlefield, and ran towards the deep pit where Tu Guihai fell. He did not look at the devil in the sky. Facing such an existence, just one look would attract the devil's attention. However, the devil had always been staring at the deep pit where Tu Guihai was. However, Wang Xiandao was lucky. He arrived at the deep pit in a moment and found Tu Guihai, who was covered in blood and motionless. Tu Guihai was in a bad condition. After he defeated the evil demon king Sasrat Talasbea with a full-strength attack, he was exhausted. He was hit by the angry attack of the blood demon king Sailor Talasbea. Tu Guihai was unable to neutralize the opponent's attack and was seriously injured. Master! Wang Xiandao quickly input his true energy into Tu Guihai. Tu Guihai opened his eyes, looked at his anxious disciple, and said, Evil disciple, you shouldn't have come. Go! He thought of something else and said, I know. She is not a land immortal. She is above the land immortal. Find the witch. She can save us. After saying that, Tu Guihai closed his eyes, and did not respond. Master! Master! Wang Xiandao was extremely sad, calling out repeatedly, and doubled the amount of true energy he put into Tu Guihai. I'm not dead. Don't shout. I'm just entering the turtle breath. Don't shout at me anymore. Let me heal. Tu Guihai said this, and closed his eyes again. He fell here, and was always watched by the devil. If the apprentice came to find him, he would definitely be exposed. At this time, the devil only needed a thought, and the apprentice, who liked to pit the master, would be crushed to death. Therefore, he would tell Wang Xiandao to find the witch at the critical moment. As for who the witch was referring to, Wang Xiandao understood. However, the demon king did not understand. knowing that there was a threat to the Demon King on Earth. The Demon King would definitely find a way to find out, thus saving Wang Xuandao's life. As for him, even if he was seriously injured and unconscious, the Demon King could still let him go. Of course, it was all a gamble. The Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong looked over, and was about to crush them to death. But when he heard Tu Guihai mention the witch, he did not do it. The Blood Demon King Cao Talisbea also noticed it. But her current opponent was Feng Yin, the Supreme Elder of the Taoist Tianzong. Break Feng Yin's soul in Dharma world, all these humans will die. The Blood Clan Demon King Cao Talisbea swung his sword, and the dazzling blood-red sword light cut through the sky. Feng Yin used his sword to condense a magic circle, blocking the attack, but the price was a shake of his body, and his right arm was cut off, dropped, and collapsed. To protect a group of ants, is this the only way you can defend? The Blood Clan Demon King Cao Talisbea continued to draw his sword. Feng Yin said nothing, condensed a magic circle with his left hand, and continued to resist. With a loud explosion, Feng Yin's body shook more and more violently. His left arm was cut off, fell, and collapsed. Below, Chu Jiuyuan watched with his eyes, engraving the scene in his heart. He wanted to go back alive, and spread the news of the Supreme Elder. There were less than 30 people left here. They could all leave. The rats are almost gone. The Demon King of Hell, Charlotte Beifong, attacked. With a loud bang, Feng Yin's Dharma world was pierced. His body was torn into pieces, and the void was turbulent. Not good. Chu Jiuyuan, Han Bufan and others attacked at the same time, blocking the aftermath of the explosion. The two groaned and spat out a large mouthful of blood, as if they had expected the scene. Han Bufan rushed the highest and almost took most of the impact for everyone. Han Bufan, who had said that he would sacrifice himself for everyone to complete the seal, was covered in blood. After landing, his body shook and he fainted. At the same time, Wang Xiandao rushed back with Tu Guihai on his back. Under the terrible impact, Tu Guihai, who was breathing like a turtle, spat out another mouthful of blood and took all of it for Wang Xiandao. Dishonest apprentice. Tu Guihai was really unconscious. Let's go! Feng Yin, who was left with only his head and a broken upper body, shouted. He condensed his broken soul, turned it into thousands of Taoist mantras, and blasted it towards the Blood Demon King Cao Talisbea, who was about to strike again. Let's go! Chu Jiuyuan grabbed Han Bufan, and rushed into the passage with Wang Xiandao and others. The Blood Demon King Cao Talisbea slashed down with his blood-colored long sword, shattering Feng Yin's thousands of Taoist mantras. Old thing, you're quite resistant. This is the depth of his love for the meaningless ants. The Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong sighed. It's a pity for this old thing. You left nothing behind when you died. The Blood Demon King Cao Talisbea glanced, reached out his hand, and pulled out the evil Demon King Sasret Talisbea, who was driven into the ground. With a few slaps, the Blood Demon King Cao awakened the evil Demon King Saslet. Oh my dear sister, I'm not dead? The evil Demon King Saslet Talisbea asked in astonishment. The Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong approached and checked, and said, My dear brother-in-law, you are not dead, but you will be dead soon. The opponent's attack is very special, and it almost extinguished your soul flame. There are scars of time inside. If it wasn't for Sailor, you would really be beaten to death. The evil Demon King Sasret Talisbea laughed. It's good that you are not dead. I am now an evil spirit. As long as I have enough soul, such injuries can be recovered quickly. His eyes were fixed on the door leading to the Earth, New World. I will explore the way for you first. Without waiting for the Blood Demon King Sailor Talisbea, the Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong to say anything, the evil Demon King Sasret Talisbea turned into a black light and rushed into the passage, entering the Earth. Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong looked helpless. When the man gave his last words just now, he mentioned one thing. There is a witch in their world. The witch can save them. Saving them means that she can threaten us. Witch. The expression of Blood Demon King Cao Talisbea changed slightly. Why didn't you say it earlier? Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong said. I thought you heard it. Blood Demon King Cao Talisbea waved his sword. Attack. On the ground, witnessing the Demon King, they started killing the powerful human enemy. The morale of the demon army was greatly boosted. The crazy ghost dwarf was very excited, and rushed into the door first with his troops. He wanted to show off in front of the Demon King. The seemingly calm succubus leader Belst also became fanatical. Her biggest dream was to warm the bed for the vampire demon king Sailor Talisbea one day. Men, she liked. But the beautiful demon king, she liked it more. The huge demon army rushed into the door and entered the earth world. It was very smooth. If it was not smooth, the demons would return to report soon. However, after a while, no demons came back, which meant there was no problem. Hell Demon King Charlotte Bayphone glanced at Blood Demon King Sal Talisbea. This woman was really cruel. In order to prevent accidents, the demon army that had been operating for a long time could be used as cannon fodder for exploration. TSK. Prepare to cross the border, Blood Demon King Sal Talisbea said when they arrived. There will not be many resources. Hell Demon King Charlotte Bayphone asked gentlemanly, Sailor, are you okay with your injuries? If you are injured, I will be very distressed. I have always wanted to know, if you and I have a relationship beyond friendship, would the offspring born have priority in the bloodline of the underworld, or the bloodline of the vampire race, or would it be a completely new race? The bloodline Demon King Sal Talisbea looked cold. Hell Demon King, if you say another word, I will kill you now. The Hell Demon King Charlotte Bayphone bowed and saluted. I'm sorry, you are unhappy with my remarks just now. Yes, the timing and atmosphere today are not right. I can't show my sincerity. After plundering the new world, I will propose to you. The bloodline Demon King Sal Talisbea took a deep breath, no longer paying attention to the Hell Demon King, and entered the door first. The Demon King of Hell, Charlotte Bayphone, was not discouraged at all. He straightened his clothes and followed him in. New world. Here I come. Su Miao's real body was sleeping. Su Miao's magic phantom clone wandered around the magic town to see if there was anything that could be optimized, which areas were suitable for experiments. Suddenly, the fluctuations in the Sick Hin platform area caught Su Miao's attention. Because this place has completely become her domain, any slight movement can attract her attention. She came nearby and looked over curiously to see if there was anything coming from the other world. What she saw was not something from the other world, but many seriously injured people with special abilities. Most of these people with special abilities wore Taoist robes, and some seemed to be from Laoshu town. So many strangers. Fortunately they can't see me, Su Miao said to herself in her heart. If there are many strangers, and they can't see her, she won't have social anxiety. Wang Meng holding a duck. I have seen this person before, and he is very interesting. And the Taoist priest on Wang Xuandao's back. Isn't he Gui Hai Shinren? Si Chen of the 12 departments could be beaten into this state in the inner world, which is even more surprising. Isn't this the Si Chen platform? How did it become like this? Someone looked at the abstract buildings near the Si Chen platform and didn't know the reason. Everyone be careful. The atmosphere here is very wrong, Chu Jiuyuan said. No one expected that they would encounter such a thing after encountering the devil in the inner world and finally returning to Earth. Has the news that the demon king of the inner world is about to invade the Earth been sent out? Master, no, there is no signal here. The signal disappeared. Could there be some strange natural disaster on the Earth again? We can't send out the news. I came back alive. Just want to send a message to the surviving people on Earth. Tell them that the demon king of the inner world is about to invade the Earth from here. If possible, I hope the official shelter can drop a few super nuclear bombs here. As long as the demon king can be destroyed, even if they are reduced to ashes, it is still worth it. At least he won't become a center of human civilization. The devil is about to invade the Earth? In the void, Su Miao was very happy to hear this unexpected news. She was still trying to find the devil in the other world, the evil god or something to visit the magic town. She didn't expect the devil to come so soon. This is great. No, the main body is still asleep. The devil is really coming. Can the magic town withstand the experiment? While thinking, the evil spirit devil Sasrat Talisbea has crossed the channel and landed on the Earth. In an instant, the terrifying demonic power shook the heaven and earth, and suppressed the ability users below so that they could not move. Like fish on the chopping board. Chu Jiuyuan, Wang Xiandao and others wanted to struggle, but they were completely unable to do so. The gap was too big. You know, this was a severely injured demon king. This demon king even showed his injuries to the severely injured humans below, as if telling these humans that as long as they had the ability, they could kill him by hitting the wound. However, they couldn't even move. So how could they launch an attack? Ha ha ha. The evil demon king Sasrat Talisbea was flying in the air, laughing wildly. Foolish humans, fresh flesh and blood, a brand new world, you will all become my supplements, I can't wait. Before he finished speaking, the evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea met Su Miao's cold eyes. Su Miao blinked, discovered fear. The evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea's body trembled at the same time. She noticed that Su Miao was a clone, but there were many laws intertwined in the clone. It could no longer be treated as an ordinary clone. What was even more terrifying was that he realized that the world around him was not the new world he had imagined. This was the realm of gods and demons. The evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea wanted to turn around and run away. However, when he wanted to run away, he found that it was too late. The laws in the void intertwined. In the blink of an eye, the evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea found that the surrounding environment had changed. His scepter was gone, replaced by 2 scimitars. After checking his body again, his evil spirit body turned into a demon body with ugly horns and broken bat wings. A group of ants appeared in front of him. The evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea stood up involuntarily, looking at these ants and blurting out, "Mortals, you can actually find this place. You are courting death." Chapter 386. The Demon King with great anger. The evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea was horrified. He was inexplicably controlled just by looking at the witch, and turned into a monster without control. He could feel that his power was still there, but this power had to be used in the way that this body had set. Compared with his usual use of power, this way of releasing power was no different from being funny. What was even more terrifying was that every time he struggled, his connection with this realm of gods and demons deepened, and the power in his body would be invisibly deprived by this strange realm of gods and demons. There were also figures that appeared in front of him. The evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea took a closer look. How could they be people? They were clearly some memory cells, memories created by this realm of gods and demons. They were wearing strange equipment, some of which contained unimaginable power. But what about the power controlled by these memory cells? Why did it feel like the source of the power was him? The evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea stared at these figures angrily. Damn it! What is going on? If he had some knowledge of Earth civilization, he would know that these memories are called players. However, the players that appear here are not the players who are playing the game, but the intelligent AI players refreshed in the Magic Town game area. They have all the characteristics of players. Watching them open up new land and fight boss will make people miss the happy time in the game. Of course, if those who are capable are willing, they can even participate. Refresh your status. Drink all the potions. The figure with the title of commander said, "Ready the artifacts. Wait until the 3rd stage. Bang. Start the monsters." Start the monsters? The evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea was furious. He is the supreme evil demon king, and these ants dared to despise him like this. They were simply courting death. What happened? Why did he immerse himself in it so easily? He even felt that the line he just said made a lot of sense. There is a big problem in this realm of gods and demons. There was no time to think more. And an ant holding a shield, a hammer, and full armor came forward, gave him a middle finger, and then pointed it downward. "I am your father." Fuck. When had the evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea ever been despised by an ant like this? He was furious, and the anger in his heart was about to erupt like a volcano, crushing this damn ant to death. However, when he actually launched the attack was affected by the rules of the god and demon realm and became very weak. This is nothing. The key is that the power that could not be exerted was swallowed up by the realm of gods and demons. Damn it! Bang! Even so, the attack of the evil spirit demon King Sasrat Talisbea was still powerful, and with just one blow, the provocative ant was seriously injured. Ants dare to fight with gods, you don't realize how small you are. The evil spirit demon King Sasrat Talisbea was very proud, and said contemptuously, "Heal and add blood to the tank. Have the hatred stable, brothers, go fuck him." The player with the title of commander said, and he put him in several states at the beginning. What made the evil spirit king even more incomprehensible was that the players who were seriously injured by him had white light, green light, and black light coming out of their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the seriously injured players recovered as before, jumping around, as if they were not seriously injured at all. No, the truth was even more terrifying than this. The evil spirit King Sasrat Talisbea was extremely angry and released several group attacks. No matter how serious the injuries of these players were, it would basically not affect their actions and output, unless it was a targeted state. It seemed that this injury meant nothing to them. At the same time, there were people who could release special white light, green light, black light, and they could make the seriously injured people recover as before. The evil demon king Sasratalasbea became more and more angry as he attacked, but he could not do anything to this group of players. What was worse was that he felt that his life was slipping away. There was a big problem with this realm of gods and demons. He tried to struggle several times to explode, but the players who were attacking him seemed to be well prepared. Either they activated the so-called artifact to block all attacks, and then launched an inhumane beating and attack on him. The evil demon king Sasratalasbea was extremely angry. However, no matter how angry he was, the players' attacks never stopped. The evil demon king Sasratalasbea only felt that the injuries in his body were getting worse and worse, and his life was slipping away. Maybe he would really die here. The seriously injured evil demon king Sasratalasbea had been transferred by Su Miao for experiments. What should be done with the remaining people? Transfer all of them out. Looking at the state of these people, the situation is very bad. That's right, Su Miao remembered. She set up a hospital in the magic town, schools, and other areas, and they could be thrown there first. If they were transferred directly, if they had the evil gods, the coordinates left by the devil, the evil gods chasing them might use these marks to escape. After all, the entire magic town is a rough product, with many loopholes and flaws, and it could explode if you don't pay attention. We need to be cautious. Chu Jiuyuan, Wang Xiandao looked at the void, in doubt. The big demon king who was chasing them disappeared before they could finish their words. They immediately used the Taoist secret method to try to block the demon king's attack. But they didn't get any attack after a long time. The demon king really disappeared. The realm of gods and demons. That demon king seemed to say so. Chu Jiuyuan said with a shocked look, Wang Xiandao. This is your master's platform. Do you have any clues? Wang Xiandao, who was carrying the unconscious Tu Guihai on his back, looked confused. I don't know. As soon as the two finished speaking, the surrounding scenery changed. A group of people appeared on the green lawn of the campus playground. Across from them was a very luxurious-looking hospital. It was sunny here, the air was fresh, the breeze was gentle, very comfortable. Have we returned to the time before the end of the world? Woo, am I dreaming? I seem to have become younger, and I seem to be wearing a high school uniform. The ability user looked at the clothes on his body, and became more and more puzzled. Someone hit him hard, and he bent over in pain. This was not a dream. Chu Jiuyuan was even more outrageous. He found a principal nameplate on his chest, holding a speech in his hand, and standing on the podium, facing the teachers and students who escaped from the other world. Chu Jiuyuan looked at the speech with a horrified look, and then began to speak involuntarily. Students, teachers, we survived, but we can't relax. Monsters may attack our school and hospital at any time. Now, send the wounded to the hospital for treatment as soon as possible, and prepare for the next battle. Disband. The speech in his hand turned into a ball of fire and dissipated, which looked very vivid. After saying that, Chu Jiuyuan was confused by what he had just said. No matter what the speech was about, treating the wounded and repairing quickly was the top priority. How is your master? Chu Jiuyuan found Wang Xiandao and asked with concern. Wang Xiandao said, Master said that he entered the state of healing. I don't know the details. But is this place really the realm of gods and demons? Chu Jiuyuan said, since we are here, we should make the best of it. No matter what happens, we should be prepared first. He didn't say one thing. Who is the master of this realm of gods and demons? Is it an unknown evil god from the inner world? Or something else? There is a signal. There is a signal here. Someone shouted. Overjoyed, Chu Jiuyuan, Wang Xiandao took out his mobile phone and found that except for not being able to use the map to locate, there was really a network signal here. With a signal, the news of the inner world's demon king invading the earth can be sent out. Urgent. The inner world's demon king is about to invade the earth. Posted by Wang Xiandao. 3 demon kings from the inner world have arrived and are invading the earth. Please be prepared. First floor. Cat and Autumn Rain. What is a demon king? Is it delicious? 2ND floor. Little poem. Who is the poster? 3RD floor. Aspiring little newbie. Wang Xiandao. I know, the master of Laoshu town, a Taoist master. It can be understood as a purple-robed Taoist priest. 4th floor. Sky green. The fewer words, the more serious the matter. 5th floor. Dark sound. My friend just sent me a message. They just escaped from the inner world. There are 3 demon kings chasing them. 6th floor. Single werewolf of husky bloodline. Hiss. Has the demon king come to the earth? 7th floor. Potio 1024. Press the claws. Who has seen the Demon King? 8th floor. Bitter gardenia sour orange. I don't know. 9th floor. Anti-chemical diver. Is the world going to be destroyed? 10th floor. Likes black long straight headphones. Think about the previous mutant beast tide, insect plague. The Demon King must be part of the Doomsday play. Maybe there will be more terrifying things in the future. 11th floor. Shuangyi, if you can post, can you start a live broadcast? 12th floor. Biological versus Honkai Agency. Do you want to report the coordinates? Try the super nuclear bomb? 13th floor. The end of the stars. Nuclear bombs are useless, Demon Kings, unless you stay in the Demon King's castle and wait for you to drop a nuclear bomb. 14th floor. Regalia. Come on, it's time to awaken the Demon King's natural enemy. The brave. 15th floor. Honeyfing. What will happen when the Demon King meets His Highness Su Miao? Because the situation is urgent, Wang Xiandao is worried that the network signal will disappear at any time. So he explained the situation in the shortest words, and he didn't expect the netizens to be in this state. The Demon King who will bring despair to the world is coming. Aren't you afraid at all? However, look at it from another angle. The end of the world is like this. People have long been accustomed to death. Those who survive would have been mentally ill long ago. The devil has come. There is really no need to rush. How about start a live broadcast? Chu Jiuyuan said, not knowing what he was thinking. Wang Xiandao frowned. Dao Yu, do you mean to let them see it? Chu Jiuyuan looked at the blue sky and nodded. Wang Xiandao understood immediately. They are currently in an unknown realm of gods and demons. From the look of the evil Demon King Sasrat Talasbea, who suddenly disappeared, something is wrong. In addition, as they walked around the campus, they found that there were more students in the school. People who went to the hospital also began to report that there were many doctors and nurses in the hospital. An incomprehensible phenomena. For example, they saw an operating room, and a mysterious witch appeared in the operating room. The first sentence the witch told the patients waiting outside was, "Put your brain aside, and then come in for surgery." Then, the patients waiting outside really opened their skulls, took out their brains, put them aside, and entered the operating room. However, after these patients had their brains removed, they turned into twisted monsters. These patients were not humans at all, but monsters. No. These patients were demons. In the demon army, the crazy ghost dwarf took the lead and led the army into the earth. After walking out of the passage, they came to the Scythian platform and saw the blood left on the ground. There was no blood further away. These humans must have been eaten by the evil spirit Demon King. The crazy ghost dwarf said. He waved his battle axe and said, "Brothers, explore this world immediately. Send a signal when you find a human gathering area. For His Majesty Demon King Sailor. We must conquer this new world. Roar! For His Majesty Demon King Sailor." The demon army was extremely excited. In the void, Su Miao was watching these demons, thinking about how to separate them. But he didn't expect the demons to separate on their own. It was right to leave the bait. Guide them a little. Let them enter various areas of the magic town. Su Miao began to guide them through the authority of the magic town. Soon, the demon army dispersed into various areas of the town. But there were too many demons coming in later. This made Su Miao feel a little scared. Will the town be unable to hold on? Su Miao was very worried. The main body was still sleeping in the center. If a big explosion occurred, it would be very dangerous. Let these demons fill the town with energy first. Su Miao pointed to the void. In an instant, various areas of the magic town began to revive and operate. In the snack street, merchants and tourists appeared one after another, and the aroma of various wonderful foods wafted from every store. Some demon soldiers found this place. Their eyes were shining. They were ecstatic, and they rushed directly to the stalls, picked up the food and stuffed it into their mouths. Delicious. Delicious. So delicious. After eating one portion after another, they wanted to rush into the store to find food. But they couldn't enter the store, so they could only stay at the window to get it. However, not long after eating, all these demons turned into fat pigs weighing more than 300 kilograms. A butcher came over, knocked the fat pigs unconscious with a stick, sent them to the slaughterhouse, bled them, peeled them, put them in the pot, disassembled them, and sent them to various stores for the merchants in the stores to cook new delicacies and supply them to later customers. Boss, these are delicious. Seeing the crazy ghost dwarf coming, His deputy brought a plate of roasted suckling pig to him. The aroma of roasted suckling pig made the crazy ghost dwarf unable to extricate himself. He couldn't help but take a bite. He couldn't stop eating. Crazy ghost dwarf, what's wrong with you? Why are you eating your people? The succubus leader, Belst, appeared in the snack street. Seeing the crazy ghost dwarf eating his own people, he looked horrified and hurriedly stopped him. The crazy ghost dwarf said, Belst, are you blind? This is a human roasted suckling pig. The succubus leader, Belst, took a step back and felt a chill in his heart. At this time, she noticed a butcher nearby who was holding a mace and was smiling at her. In the corner of the street, there were children who looked like humans, but not humans, running by with laughter, and even a few children suddenly touched her thighs a few times. She has no clothes on. She has no pants on. She is a succubus. She has nothing on, hee hee. More and more children appeared nearby. They bared their fangs. We send her to the laboratory. The doctor will definitely like it, hee hee hee. The soul of the succubus leader, Belstead, was flying, and he felt that something was seriously wrong nearby. Run! She turned and ran. However, those children appeared around her like paper people. Each grabbed a part of her body, tore it, and carried it away. No, no, no. Succubus leader Belst was terrified. She wanted to struggle, wanted to kill these monsters that looked like humans, but not humans, but she couldn't do anything. At this time, Succubus leader Belst realized that she had become a paper person without knowing when, a real paper person, the kind that could be torn into pieces at any time. Looking into the distance on the road, she was shocked to find that many demon generals had encountered similar strange things. Especially the crazy ghost dwarf, who had turned into a fat pig. A butcher passed by and hit the crazy ghost dwarf with a few sticks, but he failed to knock out the fat pig that the crazy ghost dwarf had turned into. On the contrary, the fat pig that the crazy ghost dwarf had turned into became even happier. As a last resort, several butchers went up together and chopped off the fat pig's head. In an instant, blood spread on the long street, but the demons who came here to eat were completely unaware of this, still eating, and then turned into fat pigs and were slaughtered. Your Majesty the Demon King, help! Belstead shouted desperately. As if they heard her call for help, the Blood Demon King Sal Talisbea, the Hell Demon King Charlotte Bayfong walked out of the passage and landed on Su Miao's magic town. Sensing the terrifying spatial energy fluctuations, Su Miao came to the sky above the Scythian platform, and happened to meet the eyes of the two demon kings. Fear. Chapter 387 Which, you want to kill me? Su Miao subconsciously took out the alloy staff, and sent a 1000% powerful starlight burst to the two demon kings. The next moment, she remembered that she was a clone, and her original body was still sleeping. I hope the original body will wake up soon. As a clone, if two demon kings appeared at the same time, it would definitely not work to fight head-on. She couldn't control it. If there was only one demon king, she could still use the magic talon to guide and restrict it, just like what she did to the evil demon king Sasret Talisbea just now. Currently, the evil demon king Sasret Talisbea is having a great time in the game experience area. The evil demon king is also continuing to provide energy for the magic town. Yes, maybe it can be done this way. Su Miao looked at the two new demon kings, strained her cold expression, and said calmly, "Welcome to the magic town?" The blood demon king Sailor Talisbea saw Su Miao, saw her demon army, and was extremely angry. What have you done? She was angry, but she didn't do it directly. Because in her vision, Su Miao was entangled with many laws. No matter where he was, he could control so many laws at the same time. And he was definitely not a simple existence. Not to mention that they had entered the other party's god and demon realm. The Hell Demon King Charlotte Bayfong was carefully observing this god and demon realm. As a qualified researcher, he saw it very clearly. The god and demon realm that trapped them was very strong. So strong that it frightened him. At the same time, this god and demon realm was extremely simple, with flaws everywhere, which was confusing. Hell Demon King Charlotte Bayfong seriously doubted whether these flaws were traps. Otherwise, how could such obvious flaws be left? After his in-depth research, he realized the truth of these flaws. If anyone dared to attack these flaws, the god and demon realm would collapse, and many unstable laws would explode along with the entire god and demon realm. At that time, unless one's strength reached a level that could completely ignore the existence of the god and demon realm, they would all turn into ashes in the explosion. This is not an ordinary tricky situation. The best way at present is to stabilize this witch, but the blood demon king Sailor Talisbea seems to be about to explode. The demon army she painstakingly cultivated turned into fat pigs in the magic town, and then served to the later demons. Perhaps because they noticed that some demons did not like pork, some demons turned into chickens, ducks and geese, and then made into roast chicken, roast duck, roast goose, salted, braised, dry-fried. There is always one that suits the later demons, and almost no demon can refuse. Some demons actually obeyed the orders of the strange witch and opened their skulls on their own, putting their brains aside, entering and being slaughtered. Some demons entered the concert hall, they were immersed in the concert, crazily cheering for the human idol girl dancing on the stage, then turned into light spots and dissipated, becoming part of the domain. Some demons entered an unknown space, which was a sandbox, where they cut wood, mined, built cities, developed population, fought for water sources, started wars, until all the demons participating in the sandbox game died. Because every time one demon clan wins, new demon clans will join in. No one can keep winning at a round-robin battle. Or, this realm of gods and demons has no intention of letting them survive. The Blood Clan Demon King Sailor Talisbea clearly saw a terrifying flesh and blood grinding wheel under the sand table. The flesh and blood grinding wheel was grinding the demon clans who died in the sand table world into pulp, and no one knew where it was transported. But in the blink of an eye, she felt that this realm of gods and demons had become stronger. The god and demon realm became stronger because of the dead demons. Thinking of this, the Blood Demon King Sal Talisbea could no longer hold back. She could make the demon army cannon fodder, but she could never be humiliated like this, which was a slap in her face. The Blood Demon King Sal Talisbea showed her blood-colored long sword, and sent out an extremely terrifying sword, covering Su Miao in the void. Su Miao's heartbeat accelerated, and the plan succeeded. She stretched out her hand, and the void turned, and the attack of the Blood Demon King Sal Talisbea disappeared. At the same time, the terrifying black light in the void gathered and fell towards the Vampire Demon King Sailor Talisbea. Caught off guard, the Vampire Demon King Sailor Talisbea groaned and fell on the sick-end platform, smashing the sick-end platform. And the door from the sick-end platform to the inner world collapsed instantly. As for the shock waves caused by the attacks of the two demon kings, they were directly absorbed by the Magic Town domain, further enhancing the strength of the Magic Town. This was Su Miao's careful design. Her original intention of practicing the Magic Town was to have her own domain, and to fight unscrupulously in the domain. After all, she likes to use range attacks that destroy everything when she fights. If she is not careful, everything around her will be destroyed. Therefore, how to absorb and digest this power is an important topic in practice, and it is also the issue that Su Miao focuses on. From the current situation, the effect is very good. There is also the item of transfer attack. The effect is even better. In the game experience area, the evil demon king Sasra Talisbea is fighting with a group of players. He has a lot of power, but he can't crush the group of ants in front of him, which makes him more angry. The most hateful thing is that most of the power of these players comes from him. Who is he? Seeing his health bar getting lower and lower, his life is about to end, the evil spirit demon king Sasra Talisbea is extremely angry. He struggled hard, until the god and demon realm loosened his confinement. The opportunity has come. The evil spirit demon king Sasra Talisbea accumulated all his strength, ready to fight a way out of this god and demon realm, ready to destroy all the ants in front of him. Die! Die! All of you die! At this time, the player with the title of commander shouted, "The boss has entered the third stage! Everyone, stay away from the boss, activate the artifact." A group of players moved away from the evil demon king Sasra Talisbea, and took out a bunch of strangely shaped artifacts. How could these be artifacts? They were clearly a bunch of poorly shaped metal blocks, which barely had the shape of weapons. Even if these metal blocks could emit colorful light, they were completely funny in the eyes of the evil demon king Sasra Talisbea. What 3 stages? Do you think this is a game? The dignified evil spirit demon king Sasra Talisbea, am I a monster that you can manipulate at will? I will let you know what destruction is. The evil spirit demon king Sasra Talisbea felt extremely happy. He integrated all the anger that had been accumulated for a long time into his own power, turned it into a black light, and struck with a bang. But after this attack, the evil spirit demon king Sasra Talisbea felt that his power was drained, his attack disappeared, and nothing happened. How could this happen? The evil demon king Sasra Talisbea was confused. He looked at the players, and saw that the artifacts taken out by the players formed a special magic circle, which completely covered him. Could it be that this simple and ridiculous magic circle diverted the attack? He looked at it carefully again, and felt horrified. This time he saw clearly that this magic circle was completely connected to the realm of gods and demons after being activated. The evil demon King Sasratalus looked at the sky and suddenly felt horrified. I saw a blood-red sword light with extreme anger slashing down from the void. That was his sister's attack. What happened? Boom! The evil demon King Sasratalus was directly slashed down by this sword. The terrifying shock waves swept in all directions. But with that unreasonable magic circle, those players only suffered a small amount of damage, which did not affect their performance. However, as the evil demon king, his body could not move completely. The boss is in shock. Brothers, fuck, blow it up. The player with the title of commander shouted, whether good things can be produced depends on today. Healing also outputs, no need to add blood. A group of players rushed up, bang bang bang, burst out with all their strength, and it took less than 30 seconds to knock down the evil demon King Sasratalus. Is it finally over? The evil demon King Sasratalus felt his life slipping away, and he was angry but helpless. As a demon king, he actually felt like this. But it was better to fall, so he didn't have to be humiliated anymore. He remembered the witch he saw after entering the realm of gods and demons. Who was that witch? In a trance, he could still hear the ants chirping around the corpse. The orange weapon is out. Damn, I'm so lucky. Fuck, it's out. Good. Good. Come on. The scepter of the evil demon king, red legend. If you need it. Roll it if you roll it. Give red envelopes to your brothers. These ants. The consciousness of the evil demon King Sasratalus fell into darkness completely. However, I don't know how long it has been. Is it a year? 10 years? 100 years? Or 10,000 years? The evil demon King Sasratalus found that he had woken up and was standing here intact. However, a group of players came in front of him. Seeing this group of players, the evil demon King Sasratalus instantly became angry. He stood up involuntarily, looking at these ants and blurting out, "Mortals, you can actually find this place. You are courting death." As soon as this sentence fell, the evil demon King Sasratalus felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. This power. The blood demon King Sasratalus looked at the injuries on her body. Her eyes were filled with horror. This was the power of her dead brother. The evil demon King Sasratalus. Her attack disappeared, and Saslet's attack came here instead. It is very likely that the witch in front of her used her attack to kill Saslet. But she just scanned the entire magic town, and did not find the whereabouts of the evil demon King Sasratalus at all, and the same was true for the ants that fled back to Earth. Because it was the full-strength attack of the evil demon King Sasratalus, the blood demon King Sasratalus was seriously injured. Such a demon king was disabled, and was disabled by them themselves. It was the first time that Su Miao faced a complete demon king. She was a clone, and she couldn't keep her cold expression, and there was a trace of fear in her eyes. Fear? The blood demon King Sasratalus spat out a mouthful of blood. Who was injured now? This witch actually showed a trace of fear. Is this a greater humiliation? She wanted to strike again, but she couldn't do it now. Hell demon King Charlotte Beifong stared at Su Miao in silence, and continued to observe. Aren't you going to attack? Su Miao couldn't help asking. Hell demon King Charlotte Beifong's heart twitched. Why did he target him? He remembered, if nothing unexpected happened, the witch in front of him was the witch mentioned by Tu Guhai. Above the immortals on land, she has an extremely dangerous realm of gods and demons, which can threaten the demon king. He maintained gentlemanly etiquette, and said, Your Highness the witch, I think there is some misunderstanding between us. Su Miao looked at Hell demon King Charlotte Beifong. She felt extremely strong malice from him. Even this malice was stronger than that of the blood demon King Sasratalus, and he must be killed. I am the demon King Charlotte Beifong from Hell. This is the demon King Sasratalus from the Blood clan, and the other is the demon King Sasratalus from the Evil Spirit clan. Your Highness should have met them. The demon King Charlotte Beifong from Hell introduced himself. We are all from the Demon King Council. I wonder what your name is. Your Highness? Su Miao did not answer directly, asked, Are these your real names? Real name. The demon King Charlotte Beifong from Hell maintained a gentlemanly demeanor. He just wanted to know Su Miao's real name, but he did not expect to be asked back. As a demon king, he has the means to curse his opponent by knowing his real name. But now he has not only failed, but also aroused the witch's vigilance. Are there many demon kings in your Demon King Council? Su Miao continued to ask. As a clone. It will be difficult to arrange the visiting demon kings to cooperate with the experiment. But when the main body wakes up, there will be no problem. Now there are many problems in the field of this magic town. And there will be many problems in the field of practice in the future. With the help of the demon king, she can better assist her in improving the field. Therefore, if the other party is willing to provide more information, she will be very happy. The demon king of hell, Charlotte Beifong, became more and more silent. He deliberately mentioned the demon king council, just to intimidate the witch in front of him. Unexpectedly, it had the opposite effect. Not only did the fear in the other party's eyes disappear, but they were also shining, as if they couldn't wait to see more demon kings. This witch has a big problem. In addition, the demon king of hell, Charlotte Beifong, sensed the crisis. In the interval of thinking, he found that the vampire demon king Sailor Talispea, who was healing with his eyes closed, disappeared. The devil of hell, Charlotte Beifong, looked serious. Which, you want to kill me? Su Miao was about to answer, but suddenly her expression changed slightly, and she said, I hope you have fun in the town. Her figure disappeared in an instant. Lin Jiujiu, Xia Xiaoan and Beige were swept into the magic town, and they must be rescued immediately, otherwise they will die. Chapter 388. Her health bar is bright. Do you see the big rock in front? The starling flew beside Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiaoan, and repeatedly warned, you must not cross this big rock later. No, for safety reasons, we must stay at least 1,000 meters away from the big rock. The big rock outside the magic town was specially caught by the starling and placed nearby, to prevent it from accidentally flying too close next time. The magic town of His Highness Su Miao is very dangerous. If you accidentally enter it, you will die. To be cautious, Mina thinks it's farther away. Yeah. Lin Jiujiu, Xia Xiaoan nodded repeatedly. Write this down. Standing here, you can already see the outline of the magic town, but it's not clear enough. Even with the telescope, you have to get closer. I don't know why, I always feel that the magic town is far away. You have to get closer. If you don't get closer, you can't see it clearly. However, several people always keep an eye on the location of the big rock, making sure not to get too close to it. Let's stop here. We can't go any further, the starling said, as it rested on Lin Jiujiu's shoulder. It was only 1,200 meters from here to the big rock, and the magic town could be seen clearly from this position. Then, they only had time to take a look at the extremely abstract magic town, and the world in front of them changed. Danger! The starling screamed loudly. She quickly grew bigger, wanting to take Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiaoan away. But it was too late. The sky around them seemed to have an invisible wall, and no matter how the starling flew, it couldn't fly out, and it couldn't even fly far horizontally. Jiujiu Xiaoan. Mina showed a puzzled look. I saw Lin Jiujiu, Xia Xiaoan's regular clothes turned into stockings and singing clothes, and they held a handsome automatic rifle in their hands. Not far away, a giant skeleton head with many gun muzzles appeared in front of them. The gun muzzles of the giant skeleton head fired light balls one by one, and the light balls floated towards them at a not-so-fast speed. At the same time, some demons were refreshed nearby, and the demons faced the light balls that floated over, and curiously touched them, and it seemed that they wanted to eat them. As a result, the light balls directly hit the demons. One time, the demon's body was covered in blood. 2 times, the demon began to lose consciousness. 3 times, the demon fell down. 5 times, the demon's body became illusory, flickered a few times, and then disappeared completely. Avoid these light balls, you must not let them touch you. Mina quickly reminded, we have been drawn into His Highness Su Miao's domain. It is very dangerous here. You will die if you are not careful. This time, she and Lin Jiujiu, Xia Xiaoan entered a different area than the last time, and had no experience at all. However, the scene here is very much like an old arcade game. Attack with your guns, Mina shouted. Lin Jiujiu, Xia Xiaoan immediately opened fire. They unexpectedly found that the bullets fired by the guns were similar to the light balls fired by the monsters in front, just a little smaller and a little faster. However, the bullets could not eliminate the bullets fired by the monsters. When the bullets met, they would penetrate each other. They still needed to dodge. Fortunately, the two of them practiced Tai Chi Xinliu every day, and their martial arts foundation was solid, so they had no problem jumping and dodging. The health bar is showing. Mina looked at the monster in front and shouted, this monster can be killed, keep firing. Lin Jiujiu, Xia Xiaoan nodded, and kept firing. They gradually adapted to the rhythm of the battle. However, just after the monster's health bar was hit by 20%, the monster began to fire bullets in a spiral. In this case, even if the spiral bullets were slow, when approaching, Lin Jiujiu, Xia Xiaoan had to shuttle through the gap between the two bullets, not touch other bullets, and had to find a chance to continue to attack the boss. If they are a little greedy when outputting, or dodge a little slowly, they will be hit by bullets. For a while, another group of newly transferred demons were killed by bullets. Mina wanted to attack to help, but her attack was completely ineffective against the monster. It seems that only specific firearms can cause damage to the monster here. For a while, Lin Jiujiu, Xia Xiaoan were in danger while dodging the monster's bullets. Mina looked very anxious, but there was nothing she could do. She could only keep calling, "Your Highness, Your Highness. Help me." Don't look at Lin Jiujiu. Xia Xiaoan has learned Tai Chi Xinliu for a while, so they can dodge the bullets fired by the monster. But if time goes on, when the true energy is exhausted, the two will definitely die. During the dodge, a powerful demon was teleported here. This was a demon warrior, very smart. He saw the key here at a glance. Following Lin Jiujiu, Xia Xiaoan dodged. At first, this demon warrior thought that such an action was very simple, without any difficulty. But 3 minutes later, he saw the monster shoot out rows of bullets. The bullets were in a row of 3, like an electric fan. The speed was getting faster and faster, leaving no chance for survival. The demon warrior was stunned instantly. He avoided the first wave, but failed to avoid the second wave. A few seconds later, this unknown demon warrior was blown up. Lin Jiujiu, Xia Xiaoan could barely dodge, but no one knew how dangerous it would be next. And this monster, it was not right for them to attack, and it was not right for them not to attack. Because if they continued to attack, the bullets fired by the monster would only become more dense, more terrifying, and more impossible to dodge. Ah! Lin Jiujiu was the first one who couldn't hold on. Her footwork was misplaced, her body tilted, and she almost collided with the dense bullets in front of her. At the critical moment, the starling helped Lin Jiujiu and saved her life. But the next second, Xia Xiaoan was in danger again. The starling continued to save her. 3 seconds later, the two people and the bird were forced into the corner of the air wall, and were completely in a desperate situation. Sister Su Miao, Lin Jiujiu. Xia Xiaoan's heartbeat was constantly accelerating, fearing that she would be hit by the light ball bullet shot by the monster if she took another breath. Your Highness Su Miao. Help! The starling's cry became more and more shrill. She could no longer protect Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiaoan. At this moment, the huge monster actually made a series of roars, and moved towards them, as if it was ready to fill the entire space. They would surely die by then. Despair was coming. Suddenly, the monster stopped, and all the bullets in the air stopped. Su Miao appeared in the space, stretched out her hand to pull Lin Jiujiu, Xia Xiaoan, and Beige out, and took them to the backstage rest area of the Magic Town, which was also a safe area. Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiaoan burst into tears, crying very sadly, "Sister Su Miao, I thought I would never see you again." Beige returned to the form of Su Luoli, poking each other with her little hands, looking very afraid of being scolded. Su Miao was speechless. "Why are you here?" Xia Xiaoan was the first to calm down and said, "We thought Sister Su Miao might have accidentally entered the other world, so we wanted to come and take a look." Luoli marked the outside with a big stone, and told us not to go beyond the big stone. We stopped 1,200 meters away from the big stone, and looked here. I didn't even look for a second before I was swept in. After explaining what happened, Xia Xiaoan's tears flowed again. Just now I really thought that I was going to. Su Miao glanced outside the magic town, and saw the big stone used by the starling as a mark, and also saw the footprints left by Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiaoan in the distance. How should I explain this? It is indeed not Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiaoan's fault. It was because the magic town expanded slightly after generating the domain, just like the domain generated by the magic town swallowed up Si Chen's magic platform. However, the slightly different thing is that the magic town domain swallowed up Si Chen's platform, which means that it draws energy from the inner world. Unfortunately, under the influence of the vampire demon king Sailor Talisbea, the channel collapsed. The collapse of the channel means that the energy consumed by the magic town needs to be replenished from other areas. For this reason, various magic arrays in the field are being activated, and the difficulty of many game facilities is increasing, in order to digest more demons, and thus replenish the energy needed by the field. This is also thanks to the contribution of the evil demon king Sailor Talisbea. who has contributed almost everything to the Magic Town field, making the town more stable. Otherwise, if Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiaoan encountered some uncontrollable bugs, they might die directly. Just like what is happening in some areas of the town. Su Miao noticed that some powerful demons entered these areas and disappeared in the blink of an eye. For example, the Music Fountain Square. There were some people demonstrating at the Music Fountain Square. But the demons who came here did not understand what these people were doing, let alone dancing with them. So, these demons stayed for less than 3 seconds, and turned into bloody notes, adding a special color to the music fountain. This is because the rules of the Music Fountain Square are imperfect, which triggered the instant kill bug. Otherwise, the demons who came here would have more opportunities. There is also a concert venue made with reference to Lin Jiujiu's dream stage. Lin Jiujiu, Xia Xiaoan, after the starling entered, what would happen, Su Miao dared not imagine. Because the demons there were all turning into light spots, and disappearing in the midst of crazy calls. As many as entered. Disappeared. Very efficient. Now that you are here, just work. Su Miao looked at the 2 crying people and said, 3 demon kings have come to the town. It is very dangerous. Hearing the demon king, Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiaoan stopped crying immediately. Mina widened his eyes. Su Miao blinked and gave Lin Jiujiu, Xia Xiaoan, and Su Luoli the management authority of the concert stage area. 3 magic marks fell on the eyebrows of the 3 people and disappeared in an instant. I gave you the authority of the concert stage area. Jiujiu, you take Xiaoan and Luoli to expand the concert area and the stage area. This will be of some benefit to you. Su Miao said. All you have to do is sing, dance, and perform like a beautiful girl idol. As for anything that happens off the stage, don't worry about it. If you encounter danger, the magic mark will teleport you back to the rest area. Yes. Lin Jiujiu. Xia Xiaoan wiped away her tears. Luoli, protect them. Su Miao gave another instruction. And wait to send the 3 of them to the concert stage in the stage area. Lin Jiujiu. Xia Xiaoan looked at the idol clothes she was wearing, and stood on this brightly lit stage, and was inexplicably excited. Looking at Su Luoli looking at the little skirt on her body. Lin Jiujiu. Xia Xiaoan was instantly melted by cuteness. And the previous fear was directly thrown away. If it weren't for the frightened beating of the heart when facing death, and the aftermath, they would really regard what happened just now as a nightmare. But, Su Luoli is really too cute. As Su Luoli appeared on the stage, the demon audience under the stage roared crazily. So fucking cute. Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiaoan looked at each other and began to sing. Hi! 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 The demons cheered crazily. They turned into light spots to make room for the audience coming later, and every demon's face was filled with smiles, happiness, joy. This was a happiness they had never experienced in the other world. Su Miao glanced over here, confirmed that Lin Jiujiu and Xia Xiaoan were in the right state, and felt relieved. The Blood Demon King Sailor Talisbea opened his eyes. She found herself holding her chin with one hand, sitting sideways on the throne, overlooking all living beings. Below, 120 mecha warriors appeared in her field of vision. The leading mecha said, Blood Clan Demon King Sailor Talisbea, your doomsday has come. Blood Clan Demon King Sailor Talisbea looked at the person who was speaking and laughed. Just you ants? The leading mecha said, Sailor, put away your arrogance. Put away your self-righteousness. Do you think this is the Middle Ages of drinking raw meat and blood and being ignorant? I tell you, this is the era of human beings conquering the starry sky and igniting the sea of stars. Now, I give you a choice. Surrender, or die. Blood Clan Demon King Sailor Talisbea was so angry that he laughed. There were actually humans who dared to speak like this in front of her. To make a Demon King surrender, where did they get the courage? No, the Blood Demon King Sailor Talisbea quickly woke up. She remembered that she came to Earth with the Demon King of Hell Charlotte Beifeng, and accidentally entered the god and demon realm of a pink-haired witch, and fell into the other party's calculation. She just blinked her eyes while healing and was transferred here, and met inexplicable ants. And the environment here seemed like a desolate and dead planet. Everything here is an illusion. This place must be torn apart. The Blood Demon King Sal Talisbea made a decision, and the mecha on the opposite side had already started the battle. Why are you talking to the monsters? Go after them. A pitch-black mecha fired first, and a terrifying gray energy beam bombarded over. The power of this energy beam was extremely terrifying, and it seemed that a few more shots would be enough to destroy a planet. Blood Demon King Sal Talisbea was horrified. However, she sensed it a little, and her expression changed again. The source of these energy beams is still from the evil demon King Sasrat Talasbea. No wonder these energy beams are gray. The witch is not even acting. The next second, 120 mechas opened fire together, and the blood demon King Sal Talasbea dodged at high speed. Behind her, the destructive energy beams completely destroyed the dead planet. Boom! The blood demon King Sal Talasbea looked sideways at the destroyed planet, with a distorted expression. Her useless brother, the evil demon King Sasrat Talasbea, has no ability to destroy planets at all, but the power extracted from him can easily destroy planets. MD, the witch who created this realm of gods and demons is crazy. Chapter 389 Evil Gods and Demon Kings, the more the better. The dead planet exploded, the blood demon King Sailor Talasbea faced the siege of 120 mechas, and immediately fell into a bitter battle. She thought these mechas were ants, but these ants were not normal ants at all. In normal times, she would not be afraid of such a siege. But she first fought with the Taoist Tianzong's Grand Elder, and consumed some of her energy, and suffered some minor injuries. Then, she came to the god and demon realm of the crazy witch, and was set up by the witch, and suffered a fatal blow from the evil demon King Sasrat Talasbea, which caused her to be severely injured, so she was restrained at this time. Now, the only hope is that the hell demon King Charlotte Beifong will make a bigger noise in this realm of gods and demons, so that she can break the illusion here. Without the restriction of the witch Su Miao, the hell demon King Charlotte Beifong strolled in the magic town. In his vision, the magic town was in reality an illusion. It was a dangerous area full of crazy imagination. The buildings here were extremely abstract. However, judging from the foundation of these abstract buildings, it was the witch who destroyed an extremely prosperous city with brilliant civilization to have these building materials. He could see traces of torrential rain and floods, blizzards and extreme cold, destructive black winds, terrifying thunder, beast tides and insect plagues on these building materials, and the resentment of millions of people left on these buildings. Too cruel. Too crazy. Seeing this, Charlotte Beifong, the demon king of hell, felt the horror of this realm of gods and demons more and more. Even the demon king might not be able to be so cruel to his own kind. Because of the resentment of those humans who died in despair, it caused all kinds of strange phenomena to occur when the realm of gods and demons was generated. The human and abnormal who continue to live in the illusion are born on this basis. The witch is really cruel. In fact, Su Miao did not consider these things at all when building the magic town. She simply used local materials. Found it. Hell demon King Charlotte Beifong discovered the whereabouts of the evil demon King Sasrat Talasbea. It was a strange space with many laws intertwined. The evil demon King Sasrat Talasbea was acting something. He was angrily saying something to the air, attacking something. Every time the evil demon King Sasrat Talasbea exploded, the energy released from him would be swallowed by the realm of gods and demons. At the same time, the strange threads derived from the head of the evil demon King Sasrat Talasbea, and the connection with the realm of gods and demons became more and more numerous and tighter. The look of the demon king of hell Charlotte Beifong became more and more vigilant. Seeing this scene, he understood the situation of the move that severely injured the blood demon King Sal Talasbea. This was too terrifying. However, when his life was threatened, could he not use stronger power? Just using stronger power meant being affected by this realm of gods and demons, until he was controlled by more and more strange threads. Hell demon King Charlotte Beifong continued to search, and soon found blood demon King Sal Talasbea, who was in a bitter battle. It was a broken starry sky, and the dead planets in the starry sky were destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. Hell demon King Charlotte Beifong wanted to save blood demon King Sal, because blood demon King Sal Talasbea was his best mating partner at present. It was a pity. Charlotte Beifong, why don't you come to help? Blood demon King Sal Talasbea was besieged by many mechas, but she still found Hell demon King Charlotte Beifong passing by and hurriedly asked for help. Hell demon King Charlotte Beifong immediately cut off contact to prevent himself from being dragged in. The mechas inside were too brutal. If necessary, they would rush to the blood demon King Sal Talasbea and self-destruct. If it weren't for the blood demon King Sal Talasbea's quick reaction, he might have been directly blown to pieces. In this situation, even if he went in, he might not be able to withstand it. If he couldn't withstand it, he would have to use stronger power. And then, he would be affected by the realm of gods and demons. He slipped away like a gentleman. As for the best mating partner, Sal Talasbea is no exception. Charlotte Beifong, Watching the Hell Demon King leave, the Blood Demon King Sailor Talisbea was extremely angry. Another waste. She didn't know that the Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong had seen so much in the Magic Town, and was ready to run away. The Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong strolled in the Magic Town, trying to find a loophole to leave the Magic Town, but he didn't find any after looking at many places in a row. Sure enough, the flaws that can be seen at a glance in the Magic Town are all traps, otherwise how could there be no loophole to leave among so many loopholes? Go to the next place. After walking a few steps, Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong saw Su Miao again. Which? We meet again. Su Miao stared at Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong, thinking about how to deal with it. Now, in order to trap the Blood Demon King Sal Talisbea, the evil Demon King Sasrat Talisbea mainly provides energy for the Magic Town. If you want to deal with Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong again, it may not be enough to have only the evil Demon King Sasrat Talisbea as the energy provider. This would consume the original energy of the Magic Town, or continue to delay the time. Then the Vampire Demon King Sailor Talisbea can also provide stable energy to the Magic Town. But how to delay? In fact, the best way is to wake up the main body, kill the 2 trapped Demon Kings first, and the remaining one can also be used in more test sites in the Magic Town. After thinking about it, there is only one way left, which is to let the Demon King of Hell Charlotte Beifong take the initiative to enter Hell. Do you want to leave? Su Miao asked. Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong said, which? You won't kill me anymore? Su Miao said, do you want to die? Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong was choked. Why didn't this witch speak according to common sense? Also, he suddenly noticed that the witch Su Miao was in a state of low defense and could attack by surprise. However, Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong held back. This must be a trap. He maintained his gentlemanly demeanor and asked, I want to go back. Which? Will you let me go? Su Miao said, yes. A road appeared in front of Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong. The road is safe, without any dangerous laws interfering. This is the road to the second platform. The Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong looked at the end of the road, and said gentlemanly, which, this way back has been destroyed. Su Miao said, you can try to repair the passage, so you can leave. The Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong said, which, there is no need to be so troublesome, you just need to let me leave your domain. Su Miao shook his head, you will destroy my world. The Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong was speechless. Look at the materials used to build the abstract Magic Town. This destroyed city killed at least 3 to 5 million people. Such a crazy witch would actually worry that the devil would destroy the world. What a joke. It should be the devil who is worried that you will go crazy. But I have to say, this witch is really beautiful, so cute. Especially when the witch shows a scared look from time to time. Such a little expression makes him feel moved. Want to mate? Ahem, the devil of hell. Charlotte Beifong suddenly sensed the breath of danger from the witch, hesitated for a moment, and walked straight to the second platform. The thought just now was probably caught by the witch, and it almost stimulated her. However, after arriving at the Citian platform, the Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong looked at the ruins and the collapsed space channel in front of him, and fell silent again. Repair the space channel connecting the inner world? This was said lightly. Even if he was only a little bit away from becoming a great demon king, it would be very difficult for him to repair it with just his delusion. What's worse is that the witch followed behind, and it didn't seem like she was going to leave. Witch, if you want to repair this space channel, I alone. It's you who wants to go back. Not me. Su Miao reminded softly and friendly. The Demon King of Hell, Charlotte Beifong, said, witch, you are right. He looked behind Su Miao. As time went by, the Magic Town began to become more and more weird, more and more outrageous, and more crazy. For example, the tower in the amusement park looked normal when he came. But now, the tower has become a huge weird monkey face, surrounded by lush green hair, and it stares straight at every target it looks at. The roller coaster in the town's amusement park will open its mouth as it drives, and eat up all the tracks in front of it. Tourists on the roller coaster screamed constantly. In an area that looked like an elementary school campus, a large number of students, who looked like human cubs, gathered together with laughter. At first, they were dancing around the bonfire, playing, having fun. However, the bonfire turned into a pile of burning demon heads at this time, and the faint green fire made the human cubs around them happier and more weird. Not only that, even weirder were the people in the Magic Town. As they walked, they twisted into mutated monsters, and the mutated monsters continued to turn into humans again after a while. Here, it's getting more and more dangerous. The Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong made a decision, which, maybe we can have some cooperation, I wonder what you need. When asking, he used some special power. This power can make the target subconsciously tell the truth. Su Miao blurted out, "Evil God, Demon King, the more the better." I accidentally said what was in my heart. Su Miao looked at the Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong, and became more vigilant. After all, she is not the real body, and it is difficult to guard against this kind of psychological suggestion of the spirit system. At this time, the Demon King of Hell, Charlotte Beifong, stared at Su Miao, and thousands of possibilities flashed through his mind. Those humans who entered the other world were all baits of this witch, in order to make more demon kings and evil gods fall into her realm of gods and demons, and then use those special silk threads to control demon kings and evil gods. The witch must have a bigger conspiracy. Otherwise, there would not be such a crazy plan. What a vicious witch. Yes, I mentioned the Demon King Council in front of the witch. She wanted to let me go, and let me bring more demon kings here. It must be like this. In other words, the witch really wants to let me go, and I can take advantage of her and leave. I will never come to this world again. Too dangerous. The Hell Demon King Charlotte Sadwin saluted, and said, "So that's how it is. Please rest assured, Witch Lady. After I return to the other world, I will definitely bring news to the Demon King Council, and let them arrange more demon kings, the evil gods to come. Do you think it's okay? This is a lie. Bring other demon kings in, and continue to be trapped here? This dangerous realm of gods and demons. I have been here once, and I will never want to come here again." "Okay." Su Miao nodded, and stood in the distance, and looked at the Demon King of Hell Charlotte Beifong quietly. The Demon King of Hell Charlotte Beifong said, "It is my honor to cooperate with Her Highness the Witch." He turned and looked at the shattered space channel, carefully observed the scene, and began to think of ways to repair it. After a detailed investigation, the Demon King of Hell Charlotte Beifong was surprised to find that the channel was not completely destroyed, and the breath of the other world still came from the broken channel. If that's the case, there's no need to go to great lengths to repair the passage, and he has a chance to leave. The Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong waved his hand, and the Sick-Hen platform returned to its original state. He landed on the ground, and walked towards the entrance of the broken passage. A huge black magic circle unfolded under his feet, countless dark magic circles unfolded in the surrounding air, and countless strange runes glowed. These magic circles built a mini-domain for the Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong in a moment. He had to prioritize isolating the influence of the laws of existence of the magic town. Otherwise, before he could repair the broken space channel, he would be controlled by the witch. When preparing to repair, Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong paid special attention to the witch, thinking that the witch would sneak attack, or do something else. As a result, something even more unexpected happened to him. Su Miao did not sneak attack at all, but took out a notebook. She was taking notes, seriously. The magic circle deployed by Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong was very valuable for reference. After confirming that the witch would not sneak attack, Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong was somewhat relieved and really started to repair the space channel. Su Miao blinked, revealing a mysterious expression. The space channel leading to the inner world was completely broken. The reason why there was the breath of the inner world was that it was affected by the laws of the magic town, not that it was not completely broken. After confirming again and again that Su Miao would not take action, the Demon King of Hell, Charlotte Beifong, accelerated the dredging of the broken space channel. However, as he used more and more power, the channel in front of him changed. Not long after, the channel was repaired. He sensed more of the breath of the inner world. Has it really been repaired? Such a severely broken space channel was actually repaired by a demon king like him. Is he about to be promoted to a great demon king? Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong smiled slightly. He tightened his collar, and walked towards the front of the channel. The witch is too crazy, so crazy that she has lost her mind. Leave here, he will never come back. Take another step forward. A red light flashed in front of him. Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong looked at the world in front of him with a look of shock. He looked up again. 3 strange silk threads were floating in the windlass. Chapter 390 Witch, thank you, Charlotte Beifong. The Demon King of Hell stood in the void, looking at the red spider lilies everywhere, and was shocked. This was not the hell he was familiar with, but the hell here was even older than the hell he was familiar with. What was even more terrifying was that reason told him that this was just an illusion created out of thin air by the Mad Witch in the Magic Town. Everything here was not real, but it was even more terrifying. What was the origin of the Mad Witch? Based on the experiences of the Blood Demon King Sal Talisbea and the Evil Demon King Sasrat Talisbea, his next experience would not be very good. When will those unreasonable, fearless things appear? Hell Demon King Charlotte Bayphone looked into the distance. There was a winding road in the center of the Sea of Flowers, which stretched far away. Looking far away, you can see a big river at the end of the Sea of Flowers. The river was surging, but there was no sound of water. It looked very abnormal. There was a bridge at the intersection of the road and the river, and there was nothing on the bridge. This must be a trap. Hell Demon King Charlotte Bayphone made a judgment. He took a step forward and came to the bridge. There were 3 words on the bridge, which seemed to be the name of the bridge, but he didn't recognize it. This was a hell he was not familiar with. The Demon King of Hell, Charlotte Bayphone, came to the river and raised his hand to release some monsters from hell. However, as soon as these monsters flew out, they fell down when they flew over the river and were dragged into the depths of the river. It was indeed a trap. Then, he could only walk across the bridge. Just as the Demon King of Hell, Charlotte Bayphone, was about to step onto the bridge, his expression became extremely alert. Why did he want to cross the bridge? This is an illusion created by the witch. If he really follows the witch's script step by step, he dare not imagine what will happen at that time. The Hell Demon King Charlotte Bayphone decided that he would stand here and wait for the witch to take the initiative to attack. If the witch does not take action, he will pollute the witch's god and demon realm in turn. After all, the witch has not arranged an attack until now. This is very problematic. Su Miao stood in the Magic Town, looking at the Hell Demon King Charlotte Bayphone, who stopped exploring and breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, she was really worried that the Hell Demon King Charlotte Bayphone would be like the Blood Demon King and the Evil Demon King, and would attack crazily and destroy everything when trapped. The Magic Town could withstand controlling 2 Demon Kings at the same time. But if 3 Demon Kings attacked crazily, Su Miao was not sure. The worst case scenario was that the laws that formed the Magic Town domain would fail and cause a big explosion. That would be too dangerous. When would the main body wake up? She also wanted to sleep. The Magic Phantom clone Su Miao came to the location of the collapsed space channel. For safety reasons, she called on the power of the Magic Town to set a seal here. The Demon King of Hell, Charlotte Bayphone, mentioned the Demon King Council more than once. The 3 Demon Kings who came to Earth from the inner world all came from the Demon King Council. Now, the 3 Demon Kings have entered her Magic Town. Over time, they will definitely attract investigations from other Demon Kings. According to Su Miao's observation, when the channel collapsed, there was a steady stream of demon armies entering the inner world. The Demon King Council only needs to investigate the demon army on the other side of the channel, and they will find the collapsed world channel. The Demon King is too greedy, too dangerous, and too good at disguise. Their purpose of coming here is to plunder and destroy, and the purpose of other Demon Kings coming to Earth will not change much. So, in order to plunder the Earth and destroy the Earth, the Demon King will definitely try to repair the channel. Therefore, she cannot delay for too long, and must kill these 3 Demon Kings as soon as possible, and completely transform them into the energy needed by the Magic Town. From the efficiency of the Hell Demon King Charlotte Bayphone repairing the channel, it is estimated that it will take about 10 days. For safety reasons, let's set it at 5 days. In other words, she needs to deal with 3 Demon Kings within 5 days. Once again, I hope that the main body can wake up soon. Su Miao glanced at the overall situation of the Magic Town. Lin Jiujio, Xia Shiran, Su Luoli were completely immersed in the atmosphere of the concert. There are not many demon army left. It won't take long to get rid of them all. The people who escaped from the inner world are very quiet. They did not leave the school, the hospital area. Chu Jiuyuan, Wang Xiandao are worried. It's not that they don't want to go out, but they dare not. Through the loopholes in the Magic Town, they used the Taoist circular light technique to see what happened in some areas of the Magic Town. In those areas, the extremely brutal demon army turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. It was too scary. Therefore, the 2 of them decided to restrict all people with special abilities from leaving. In addition, they have internet access here, and there is no problem using mobile phones and laptops to access the internet. The weirdest thing is the hospital. The doctors who suddenly refreshed, they don't seem to be human, but their medical skills are really superb. The injuries of Tu Guihai and others who were sent to the hospital have improved significantly. From this situation, they were rescued. However, some people with special abilities violated the taboo, and were not only killed, but also died miserably. This caused panic among the survivors. The killings happened in the school area. Fellow Daoist Chu, what did you ask me to do? Wang Xiandao was exhausted. He had just returned from the hospital to see his master. Chu Jiuyuan briefly told Wang Xiandao what happened in the school. Several people with special abilities were killed in the school area. Wang Xiandao asked, "What are the details?" Chu Jiuyuan said, "I just received the report. The details are unclear. The investigators reported that the people involved were all scared, or it was related to those inhuman students who appeared out of thin air." Wang Xiandao frowned. "Let's go and take a look at the scene." The two arrived at the scene. The bodies at the scene had been disposed of, but they left behind photos and scattered white ash. Wang Xiandao looked back and forth and said, "Bring a few frightened witnesses." Chu Jiuyuan said, "They are all here." There were 5 frightened people in total. 2 were 23 years old. 1 was 20 years old. And 2 were 18 years old. The 3 older ones were men. And the younger one was a woman, affected by the field. They all wore simple school uniforms, and looked no different from high school students. What's worse is that their minds seem to be getting younger. That is, they are like high school students. Wang Xiandao covered the 5 people with an invisible field of ability. I said, "You can stay awake for 5 minutes, involving the unknown in this town." Wang Xiandao did not dare to confront directly with his words. Since several people were frightened, there must be a reason for them to be frightened. The 5 people shuddered, and their eyes became clear. Chu Jiuyuan looked excited. And it could be done. Looking at Wang Xiandao again, Wang Xiandao did not suffer any backlash. Wang Xiandao said, "Here, what did you see? Tell me." The 5 people immediately showed a look of fear. They are chasing 2 girls, wanting to confess, wanting to touch. No, the 2 girls being chased are not human at all. They are not human, they are monsters. No, they are more terrifying than monsters. Are we going to die? Woo, I don't want to die. There are monsters all around, all monsters. The 5 people talked one after another, and immediately attracted many students and teachers who suddenly refreshed. They all stopped, looked over with a gloomy look, staring at the 5 people who were talking. Under this kind of gaze, even Wang Xiandao, Chu Jiuyuan and others felt their scalps tingling. Wang Xiandao immediately said, "I say, your sobriety is over." Instantly, the 5 people immediately hugged their shoulders and squatted down. They crowded in the corner like quails, shivering, dazed, stupid. The stopped students and the teacher saw this, as if nothing had happened, and continued their original life. Chu Jiuyuan asked, "Friend Wang, are you okay?" Wang Xiandao took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's okay. Anyway, the matter has been investigated clearly. And the people who were killed should have wanted to bully the school. If nothing unexpected happens, the consciousness and mentality of several people have regressed back to high school. And they found that they have abilities, and want to do whatever they want with their abilities. They may have forgotten how they got here. Chu Jiuyuan said, "Friend Wang, what do you mean?" Wang Xiandao shook his head. "It's hard to say, there are too many taboos here. Let's take it one step at a time, and wait for my master to wake up before we talk." Chu Jiuyuan nodded, "Okay." He looked at the principal's clothes on his body, and said, "It seems that I need to use this identity to hold more student meetings, and teach them about moral issues." Wang Xiandao, Chu Jiuyuan's analysis makes sense, but the truth is that the malice in the hearts of the people who were killed was too strong. They wanted to do whatever they wanted in the courtyard. And they happened to see a beautiful girl passing by. They were ready to give it a try. They said, "I will test the law with my own body, and let everyone study what these people are like." At that time, someone joked, in ancient times, there were scholars and ghosts. And today there are Taoists and weirdos. Ha! Maybe it will spread in the future. They laughed happily. And their malice became stronger and stronger, directly triggering the special mechanism of the magic town. Then, the abilities of several people were sealed. Then, 2 beautiful girls took out hatchets and chainsaws from nowhere and cut him into pieces on the spot. The bloody scene frightened the people nearby. That's what happened. Su Miao retracted his gaze and came to the game experience area where the evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea played the game boss. The evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea knelt on one knee and lay on the ground. He was brushed again and again by the players who came. He experienced the journey from life to death again and again. Multiple deaths awakened the fear deep in the memory of the evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea. At that time, he was an elegant vampire noble, known as the genius of the vampires, had the hope of becoming a demon king in the future, had a bright future, and had a very comfortable life. One day, an evil witch named Wumomo used a trick to capture him. The witch cut his body, used his body to set up an evil magic circle, and conducted extremely dangerous magic experiments, causing him to suffer endless pain. This torture lasted for a full 10,000 years, maybe even longer. It was under this torture that the evil spirit demon King Sasrat Talisbea was transformed into an evil spirit. Later, the demons, spirits, and monsters entered the place where he was sealed, and the monsters died there, and the bodies left behind became the nutrients for his revival. The long time passed in the blink of an eye, and the evil spirit demon King Sasrat Talisbea devoured the demons, who opened the seal, and walked out. Because the memories left in the seal were too painful, even if he became a demon king, he could not bear it. The evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea sealed these memories. He never thought that one day he would be revived for this. Those players really didn't follow the moral code of the game. When attacking him, they used explosive bombs, millennium killing and so on, and they were as insidious as they could be. He endured the trembling and pain from the soul, wave after wave, until the sealed memories were revived. The evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea collapsed. Su Miao stood in the void and blinked. She waved her hand, and the dark law fell from the void, completely binding the evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea. Stimulated by the dark law, the evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea woke up briefly, and saw the witch standing in the void. Witch, kill me! Kill me! Please! Destroy me completely. Don't let me live anymore. The evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea begged. The dignified demon king shed tears at this moment. He looked very sincere. Su Miao did not respond, but used his authority to call more laws to fall, and bound the evil spirit demon King Sasrat Talisbea. At the same time, a huge magic circle lit up layer by layer on the evil spirit demon King Sasrat Talisbea. The terrifying evil energy was extracted by the magic circle. Feeling that the power in his body was constantly draining away, the evil spirit demon King Sasrat Talisbea still did not dare to struggle. He continued to beg, "Your Highness, destroy me completely. Please, please." It is not that easy to destroy a god. However, it seems that it is not impossible, as long as the evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea does not resist. Su Miao raised his hand gracefully, and the law of darkness penetrated the body of the evil demon king, and found the demon core from the depths of his body. With a light stab, the evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea was struck by lightning, and his body completely collapsed. A black crystal the size of a fingernail was rolled out by the law of darkness. At the same time, the energy absorption of the evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea was getting faster and faster, and the evil demon king became weaker and weaker. Sensing this situation, the evil demon King Saslet became more and more terrified. But a glimmer of hope ignited in the fear. He might really usher in complete destruction. He has been looking forward to this day for a long time, because the sealed memories are too terrifying. If he continues to live, he will become an out-and-out monster. Time passed little by little. With the full support of the evil demon king, the magic town area was further improved, and the energy was more abundant than ever before. In this case, even if the demon king of hell Charlotte Beifong noticed the clues, it would be too late to fight back. If the hell demon king Charlotte Beifong knew the truth, I don't know what he would think. 2 days passed. The body of the evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea became illusory, gradually unable to maintain his form. However, he is the evil demon king after all. Even if he loses the demon king core, he still has the demon king's body. It's just that the energy that can be extracted is very little. It's time to send the evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea to freedom. Su Miao took out the alloy staff from the magic space, held it with both hands, and aimed it at the evil demon king. Starlight bloomed. The bright starlight fell, igniting the body of the evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea. The sparks burned his body, crackling. Pain. Very painful. Very painful. The evil demon King Sasrat Talisbea shed painful tears in the raging sparks. However, compared to the memories that were constantly revived, such pain was nothing. On the contrary, he saw the hope of complete destruction. Because his soul was also burning, this was really going to be destroyed. Looking at the witch in the void, the evil demon king Saslet Talisbea said, "Thank you." The evil demon king's body burned for a full 12 hours, and then the huge body collapsed and continued to burn. The sparks lasted for another day, except for the demon core that was stripped off. The evil demon king Saslet disappeared completely. At the same time, the blood demon king Sal Talisbea seemed to have sensed it, and he looked at the void with horror. Saslet. Chapter 391. The Hell Demon King is panicking. The evil demon king Sasret Talisbea is dead. How is it possible? The blood demon king Sal Talisbea, who has experienced many demon wars. Can't believe it, can't believe it. This useless brother who died and resurrected, he was sealed for 10,000 years, and was able to revive. Why did he die so easily? That human tried his best but couldn't kill him with one blow. Why did he die after coming to the witch's realm of gods and demons? The blood demon king Sal Talisbea didn't want to believe it, but had to believe it. Affected by the fall of the evil spirit demon king, a black blood rain briefly fell in some areas of the magic town. The black blood rain fell in front of the blood demon king Sailor Talisbea, proving the fall of the evil spirit demon king. What he sensed was true. In hell, the demon king of hell Charlotte Beifong looked at the dark rain in front of him, and he could no longer sit still. How long has it been? Is the evil spirit demon king dead? The crazy witch started to take action. The demon king of hell Charlotte Beifong looked at the hell in front of him, and felt horrified. He was deceived. The witch locked him up here just to delay time. I can't sit and wait for death. The demon king of hell Charlotte Beifong looked at the void of hell, decided to try to break the illusion in front of him, and get out of trouble. Otherwise, when the blood demon king Sailor Talisbea died, it would be his turn. According to Su Miao's plan, it was the safest. The demon king of hell Charlotte Beifong spoke strange words, and the powerful magic energy gathered, transformed into an evil dragon swallowing the world, as if to tear the illusion of hell in front of him apart. Noticing the actions of the hell demon king Charlotte Beifong, Su Miao descended to hell ahead of time. The roaring sound of the hell evil dragon stopped abruptly. Su Miao held the alloy staff in both hands, looked at the hell demon king Charlotte Beifong quietly, and asked in a somewhat frightened voice, "Are you going to destroy this place?" Hearing such a question, such a voice, the hell demon king Charlotte Beifong felt more and more frightened. He had just killed a demon king, and he was pretending to be afraid in front of him. "Witch," the hell demon king Charlotte Beifong said, "Witch, please let me go." Su Miao held the alloy staff and said, "Okay." The hell demon king Charlotte Beifong said gentlemanly, "Witch, I will not forget your kindness." Su Miao said, "Follow this road, you can reach the real hell." The hell demon king Charlotte Beifong frowned. "Witch, are you deceiving me?" Su Miao said, "No, this road really leads to hell. The 18 layers of hell. With the sponsorship of the evil spirit, the 18 levels of hell she simulated had become a false reality, and had great power." Su Miao said in a somewhat frightened voice, "You don't want to leave? I'll take you there." With a wave of the alloy staff, the surrounding scene changed instantly. The red spider lilies disappeared. In their place were tongues. These tongues were covered in blood, and it looked like they had just been pulled out. Near these tongues, strange shadows appeared, and they grabbed the tongues with kitchen knives and chopped them off. Every time he chopped it off, the nearby demon body whose tongue had been plucked out would show an extremely painful expression, as if the plucked tongue was still connected to the body. "Here, you can't have a tongue," Su Miao said. The next second, two blurry shadows appeared on the left and right of the hell demon king Charlotte Beifong, and the shadows threw out soul-catching chains to trap him. Under the layers of chains, the hell demon king Charlotte Beifong felt that his body was gradually out of control. This kind of chain has a natural restraining effect on the soul. If it were any other demon king, he would probably be hit directly. But he was the demon king of hell. The terrifying demon power burst out, and the demon king of hell broke free from the soul-catching chains. This scene made Su Miao even more scared. The demon king of hell, Charlotte Beifong, smiled contemptuously, but soon he restrained his smile, because there was an extremely special force that was making him open his mouth, as if to pull out his tongue. This is a special rule, and this is no longer a simple illusion. The demon king of hell, Charlotte Beifong, was shocked. He no longer hid, and burst out with even more powerful force, blowing up the two strange shadows on the left and right. Seeing that the demon king of hell Charlotte Beifong had escaped from the first layer of hell, Su Miao was very scared and immediately activated the second layer of hell. Many bloody scissors appeared in the strange space, some of which were large, and some were small. Click, click, and every time they closed, a finger would be cut off. The demon king of hell, Charlotte Beifeng, saw clearly that it was the fingers of those demons. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his finger, and when he looked down, it turned out that his little finger was almost cut off. The scissors that attacked him disappeared instantly, and then countless scissors attacked him. Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifeng was furious. The violent evil energy exploded, shattering the scissors that attacked him, and the entire illusion space was shaking. After shattering the scissors, Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifeng rushed directly towards Su Miao. Su Miao waved the alloy staff again. Countless iron trees grew out of thin air in front of him, blocking the way ahead. Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifeng stopped immediately. But at this time, in front of him, behind him, below him, and above him, there were all iron trees. The branches and leaves of these iron trees are all sharp blades that can cut hair, and are extremely dangerous. Which, I don't want to be your enemy. Let me go! He stretched out his hand, and the black abyss flashed, shattering all the iron trees, and even the entire space. The shattered space was like a mirror reflecting the various things that the Demon King of Hell, Charlotte Beifeng, had done in his life. For example, conquering the New World, cooperating with various animals in the New World to research and create a new race, and even researching and creating a new race with plants and inorganic matter. The races that appeared on some of the fragments were almost identical to the grotesques, but the Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifeng was in high spirits. Su Miao took a look and didn't dare to continue watching. It was too disgusting. Send the Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifeng directly to the next level. The iron tree collapsed, the space was broken. The Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifeng found that there was steam around. The terrifying high temperature of the steam seemed to steam his body. He immediately fought back and broke the steamer. In an instant, a gust of cold wind blew, making the Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifeng's body suddenly cold. When he looked up again, the 3 lines above his head turned into 6. He could not delay any longer. Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifeng wanted to find Su Miao. As a result, during the search, he was locked on the copper pillar by strange chains. A group of strange people who looked like humans appeared near the copper pillar, fanning the wind with laughter, and the temperature on the copper pillar became extremely terrifying in the blink of an eye. Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifeng was shocked to find that the high temperature on the copper pillar could directly burn his soul. Boom! There was no time to think, and the Hell Demon King exploded again, breaking the copper pillar and destroying the space in front of him. But Su Miao's figure was still invisible. On the contrary, his shoes were gone, and he stood barefoot on a mountain of gneiss. One after another, the weird ones rushed over, as if they wanted to increase the weight on the Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifeng, so that his feet would be pierced by the gneiss. Which, do you dare to come out and fight head-on? The Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifeng shattered the hell in front of him again. Then came the extreme cold, which felt like only minus 221 degrees. But in fact it was the extreme cold that contained the law of ice. After just 1 second, the Hell Demon King was a little overwhelmed. He had to continue to explode. Boom! He finally blew up the iceberg hell. Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifeng fell straight down, and fell into the oil pan. In an instant, the oil pan boiled and burned, and wanted to completely destroy Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifeng. He felt the pain. Boom! The oil pan exploded. Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifeng no longer thought about whether he could escape after breaking through the space, because what appeared before his eyes must be an illusion. Sure enough, just after leaving the oil pan, the Hell Demon King found himself in a deep pit. On the deep pit, there was a cow hoof bigger than a mountain stepping hard. The Hell Demon King roared. After finally breaking free, he found his body was placed on a stone mortar. The round and hard stone pestle was pounding down. Bang! 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 The continuous attacks made the Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifeng overwhelmed. He spit out a mouthful of blood. Facing the witch, he was shocked to find that he didn't even have a chance to fight with the Demon King. Besides, he was sure the witch was going to kill him. The Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifeng gathered his strength, smashed the stone pestle, and destroyed the illusion. Plop! The illusion disappeared, and the Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifeng fell into the blood pool. He liked this. The blood pool could heal him. But could the witch be so kind? Sure enough, countless weird things emerged from the blood pool. When they saw the Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong, they rushed over frantically with the knife in their hands to bleed the Hell Demon King, staying in the blood pool. Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong was shocked to find that the power and laws he controlled were being restricted, and he could no longer directly break the space like before. Moreover, breaking a piece of space requires a huge amount of energy. He had broken it many times in a short period of time, and it consumed a lot. The witch is consuming me. I can't fall into her trap. Just thinking of this, Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong found that there were more than 20 silk threads on his head. The more power he used, the closer his connection with the town would be. What evil god, what demon king, are not as good as this crazy witch in front of him? Suddenly, tentacles appeared one after another in the blood pool, and the tentacles wrapped around the demon king of hell, Charlotte Beifong. They suddenly turned into sharp knives and began to scrape the demon king of hell. Countless blades flew over, and the demon king of hell, Charlotte Beifong, was caught off guard, and a layer of flesh as thin as a cicada's wing was sliced off. This is to torture him. The demon king of hell was desperate. Knowing that the witch was consuming him, he was forced to explode and destroy everything in front of him. At the same time, he quickly summoned a large number of monsters, preparing to let the monsters hold out for a while. As a result, the void flowed, and in front of him was a purple sea of fire. He could stand in the purple flames for a while, but all the summoned monsters were burned to ashes. This demon king is really too strong. Su Miao stood in the void, watching the performance of the Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong, and was very scared. After consuming so much energy, and going through so many layers of hell, the Hell Demon King was only slightly injured, and his origin was not hurt at all. We must find a way to increase the force, and kill the Hell Demon King. Got it. Su Miao spread out his hands, and the Demon King's core appeared in his palm. The Demon King's core turned into a huge millstone. Wouldn't the Hell Demon King take the initiative to withstand attacks now? The attack that the Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong just broke free of was mostly the condensed power of the rules of the magic town. Now, Su Miao will add the Demon King's core to this rule. At that time, the law can be used accordingly. Which, are you a person who doesn't keep his word? Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong asked, while standing in the purple flames. No. You want me to send you away? I will send you away. Death is also a kind of departure. Isn't it? Su Miao snapped his fingers. Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong did not wait for any action, and was shocked to find that he was in a huge millstone. Outside the millstone, the dead evil Demon King Sasret Talasbea appeared in the sight of the Hell Demon King. He showed a strange smile, and began to grind the millstone. Ah! Caught off guard, part of the body of the Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong was ground into pulp by the millstone. He struggled hard, but this millstone was a change of the Demon King's core, and it was not at the same level as the illusion that could be broken by a strong blow just now. What's more terrifying is that, as his body was ground into pulp, the power in his body began to flow away and merged into the magic town. Which, you can't do this to me, I have a special status in the Demon King Council. The Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong wanted to say something. However, the millstone did not stop for a moment, and in the blink of an eye, the Hell Demon King Charlotte Sad Wind was completely ground into a pulp. However, in this case, the Hell Demon King Charlotte Sad Wind did not die. Under the special rules, he recovered his body, but this body was still placed on the millstone. The dead evil Demon King Saslet smiled, and continued to push the millstone. No. 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 Which? You can't. Ah! The Hell Demon King Charlotte Sad Wind wailed in pain. Time and time again, he was ground into a pulp, then recovered his body, and continued to be ground. The Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong was in extreme pain, but he never gave up. He found the right opportunity, exploded with a bang, and released a huge energy impact. He actually succeeded in breaking free from the millstone and annihilated the shadow of the evil Demon King Sasret Talasbea. Su Miao, who was hiding in the void, was shocked. The Hell Demon King actually blew himself up. This was too cruel. However, self-destruction does not mean seeking death. The Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong is still alive. He is a demon king. It is easy for a being like him to be reborn by dripping blood. However, rebirth by dripping blood requires a lot of energy. Such a self-explosion is extremely harmful to the Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong. More importantly, there are more and more strange threads on his head, which, I am willing to give everything. Please let me go. The Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong hopes to delay a little time. But just as the voice fell, he found that his body was tied to a wooden stake. And the shadow of the evil demon King Saslet appeared in front of him with a chainsaw. The chainsaw roared, and directly saw it from the crotch of the Hell Demon King to the head, sawing it in half. The split body made the Hell Demon King shed 2 lines of blood and tears. If I had known earlier, I would not have done it. Chapter 392. You are punished to drive a mecha and fight the devil. The body and soul were sawed in half. The devil king of hell, Charlotte Beifong, was in great pain. At this moment, he wanted to explode and struggle. But he couldn't do it. I don't know how long the pain lasted. He found that his body had recovered. Then the evil devil King Saslet laughed in front of him. The electric saw roared, and it sawed down again. Ah! The devil king of hell, Charlotte Beifong, was wailing and screaming. Just like when facing the millstone, his body and soul were sawed again and recovered again and again. The Hell Demon King saw Su Miao's eyes in pain. It was clearly him who was screaming in pain. But Su Miao still looked very scared. He begged for mercy many times, but it was useless. He wanted to curse again. But the curse did not come out. The Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong was sawed in half again. After confirming that the Hell Demon King had no resistance, Su Miao once again turned the core of the evil Demon King into a millstone and released it, so that the Hell Demon King could be ground into meat paste after being sawed in half. Then, the meat paste was fried in a frying pan, and roasted in a sea of fire, and then a strange cold wind blew, making the Hell Demon King recover as before, and start all over again. Under the rules of the Magic Town, the whole process took about 30 seconds. After a day, the Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong was shattered. His soul was stupid, and could never return to his body. His Demon King core was also stripped out by Su Miao. Seeing the Hell Demon King so pitiful, Su Miao raised his hand, and set a starlight burst. Instantly, the soul of Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong began to burn. Perhaps because he had experienced this too many times. Such pain was no longer a big deal. At the same time, sensing that the burned part of his soul could never be restored, Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong's eyes became clear, and he was moved. This crazy witch was really going to kill him. Tears were streaming down his face. 2 hours later, Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong's body was burned to ashes by the flames, except for the Demon King's core, which was all converted into the energy needed by the Magic Town. For a while, the domain generated by the Magic Town became more and more perfect, and the humans living in it became more and more real. There were more and more strange events. For example, dark red blood rain began to fall in some areas. The severely injured Blood Demon King Sal Talisbea looked at the new blood rain in the sky with a horrified look. The first time was the death of her brother, the evil Demon King Saslet. So, this time, except for the death of the Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong, there would be no second possibility. The Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong was only half a step away from being promoted to the Great Demon King. But he died so soon? The Blood Demon King Sal Talisbea panicked. She was scared. Suddenly, the mechas that were besieging her stopped attacking and retreated collectively. The Blood Demon King Sailor Talisbea covered his chest and looked forward intently. In the void, the long pink hair was flying, the witch Su Miao landed on a broken asteroid not far away, and said with a cold look, "You are the only one left." What does this mean? It means that her hundreds of thousands of demon army, and the evil Demon King Sasret Talisbea, the Demon King of Hell Charlotte Beifong, are all dead. Witch, you crazy bitch. I will kill you. The Blood Demon King Sal Talisbea was terrified, extremely angry, and turned into a blood-colored light, rushing towards Su Miao. Su Miao clenched the alloy staff in his hand, and waved it with some fear. The next second, thousands of mechas appeared in the void, with 120 mechas besieging him. The Blood Demon King Sal Talisbea could not bear it. How could he stop thousands of mechas from appearing here? The Blood Demon King Sal Talisbea paused and turned to flee. Thousands of mechas simultaneously launched destructive cluster attacks, which almost blasted the space node where she just appeared into a supernova explosion. At the edge of the school area, a young person with special abilities in school uniform was broadcasting live on his mobile phone. Principal Chu Jiuyuan said that as long as you don't leave the school area, the hospital area, and don't provoke strangers, you will be fine. Let everyone stay quietly, and wait for the notice from above. The person with special abilities, who has been trapped in the magic town for many days, has become more or less familiar with the nearby geographical environment, and is more and more curious about the school area and the hospital area. Because the generated god and demon realm is full of loopholes, some areas can see what is happening in other areas. Considering that there is no restriction on internet access in the town, some people started live broadcasting. Family, fellow Taoists, I am Liang Mu, risking my life to broadcast to you. The young man named Liang Mu said with his mobile phone, some time ago, we fell into this strange town. As long as we don't leave the school area, there will be no problem in the hospital area. Because someone questioned the information we sent on the Midnight Snack app, today I will broadcast live to show you this strange town. By the way, anyone who sees the live broadcast must not come over, the town is really dangerous. Let's go to the front first. At first, no one came to the live broadcast room. However, after only 5 minutes, a large number of viewers entered the live broadcast room. Young Fu Xiaoxiao, damn, host. Is this background fake? How can the sky be so blue? Sleeping god stones. This tree, this bush, this lawn, is it really not before the end of the world? Lolita Destroyer Control. MD, how can this be a weird town? I want to live there too. Dark voice, host. You are so ungrateful. Do you know what kind of life we are living? Look outside, the sky suddenly turned pitch black, and I don't know how long it will last. Kajiro_Kai, affected by the disorder of the sun and the moon, the temperature on the surface of the earth has dropped to -5 degrees Celsius. Although it is not extremely cold with blizzard, it will be very painful to live on the surface. Lingfeng, I really want to play the anchor, here is Versailles. No name. I even doubt whether the anchor lives in some high-tech town, it is Versailles to broadcast live at this time. A person who came to read books, hey anchor. Why is it raining in your camera? And the rain is dark red. Suddenly, dark red blood rain began to fall in the live camera. The heavy rain fell, and the host Liang Mu looked at the blood rain, and felt inexplicably terrified. The camera turned, and a more terrifying scene appeared on the screen. The rainy area was the edge of the campus area, and not a drop of rain fell inside the campus area, and the sky was still blue. Brothers, this situation is a bit wrong. Could it be that the demon king who came from the other world to kill him died? Liang Mu guessed. Dong 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 fuse. I remember, the host said that the elders of the sect said on the Night Snack app that the demon king from the other world invaded the earth, but there was no report of the demon king being observed. Likes headphones with long black hair. Indeed, there are also reports that hundreds of thousands of demon armies. Such a large army will definitely be observed, but it was not observed either. Kawa Diver. Could it be that the demon king who came to kill us, the demon army was trapped in the town? Hard meow. This is the strange phenomenon caused by the death of the demon king. Not a crime. How big can a town be to trap so many demons? Single werewolf with husky bloodline. I remember some novels mentioned that. The death of gods will cause blood rain and other strange phenomena in the world. The demon king is essentially a god? Shui Xian Wang. Everyone should believe in science. After the end of the world, what blue snow, red rain, black rain, aren't we often seen? Want to look up at the stars. What the above said makes sense. Liang Mu watched the comments flash by quickly, knowing that arguing with these viewers would be useless. It would be better to speak with facts. Family members, fellow Taoists, the area ahead is where you can see the weirdness. I'll show you. Facts speak louder than words. There is a corner ahead, which happens to be aimed at the restricted area of the hospital, and some scenes in the hospital can be seen. The camera turned, and a large number of demon elites and a small number of grotesques were neatly lined up outside the hospital. It is a very rare situation that the twisted grotesques and demon elites are lined up together. As soon as the picture came out, it brought a great shock to the audience. Demons? And extremely twisted and mutated monsters? Their exclamation did not stop, and they saw an even more bizarre scene. The demon at the front of the line actually took the initiative to cut open his head, took out his brain, and put it in a fish tank, and walked inside. Opening the door of the clinic, you can vaguely see a figure with long pink hair inside, who looks very much like a witch. Whom a large square ding. This can't be Su Miao. Aye, impossible, His Highness Su Miao is socially anxious, seeing so many demons. Won't he throw a purple fireball down? Gray eclipse. What the above said makes sense, but if it's not His Highness Su Miao inside, who else could it be? Single werewolf of husky bloodline. No, is this what you focus on? Shouldn't it be these demons and monsters? A stream of coolness. These demons are still okay. What's wrong with those twisted monsters? I'm so panicked. Pellifier. Don't say it. I was also panicking. Real Pure Land. Isn't this a specialty of the other world? I'm scared. The camera only lasted for a while. Liang Mu immediately changed the screen. Brothers, let's go to the next place. To be honest, every time he peeked into the yard, Liang Mu would feel inexplicably scared. I was afraid that he would also go in and line up. Then he took the initiative to open his skull without knowing it, and took out his brain. Danin Mayu, no host. Don't run around. We haven't seen it clearly yet. The path of the underworld. Is the anchor afraid? Little rain in winter. I am happy. Why are you afraid of live streaming? Liang Mu ignored the comments and continued to move forward. Live streaming is live streaming, but necessary taboos must be observed. Family, brothers, here is the second loophole. Don't be surprised by what you see in the camera. The camera turned, and the audience seemed to have come to the virtual game world. There was a wasteland in front of them, and several players were besieging a demon general with perfect operations. The battle between the two sides was in full swing. If it wasn't for the shaking camera, you would probably think it was some kind of game CG. Ray_Nihi, what is this? Playing games? Nyen, I don't understand, but I was shocked. CRI Fuel AI, Anchor, are you sure you are in a small town, not some old man's monitoring room? Yu Ming, before the end of the world. I was a game anchor, and I had never seen such a game. Thinking of the demons I just saw, this might be real. The live broadcast continued. Liang Mu took the audience to see many places. In fact, the most bizarre thing in the eyes of the audience is the environment Liang Mu is currently living in. The sun is shining, the grass and trees are lush, the breeze is blowing, and it is a campus again. What kind of paradise is this? Suddenly, several students in school uniforms appeared in the camera. 2 boys, 2 girls. The boys are very handsome, the girls are very beautiful. There is a clear student union logo on the shoulders of their school uniforms. Noticing these people, Liang Mu couldn't help but stop. Because these students in the student union were refreshed in the campus area, they are not real humans. Principal Chu Jiuyuan had repeatedly warned them to abide by the school's regulations, and not to have any conflicts with these students or teachers. Otherwise they would die. Are you live streaming? The boy from the student union who was walking in front came over and asked. Live streaming is not allowed in school. Didn't you read the school rules? Liang Mu immediately put down his phone and said, Sorry. I'll turn off the live streaming right away. The boy from the student union nodded. Yes. The few people didn't ask any more questions. And when they saw Liang Mu agreed, they left. Liang Mu was alarmed for nothing. The students from the student union are just SOSO. He walked forward a few steps and continued to broadcast. Family, brothers, sorry, something happened just now. Let's continue. Don't let the student union find out. Yu, was it the student union just now? Yang U304. I missed the high school and college life before the apocalypse. Oh Shadow Bladio. Tears in my eyes. I can actually see the real scene in the anime plot. Aaron Chuayu 3333. The students from the student union just now. Both male and female are so beautiful. Alas, yes, it's so beautiful, but why is the host so scared? Liang Mu noticed the comments on the left, looked at it on the right, and whispered, Let me tell you a secret, these students in the student union are not human. Shoes that can't walk. If they are not human, then what are they? Not a crime. That sounds weird. A cool stream. Host, look behind you, they seem to be back. Boiled white rabbit in lava. Their eyes are so weird. I feel a little scared. Fong is really Fong. Damn. The path of the underworld? Just when everyone wanted to ask, the 4 students who left the student union appeared behind Liang Mu like a flash. They just stood there, staring at Liang Mu with extremely strange eyes. Liang Mu turned around and saw the 4 students. He couldn't help shaking while holding the phone. Everyone. It's all a misunderstanding. The 4 students looked at each other. One of the girls wearing glasses said, If you broadcast live in school and don't repent after receiving the warning, you will be punished to drive a mecha to fight the devil. Liang Mu was confused. What does it mean to drive a mecha to fight the devil? The next moment, he felt dizzy and appeared in space. He looked around, and there were 2 large screens in front of him. The large screen showed his mecha data, and the seriously injured blood demon King Sailor Talisbea in the distant space. Liang Mu was shocked. The audience in the live broadcast room was in an uproar, and they had no idea what was going on. The picture lasted for 3 seconds, and the audience saw the blood demon King Sailor Talisbea rushing to the front, and the blood-colored light fell, and there was a loud explosion. and the camera fell into darkness. Mingwang, who can tell me? Is this a prank? Nianli, what happened just now? Mecha? Demon King? Then Fengyan Hualu, Shashasha. This Demon King is too sexy. Fortunately, it is not before the end of the world. The picture does not need harmony. TFGCHSHP2, the upstairs is against the sky. Nian Juixingxier, does no one care where the anchor went? Science Director, the anchor is dead. Su Ling, afraid. Chapter 393, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to His Highness. The new mecha that suddenly appeared was blown up by the Blood Clan Demon King Sao Talisbea. This is normal. Besieged by thousands of mechas, her body was already on the verge of breaking through. The witch Su Miao was watching from a distance. The Blood Clan Demon King Sao Talisbea tried to break through several times and give the witch a hard blow, but unfortunately the mechas blew up one after another and could not get close to the witch at all, let alone hurt the witch. At the same time, she sensed that the realm of gods and demons she was in had become stronger. As expected, the fall of the two demon kings strengthened the entire realm of gods and demons. This witch was using demon kings for sacrifice. She was also the target of sacrifice. As the queen of the Blood Clan, the demon king of the Blood Clan, Sailor Talisbea has always been proud. However, when her life was really threatened, she had to put aside her pride as a demon king. As long as she could live, it was better than anything else. Your Highness, please spare my life. I am willing to be loyal to Your Highness. The Blood Clan Demon King Sailor Talisbea shouted loudly, I know many secrets of the Demon King Council, and I am willing to give them all to Your Highness. Su Miao stood in the void and was startled by the Blood Clan Demon King's loud voice. Is this a preparation for loyalty? Or a threat? Fearing that more mechas will be refreshed and launch a devastating attack on the Blood Demon King Sao Talisbea. Su Miao stood in the void, continuing to look at the battlefield, calculating the damage caused by the Demon King's complete outbreak. At first, when two Demon Kings fought in the domain generated by the Magic Town, the operation of the domain would malfunction, and it might even collapse. But it won't happen now. No matter how powerful the Blood Demon King Sao Talisbea is, and no matter how much damage he causes to the battlefield, the domain generated by the Magic Town is as solid as a rock. And there is not even a ripple. It's really great. During the observation period, Su Miao left briefly and went to the Sick-In platform. The broken passage leading to the inner world here showed no signs of being restored. Did the Demon King Council on the opposite side give up? Su Miao didn't know. A few days later, Lin Jiujiu, Xia Xiaoan, Su Luli in the concert stage area had no audience. They were withdrawn to the rest area by Su Miao. When they arrived at the rest area, several people ate something and fell asleep. They were really exhausted after performing for several days in a row. When they returned to the space where the Blood Demon King Sailor Talisbea was, Su Miao showed a shocked look. Because the queen of the Blood Clan has changed from a mature woman to an 18-year-old girl. It seems that she is still getting smaller. Smaller in all aspects. Hiss. Su Miao suddenly remembered the setting in the game he played before. The character in the setting is the Duchess of the Blood Clan, who was sealed for some reason. After waiting for a long time, she was rescued by a kind knight. The two had a wonderful fate. However, the Duchess was sealed for too long, and it took a long time to accumulate energy to become an adult. She usually looked like a little girl. This caused some communication problems. However, this problem was not a problem for the secondary creation erotic picture artist. Because the character was very popular, it was not long before some erotic pictures about deflation were widely circulated, making many readers hope that they could have a beautiful vampire girlfriend when they enter the second dimension in the future. Ah, what am I thinking? Su Miao immediately deleted the memory of the related color comics that he saw when he accidentally entered a pink app. This is the devil now, who has lived for who knows how many years, very scary, must not be allowed to stay. As for why he didn't kill the Blood Demon King Sailor Talisbea like he did the Hell Demon King and the Evil Demon King, it was because Su Miao wanted his main body to conduct a final stress test. That is to use the full power of the Starlight Bloom to destroy the Demon King inside the Magic Town to see if the Magic Town can hold up. If it can't hold up, it means that there is a big problem with the Magic Town. If it can hold up, there will be no problem. Once the domain that can be expanded and retracted at any time is developed, Su Miao will no longer have to worry about accidentally destroying the Earth in battle. The only question now is, how long will the main body sleep? Thinking of this, Su Miao waved his hand, and asked most of the mechas to retreat, leaving only a few mechas to continue harassing the Blood Demon King Sal Talasbea, not letting the Demon King have time to rest. Is Her Highness the Witch willing to accept my loyalty? Most of the mechas retreated, and the Blood Demon King Sal Talasbea's pressure was greatly reduced, and the hope of survival was ignited in his heart. Escape, she tried many times, but failed. Killing the witch, she also tried, and there was no chance to get close to the witch. Therefore, the remaining path is very clear. Apart from pledging allegiance to the witch, she can't find a second way to survive. However, the vampire demon King Sailor Talasbea doesn't know that after she had the idea of killing the witch, she has no chance to pledge allegiance. Su Miao has zero tolerance for any enemy with malicious intentions, let alone the demon king who tried to kill her. The louder the vampire demon King Sailor Talasbea pledges allegiance, the more Su Miao wants to kill her. Yelling at social phobia is very scary. The other world, Demon Ridge. An island shuttled out of the void and appeared out of nowhere. The Dark Sky Island was like a giant beast that had just awakened from a deep sleep. The sky above the island was covered with dark clouds, thunder and lightning, and it exuded an extremely terrifying pressure. On the ground, countless demons felt extremely horrible pressure and fell to their knees, unable to move. Through the occasional gaps in the dark clouds, you can see that there are many temples standing on the island. These temples are cold and terrifying, and it is obvious that they are not inhabited by decent people, because this is a Demon King Island. It is also one of the main bases of the Demon King Council, called Mist Island. Several extremely powerful Demon Kings flew out of the Mist Island. Like a dark Death Star hanging in the sky, many weak Demon Clan creatures could not bear this terrible sense of oppression, exploded on the spot, very bloody. Tell me, what happened here? The Blazing Candle Demon King reached out and grabbed a Blood Clan warrior from the void, asked, "Where did your Demon King go?" The captured Blood Clan warrior hurriedly said, 3 Demon Kings came here, defeated the humans who came from another world, found the human world channel, and crossed the channel." The Blazing Candle Demon King asked, "Where is the channel?" The Blood Clan warrior pointed in a direction and said, "Over there. I don't know what happened a few days ago. The channel suddenly collapsed." Collapsed? The Blazing Candle Demon King laughed, and his laughter shook the world. He accidentally exerted force with his hand, and crushed the captured vampire warrior to death like an ant. He turned to the Demon King who came out with him, and said, "We have all been deceived by Sal. She is planning to take over the newly discovered alien world for herself." The Shadow Demon King said. The Evil Demon King Saslet, and the Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong also followed. "So she can't take it all for herself?" The Evil Demon King said, "There is another possibility. It was done by humans from another world." The Blazing Demon King said, "They are all from the Demon King Council. What is going on? Don't you know?" He looked at the collapsed passage in the void, and then looked at the more than 100,000 demon army left on the ground. "If we sacrifice these demons together, can we reopen the passage? This seems to be a good idea." Hee. But if we really do this, it means a complete break with the 3 demon kings who entered the other world, and then the demon war will inevitably break out. But if we don't do this, it will be really unpleasant. The Shadow Demon King said, "Report the situation here to the Demon King Council, and see what the great Demon King Kinto, who presides over the council, says." Several Demon Kings snorted coldly, and returned to Kirishima to attend the meeting. It's rare to find a new world connected to the inner world. This is a great opportunity to plunder. No wonder the Demon King Sal asked his men to delay the battle, using the excuse that he couldn't find the door. It turned out that it was all for today. Otherwise, how could he immediately cross the passage to the new world after she personally went down? The Evil Demon King and the Hell Demon King must have been involved. Especially the Hell Demon King Charlotte Beifong. There is accurate information that he is about to be promoted to the Great Demon King. I am afraid that when they reopen the channel, the Demon King of Hell Charlotte Beifong will sacrifice all the humans in the other world to become the Great Demon King. Who will dare to hold the Demon King Council accountable at that time? Damn it. It is so despicable. However, if they can open the channel in advance, they may be able to harvest a wave of Demon Kings of Hell, which is also a profit. Unlike the previous wrangling, after the Great Demon King Kinto, who presided over this meeting, received the news, he immediately passed a resolution to repair the channel and connect to the other world. As the chairman of this meeting, he will do it personally. The core of the magic town. Su Miao yawned and woke up. After a good sleep, the overdrawn magic power has been completely restored, and the consumed spirit has also been fully restored, the effect is very good. However, after this experience, Su Miao has a special understanding of the world. It's just to build a magic town. Why is her consumption so great? Is it simply that her strength is not strong enough, and the laws she has comprehended are not deep enough? No. It's because the energy that the Earth world can supply in a short period of time is too little. Otherwise, after the magic town was built, how could it use the channel to absorb the energy of the inner world crazily? In other words, in a sense, the inner world is of a higher level. At least in terms of relevant energy, the inner world is better. However, judging from the fact that the devil wants to enter the earth to plunder, the earth is not useless. There used to be many gods on the earth. But the earth entered the end of the world, and the gods fled in advance, which made the earth fall into a state of energy depletion. Owning your own domain is imminent. Su Miao stood up, stretched, and glanced at the magic town. His expression became a little strange. Are you awake? At this time, the clone returned to the center and said, You are awake. It's time for me to rest. Without waiting for Su Miao to refuse, the clone turned into pure magic power and returned. At the same time, all the memories of this period returned. My clone killed 2 demon kings? Su Miao blinked, and was shocked by the clone's record. The reason why the remaining vampire demon king sailor is still alive is simply because the clone wants the original body to test magic bombardment in the magic town. Otherwise he would have been killed. This. In addition, Su Miao noticed the survivors in the campus area and the hospital area. It was for Tu Guihai's sake that the clone saved these people. Before the end of the world, Su Miao posted a question on Jihu, and Tu Guihai was one of the few netizens who answered in detail. Su Miao never cared about Tu Guihai's identity as Si Chen. As for the rescued ability users, some of them are seeking death, and some have bad intentions, so let them die. However, these people cannot stay here forever. If they continue to stay here, they will be affected by the rules of the town and may have uncontrollable results. In addition, she wants to test the full power of the starlight bloom in the magic town. If there is any accident, they will die. Su Miao took a step forward, and complex magic arrays lit up in the campus area and the hospital area. Chu Jiuyuan, Wang Xiandao, and others noticed the magic light and wondered what happened. They were teleported to an open area 3,000 miles away. Su Miao didn't know teleportation magic originally. However, since she understood the law, she has learned some magic that she didn't know. What happened? Where are we? Why is it so dark? Turn on your cell phone light. Whose cell phone has power? Turn on the light. Fuck. It's so cold here. What's going on? Why is there snow on the ground? The panicked ability user took out the lighting tool and illuminated the surrounding environment. Look at the sky, then look at the snow on the ground, and the familiar outdoor temperature of -5 degrees Celsius. No matter how you look at it, it feels like you are outside. There is an internet here, you can check the longitude and latitude. This seems to be my hometown. We seem to have left there. Strange, where is that? Why is my memory starting to become fuzzy? In the crowd, Wang Xiandao found the unconscious Tu Guihai, confirmed Tu Guihai's condition, and breathed a sigh of relief. His master is really tough. He can survive the fight with the devil. Really amazing. But it's great that the old man is okay. Take good care of my master, Wang Xiandao said. Wang Meng, who was holding the duck, said, I'm here. Don't worry. Wang Xiandao patted his cousin's shoulder and rushed to Chu Jiuyuan. The two of them discussed the situation and confirmed that they had left the magic town. Interestingly, they found that the memories of many people with special abilities were fuzzy. But the memories of the two were still clear and did not become fuzzy because of leaving the realm of gods and demons. Chu Jiuyuan said, When I entered the campus area, I vaguely heard the voice of the demon king. This is what he said. Wang Xiandao frowned. The realm of gods and demons. You mean there is a god living there? Chu Jiuyuan said, I don't know. At least he saved our lives, and stopped 3 demon kings and their army, saving the earth from destruction. And his merits are immeasurable. Wang Xiandao took a deep breath. God. Is there really a god on earth? In addition to the fact that God can stop the demon king and save them, they can't think of more possibilities. Chu Jiuyuan said, however, the people who left the town have vague memories. It is very likely that the people inside do not want to spread this matter. Wang Xiandao nodded, Don't worry. I know what to do. Under the light, the two looked at the newly built camp of the people with abilities, and smiled knowingly. It's great to be alive. But when will the end of the earth end? And when will a new life come? Or will it be endless darkness? They just checked their phones. And the earth has been in eternal night for almost a month. After sending Wang Xiandao away, Chu Jiuyuan and others, Su Miao came to the backstage lounge. Lin Jiuzhou, Xia Xiaoan were still sleeping. Su Luoli woke up immediately after hearing Su Miao's footsteps, and was overjoyed to see Su Miao. Your Highness, Your Highness. Su Miao raised a middle finger. Hush. The next second, the surrounding scene changed. Su Miao brought Lin Jiuzhou, Xia Xiaoan, Su Luoli back to the camp. After putting Lin Jiuzhou and Xia Xiaoan on their familiar beds, Su Miao said to Su Luoli, next, I will conduct a very dangerous experiment in the town. Luoli, don't bring them close again. Su Luoli nodded repeatedly. Yeah, don't worry, Your Highness. She was thinking about the actions of His Highness Su Miao just now, and she felt almost nothing. They came back. Your Highness is becoming more and more powerful. Su Luoli was very excited. Su Miao took out a space storage device from the magic space. There are daily necessities in it. I'll keep it for you. Su Luoli took it. Okay, Your Highness. Su Miao nodded, looked at the distance between here and the magic town, thought about it, and left with the magic villa. In an instant, it was more than 1,000 kilometers away. Su Miao put down the alloy villa and planted a mutant willow tree. The mutant willow tree grew to more than 6 meters in height. In a few seconds, green willow silk, crystal clear and beautiful. Luoli, supervise them to study hard. Yeah. You have to study hard too. I'll check when I come back. Su Miao touched Su Luoli's head, and then glanced at Lin Jiuzhou, who was sleeping in the room. Xia Xiaoan smiled slightly, took a step, and disappeared. Su Luoli returned to the form of a big bird, soared straight into the sky, looking around, but there was no sign of His Highness Su Miao. Your Highness, it's even more powerful. Chapter 394. There is a more ruthless one on the other side. Su Miao held the alloy staff, and descended from the void. The vampire demon king Sailor Talisbea has become 18 years old, with gorgeous red long hair, very beautiful, and pitiful. If possible, Su Miao would like to be like the protagonist in anime games, and conquer a demon king to be a maid, which seems to feel good. But she is socially phobic, and she really can't do such a thing. If she must have a maid, let Xia Xiaoan, Lin Jiuzhou, Su Luoli wear maid outfits. Besides, a maid costume is not as cute as a beautiful idol stage costume. The most important thing is, the vampire demon king Sal Talisbea wants to kill her. When she first entered the magic town, the malice of the vampire demon king Sal was as strong as ink. Even now, there is still a hint of malice in the other party. The demon king must die. Seeing the witch Su Miao coming again, the vampire demon king Sal Talisbea's face changed. Unlike the previous times, this time Su Miao brought her unimaginable pressure. This is the real body coming in person. Yes, evil spirit demon king. How could the demon king of hell die so easily? It must be the real body of the witch who took action to be so efficient. Looking at Su Miao in front of her, she felt the crisis of death. Your Highness the witch, here is a powerful magic book, with a seal set by the witch. I have spent hundreds of years trying but failed to open it. The blood demon king Sal Talisbea took out a magic book from the ring, and gave it out respectfully. The text on it is written in very ancient characters. I consulted many ancient scholars in the other world, but none of them recognized it. The only clue we got was to confirm that the seal came from a powerful witch. Magic book? Su Miao took the magic book with the hand of the mage. After just one glance, I was sure that this magic book was not a trap. Is the text on this book difficult to recognize? Book of the Abyss author, Lin Xiaoming? Why does this book title look not very serious? In addition, the seal on the magic book is very strong, and there are many laws on it. If someone who doesn't know forcibly breaks the seal, it may directly kill him. However, in Su Miao's vision, this seal looks very beautiful and very clever. What she sees is a complex line of laws. There is a water law and a fire law, which are like the slipknots tied with ropes in daily life. Just grasp the two laws and gently pull them, and the seal will be released. Can the seal be played like this? Su Miao was very surprised when she looked at the magic book in front of her. She raised her hand gracefully, and removed the seal on the magic book. In an instant, the scattered laws triggered a magnificent vision, rushing straight into the void, making the illusion constructed by Su Miao more and more real. Not only that, these laws were autonomously integrated into the magic town during the dispersion, making the magic town area more stable. Su Miao blinked, an unexpected surprise. The Blood Demon King Saltalasbea stood in the distance, looking at Su Miao, who was attracted by the magic book. A trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. She gave this magic book away more than once. 3 demon kings were killed by the seal explosion, and 1 great demon king was seriously injured by the seal explosion. However, the witch Su Miao unsealed the seal casually, and nothing happened. Is the witch in front of her more terrifying than the great demon king? Is she more terrifying than the great demon king? Su Miao didn't know, but she had just clearly sensed the malice of the Blood Demon King Saltalasbea. She put the Book of the Abyss into the magic space, and looked at the Blood Demon King with a cold expression. Sailor Talasbea only felt that Su Miao had become very elegant. This feeling, the witch wants to kill me. Your Highness, I am willing to swear allegiance to you. I am willing to be your slave, please let me go. Sensing the crisis of death, the Blood Demon King Sailor Talasbea immediately begged for mercy. Too late. Su Miao waved his hand elegantly. The mechas in space responsible for besieging and restricting the Blood Demon King opened wormholes one after another, and quickly fled the battlefield. Seeing this scene, the Blood Demon King Saltalasbea became more and more terrified. If these mechas continued to attack, she would die. However, the mechas actually escaped. Su Miao pointed at the Blood Demon King Saltalasbea. Countless tentacles appeared out of thin air, and entangled with the Blood Demon King. Seeing these tentacles, the Blood Demon King's face changed drastically. Damn witch. Before killing her, do you still want to humiliate her? The Blood Demon King Saltalasbea was extremely angry. Witch, I will fight you. She burst out with an extremely powerful aura. However, the aura burst out, and she was trapped by the continuous interception of the tentacles. She was also in despair. The extremely weak Blood Demon King was entangled by the strong tentacles. His legs, waist, neck, arms, and all the places that could be entangled were entangled by the tentacles. The posture was extremely shameful. The Blood Demon King Sailor Talasbea shed tears of humiliation. She is the Demon King. Kill her if you want. How can you humiliate her like this? Su Miao did not care about the tears of the Blood Demon King Sailor Talasbea. Now you know how to cry. What did you do before? The starlight blooming magic circle unfolded in front of the alloy staff. Multiple amplification magic circles were superimposed. Endless magic power was integrated into the alloy staff. Instantly, the sky fell into darkness. Only the dazzling starlight was shining in the darkness, like the starting point of the Big Bang. Su Miao was calculating the magic power input into the alloy staff, observing the limit of the Magic Town field. So far, the Magic Town field is very stable. It seems there is no problem. As for the Blood Demon King Saltalasbea, who was bound by magic tentacles, she looked at the magic energy bursting out by Su Miao, and the various laws of violent order, and fell into complete despair. What kind of existence did I provoke? I am so stupid. Boom! It was as if the endless galaxy was pulled down and bombarded towards the Blood Demon King Saltalasbea. Ah! She let out a painful howl. The destructive magic energy mixed with multiple laws annihilated the body of the Blood Demon King Saltalasbea and destroyed her soul. The remaining Demon King core only lasted for 3 seconds, shattered like burnt lime, and drifted away. The Blood Demon King Saltalasbea, fallen. However, Su Miao's eyes never fell on the Blood Demon King from beginning to end. She was concerned about the Magic Town area. After destroying the Blood Demon King, the starlight bloomed through the void, causing a huge explosion in the void. The starry sky battlefield constructed by Su Miao lasted for 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. After 25 seconds, the starry sky began to collapse and shatter. In an instant, the illusion collapsed. However, most of the destructive energy caused by the explosion of the starlight was absorbed by the Magic Town. The remaining destructive energy continued to impact in all directions, and the laws of various areas in the Magic Town kept interweaving, flickering, and collapsing. After a blink of an eye, only a very small amount of aftermath was left, as if a gust of wind blew outside the Magic Town and nothing happened. The interior of the Magic Town was in a mess, and there was no longer a complete abstract building left. Well, the buildings in the town were not complete to begin with. It just stood up again and then collapsed. Fortunately, the laws that constitute the Magic Town did not explode. Not only that, the remaining laws of the Magic Town are actually repairing themselves, but this self-repair will probably take a long time. Because of the lack of energy on the Earth, the Magic Town area was really too damaged by the bombardment. It would be better to keep it a little intact. But no matter what, Thank you to the vampire demon king Sailor Talasbea for his voluntary contribution. Su Miao's experiment, success. After a few more tests, there should be no problem. Putting away the alloy staff, Su Miao stood above the magic town and made simple repairs to the magic town, allowing the town to enter a stable state. After doing this, Su Miao came to the center and opened the Book of the Abyss. It would be fine to take the Book of the Abyss back to read. However, this Book of the Abyss would be sealed with such complex laws, and it might affect Lin Jiujio and Xia Shiran the moment the book was opened. Therefore, Su Miao decided to read the book in the magic town to see what it said. Su Miao turned the cover page and saw the extremely explosive opening. I summoned the evil god and the demon king so many times. I never thought that one day I would be summoned by the evil god in reverse. It's a pity that this evil god is too useless and doesn't have the answer I want, being able to summon me in reverse. I thought he would be very powerful. But in the end, that's it? What a pity. I found that things became more difficult. Not only could I not find the way home, I couldn't even go back to the apartment. I got lost. I wanted to ask a big demon king who often fought in other worlds for directions, but he actually said that he didn't know the world I lived in. The useless demon king. I killed it. The demon king and the evil god are full of treasures. I have a way. I will use the demon king core and the evil god's godhood to summon more demon kings and evil gods. I used to think that demon kings and evil gods only like human bodies and souls. As a witch, I am really superficial. While I am free now, the villa where the great demon king lives is in good condition. I will stay here for a while reluctantly. By the way, in order to prevent the evil god and the demon king from being fooled, I need to prepare more summoning magic. Hee. Looking at the Book of the Abyss, Su Miao felt very strange. This witch is really special. The magic book she wrote was actually for summoning evil gods and demon kings. And from the content of the book, because this witch summoned too frequently and was too unique, her deeds spread among demon kings and evil gods, causing many evil gods and demon kings to no longer be fooled. Su Miao opened the book and looked at the various ways to summon demon kings and evil gods in the book. He admired this witch more and more. She is really a genius. My field experiment needs to continue, and this Book of the Abyss is exactly what I need. A light flashed in his mind. Su Miao looked at the ruined magic town field below, and several plans emerged in his mind. To test the strength of the magic town, what better way is there than to let the demon king, the evil god, help with the test? In the next period of time, learn to summon magic. In the other world, Demon Ridge. Mist Island floats in the sky. Several demon kings descend and have a brief discussion on repairing the broken space channel. Finally, the great demon king Kinto decides on the plan, and several demon kings begin to repair the channel. First, in view of the betrayal of the blood demon king Sao, several demon kings work together and sacrifice all the demon army left by the blood demon king Sao. Instantly, a vast blood energy surged into the sky and poured into the broken space channel. With this energy, plus the maintenance of several demon kings, the channel was repaired very smoothly. The demon kings worked tirelessly and touched the world barrier. There was only one step left. That was to reopen the closed world gap. At this step, the great demon king Kinto made a high-profile appearance. He stood between heaven and earth, holding a pitch-black trident, absorbing the energy of world destruction and pouring it into the space channel, rushing straight into the gap of the world barrier. Fortunately, this was originally the passage connecting the earth and the inner world. It was just damaged and closed. Since the cosmic barrier has not been completely closed, it is not difficult to reopen it. If there has never been a space passage here, it would be impossible for him to forcibly open it, even if he, the great demon king, was sacrificed. Even so, to open the last gap, the great demon king still had to do his best. Damn it, when I reopen the passage, I will make sure you guys are in trouble. Damn, this broken passage is so difficult to open, I'm losing a lot. Open it for me. The great demon king Kinto burst out with even more terrifying power, causing the sky near the demon ridge to change color, as if it was about to fall into chaos. Seeing this, several nearby demon kings knew that the repair of the world channel had entered the final stage. They did not dare to neglect it, and provided a large amount of magic energy to the great demon Kinto. Boom! In a trance, it seemed that something was broken. The terrifying energy successfully broke through the cosmic barrier and opened the gap that was about to be completely closed. It's a big loss. I should have stopped pretending earlier. Sensing the consumed power, the great demon Kinto felt complicated. Next, he had to go to the other side of the world to plunder it hard to make up for this loss. Lord Kinto, the passage to the other world is open, said the Candle Demon King excitedly. The Shadow Demon King and others also looked impatient. The great Demon King Kinto smiled. He stood in the void and said, I won't say any more nonsense. Kill the traitors of the Demon King Council, plunder the other world, and go on the expedition. With an order, the great Demon King Kinto rushed into the space passage first, preparing to descend on Earth. However, he stopped halfway. The Candle Demon King, the Shadow Demon King, and others behind him were startled by the sudden stop of the great Demon King Kinto. Could it be that the channel is unstable? This is no joke. Even if they are Demon Kings, if they encounter such a collapsed world channel, they might be exiled to the space turbulence, and they don't know when they can return. If they are unlucky, they will be sucked into the black hole of the universe and perish in it. Lord Kinto, what's wrong? The Blazing Demon King asked. The great Demon King Kinto took a deep breath and said, there is a more ruthless one on the other side. This world is too dangerous. Let's go back. Just now, the aftermath of the starlight bursting rushed from the space channel. The destructive aura inside is really too terrifying. Chapter 395. Oh, the original body is not socially phobic anymore. The summoning magic in the Book of the Abyss is really great. In the center of the magic town, Su Miao was completely immersed in the book as he read it. When he put the book down, half a month had passed. In half a month, Su Miao had mastered the summoning magic in it. It's not that Su Miao's learning progress is slow, but the magic in the Book of the Abyss is very different from the law magic that Su Miao has mastered now. Now, Su Miao only needs to use the law to construct any magic he wants to use. However, the Book of the Abyss is different. The summoning magic in the book needs to hide the rules as much as possible. If the rules must be involved, then you need to pretend to be a newbie who has just come into contact with the rules, and leave as many flaws as possible in the summoning magic circle. You even want the summoned evil god, the Demon King, to take the initiative to help make up for this part of the defect. In this way, you can become a qualified summoning witch. If you show that you are proficient in the rules, and master multiple rules, you will not only scare the Demon King, the evil god, but also arouse their vigilance, and even bring danger to yourself. After this period of study, Su Miao has a deeper understanding of magic, and has gained a lot. Time flies so fast. Su Miao took out her mobile phone, looked at the time, and thought about it. In the past, no matter how fast time passed, she would not have too many thoughts about time. Because of Lin Jiujiu, Xia Xuan, Su Luli, Su Miao spread out her hands, and the core of the evil spirit Demon King and the Hell Demon King appeared above her palm. Will the Demon King core and the evil god's godhood be the same? Otherwise, why is there such a difference? When I can get the evil god's godhood, I may know the answer. Su Miao glanced around and unexpectedly found that the Magic Town area had almost been repaired by itself. What was even more surprising was that the damaged space channel was restored. Was it affected by the impact of the starlight bloom? Su Miao came to the space channel and took a puzzled look. The channel was very stable, but no monsters from the other world came. Do you want to go over and take a look? Forget it. The Magic Town area has not been repaired yet. Even if you go to the other world and meet the devil, it will be meaningless. On the contrary, it will make the devil alert. In addition, Su Miao plans to renovate the Magic Town to make it easier to summon the devil and the evil god. If that doesn't work, she will have to successfully research her own field. Then she can summon anywhere. Su Miao thought of the Book of the Abyss again. She didn't know how the witch who wrote this magic book solved the devil and the evil god after the summoning was successful. It's a pity that it's not written in the book. If it was written, she could refer to it. Let's go back and see Xia Xian and Lin Jiujiu first. Su Miao took a step forward, blinked her eyes, and arrived at the new camp. It was still polar night outside, and I don't know when this disorder of the sun and the moon will end. The current outdoor temperature is minus 10 degrees Celsius, and if the polar night continues, the situation will be very bad. If the imbalance of the sun and the moon can be solved, the situation on Earth should be much better, but this involves the movement of cosmic stars, and Su Miao has no way to do it for the time being. Sister Su Miao. Xia Xian ran over happily after opening the door. She was going to pick some vegetables in the courtyard, but she didn't expect Sister Su Miao to come back. Hearing the sound, Lin Jiujiu hurried out, and was very excited to see Sister Su Miao coming back. Su Miao touched Xia Xiao's head, and then touched Lin Jiujiu's. And they both looked very happy. Where's Luoli? Luoli went out. And it happened to be the polar night. And it might take a few days for her to come back, Lin Jiujiu said. Su Miao nodded. Well, go in first. Noticing the basket in Xia Xiao's hand, Su Miao realized something. During the half-month, she was obsessed with learning summoning magic. She had not eaten at all except for a little black tea. But Su Miao never felt hungry, so she forgot about eating. Now, she wanted to eat. After a while, Su Miao, Xia Xian, and Lin Jiujiu sat at the table, looking at the hot pot stewing on the table, feeling happy. In this kind of weather and temperature, hot pot is really delicious. The hot pot is tomato soup, with many kinds of vegetables and beef. While eating the hot pot, Su Miao paid attention. She ate the same amount as before, so theoretically, she would feel full. However, this time she ate twice as much, and she did not feel full at all. She was grateful that if she wanted to eat more, she could continue to eat. Is this a normal situation after becoming stronger? Su Miao thought of those immortal cultivators who could survive by eating wind and drinking dew. At the beginning, Su Miao thought that these immortal cultivators were afraid of delaying their cultivation time, so they ate wind and drank dew every day. Now it seems that those immortal cultivators simply reached a certain level of strength and no longer needed to eat or drink. Just like Su Miao now. It is okay not to eat or drink for half a month. This is good. When I am obsessed with studying magic in the future, I don't have to worry about being hungry. After dinner, after a rest, Su Miao began to check Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu's learning results during this period. First, there is a comprehensive test paper to see if they have mastered the knowledge they have learned during this period. The total score of the comprehensive paper is 150 points, and several comprehensive questions, and it will involve various subjects. It is best to use it for exams, because, in the future, who knows when people taking exams will use this knowledge. After the exam, Su Miao asked the intelligent AI to grade the test paper. Then Su Miao checked the mistakes made by the AI, graded the papers again, and finally got the scores of the two. Xia Xian, 126 points. Lin Jiujiu, 119 points. Not bad. Su Miao put down the test paper. Very happy. Next, we will test your combat mecha driving skills. Take out your mecha transformation devices. Yes. Xia Xian and Lin Jiujiu were very excited after receiving Su Miao's praise, and they were ready to show themselves better. The two of them came outside and noticed that it was polar night outside. Is it okay to drive a mecha in polar night? Let's start. Su Miao nodded and said, polar night is pitch black for others, but for Su Miao now, it has no effect at all. As for Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu, after they drive the mecha, there will be various optical detectors inside the mecha, which will allow the person driving the mecha to operate it as in the daytime. So there is no need to worry. Soon, Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu activated the transformation device, drove the mecha into the sky, and performed various difficult operations. After intelligent AI evaluation, Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu's mecha driving skills have reached A level. They are very powerful. But I don't know how the mecha combat capabilities are. Su Miao thought of her magic town domain. When will she open a special examination room for Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu in it? In this way, various enemies can be generated in it, allowing them to experience real mecha combat. For example, those demons are very good as test monsters. Sister Su Miao, how are our test results? Lin Jiujiu asked expectantly. All are A-level, very good. Su Miao said, after a while, I will arrange an examination room for you, where you can have a real mecha battle. Real mecha battle? Xia Xiaoan, Lin Jiujiu is looking forward to it. But after a few seconds, Xia Xiaoan felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Next, I will test your martial arts. Su Miao said, you will compare your martial arts without using your abilities, and stop when you are done. If you encounter danger, I will stop you. Considering that it is now midnight, the flowers and plants will be damaged in the magic barrier courtyard. Su Miao set the examination room outside the barrier. As for the lighting, there is no need to worry. Su Miao raised his hand and threw a big red fireball into the sky, letting the big red fireball illuminate the night sky. Xia Xiaoan, Lin Jiujiu changed into training clothes, and the two stood outdoors in -10 degrees Celsius, and they didn't seem to feel the cold at all. From the fact that both of them activated the true chi to protect their bodies, they have already entered the martial arts. Begin, Su Miao said, standing in the void. Xia Xiaoan, Lin Jiujiu held the wooden sword, and immediately attacked. The two were as fast as lightning, and fought hundreds of rounds in a few breaths. Seeing the two fighting, Su Miao showed a surprised look. She knew that the two had made great progress in martial arts. But she didn't expect it to be so great. It was really a pleasant surprise. In fact, what Su Miao didn't know was that every time she handed in the homework, Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu rarely relaxed. They had fought similarly hundreds of times. After a while, the wooden sword in Lin Jiujiu's hand broke. Xia Xiaoan's broken wooden sword stopped on Lin Jiujiu's chest. Lin Jiujiu held the broken sword. Her chest kept rising and falling. She lost. Thank you. Xia Xiaoan put away the wooden sword. In the first match, Xia Xiaoan wins. This match tests the control of weapons. Whoever's wooden sword is damaged first will lose. The second match tests who can defeat whom first without weapons. After a short breath adjustment, the two began to fight barehanded. In the battlefield, Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu moved fast and slow, and made many strange moves, which was wonderful. Since the foundation of both of them is Tai Chi Xinliu, they know each other well. The difficulty is higher when they fight. After a while, Xia Xiaoan lost the game by half a move. I won. Lin Jiujiu jumped up happily. Xia Xiaoan looked at her hands, and couldn't understand why she lost. She always won before. Su Miao applauded and said, "Very good. Keep improving." Xia Xiaoan was a little confused and asked, "Sister Su Miao, why did I lose just now?" Su Miao said, "You lost because you know Lin Jiujiu too well. You usually use mind reading, right?" Xia Xiaoan's face turned red instantly. She didn't use mind reading on purpose. It was just that the voice of Lin Jiujiu, the beautiful idol, was too easy to be heard. Su Miao said, "This is why I told you not to use your abilities during the competition. Abilities are not omnipotent. Sometimes we encounter some special enemies that will make you lose your abilities. Then it will be time to test your basic strength." Xia Xiaoan nodded. "Yes, I understand, Sister Su Miao." But she still envied Lin Jiujiu. Lin Jiujiu's progress was too fast. She still remembered that when she first started practicing Tai Chi Xinliu, she could beat Lin Jiujiu with one hand. Su Miao said, "Okay. Next is the last test, which will test your abilities." "Wait a minute. How to test abilities?" Xia Xiaoan. Lin Jiujiu was a little confused. Su Miao took out his mobile phone and sent a message to shelter number 1. The next second, multiple coordinates were sent, and the information about the relevant targets was matched with these coordinates. Su Miao put away his mobile phone, snapped his fingers, and the big fireball used for lighting in the sky disappeared. "Are you ready? Do you want to rest for a while?" "No, Sister Su Miao. Neither do I." Xia Xiaoan. Lin Jiujiu said. Su Miao said, "Okay. Let's go. I'll take you to the exam room." Su Miao used magic to protect Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu, holding one in each hand, and then took a step forward. After walking about 10 steps, the three of them arrived at a mountain, affected by the bad weather. The mountains here are bare, and no plants grow. However, it is polar night now, and Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu can't see anything at all. Sister Su Miao. Xia Xiaoan's face was very ugly. She covered her mouth, looking very painful. Lin Jiujiu's condition was slightly better, but not much better. This. Su Miao put the two of them on the ground. Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu immediately chose a side and started vomiting violently. The more hot pot she ate in the morning, the more she vomited, and the more painful it was. "Am I going too fast?" Su Miao seemed to be thinking. Remember that Su Luoli often transformed into a big bird, and took Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu to race? In theory, there should be no problem. After the two had almost finished vomiting, Su Miao gave Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu a glass of magic water each. After drinking the water, Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu breathed a sigh of relief, and they were considered alive. Sister Su Miao. "I'm ready. I'm ready too." Xia Xiaoan. Lin Jiujiu said. Su Miao said, "There is a private base ahead, and there are a group of beast users. About 200 people. What you have to do is to fight your way in, rescue the hostages being controlled, and kill all the crazy beast users. This is the test of your ability control. You have to go in without injury, and come out without injury." If anyone is injured, it means failure. In the Doomsday world, there is a lack of medicine, and the medical conditions are very poor. As long as you get injured, it basically means death. Not to mention the strange gray fog that has begun to appear in the world now, and the pollution targeting the ability users. After being injured, the ability users are more likely to be polluted. This is also the reason why the seriously injured Taoist ability users in the inner world of Demon Rich can quickly be polluted and degenerate, becoming mutated monsters. Yeah. Xiaoxuan. Lin Jiujiu nodded. Su Miao said, by the way, you can cooperate in this ability assessment. Martial arts, mechas, can all be used in this assessment. Xiaoxuan. Lin Jiujiu's eyes lit up, and he looked confident. Su Miao said, the test time is 2 hours, let's go. Xiaoxuan. Lin Jiujiu immediately took out the night vision equipment from the space storage device and entered the darkness. Su Miao spread his hands, took out a few energy ores, set up a hidden magic circle nearby, then took out the magic lamp, table, strawberry juice, magic book, prepared to read, while waiting for Xiaoxuan, Lin Jiujiu to return. For safety reasons, a magic phantom clone condensed. For some reason, the newly condensed magic phantom clone looked sleepy. Hey, the original body is not socially phobic anymore. Su Miao stared at the magic phantom clone in a daze, and was shocked. If it wasn't for the fact that after meeting her eyes, she confirmed that the clone in front of her was herself, a part of her, Su Miao would definitely blow up the clone on the spot. How could a normal magic phantom clone ask such a question? The clone was speechless. What? Still socially phobic. Chapter 396. You are all so weird. Life is so comfortable, so comfortable. In the nameless base, the base leader Wan Jingquan was wearing a large colorful shorts, hugging left and right, singing a tuneless little song, walking towards the room. The 2 young women in his arms were captured last month, and they have been completely tamed, so there is no need to worry about them suddenly attacking and hurting people. He was in a good mood these days. He went out hunting a few days ago, and unexpectedly got a superb beauty. TSK, after the end of the world, beauties are becoming less and less, especially natural ones. Because there are no cosmetics. Even if there are, they are not for ordinary people. In addition, the bad weather of the end of the world is a great challenge to the skin care of beauties. Now he has harvested a beauty who does not need makeup, and can become very beautiful just by washing her face. How can he not be happy? After the taming is completed, how great it will be. Even luckier, they just finished hunting, and the polar night came. In this case, even if there is a powerful force behind this beauty, they can't find her in the polar night. Base commander, what role are we going to play today? Asked a woman in his arms. Wan Jingquan paused, and said, today? Let me think. I got it. Today I am the king, and you are all my concubines. Woman A said, I heard that the king has just married a concubine, and I heard that she is very beautiful. When can we see her? Wan Jingquan kissed the other party, and said, my little darling, I can hear your worried heartbeat. Don't worry. Even if I have more concubines, you are all my white moonlight. Woman B said, why does the king always kiss his sister first, and not me first? Wan Jingquan immediately replied, kiss, 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 kiss both. I will not favor one over the other. Woman A said, king, I want it too. Wan Jingquan grabbed a handful of left and right, and said, let's go. Don't fight. Today I will show you how powerful I am. The younger brother saw this familiar scene, and immediately opened the door for Wan Jingquan, and watched the boss carry the 2 women in. Envy, very envious, extremely envious. I envy him so much that I hope to stab the base leader to death one day, and replace him. Unfortunately, now he is just an ant that can be crushed at any time in the eyes of the base leader. Nothing. Bang, the door closed. You bastard, die soon. The gatekeeper cursed in his heart. On the other side, in the hall, several base leaders gather here every day to drink and eat meat. The wine is grassroots wine, which is made by grinding various plants into powder, synthesizing through black technology, and adding wine lees to brew wine. The taste is really bad, but now is the end of the world. No matter how bad this wine is, it's good to have wine to drink. The polar night has come again, and life is getting harder and harder. Why worry about this? In this world, you can live one day at a time. Some time ago, wasn't there news that the devil from the other world was going to invade the earth? You never know when we'll meet him. Whether the devil comes or not, what does it have to do with a lunatic like me? That's right, keep drinking. After drinking for a while, one of them said, "Brother, my eyelids have been twitching recently, and my heart is pounding. Do you think something is going to happen?" Hearing this, several people in the field stopped drinking and looked at this brother in a daze. "Oh my God! You too? I thought it was because of the disorder of the sun and the moon. And I didn't sleep well." "Me too. I've been feeling uneasy since I caught that beautiful girl last time." It's not strange for one person to have such a feeling. But it's not right for more than one person. I've read all the posts by which Irina on the Midnight Snack app. One of them studies the premonition of people with special abilities. I've read that one too. It says that when people become stronger, they can generally enhance their sixth sense. Don't drink it yet. My eyelids are twitching badly now. Check them all. Captain Wang. There's no need to be so suspicious. Right? It's polar night outside. And the gate of the base is closed. What could sneak in? Yes. The gate of our base is very hard. The mutant insect plague will take a detour when they see it. That's true. When the few people thought of this, they felt relieved again. If it was polar day, someone with ability might come and the gate of the base might be opened. But polar night, this would never happen. As for the brothers in the base, everyone is a life and death friend, so it is even less likely that there will be any problems. Keep drinking. Just when the no-name base was bustling with activity, Xia Xian, wearing night vision goggles, and Lin Jiujiu quickly found the entrance to the base gate through the traces left on the ground. There is a person guarding the gate. Xia Xian stood at the door and closed his eyes and listened for a while, said, "Originally there were 5 people guarding the gate, their captain went to drink, and the remaining 3 went to sleep." Lin Jiujiu said, "How do we get in? Find the ventilation hole." Xia Xian said, "Such private bases have emergency passages. I'll ask the gatekeeper to open the emergency passage." In fact, opening the gate is also possible. However, a gate of this size would make too much noise when opened, and it would easily attract attention from inside the base. The emergency passage exists for secrecy, to facilitate sneak attacks and escape, and no one would notice it when it is opened. The gatekeeper is in a daze. It is not that the brothers who guard the gate together do not take him to drink, but that he often dazes recently, and I don't know what he is thinking. Several times he was called to drink and eat meat, but he was in a daze and did not hear anything. Therefore, he was simply left to guard the gate. This kind of person, who lets his mind go, is the easiest to control. Xia Xian immediately used his ability, mind control. Instantly, the gatekeeper stood up. He walked to the control console and pressed a button. The next second, not far from the base gate, a hidden secret door opened. The design of this secret door made people wonder how to complain. After opening the door, Xia Xian gave the gatekeeper a hint to sleep, and the other party fell to the ground and fell asleep, snoring loudly. This way, Xia Xian took Lin Jiujiu through the secret door and easily entered the base. There was a faint light in front of us. There was a sign hanging under the light. On the sign was written, "Rules and Regulations of the Nameless Base. 15. Don't eat in the control room, or you will attract mutant rats and mutant cockroaches, and we won't have engineers to help with repairs." These rules and regulations are very simple. And the name of this base? I don't know how to complain about it. Which genius came up with this name for the base? "Here, kill the gatekeeper first," Xia Xian said. Lin Jiujiu nodded, indicating that he understood. Although the gatekeeper was controlled and fell asleep, it would be troublesome if he woke up and closed the gate again. They had made a plan on the way here. At the same time, Lin Jiujiu admired Xia Xian's practical experience, which was amazing. He just opened the door for us. Let him die in his sleep. After arriving at the control room, Lin Jiujiu pointed at the gatekeeper lying on the ground. In an instant, the gatekeeper's snoring stopped suddenly. His face was filled with a happy smile, and he died. Xia Xian went up to check and confirmed that the gatekeeper was dead. Lin Jiujiu had used this ability many times. Xia Xian was even more shocked when he saw it again. This ability to control dreams was too strong. After getting rid of the guards, the two of them moved towards the inside of the base. In the nameless base, anyone who was awake would have psychological activities, which Xia Xian would hear and locate. Anyone who was asleep, whether they were dreaming or not, would be detected by Lin Jiujiu. The two of them worked together seamlessly, and quickly killed all the peripheral users. The living room is in front. There are 21 people with special abilities drinking and eating in it. They are very powerful. Xia Xian stood at the corner of the corridor, stopped and said, Lin Jiujiu took out the microphone. I'm going to hold a concert? This is a good idea. It is very feasible. But if you really do this, the hostages mentioned by Sister Su Miao may die with him. Xia Xiran shook his head. No, this indiscriminate attack is too powerful. Maybe the hostage will die. If the hostage dies, we will fail the exam. Lin Jiujiu nodded. Well, what should we do? Xia Xian said, I will control a few people first, let them fight, then you appear, let the stronger ones fall asleep. Lin Jiujiu said, okay, I'll try. Xia Xian said, don't get hurt. If you get hurt, we will fail the exam. Lin Jiujiu nodded, don't worry. The two were ready to act, but just as they were about to leave, Xia Xian stopped Lin Jiujiu. Strange, how can I hear a girl's voice? Drank too much. Is it hallucination? I'm not drunk. Could it be that the woman captured by the base commander ran away? Impossible. A person with special abilities walked out of the restaurant, burping, looking around. He sniffed the air again, hoping to smell the fragrance of a girl, but now all he could smell was alcohol. Old Turtle, what are you sniffing outside? Is there a woman here? In the restaurant, a person with special abilities smelled it with a smile. The guy called Lao Bi turned around and said with a smile, don't tell me. I really seem to hear a girl's voice just now. Not the kind of girl in her 20s or 30s who still has charm, but the voice of a teenage high school girl. It was really sweet. Fuck. I think you drank too much and are hallucinating. TSK. Go back and ask the fifth girl for help. No. Brothers. Don't say that about Lao Bi. What if he really heard it? Bear Cub. Don't talk nonsense. What did you really hear? It's weird. There was a silence in the restaurant. And then, there was a burst of laughter. Idiot. You just read too many posts on the Midnight Snack app. And you just talk nonsense when you see a new term. I've also read Irina's research post. She said that the grotesque will attach itself to people, gradually replace the host, and infect more people, causing them to kill each other, and eventually become its food. It's very scary. Also, anyone who is hosted by a grotesque will grow extra tentacles and extra eyeballs, which is extremely disgusting. If you really encounter such a grotesque, you must kill it immediately. Otherwise you will die. Hee. Bear Cub. Am I a grotesque? Hurry up and show me. Brother Ghost. No. I'm... Old Ghost. I think you are too hungry and thirsty. You can't treat me as a woman just because I'm handsome. Outside, Xia Xian breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't expect that there was a person with advanced hearing ability inside. And she and Lin Jiujiu were almost discovered. Xia Xian glanced at Lin Jiujiu and used an ability she had never used before. Jiujiu. Can you hear me? Lin Jiujiu widened his eyes and responded with his mind. Xian? Xia Xian said, for the next action, we will communicate with each other with our minds. And don't talk. Lin Jiujiu nodded. Okay. Xia Xian walked forward quickly. The action begins. She gave psychological hints to several people with abilities inside. Several people with special abilities in the restaurant were playing and fighting with each other, full of passion. Suddenly, the person with special abilities called Old Ghost successfully stripped off the bear cub's big pants. His eyes widened. His eyes were full of fear, and he vomited directly. Seeing this, several people with special abilities around him stepped back, with a vigilant look. The bear cub didn't know what was going on, and immediately pulled up his pants. He almost got dirty. Who knew that the moment he lowered his head to pull up his pants, the person with special abilities called Old Ghost suddenly punched him. The fist was blazing with flames, and it looked extremely terrifying. Boom! The bear cub had no time to react, and his head was blown up. The charred brain exploded, and the headless body fell to the ground with a thud. Deader than dead. Other people with special abilities in the restaurant stood up, looking over in confusion, not knowing what had happened. Old Ghost. Why did you kill someone? Someone asked. The Old Ghost pointed at the body on the ground and said, Bear Cub. He has become a grotesque, and needs to be cremated as soon as possible. Grotesque? This kind of monster from the other world is very scary. As a middle and high-level official in the base, anyone with a cell phone knows a little bit. I thought the other world was very far away from them, but the weirdness appeared in the base, which is very dangerous. Let me take a look. A psychiatrist in a white coat came over. Where are the weird features? Old Ghost said, under his pants. The psychiatrist took off the pants of the corpse and said, it's normal, not weird. Old Ghost. You? Before he finished speaking, he saw Old Ghost burst out with another flaming fist. Boom! The psychiatrist reacted quickly. He blocked it, but blocking it was the same as not blocking it. His arms were blown up, and the flame fist smashed his chest, and shattered his heart. The psychiatrist looked at Lao Gui in disbelief, and fell straight down. At this time, the nearby ability users saw clearly. Where is this weird? It's Lao Gui who has a problem. Lao Gui, we are all brothers, and we should talk it out. You can't just do this because the bear cub doesn't agree with you. The old turtle stood 10 steps away, and persuaded calmly. Who knew that when the old ghost looked at the old turtle? He saw a huge octopus head. You are also weird. Looking around, some people had multiple eyeballs. Some had multiple tentacles. Some had multiple deformed hands and feet. And they looked extremely scary. You have all become weird. The old ghost kept backing away. I think you are the weird one. Brothers, take him down. If he dares to resist, kill him. Lao Wang came over. He lifted up the body of the psychiatrist, his eyes full of anger. Who knew that in the next second? Old Ghost rushed straight towards him. I know. You are a weird source of pollution. You must die. Old Wang was furious. He punched him. Old Ghost, you really deserve to die. Boom! 2 powerful ability users broke out in a big fight in the restaurant. And the terrible impact swept all the ability users around to the edge. Outside the restaurant, Xia Xian made an okay gesture to Lin Jiujiu. Let's kill. I'll go in later. Chapter 397 Xia Xian needs treatment. In the restaurant of the nameless base, Old Wang and Old Ghost, 2 people with special abilities, fought fiercely. At the beginning, Old Wang thought that Old Ghost had some mental problems, but he never expected that Old Ghost would kill 2 people in a row, especially the psychiatrist, who saved his life and was killed directly. He even shouted that he was weird and would kill him if he attacked. If he didn't attack with all his strength, he would be beaten to death like the psychiatrist. In addition, the psychiatrist was very strong. But he was attacked by surprise, and was beaten to death. Once the battle broke out, the restaurant fell into a big melee. Because many people were watching the battle, and suddenly stabbed the people around him. Tell me, are you weird? The incident happened very suddenly, causing everyone in the restaurant to be in danger. Someone shouted loudly, everyone calm down. Calm down. The incident happened suddenly. There must be a reason. Everyone can sit down and talk. The person who shouted was very strong. His name was Lao He, and he had a certain prestige in the nameless base. But the next second, the old ghost shouted, you are also weird. You are the weird leader among them. Ignoring Lao Wang who was fighting him head-on, the old ghost suddenly turned around and slammed his flaming fist. Bang! Old He was caught off guard and was knocked out. Just at this moment, Old He turned his back to the direction he was flying, and someone took out a sharp 3-pointed thorn. With a sound of puff, the old body was pierced by the 3-pointed thorn. Blood gushed out. Old He was in a bad state. Why did his luck become so bad? He wanted to use his own ability to cheer up a little and save it. However, before he could act, the person who stabbed him with the 3-pointed spear stabbed him several times quickly. Lao He fell straight down. And before he died, he grabbed the murderer's collar and asked, why? The man's face was full of fear, because I really became a grotesque. He pulled open his sleeves and said, look, there are many eyes and tentacles on my arms, which must not be known to others. In his last moments, Lao He looked at the man's arm, and there was nothing on his arm. Crazy, he fell straight to the ground, dead. In just 1 minute, 6 people with special abilities in the restaurant died, 5 were seriously injured, and the rest, whether they were fighting or not, were seriously injured. In the dark, Su Miao, the magic phantom clone, watched the battle in the restaurant, marveled at Xia Xian's ability growth. He can use his psychic ability to communicate with others in his mind. Psychological suggestion was upgraded to mind control, and he could even influence the enemy's cognition in this way. If this continues, it is hard to imagine how far Xia Xian can grow. This ability is very good. If in battle, Xia Xian suddenly gives the enemy a false hint, making people subconsciously think that they have successfully killed the enemy. In this case, the enemy will often relax instantly. At that time, Xia Xian will strike again. Life and death will be answered at this moment. Su Miao looked at Lin Jiujiu, who was walking towards the door of the restaurant. 3 people with abilities moved here, preparing to escape first. They ran into Xia Xian and Lin Jiujiu head-on. The 3 were startled. They didn't remember that there were such beautiful girls in the nameless base. Xia Xiaoan, Lin Jiuzhou's looks even surpassed the beauties they hunted in the wild a few days ago. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Jiuzhou pointed at the three people. The three people instantly fell asleep and fell down. Xia Xiaoan took a step forward. The moment he stepped out, he drew out the sword in his hand, and accurately stabbed the hearts of the three people with abilities, and slashed their throats with a sword, to ensure that these people would not make any extra sounds. These people are all unforgivable villains, devils from hell, living in the world with human skin. Just a glance at each other. Xia Xiaoan heard an extremely disgusting inner voice. Su Miao saw Xia Xiaoan's psychological changes and blinked. This scene was worrying. Xia Xiaoan's reaction was obviously because she heard the inner voice. She was a little too dependent on mind reading. No wonder she even developed abilities such as mind control. However, when her heart was too easily affected, Xia Xiaoan would inevitably fall into a similar situation to Ganpu, the first generation of Ction. Ganpu's heart was very firm and strong. But he swallowed too many people's nightmares, making himself stronger, and went crazy. What's more terrifying is that he went crazy without knowing it, which led to the tragedy of Yangshanji Shelter. If Xia Xiaoan continued to read the voice of others like this, similar situations would inevitably occur. It's still not too late to solve it now. If she waits for a while, Su Miao is worried that even if she does, she won't be able to solve Xia Xiaoan's problem. Lin Jiuzhou's condition is very stable, and there is no problem. At this time, Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiuzhou appeared at the door of the restaurant. The two girls, who suddenly appeared, did not attract too much attention from the people with abilities in the restaurant. Because they were fighting hard, the survivors either thought the other side was weird, or that the other side was crazy. Some saw that everyone was crazy, and simply took the opportunity to kill the enemy who had been annoyed for a long time. Now it is a good opportunity. The old ghost is crazy. The dead can be blamed on him. Afterwards, when the base commander held them accountable, they also had a suitable reason. There are very few people with abilities in the nameless base. As long as the base commander Wang Jingquan does not want to be a commander without troops, he will not do anything to the living people. After all, the base leader Wang Jingquan is a pure old pervert, who only likes beautiful women. He rarely cares about other things. Wait, why do these two girls look familiar? Someone noticed Xia Xiaoan with long white hair. This obvious look reminded them of a bounty post on the night snack app. After taking a closer look, the memory became clear in his mind. He remembered. He forgot whether it was a few months ago or a year ago. The little girl that Lao Go from Xixia Town spent 1,000 points to reward on the night snack app was clearly the girl in front of him. Xia Xiaoan. He even remembered her name. By the way, isn't this Xia Xiaoan following the witch Su Miao? Thinking of this, all the hair on his body stood up. Since the white-haired one is Xia Xiaoan, the one standing next to Xia Xiaoan is Lin Jiuzhou. The two followers of the Pink Devil appeared in the nameless base. Does it mean that the Pink Devil is here too? The nameless base, if it is really gone. He opened his mouth, prepared to scream. Xia Xiaoan glanced at Lin Jiuzhou, and said, "Jiuzhou, kill this man first. He is scolding Sister Su Miao." Lin Jiuzhou looked over, and pointed casually, "Okay." The ability user who wanted to warn fell asleep. After dealing with this man, Lin Jiuzhou continued to call out names. None of the people who were called out could hold on. They all fell down quickly and fell asleep. The only ones left at the scene were Lao Gui and Lao Wang, who were fighting fiercely, affected by the aftermath of the two people's fight. Several people who had just fallen asleep had their bodies blown up, and were directly given boxed lunches. "It's you?" Lao Wang saw this scene, and was not sure what happened in the restaurant. Boom! At this time, Lao Gui's flaming fist hit again, stronger than ever. Lao Wang was dazed for a moment, and found that the person in front of him was no longer the old ghost, but a huge evil ghost. If he didn't fight hard, he would be the one to die. He has never relied on mercy to survive in the Doomsday world, but on strength. Lao Wang completely exploded. Boom! With one blow, Lao Wang successfully smashed the heart of the old ghost, and watched the old ghost fall straight down. The dust settled. The old ghost's eyes regained clarity. He looked at everything in front of him in confusion, and his mouth moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. "You?" Old Wang turned to look at Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiuzhou. Just when he was about to say something, he found that Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiuzhou looked at him with strange eyes. He looked down, and saw that his chest was empty. It turned out that the old ghost had punched him with a flaming fist, and it became a hole. He didn't even feel it. After realizing the truth, Old Wang's mind went dark and he died. Xia Xian didn't look at this person. She walked towards the few people who had fallen asleep with a sword, killing them one by one. The movement in the restaurant attracted the attention of other people in the base. Because the people eating in the restaurant at this time were all captains, when quarrels and fights broke out inside, other people with special abilities did not dare to approach. Other people with special abilities did not dare to approach until the fight inside was over. Then, they ran into Xia Xian and Lin Jiujiu head-on. There was no need for close combat. Several people killed each other and died. Xia Xian and Lin Jiujiu looked at each other, confirmed that these people were dead, and continued to move forward. Sister Su Miao gave them 3 requirements for the assessment: not to get hurt, rescue the hostages, and kill all the people with special abilities in the private base. The 2 remembered it very clearly. In the choice of saving the hostages first, or killing people first, they chose to kill people first. Kill all the people with special abilities in the private base, and the remaining hostages will be safe. In addition, according to the plan of catching the thief first, Xia Xian, Lin Jiujiu's primary target is the base chief Ruan Jingquan. The base chief Ruan Jingquan's residence. Xia Xian has obtained the specific coordinates through mind reading, and even knows what Ruan Jingquan is doing at this point. Kill all people with special abilities who may go to the restaurant, and sound the alarm. Xia Xian, Lin Jiujiu quickly sneaked. They had already used up 25 minutes of their exam time. This way. Xia Xian led the way. Along the way, they were faster and killed more efficiently. 5 minutes later, Xia Xian and Lin Jiujiu arrived at the residence of the base leader Ruan Jingquan. In the Doomsday world, the shell of a private base is generally very hard, but the internal buildings are not so good. The sound insulation here is really not ordinary. Lin Jiujiu blushed and let the guard fall asleep. Xia Xian quickly finished off the guard with a sword, making sure that the other party would not wake up again. Lin Jiujiu asked how to do it. She made a slapping gesture, asking whether to smash the wall in front of her and rush in. Xia Xian shook her head. She thought seriously, said, "Jiujiu, can Ruan Jingquan enter the dream directly?" Lin Jiujiu frowned, said, "Through the wall, no, unless I hold a concert. Holding a concert, maybe the hostages will be killed. And I will fail the exam." Xia Xian said, "I have a way." Lin Jiujiu asked, "What way?" Xia Xian said, "Watch first." She walked forward a few steps, and soon found a person with special abilities. Mind control. A few minutes later, Xia Xian brought the controlled ability user to the residence of the base leader Ruan Jingquan. Xia Xian searched in the space storage device, and found several high-explosive bombs. She tied the bombs into 2 bundles, and stuffed them into the other party's hands. "Let's go, we'll retreat first." Xia Xian pulled Lin Jiujiu back. The controlled ability user walked to the door, and slapped it loudly. The sound was so loud that Ruan Jingquan, who was exercising, shrank back. "Who the hell is this?" Ruan Jingquan shouted angrily. "You dare to disturb me? I'll kill you. No one can save you today. You bastard. You're withholding my rations again. I'll kill you today." The ability user outside shouted loudly, and pulled the fuse. Boom! An explosion shook the earth. The wall of the room where Ruan Jingquan lived collapsed. And Ruan Jingquan, who was wearing simple pajamas, was directly injured. He was just frightened, and his mind was exhausted. He didn't expect that the madman knocking on the door would be unethical, and use high-explosive bombs directly. What's more outrageous is that he was about to walk to the door to open it, and ran into the explosion. Ruan Jingquan flew backwards, and fell in the dust. However, as the head of the base, Ruan Jingquan was very strong, and did not die in the explosion. However, the 2 beauties he had found to sleep with him. One was hit by the blast, and died on the spot. And the other was buried under the rubble, which was very miserable. You? Ruan Jingquan looked at the controlled person with the ability, and spit out a mouthful of blood. He saw the dead beauty behind him, and he was even more angry. "Beast, what do you have to do? Come to me. I'm coming for you." The controlled person with the ability pulled out the bomb fuse, and rushed towards Ruan Jingquan. Ruan Jingquan was furious. "Hack you. Why?" The controlled person with the ability showed a crazy smile. "Die. Die. I'm sending you to die. Why are there so many whys? You bastard." Boom. The explosion sounded again. The man holding the explosives failed to catch Ruan Jingquan after all. However, Wan Jingquan was hurt worse this time. He was covered in blood and flesh, and he didn't understand what happened. Inside the base, the surviving people with special abilities heard the explosion and ran over here. What happened? Such a strong smell of blood. It's an invasion. Send the alarm. Captain Wang, Captain Zhao, they are all dead. A battle is breaking out at the base commander's place. Go over and take a look. Base commander Wan Jingquan is not a very good person. However, without this powerful base commander, they could not survive. Therefore, it became very important to confirm the safety of base commander Wan Jingquan. It would be even better if base commander Wan Jingquan could kill the invaders. So many captains died. Once the murderer was dealt with, the opportunity would be theirs. But they were forced to stop halfway. Under the light in front, there stood a girl with beautiful blue-purple hair. Lin Jiujio waved to the people who came. And then all the people who came to support fell down and fell asleep. Seeing the happy smiles on the faces of the sleeping people, Lin Jiujio drew his sword, helping these people with special abilities to stay in a happy dream forever. On the other side, Xia Xiaoan used mental suggestion and mental control to make the people with special abilities who came to kill each other. In the blink of an eye, the passage was blocked by corpses. The people with special abilities who came later saw so many corpses in the passage and turned around and fled. Chapter 398 Hostages can be killed. Who? Base leader Wan Jingquan closed his eyes and screamed in pain. His eyes were injured by the explosion, and he couldn't open them. Even if he opened them, he couldn't see the surroundings clearly. He was extremely angry, and the terrible energy around him was running wild, and he wanted to destroy everything nearby. As the leader of a notorious private base, he was very powerful. It was just that he looked for women every day, which made him very weak. Under such circumstances, he was confused and was caught off guard and seriously injured. You know, when he went out to fight normally, he was not afraid of sniper rifles or rockets. But he never expected to be attacked by his own people. Facing the crazy Wan Jingquan, Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujio did not indulge him. First, they used psychological suggestion. Then, they controlled him in his dreams. However, Wan Jingquan was in extreme pain, so he resisted all the abilities of the two. The ability failed, and Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujio were not surprised at all. The Doomsday has continued until now, and no one who can become the leader of a private base is a good person. Besides, the opponent was in extreme pain and madness. Pain and madness were the best barriers against mental attacks. However, such confrontation was limited. Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujio did not have only these means. It's you? Bitch. Wan Jingquan could not see, but his sense of smell for beautiful women was greatly enhanced. He faced Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujio, opened his hands, and delivered an extremely terrifying blow. This was a blow mixed with soul energy. Extremely brutal, dangerous, and hard to defend against. Many people with special abilities died from this blow. Mirror image. Lin Jiujio took a step forward. Instantly, the concert stage area expanded, protecting her and Xia Xiaoan from being hurt by Wan Jingquan's attack. At the same time, the mirror image replicated Wan Jingquan's attack and completely counterattacked. Boom! Wan Jingquan, who was blind, was unable to react and was hit head-on by his own big move. Wan Jingquan's blood vessels burst all over his body, and blood flowed from all his orifices. He opened his mouth and fell on his back. Su Miao, who was standing not far away, saw this scene and showed a look of surprise. Because under this blow, Wan Jingquan's body was not only shattered, but his soul was also shattered. This is really cruel. No wonder this nameless base can be so prosperous, and its internal defense is extremely lax, because of its confidence in its strength. However, he still died neatly at the hands of Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujio. Well done, Su Miao praised. After killing Wan Jingquan, Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujio looked at each other, turned around to clean up the bodies in the passage, and quickly moved to the next place. After the massacre just now, there are not many people left in the base. What they have to do is to clean up the remnants and save the hostages. Don't kill me, I'll give you everything. I'll fight you. You are so young, how can you be so cruel? Following the pink devil, you have become devils too, beasts. They can't win, and the sneak attack is unsuccessful. The ability users in the nameless base cursed loudly, completely forgetting what they had done before. Xia Xiaoan, Lin Jiujio didn't waste any words. And in just 10 minutes, He killed all the remaining people in the base. Under normal circumstances, those who wanted to escape just now could survive, as long as they escaped from the base directly. However, it was polar night outside, and the normal temperature was minus 10 degrees Celsius. Without enough survival supplies, they could not survive. Therefore, they went back to collect supplies, believing that the base commander Wang Jingquan could hold Xia Xuan and Lin Jiujiu for some time, who knew that Wang Jingquan could not hold them back for even a minute. And such a powerful base commander was killed directly. Except for the hostages. There are no living people. Lin Jiujiu confirmed the dream within the base and said, "The hostages are here." Xia Xuan nodded. "Well, let's go. Time is running out." 6 minutes later, the two came to the prison of the nameless base. There were 3 girls in the prison. 2 were in their 20s, and 1 was 18 years old. Although they had been hungry for a long time, they still couldn't hide their youthful beauty. Especially the 18-year-old girl. She was a little too beautiful. Hearing the sound, the girls in the prison opened their eyes one after another, and looked at Xia Xuan and Lin Jiujiu, who came out of the prison in confusion. "You are saved." Xia Xuan didn't say much, but just drew out the sword, injected the true essence into the sword, and cut the alloy steel bar with 2 slashes, and opened the door. "Let's go." "What kind of script are you guys playing?" A girl shrank back and said, "Don't try to deceive us." The other 2 girls showed doubts, and did not dare to step out of the prison. "Another beastly woman? So young. Are you following that beast? I don't want this. Are they really here to save me?" Xia Xuan heard the other party's voice. A sudden irritation came over me. According to Sister Su Miao's style, these 2 should be killed directly. But if they are killed directly, will they fail the exam? Lin Jiujiu noticed Xia Xuan's condition and asked, "Xuan, what's wrong?" Xia Xuan said, "These 2 women say we are the women of beasts, say we are cooperating with the beasts to act out a script, trying to deceive them." Lin Jiujiu was stunned for a moment, raised his hand and pointed at the 2 women. Instantly, the 2 fell to the ground, with a very happy look on their faces. Then, Lin Jiujiu took out a gun from the space storage device and fired 2 shots, killing them. Xia Xuan was anxious. "They are hostages." "Jiujiu, why did you kill them?" "Our exam," Lin Jiujiu said. "The exam requires rescuing hostages." "Not how many?" Xia Xuan blinked. Sister Su Miao seemed to say so. Seeing Xia Xuan's condition return to normal, Lin Jiujiu breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, she didn't know why, but the alarm bells in her heart were ringing, as if she would be very sad if she didn't kill the 2 people immediately. Lin Jiujiu didn't want to feel that special feeling, so she acted decisively. In addition, Lin Jiujiu was very sure that this was not Xia Xuan's psychological suggestion, but her own judgment. "Xia Xuan, Lin Jiujiu?" said the girl who was alive in the prison. "Xia Xuan," Lin Jiujiu looked at the other party in surprise. The girl introduced herself. "My name is Zhang Qian. Thank you for saving me." Xia Xuan said, "It's easy to talk if we know each other. Let's go leave here." Zhang Qian asked, "The leader of this base is very strong." Halfway through the words, she realized something. In front of Xia Xuan and Lin Jiujiu, it is meaningless to mention that the leader of the private base is very strong. Because knowing Xia Xuan and Lin Jiujiu, they are all aware that they are followers of the witch Su Miao. No matter how strong they are, they will be killed in seconds. Thinking of the witch Su Miao, Zhang Qian's heart surged with extremely strong admiration. Hearing Zhang Qian's voice, Xia Xuan's mood also improved. "Don't worry. The base has been cleaned up," Lin Jiujiu said. "Cleaned up?" A few dozen seconds later, Zhang Qian followed Xia Xuan and Lin Jiujiu out, and saw the corpses lying all over the place, and understood what it meant to clean up. The exam is over. Xia Xuan and Lin Jiujiu did a good job. The magic phantom clone Su Miao stood in the base, stretched out his hand, and the undead revived. The corpses lying on the ground stood up one after another, and began to collect the materials in the base on their own, stored them in several space storage devices, and respectfully presented them to Su Miao. However, Xiron's problem is a bit serious. Fortunately, Lin Jiujiu is by my side. It's just that Jiujiu seems to have some problems too. It's really troublesome. Forget it. Let the original body worry about the rest. Su Miao put away the space storage device, took a step out, and disappeared from the private base. The remaining undead stood there, looking at each other, not knowing what to do. After more than 10 minutes of days, they dispersed on their own, returned to their favorite places, and did whatever they had to do. They all passed. The magic phantom clone Su Miao returned to the temporary magic barrier before Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu. With just a glance, Su Miao received all the information. The rest is up to you. I'm going to rest. The clone casually threw the space storage device on the table, ready to transform into pure magic power and return to the main body. Wait a minute. Su Miao added some magic power to the clone. No, original body, you don't want me to work overtime. Do you? Or you can let me go back and change a clone? The clone was speechless. You can't torture yourself with social phobia. Su Miao was also speechless. No, you have seen Xiao An's situation. It's best to leave it to you. The clone said. What do you mean leave it to me? Su Miao took out a flying vehicle from the magic space, said, let them escort the hostages back to Qilian shelter. You continue to be responsible for the secret protection. The clone took a step back. No, original body, actually I am also socially phobic, I just talk more in front of you. Su Miao looked at the clone, not knowing what to say. The clone was helpless. Okay. I'll go. I hope Xiaoan can make more friends along the way. But you have to understand that this may not be enough. Su Miao said, I will try to research some potions to heal Xiaoan. There are several potions that heal the soul in alchemy. There were no raw materials before, and there was no conditions to refine them. But now it is possible. The inner world is open, and the potions that Su Miao needs are all in the inner world. The clone's expression became serious. Original. Don't forget. We are very short of time. Su Miao nodded. I understand. The clone said, okay. Leave it to me. Su Miao smiled, put the things in the magic barrier into the magic space, and disappeared. Here, Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu took Zhang Qian to the outside of the base. It was cold outside, but Zhang Qian was in a good mood as she felt free again. Put on this coat first. Lin Jiujiu took out a cold-proof down jacket from the space storage device and gave it to her. Thank you. Zhang Qian put it on and said with a blushing face, can I meet His Highness Su Miao? I don't know. Xia Xiaoan shook her head. Sister Su Miao is socially anxious. Whether she is willing to meet strangers, it is hard to say. If it's a beautiful girl, it should be fine. Several people walked forward. They saw the magic lamp lit up in the darkness, and the aircraft placed behind the magic lamp. This made Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu feel a little confused. Why is it an aircraft? However, thinking of the experience when Sister Su Miao brought them here, a smile appeared on their faces again. Sister Su Miao must have prepared the aircraft specially because she was worried that they would vomit. Jiujiu, there is a note here. They came closer and saw the letter left in front of the magic lamp. Jiujiu, Xiaoan, congratulations on passing the exam. Applause. I'll give you another mission. Send the rescued hostage back to the Qilian shelter where she is. This mission will last for 20 days. Practice in moderation, with tension and relaxation, that's natural. This is a vacation for you after the exam. Have fun. Su Miao, vacation? Lin Jiujiu, Xia Xiaoan looked at the content on the note and jumped for joy. After being with Sister Su Miao for so long, this is the first time they heard of vacation. The tension from being urged to study some time ago, and the mental tension during the exam, were all cured at this moment. Zhang Qian stood aside, looking left and right, expecting to see the witch Su Miao. But she didn't. They didn't know that Su Miao's clone was sitting in the aircraft, looking at them helplessly. The protection mission was the most boring. Although Su Miao thought so in his heart, he still took out a notebook and recorded Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu's symptoms. I don't want to work overtime. I hope Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu can make more friends during this time. Although making friends in the Doomsday world is a luxury, it is never a bad thing to have one more friend. Moreover, it helps to heal their souls. As for whether she will meet bad friends, Su Miao is not worried at all. One can read minds, and the other can read dreams. People with bad intentions cannot hide in front of Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu. Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu took Zhang Qian into the aircraft. Zhang Qian looked at everything around her curiously. This is the latest aircraft in the shelter. She has always wanted to see it. She didn't expect to have such an opportunity to see it today. At the same time, Xia Xiaoan was amazed by Lin Jiujiu's skilled operation. It was really amazing. 3 minutes later, the aircraft took off smoothly. Xia Xiaoan couldn't help asking the girl who was constantly thinking, how were you caught? Zhang Qian tilted her head and said, That day we harvested a batch of energy, and were preparing to return to the base. As a result, we encountered a black storm on the way, which caused the aircraft to crash and many people were separated. Before we asked for help from the shelter, the people from that base came to kill us and captured us. They were all killed, and I was the only one who survived. Thinking of the past memories, Zhang Qian's expression became depressed. Xia Xiaoan did not continue to ask many answers. She could read them through her mind. The girl in front of her was pretending to be strong, not wanting to make them worry. Let's eat something first. Lin Jiujiu took out a lot of delicious food from the magic space. Strawberries, mulberries, cakes, watermelons, raspberries, apricots, big tomatoes, roast beef, and so on. Seeing so many delicious foods on the table, Zhang Qian was extremely shocked. So many mutant fruits. Chapter 399 Clone, very abnormal. The magic of Magic Phantom Clone is really useful. Su Miao returned to the camp, and immediately began to study magic alchemy and prepare magic potions to treat Xia Xiaoan. After preparing for a while, Su Miao remembered that she still needed to improve the field of the magic town, so as to build a field that belongs to her. In addition to these, there are also important things such as surfing the internet to keep abreast of the world. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to her mind, and a large number of Magic Phantom clones were released. You three will form a group with me, and be responsible for perfecting the domain of the magic town. You three will form a group, and be responsible for building my own domain. You three will form a group, and be responsible for the study of potions, Su Miao said, looking at the Magic Phantom clones in front of him. Several clones started to study directly. However, several Magic Phantom clones were obviously abnormal. One clone took a notebook, found a chair to sit down, and fell asleep while sitting. Not only did she fall asleep, she also fell to the left and right from time to time, and it seemed that she really wanted to sleep. One clone somehow took out a large cardboard box from the magic space, looked at the main body in fear, retreat into the cardboard box, and then closed the cardboard box. Another clone took out a quilt from somewhere, wrapped the whole person up, and looked around vigilantly. 3 more clones brought out a large table, retreat under the table. Su Miao felt bad. The clones were conscious, and could speak. Su Miao thought it was within the range of understanding. As long as they were within the range, they could basically share memories. Su Miao did not find any extra problems. In addition, she used the Magic Phantom clone many times, walked along the way, did many things, and did not encounter any special problems. However, today this problem came one after another. Also, why would a clone make herself socially anxious? Aren't all the clones present herself? Su Miao suddenly remembered that when she arranged the clone to carry out the task in the past, the clone would leave at the first time and go to the task location. After returning, she could more or less sense the social anxiety from the clone's memory. It's all me. Social phobia is normal. Su Miao didn't care too much. Never expected that multiple Magic Phantom clones gathered together would be like this. However, social phobia is social phobia. They will continue to study magic. It's just that as the original body, Su Miao can't stay out of it. In order to prevent accidents and make the research go smoothly, she needs to take good care of each clone. No, it's all me. Why should the original body take care of the clone? This is too weird. The other world, Kirishima. The great Demon King Kendo sent a signal. And the Demon King Conference, which was held once every 100 years, began. In an instant, various rules and laws intertwined in the sky above the Kirishima, and terrifying Demon King projections descended one after another. The inner world was the resource area they focused on managing. Although there were many unreasonable and bizarre things, in the face of absolute strength, the risks were controllable. But the situation was different this time. The inner world was connected to a dangerous human world. At first, they thought that this new world could be a good resource. Who could have thought that there was an extremely dangerous existence inside? In the grand and solemn Demon King Council Hall, Demon Kings sat down one after another. Sensing the terrifying aura, Demon King Qiyu looked into the distance, and found that there were more than 20 great Demon Kings present at this meeting, and even 3 great demon gods. Is it going to start a war against that world? Vaguely, Demon King Qiyu sensed the interweaving of various demonic thoughts in the void. These demonic thoughts exuded an extremely terrifying aura, and he didn't dare to intercept any of them. Quiet! 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 The great demon lord Kinto knocked the hammer and said, "The meeting has begun." The huge aura expanded, eliminating all the evil thoughts in the meeting. All the demons present looked at the great demon Lord Kinto. Everyone. Recently the inner world has connected with 31 worlds on the verge of destruction. 16 of them are barren worlds, which are not worth exploring. The rest are valuable worlds. 9 of the 15 valuable worlds have been controlled by us. 3 are about to be controlled by us. 2 are close to destruction. And 1 has not been explored. In addition to discussing the allocation of resources for conquering the world, the theme of this meeting is mainly to study the remaining unexplored world number 16. World number 16 is the human world. After connecting with the inner world, they actively invaded the inner world to plunder resources. As soon as the voice fell, there was an uproar. Is this world so brave? Just after connecting with the other world, they actively invaded the other world. These humans are seeking their own death. The great demon King Kinto said, I believe that everyone here has already come into contact with humans in this world. I wonder if you have studied the humans in this world. What I said may be a bit confusing and difficult to understand clearly. In short, the humans in this other world may not be humans. When they are seriously injured or dead, as long as the corpse exists, there is a certain chance that they will become monsters. These monsters are similar to the grotesques in the other world, but they are more aggressive than grotesques. They can become stronger by killing demons. A great demon king with a black-haired bull head said, What's wrong with becoming stronger? Just crush them all. They are all ants. In front of absolute strength, ants are nothing. Many demon kings agreed with this. The great demon king Kinto said, Black Hoof, please don't be anxious. Wait for me to finish introducing this other world. The great demon king Black Hoof snorted coldly, very disdainful. Perhaps because he felt that this meeting was too boring, he took out a red twin-tailed magical girl figurine from somewhere, and admired it obsessively. Inadvertently, a drop of saliva flowed down, and fell on a powerful demon general under the feet of the great demon king Black Hoof. The demon general didn't even have time to howl, and was directly melted in the saliva. So terrifying. The great demon king Kinto continued to report, So far, we have collected various intelligence about humans who invaded the inner world. Among them, there are at least 5 quasi-demon king level warriors. After these quasi-demon king level warriors fully erupt, they have the power to kill ordinary demon kings, very powerful. It has been confirmed that a human named Siwu has the full power of a demon king. Siwu belongs to a human organization called 12C, and there are 11 as powerful as him. The demon king meeting became lively. A human alien world on the verge of destruction can actually produce so many strong people. And there are even suspected to be 12 demon kings? This plane is too outrageous. No wonder they dare to actively invade the inner world. If it were anyone present, they would choose to invade the new world. However, the birth of 12 demon kings, doesn't it just show that the resources of the 16th world are extremely rich? Such important information must be discussed in detail. 12 demon kings are powerful forces in many places. But compared with the Demon King Council, they are nothing. As long as the several great demons present take action, the 12 demon king level masters in that other world can be killed in minutes. At that time, they only need to follow them. And they can get rich by picking up a corpse. Maybe they can take a step further with the help of these corpses and become a great demon king level master. In addition, at present, only one of them is confirmed to be a demon king level master, and the other 12 members have not been confirmed at all. It is hard to say whether they are demon king level masters. Analogous to the Demon King Council, it is impossible to confirm that all members of the Demon King Council are great demons just because a great demon is discovered. Thinking in this way, the difficulty of conquering the 16th world becomes lower. However, things should not be that simple, otherwise the great demon King Kinto would not have to hold such a serious meeting. The great demon King Kinto said, All of the above are nothing. What I am going to say next is the key point, and it is the danger I personally experienced not long ago. Danger? Many demon kings were stunned. What could make the powerful great demon king feel dangerous? Is it this human world? Great demon King Kinto continued. Some time ago, after we realized that world number 16 was connected to the inner world, we arranged for the blood demon King Salo in the council to be responsible for conquering it. But Salo encountered resistance from humans invading the inner world, and was unable to achieve results for a long time. Later, the evil demon king and the hell demon king joined the battlefield. This time, they killed a powerful human at the level of demon king, severely injured a powerful human at the level of quasi-demon king, successfully opened the passage, and entered the other world. But after that, we completely lost contact with the blood demon king, the hell demon king. and the evil Demon King. It has been confirmed that they died in world number 16. The death of a Demon King is not a rare thing. In the old days, a world attacked by the Demon Council would occasionally have a large number of brave warriors who didn't know how to live or die, and they would fight to kill the Demon King. If you were a little unlucky, you would also meet some unreasonable magic girls. Before the transformation, it looked like a pure ordinary person. When the fight started, it instantly transformed into a super invincible and cute existence, and it could kill the Demon King in a few hits. Even many Demon Kings didn't realize what happened before they died, they just thought it was cute. For example, the big Demon King Blackhoof was almost beaten to death by the magic girl. Now, his sequelae are very serious. To avoid this situation, the Demon King Council was established. With the Demon King Council, the Demon Kings put down their heirs and joined hands to invade the other world under the distribution of interests. And the death rate was greatly reduced. However, it was the first time in 100,000 years that all 3 Demon Kings died in the invasion of the other world. The great Demon Lord Kinto said, "It has been confirmed that the Hell Demon Lord Charlotte Beifong who fell in this incident was only half a step away from being promoted to the Great Demon Lord. He fully burst out his combat power, and was able to show the combat power of the Great Demon Lord level in a short period of time. In addition, I led several demons to restart the Broken World channel. When I was about to enter the 16th world to find out, I heard a terrifying breath from the other side that made me tremble. My intuition told me that I would die if I continued to move forward, so I retreated. In addition, since this channel was opened, the other side began to frantically extract energy from the connected inner world. The above is all the information we have obtained. Made up, right?" A Demon King looked at the Great Demon Lord Kinto, who was reporting with a suspicious look. They seriously suspected that the Great Demon Kinto was too timid, and that he thought there was a terrifying existence on the other side after sensing a little breath. What if this world was in a state of destruction? "Kinto, you said so much nonsense. What do you want to express?" A Great Demon King who looked like an orangutan asked. The Great Demon Kinto said, "I would like to suggest that you temporarily withdraw from this area. Let the Demon Council hide in the dark, and make a decision after confirming the situation inside the alien world number 16. The Great Demon King of the Orangutan immediately said, "I object. This kind of alien world, you have to fight hard to get in." The Great Demon King of the Black Hoof looked at the cute figurine in front of him and said, "Yes. You have to fight hard to get in." In an instant, the momentum of several Demon Kings rushed to the sky, disturbing the wind and clouds. Many Demon Kings in the meeting dared not breathe. Demon King Kinto was not angry because of being scolded. He acted very calmly. "So, do you mean to continue the attack?" Demon King Blackhoof said, "We must attack." Demon King Gorilla said, "Cowardly Kinto, I will let you see the bloodshed of the alien world number 16 in front of me." Demon King Kinto said, "Okay, according to the parliamentary regulations, when encountering an alien world that is difficult to conquer, 2 Demon Kings must join forces to form a coalition to conquer again. If 2 Demon Kings join forces, I will express my full support, and the Demon King Parliament will not interfere. If not, then please follow my proposal." Demon King Blackhoof said, "Fight, you cowards. If you don't fight, I will fight. Are there any others willing to join the team?" Demon King Gorilla said, "Okay, count me in." The 2 Demon Kings reached a cooperation agreement. The Great Demon Kinto saw this scene, and smiled sinisterly in his heart. This meeting was to promote the Great Demon to explore this alien world of humans, so that he could fish in troubled waters. Unexpectedly, things went surprisingly smoothly, and the 2 idiots took the bait directly. Recalling what happened that day, the Great Demon Kinto was very sure that there was a much more ruthless person on the other side. The bullhead, Black Hoof, and the chimpanzee were extraordinary in strength, and he believed that they could contain the ruthless person on the other side. And then it would be his time to reap the rewards of sneaking over. As the Great Demon King Black Hoof and the Great Ape Demon King reached a cooperation, some ordinary Demon Kings in the field expressed their willingness and successfully joined the expedition team. The final confirmed team was 2 Great Demon Kings and 11 ordinary Demon Kings. "Kinto, is this all the information you got?" A Great Demon King stood up and asked, "As far as I know, there are some immortal cultivators, magic girls, and witches in world number 16. The Great Demon King Kinto said, "The Blood Clan Demon King, the Hell Demon King, and the Evil Spirit Demon King destroyed a group of human immortal cultivators during the attack. Among them, There are powerful demon kings. But you just need to be careful. There will be no problem. Magical girls, witches, etc. There are no discoveries at present. Everyone rest assured. The great demon king who got the answer wanted to join the expedition team to another world. But through the conversation just now, he felt that Kinto was hiding something. However, it didn't matter if Kinto didn't say it. He decided to wait and see. Even if he missed this opportunity. He was very fast. Chapter 400 I am Su Miao's friend. Research done. The clone stood in front of Su Miao's original body, and placed the notebook on the table. Without waiting for Su Miao's response, the clone directly turned into pure magic power and returned to the original body. This social phobia is really unique. However, the following clones acted faster than each other. They gathered their research results and returned one after another, without saying a word. Su Miao remembered the arrangement to protect Xiaoxian, Lin Jiujiu's magic phantom clone, and wondered if the courage of the other clones had been taken away. Although the memories of the original body and the clone can be shared, it takes some time to digest the huge research memory. Just like studying in school before, preparing before class, listening to the teacher's lectures, and reviewing after class. The process of consolidating learning results is similar. Currently, Su Miao is in the stage of reviewing and consolidating after class. 3 days later, Su Miao looked at the organized magic notes, determined the optimization plan of the magic town field, determined the construction experiment of his own field, and determined the healing magic potion that needed to be refined for Xiaoxian. The priorities of several things are very high, but the order is very obvious. According to the current research plan, the materials for refining healing magic potions cannot be found on Earth, so they can only go to the inner world. To go to the inner world, Su Miao needs to have her own domain to ensure her own life safety, and to ensure that if she provokes some terrible demon king or evil god descends on Earth, she will not accidentally blow up the Earth. If she needs a domain, she needs to continue the Magic Town domain experiment. To conduct experiments in the Magic Town, it is necessary to summon the evil god, the devil. Su Miao looked at his phone. He did not expect that after organizing it, 10 days would pass unknowingly. Calculating the time, Xiaoxian and Lin Jiujiu will be back soon. Well, since there are clones here, let's go to the Magic Town to optimize the domain in advance. Su Miao closed the magic notebook, walked out of the alloy villa, took a step, and returned to the Magic Town domain. After looking at the magic space, Su Miao took out all the materials that could be used, and arranged 6 magic phantom clones, each of which took the materials to different areas for optimization. Su Miao stood in the void and coordinated the overall situation. Watching the magic phantom clones work, Su Miao confirmed one thing. As long as the clones are not arranged together, the clones' emotions will not fluctuate too much. After the basic repair was completed, Su Miao began to add magic circles to the Magic Town area, incorporating more laws. The law of fire, add a little here too. There are also the laws of water, the law of ice, the law of darkness, the law of light, the law of nature, the law of blood, the law of death. Finally, there is the law of space, don't explode. Su Miao looked at the release law of space. She was very careful, for fear that it would explode accidentally. When studying magic normally, whenever it involves adding space magic runes, there are almost always explosions, and the destructive power caused by each explosion is extremely terrifying. The explosion involving space magic runes alone is so terrifying. How terrible will the explosion involving space laws be? Su Miao dare not imagine. There is no problem with the fusion here. There is no problem here either. Unknowingly, another 5 days have passed. Su Miao is getting more and more comfortable with integrating space laws, and in this state, her understanding of space laws has become more profound. Speaking of which, the integration of the law this time was smoother than the last time, and we must thank the 3 demon kings from the other world. They died here in battle, and the energy and laws that escaped after their death strengthened the Magic Town domain. In addition, their destruction of the Magic Town domain was just right. After the battle, the Magic Town domain was destroyed very thoroughly, but it did not collapse. It was like a piece of paper full of words, which was suddenly soaked in water, and all the words on it disappeared, and the paper was also a little broken, but as time went by, the paper became dry, and it repaired itself while absorbing the energy from the other world, and the words on the paper were not repaired. This is the current area of the Magic Town. Su Miao only needs to redraw the magic circle on a blank piece of paper, and integrate the laws at the key points. Therefore, this repair will be so smooth. Next is the central core. Su Miao asked the clone who had completed the work to conduct a systematic inspection of the magic town, while the main body walked into the central area. Unlike the magic circle outside, the magic circle that controls the central core is very simple, and the laws are also very simple and orderly. This was when it was first designed. Su Miao thought that the magic town could be made movable. It was just that something unexpected happened during the actual construction, which made the magic town fixed. But it didn't matter. Such a simple control center made it easier for Su Miao to optimize and modify. Su Miao added several magic circles to the core center. After confirming that the added magic circles and the original central magic circle were completely fine, she then integrated various laws into it. The next step was the most important one. She took out 2 Demon King cores from the magic space and embedded them in the central area. Instantly, the laws of the Demon King's core and the central magic circle were connected, and a powerful energy wave burst out. The terrifying energy wave spread out, covering the entire magic town. Su Miao blinked. In her vision, the illusory magic town became real. No, rather than being real, it's better to say it's a small world. In addition, some of the remaining obsessions were affected and turned into residents. Animals, plants, and even various strange things in the town. For example, panties, chairs, table corners, stockings, cars, quilts, rice cookers, cats and dogs, etc. Noticing these special things, Su Miao looked strange. These remaining obsessions are some abnormalities. Of course, most obsessions are normal. They became residents, flowers, trees, birds, insects, etc. Overall, there is no problem. It's just that this field suddenly became so real, which made Su Miao a little scared. Next time, when I open a field for myself, I must not generate humans. However, this is also good. She summoned the devil and the evil god here, and the other party would have a higher success rate when they can't see clearly. Thinking of this, Su Miao chose a specially reserved open space in the magic town and began to carve the magic circle to summon the Demon King and the evil god. According to the Book of the Abyss, the initial summoning must pretend to be a newbie, and must be a complete newbie. Demon kings and evil gods like newbies the most. They will have a strong desire to give instructions, and will actively send a large amount of resources to guide newbies to build a complete magic circle to facilitate the summoning of the other party. Su Miao thought it made a lot of sense, and immediately followed the contents of the magic book and started to proceed. At the same time, in the inner world of Mist Island, the once-a-century Demon King conference came to an end. The meeting decided that the Great Demon King Blackhoof, the Great Demon King Laka, the Demon King Chizu, the Demon King Shadow, and the Demon King Dark Poison would form a coalition to invade the 16th alien world. For a time, the demon army began to gather towards the Demon Ridge, and the Demon Ridge became very lively. In just 3 days, 1 million demon armies gathered here. At the same time, some demon kings did not want to participate in the battle, but wanted to have a share of the spoils. So they simply arranged for their brave legions to join the invasion of the 16th alien world. A demon quartermaster stood in the camp, looking at the number of demon armies. His breathing became rapid. 2 great demons, 3 demons, 8 million demon armies. This 16th world is incredible. Not only that, it is said that another great demon will join in. The 16th world will be reduced to ashes. Isn't it great? Yes, it is great. But the supplies needed for this battle are unimaginable. Stop talking. Keep working. The inner world. Shiyuan. This is a very dangerous place. No normal creatures are willing to come here. Even the devil and the evil god are unwilling to come here. Here, gravity seems to be non-existent. All kinds of stones and waste are floating in the air, sinking and drifting in disorder. Today, a girl with blue twin ponytails came here slowly with a book in her hand. She is the librarian of the 12 departments, Su Chung. This place is really hard to find. Su Chung walked forward slowly. Behind her, there were more than 20 followers, including demons and subhumans, who tried to rob Su Chung on the road and were captured by Su Chung. Your Highness, the librarian, we can't go any further. There is hell ahead. The dog-headed man who was about to enter old age said, "This is the ruins. It is said that a demon god fell here. It is extremely terrifying. The librarian opened the book. The book was full of light, and a map condensed in the void. If you look carefully, you will find that the core of the map points to here. Xiao Miao didn't lie to me. Her guess is true. The secretary closed the book, smiled slightly, and made a decision in his heart. Since he was here, what else could he do if he didn't go in? She would be very unwilling. Go in. The secretary waved his hand. A young demon walked uncontrollably towards the area ahead that seemed to be weightless. The young demon whose body was controlled showed an extremely terrified look. He struggled, trying to get rid of the control, but his feet walked in without any control. He successfully walked in, but it only lasted for 5 seconds, and the young demon's struggle became more intense. It seemed as if some special rule power appeared, breaking the demon youth into pieces, and shattering Shi Xiao. Your Highness. The secretary, there have been many demon kings and evil gods here, but they have never been able to come out after entering, Your Highness. You cannot enter. The dog-headed man who was about to enter old age said earnestly, fearing that he would be the next one to be arranged to enter. The secretary ignored him, and just waved his hand again. 2 more demons walked forward uncontrollably. These 2 demons were very powerful, and the secretary wanted to see if they could hold on a little longer. Unfortunately, the 2 demons only lasted 8 seconds after entering. Their heads, limbs and torsos were separated, and they died tragically on the spot. Not only that, the bodies of the dead demons drifted in the air in disorder, staining the nearby space with a large area of blood. The whole scene was shocking. Is it so cruel? The secretary came to the junction, looked inside, and fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, she opened the book and entered the abyss. In an instant, the secretary felt countless forces falling, trying to bind her and dismember her. The secretary was not in a hurry. The power to control the earth burst out, isolating this terrifying force outside the power field. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. The dog-headed people, the demons, and others outside were stunned when they saw this scene. This cruel human who killed their compatriots and controlled them to enter various dangerous areas did not die. This is too hateful. Suddenly, the secretary looked sideways at the remaining demons and subhumans. I know what you are thinking. Your Highness. Spare me, Your Highness. Spare me. Damn it, how can she know what we are thinking? Is she a demon? Damn human, no, she is definitely not a human. No, I don't want to die yet. Lines of text appeared on the pages of the book in front of the secretary. These demons controlled by Su Cheng, subhumans, although they did not turn into books, but they were controlled, whatever they did, whatever they thought, can naturally be displayed in the form of text. The librarian waved his hand. The remaining demons, subhumans walked uncontrollably, stepped into the abyss, and exploded. Your Highness, spare my life. This old dog of mine is still useful. The dog-headed man who was about to enter old age unexpectedly found that he was not dead yet, and said in extreme fear, Well, I know, I won't let you die. The librarian turned the page in front of him and said, Now, don't resist, relax. The dog-headed man looked at the bloody corpse fragments floating around. How could he resist, and how could he relax? The librarian said, Recall your state every time you wake up. In order to survive, the dog-headed man copied it. The next second, he turned into a book and flew to the side of the librarian. The librarian put away the book. Old and confident dog-headed man and walked towards the interior of the abyss with the power to control the earth. Luo Dongjie is so stupid. He didn't use such a powerful power, but chose to use the weakest one with the most side effects. Now I get it for free. The book in front of her kept turning pages, and the librarian continued to walk forward. After walking for an unknown period of time, she came to a floating island that was barely intact. There were a lot of broken walls and ruins on the floating island, and it could be vaguely recognized that these broken walls and ruins belonged to a certain god. Is this the place? The secretary came to the floating island and stood in the center of the ruins of the floating island. She sensed that there was some energy fluctuation inside that resonated with the power she controlled. After carefully sensing the direction of the resonance, the secretary walked quickly forward. Suddenly, the secretary stopped urgently, because she saw the mysterious blonde girl here. From the clothes she wore, and the aura emanating from her body, it was clearly from the earth. The secretary pressed one hand on the page of the book, ready to take action at any time. Hello. Su Cheng. Don't be so alert. I am the secretary of the 12 departments, and I have no ill will towards you. The mysterious blonde girl said calmly, I advise you not to go forward. There is a trap ahead. A trap specifically for you. Su Chung showed a surprised look and said, I know it is a trap. But I must go forward. But you? Who are you? The mysterious blonde girl smiled slightly. I am Su Miao's friend. Chapter 401. It's time to summon the Demon King. The intelligence system of the 12 departments is very advanced. The secretary confirmed that the blonde girl in front of him was not in the data. Su Miao's friend? How could she not know? But the other party was able to get here and acted extremely relaxed, which proved his strength. Are you a person with special abilities? No, you are not a person with special abilities. The secretary looked at the book in front of him, and many words appeared on the book. Person with special abilities, martial artist, cultivator, witch, even god. However, these words flashed quickly and turned into, what is going on? This has never happened in her book. If it did, it would mean that the other party was beyond her knowledge. The librarian weighed her current strength. She currently possessed 4 powers: librarian, 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 and librarian. She herself did not know how strong she was. But facing the mysterious blonde girl in front of her, she could not even feel any hostility, let alone fight. This situation is very scary. The secretary calmed down and asked, do you know what's inside? The mysterious blonde girl said, there are traps specifically for you. If you continue to go deeper, you will definitely die in the traps inside. Even if you think you are absolutely sure. The secretary took a deep breath, looked inside the abyss, and wondered whether what the mysterious blonde girl said was true or false. After thinking it over and over again, she came to a conclusion that the other party had no need to lie to her. Because the other party wanted to kill her, they would do it directly here, without anyone knowing. And no one would know. The librarian asked, can I know why? The mysterious blonde girl said, someone gave you the wrong information. To be precise, the person who gave you the information was not a human. The librarian opened the book in front of him and said, you mean? Si Wu? The mysterious blonde girl said, you are very smart. You figured it out so quickly. The librarian said, before the end of the world, I was reading in the library as usual. Because of my poor health, there were few people to play with me. I only had books to pass the time every day. But that day was different. I awakened the ability to control books. I controlled the characters in the books to heal my body. At first, I thought I was hallucinating. But I went to the hospital for a checkup and confirmed that it was true. My attending doctor looked at my latest examination report and didn't understand why my body suddenly got better. It was almost broken. He even suspected that I was cultivating immortals. The mysterious blonde girl listened quietly and didn't speak. The librarian said, I woke up by chance and healed my body. I wondered if I had met the QB who was fooling beautiful girls. I was very nervous for a while. But I was relieved after confirming that there was no problem. But a week later, I found the librarian's power in the library I often go to. I woke up. It can be said to be accidental and lucky. But the way I got the librarian's power was too coincidental. Later, I received an invitation to form the 12 departments. The librarian took a step back and covered his mouth. What did you do to me? Why do I say these things so naturally? The mysterious blonde girl shook her head. I didn't do anything. You just wanted to say it. That's all. The librarian became more vigilant. What are you doing here? The mysterious blonde girl spread her hands. And a dull green gem appeared in her palm. I helped someone recover a gem. Now that I have the thing, it's time to leave. Even if the gem became dull, the librarian could still sense an extremely powerful aura. The aura of this gem is stronger than that of some evil gods and demon kings. The secretary asked, is this a godhead? The mysterious blonde girl put away the gem and shook her head. No. It's just a gem. She looked into the abyss. This is Si Wu's body. The powers of the 12 members of the ministry were cut out by Si Wu. You are essentially Si Wu's tools. What is the role of a tool? You should know. I have something else to do. So I'll leave first. After saying that, the mysterious blonde girl disappeared. Sishu stared at the place where the mysterious blonde girl had just stood, and took a deep breath. The other party could actually treat Xu Yuan as nothing. Wasn't this too strong? The other party didn't say his name, but said that he was Su Miao's friend. How strong was Su Miao? Sishu calmed down, quickly left Xu Yuan's range, returned to the edge, and seriously thought about the news brought by the mysterious blonde girl. According to the information provided by the other party, the powers of the 12 members of the 12 divisions all came from Si Wu. And they were all Siwu's tools. Tools mean consumables, which can be thrown away after use. So, we are all tools chosen to cultivate power? Sishu frowned. No wonder when she asked Simon Pei Xiaomio for power, Pei Xiaomio handed over the power so straightforwardly. Even Si Tian's power was not even known when it was made into a copy for her. Pei Xiaomio, did she know it a long time ago? There is another generation of Si Tian, so crazy. Did he realize something? Earlier. He laughed at CD for not specializing in earth control. Did CD also know something? As for Seely, he has become neither human nor ghost. Each of them is a tough guy. Finally. It's Siwu. This bastard, I'm afraid he has been lurking, peeping at the screen, planning something. Sishu remembered that, when Pei Xiaomiao pretended to fall for the first time, Siwu popped up. When Gon Pu, the first generation of Si Tian, fell, Siwu popped up again. After CD fell, Siwu also appeared. TSK. Sishu looked into the depths of the abyss. The mysterious blonde girl said, Siwu's body is in the depths of the abyss, and she will find this place through the clues she got by accident. I'm afraid it's not a coincidence. Right? In addition, Sishu reads a lot of books, but he has not obtained detailed information about the other world from outside the 12 departments, but there is one in the 12 departments. Most of this information was provided by Siwu. Are you treating us as hosts of power, and after the power becomes stronger, are you going to take us all back and completely revive us? Siwu, how strong is your original body? Or are you so strong that you don't worry about us discovering the truth? Sishu muttered to herself in her heart. Suddenly, she remembered something. The 12C specially invited Su Miao to enter the inner world, and Siwu also mentioned it specifically. Does Siwu want Su Miao to come here? Does he want to trick Su Miao? Good fellow. Sishu's expression became strange. In this case, I will give you a great gift first. She opened the book, and a fragment of the godhood of the evil god flew out of the book. Half a day later, there was an extremely terrifying divine power spreading in all directions near the Shuyuan, which attracted the attention of the evil gods, demon kings, and grotesques in the inner world. Not long after the noise broke out, an evil god first descended outside the Shuyuan. The evil god saw the fragment of the godhood floating outside the Shuyuan. What a good thing. Just when the evil god was about to pick up the fragment of the godhood, he unexpectedly discovered that a more dazzling light burst out from the Shuyuan. This kind of aura, clearly a certain ancient being, entered the state of the 5 decays of heaven and man, and collapsed. Could this fragment of the godhood come from inside? The evil god held the fragment of the godhood, and unexpectedly found the encrypted message left nearby. Feng Shaosher, I found the remains of the ancient Lord God here, and only the body of the Lord God inside remained. I have already gone in to explore. If you find this message, immediately ask someone to help. Is the human from the other world number 16? He. In the other world, Dongmo Ridge, 8 million demon army gathered. The air was filled with smoke, the demonic energy was soaring, and it was extremely terrifying. The blazing demon king, the shadow demon king, and the dark poison demon king descended one after another, and their huge momentum suppressed the entire scene. Sensing the momentum of the 3 demon kings, the demon soldiers and demon general shouted loudly. At this moment, lightning flashed across the sky, and dark clouds swirled. The great demon king Black Hoof, who was taller than the sky, and the great demon king Laka descended one after another. They exuded a destructive aura all over their bodies, as if they were going to tear the world apart with their huge bodies alone. In the area affected by the 2 great demon kings, countless twisted space nodes in the nearby void collapsed, and more twisted space nodes were generated. Some of the unlucky demon soldiers happened to be near the newly generated twisted space node, and were directly twisted and annihilated. This time, we will flatten the alien world number 16. Go! Without any extra nonsense. The great demon king Laka issued the order to go to the expedition. The 8 million demon army boarded the demon warships, and entered the world channel leading to the earth. After all, there are 8 million demons here, and it is unknown how long it will take to arrive simply by walking. The great demon king Black Hoof, the great demon king Laka, the blazing demon king, the shadow demon king, and the dark poison demon king looked at the army entering the world channel with a serious look. There are powerful beings in the alien world number 16, which means that the resources inside are extremely rich. After this battle, the benefits they can get will be unimaginable. In addition, when the world is destroyed, the vitality and despair of countless lives, how delicious will it be? Suddenly, They all received a mysterious call. This is a new world full of vitality. Earth. The Magic Town area. Looking at the engraved summoning magic circle, Su Miao checked it again and again, confirming that there was no problem. The magic power is fine. The energy is fine. The mentality is good. The plan is fine. And the Magic Town area is fine. It's time to summon the devil. Su Miao took out the prepared sacrifice and placed it in a specific location. The sacrifice is a mixture of blood from mutant rats, mutant bugs, mutant wolves, mutant insects, and other creatures. To be honest, the smell is really not good. But according to the Book of the Abyss, this is in line with the behavior of a novice summoner. It would be a very reasonable behavior to accidentally summon an evil god, a demon king, etc. Su Miao took out the Paulownia staff that he hadn't used for a long time, injected magic power into the summoning magic circle, began to activate the magic circle, and began to summon gods of all the heavens and the worlds. Please listen to my call. Come to my world, and give me the power to save the world. In an instant, a crack appeared above the magic circle, and an extremely terrifying aura emanated from the crack. Sensing this aura, Su Miao retreated repeatedly, pretending to be shocked and scared. At the same time, the sky outside the magic town fell into darkness. Mutated animals and insects in the darkness trembled and dared not move. Unlike the previous polar nights, creatures on the ground could clearly see the stars hanging in the sky. Some stars were twinkling, and some stars turned blood red, as if warning humans on the ground that something ominous was about to happen. Farther away, observatories of human civilization, satellites, etc., issued shrill alarms. Thunder, black storms, earthquakes, and other natural disasters appeared one after another, and the world was truly in ruins. What happened? This energy fluctuation has exceeded the upper limit of our monitoring. Is the devil coming to Earth? What on earth is this? Ha ha, is the end of the world finally coming to an end? Is everyone going to die? This is the breath of the devil. A new natural disaster? For a time, all the major shelters and private bases took action. They paid attention to what this celestial change meant. As the initiator, Su Miao was not aware of the strange phenomenon outside the magic town. She looked at the crack above the summoning magic circle, and held the Paulownia staff tightly with both hands, looking forward to the arrival of the devil in her heart. If the devil descends once more, her magic town domain will be tested. Mortal, are you calling me? Suddenly, a huge bull-headed phantom appeared across the space rift. The bull-headed phantom looked at Su Miao, then at the magic town, noticing the neatly dressed residents in the magic town, and was very happy. What a vibrant and different world. I didn't expect that there would be such an interesting person in this world, who opened the rift while summoning. If this rift could become a little bigger, he would be able to descend easily. Yes, Lord Evil God. Su Miao trembled while holding the Paulownia staff. This aura was too terrifying, even stronger than the aura of the Hell Demon King, who was trapped in the magic town. However, since the other party has come, it is not a big problem. Little girl, I am the Great Demon King Black Hoof, not some evil god. The Great Demon King Black Hoof said with majesty. Yes, the Great Demon King Black Hoof. Su Miao nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, looking more and more scared. She was a little worried that she would not be able to help but take out the alloy staff and give this big devil a starlight bloom. Then there would be no way to test the magic town area. The big devil Black Hoof looked at Su Miao, thinking about how to let Su Miao strengthen the summoning magic circle, expand the space rift, and facilitate his arrival. While conquering the alien world number 16, he went to this world to take advantage of the time, which was completely fine. However, giving things directly would probably arouse suspicion. Little girl, you are very good. What is the matter with summoning me? The big devil Black Hoof asked. Su Miao looked scared, and said sincerely, I want to get the power to destroy the world. The Great Demon King Black T was stunned. How could a good human girl have such a dangerous idea? However, he liked it. The Great Demon King Black T raised his hand, and invested a lot of resources and materials into the space rift. There is a magic array diagram inside. You can enhance your current magic array according to this diagram. As long as you can complete this magic array, I will give you the power to destroy the world. Su Miao took the supplies and magic array diagram set by the Great Demon King Black T, and immediately took action. Yes, Lord Great Demon King Black T, The great demon King Black Tea laughed. The naive human girl. It's so easy to fool. Hee. Chapter 402 Little girl, are you plotting against me? The great demon King Black Hoof, although he is a rough black bull, the fact that he can become a great demon king proves his strength and wisdom. The modification plan for the summoning magic circle provided by this great demon king is very perfect, ingenious, sinister, cunning. The level is so high, amazing. Seeing this magic circle, Su Miao felt like he had found a treasure, his eyes were shining, and he was completely immersed in the process of optimizing the summoning magic circle. The great demon King Black Hoof was even more satisfied with Su Miao after seeing this scene. Innocent human girl. Hee. When I descend, I will leave you for last and eat you. The great demon King Black Hoof made a decision. After all, he descended to destroy the world and harvest the essence of life all over the world. This innocent human girl will surely be in great pain at that time. To avoid this situation, just eat her. Hey T, you actually intercepted me. The great demon King Laka looked over with dissatisfaction. He had also received a summon just now, but there were 8 million demons in front of him to watch, so he hesitated. Unexpectedly, after such hesitation, the great demon King Black Tea directly squeezed out the other demon kings who wanted to respond. The evil god, and occupied the summoning. In this case, it became impossible for others to get in touch with the summoned other world again. Seeing how excited Black Tea was, it would be a loss if he didn't respond to this wave of summons. It's all luck. The great demon King Black Tea smiled. Laka, I'll leave this to you temporarily. I want to descend to the other world. The great demon King Laka was shocked. What? The other party can let your real body descend? The great demon King Black Tea said, of course not. But this summoner is very innocent and cute, with clear and stupid eyes. But he has extraordinary talents. He took the resources and magic circle I sent and immediately started to optimize them. When the optimization is complete, my real body can descend. The great demon King Laka showed an envious look. What a great luck. In addition, the fact that a great demon king can descend in person shows that this other world is extremely rich. Damn Black Hoof, this is a big win, the great demon King Laka said. Brother Black Hoof, I wonder if you can bring me along when you descend later? This world can allow your true body to descend, which shows that this world is extraordinary, and there may be some unpredictable dangers. The great demon King Black Hoof said, well, we'll see later. Haha, if you want to steal my resources? Just say so, you are shameless. 10 hours later, Su Miao optimized the entire summoning magic circle according to the plan provided by the great demon King Black Hoof. Only a small part of the resources provided by the great devil Black Hoof was used. And there were still a lot left. Seeing so many resources, she was very happy. Now, some people with special abilities have returned from the other world. They posted on the Night Snack app about their gains in the other world. And they were all terrible. In a sense, it was good to be alive and come back. So how could they dare to ask for more resources? The resources that Su Miao earned in this wave directly exceeded the total amount they had earned. She suddenly understood why someone would conduct such in-depth research on summoning the devil and the evil god. Because the demon king, the evil god, is really generous. Really rich. If there are more demon King Black Hoof, would the magic town be able to be upgraded? By the way, does demon King Black Hoof have more resources? After killing him, can they be exploded? Little girl, what are you daydreaming about? Activate the optimized magic circle quickly. Demon King Black Hoof saw Su Miao in a daze and reminded her. Worried that there was not enough energy, he threw another black cloth bag into the summoning channel. There were many black and blue beautiful crystals in the dark cloth bag, which contained extremely strong energy. These crystals can provide enough energy. Activate them quickly. Ah, yes, Lord Black Hoof. Su Miao opened the bag and took out a few crystals. Before she could observe them carefully, the crystals emitted a faint light and fell into the magic circle on their own, activating the summoning magic circle. In an instant, the cracks above the summoning magic circle began to expand, and the summoning channel became stable. Seeing this scene, the great devil Black Hoof smiled coldly. Innocent little girl, hee. You've been fooled. Do you really think he's very generous? He gave so many resources before, to arouse the greed in this little human girl's heart. Then he gave the divine crystal, to ensure that the optimized summoning magic circle can be activated. After all, this little girl may be naive, stupid, but she can optimize the magic circle in such a short time. I have to admit that she is a genius. If she wakes up at the critical moment and destroys the magic circle, he will not be able to come. Laka, I'll leave this to you. I'll go to the other world first. The great demon King Black Tea said, and stepped decisively into the summoning channel, and descended into the other world that summoned him. The great demon King Laka saw this scene, and gnashed his teeth. Damn it! Here, Su Miao was shocked to see the divine crystal flying out on its own, activating the optimized summoning magic circle. The divine crystal given by the great demon King Black Tea had a problem. She immediately put the remaining divine crystals into the magic space, and every piece lost was a loss. The magic town has enough energy to allow a great demon to descend. Now, Su Miao's only worry is that the great demon's aura is so strong. Is her intuition reliable? Can she really defeat him? The black-hoofed great demon first stretched out a hand from the space crack, and the huge hand pulled the space crack hard, making it bigger. Such a movement caused even more terrifying visions of heaven and earth outside the magic town, with rolling dark clouds and thunder. It seemed that the whole world was angry because of the great demon's arrival, trying to bring down divine punishment and directly destroy the heretic who came. However, multiple ball lightnings fell, but no destructive thunderbolt fell on the magic town. It is not known whether they could not locate it, or were afraid of the great devil. Black storms, landslides, ground fissures, and other natural disasters broke out at the same time, as if to destroy all the creatures in this area. Within a radius of thousands of miles, surviving people with special abilities, mutated plants and animals trembled at this scene, not understanding what was going to happen in this world. Help! Who knows what kind of natural disaster this is? Poster. Erwin, this morning, our base observed a terrifying vision in the distance. Black storm, ball lightning, land collapse, all kinds of natural disasters came at the same time. We are trapped in the base. There is no way to escape. Some people say that this is the coming of the devil. Is this true? 10 hours have passed. The vision has become more terrifying. Can anyone tell me, do we still have hope? Video 1. Video 2. First floor. Potito 1024, front row. Second floor. Lexington 2. This vision is very similar to the last one. It is the coming of the devil. 3F. Yamiamian Mage. It is confirmed that the Demon King has come, because I have really seen it. OP, if there is anything you haven't done, do it quickly. 4F. Lay 555. 3F. Is it true or not? If the Demon King has come, why can't we observe it? 5F. Kuji Suju. Yes. Why can't we observe it? 6F. Magical Girl Aminos. Is the Demon King stuck? He came, and didn't come? 7F. Tom Jang. Don't panic. All the Doomsday disasters have come, and the Demon King is just a part of the Doomsday play. 8th floor. Another time. At Irina, let the professionals come. 9th floor. Su Ling, at the Kind Witch. 10th floor. Gray Eclipse. I have an immature guess. Could the Demon King be summoned by someone? 11th floor. The Path of the Underworld. 10th floor. Not really. The Taoist ability user sent a message some time ago, saying that the Demon King of the other world is preparing to invade the Earth. 12th floor. Ray_Nihi. To be honest, I want to see at Irina catch a Demon King and slice him up. 13th floor. Shadow. There seems to be no news from the 12 divisions. 14th floor. My soft heart is a disease that will kill me. Look at it from another angle. Sometimes natural disasters on Earth are much more terrifying than the vision of the devil's arrival. 15th floor. Ice, wind, flower, blowing snow. The above is right. If you look at it this way, this may not be the devil's arrival. And from the time point of view, it has not appeared for such a long time, which is very problematic. Could it be that the devil was killed on the way? In the area of the magic town, Su Miao watched the hands of the great devil Hades stretch out from the cracks in the space, and the extremely terrifying devil's power spread, which made people feel terrified. Theoretically, the arrival of the great demon King Blackhoof does not need to be so troublesome, as long as Su Miao takes out a few more divine crystals. However, Su Miao put the remaining divine crystals into the magic space, which requires some effort. As for the great demon King Blackhoof, the more difficult it is to come, the more he looks forward to this strange world. In this adventure, he may be able to accumulate enough life energy and negative emotional energy to transform into a powerful demon. Moo! When the space crack became a little bigger, the great demon King Blackhoof roared, and his head and left foot stretched in. He used his dark horns to hold up the crack in space, allowing his huge body to break through. Su Miao trembled. and replaced the Paulownia staff in his hand with an alloy staff. Too strong. This black hoof is much stronger than the last time he killed the hell demon Charlotte Bayfeng. Moo! The great demon Black Hoof shouted again. And the sky split open. The terrifying thunder fell. And it actually passed through the magic town directly, bombarding the great demon Black Hoof, as if to kill the invader Black Hoof. Even if the great demon Black Hoof cannot be killed, the evil demon king summoning magic circle must be smashed to prevent the world from being invaded and falling into despair of destruction. Su Miao looked up at the sky in fear, not understanding how this terrifying thunder could penetrate the magic town. This was too abnormal. It shouldn't be. However, this was not what she should consider at the moment. The great demon king Black Hoof roared, and actually shattered the terrifying thunder that was falling on him, and annihilated the other thunders that were attacking the magic circle. Boom! The thunder fell one after another, and became stronger and stronger, which annoyed the great demon king Black Hoof. It is worthy of being the world's wolf, full of vitality. Very strong. But, in front of this king, it is not good enough. The great demon king Black Hoof looked at the sky with contempt, and the strange energy intertwined, forming a rune in the void, which directly annihilated the falling thunder. So strong. Su Miao looked at the runes that intercepted the thunder in the void, and was extremely shocked. Can the magic runes be used like this, without the interference of thunder? The arrival of the great devil Black Hoof became smoother. With another strong effort, he successfully got rid of the suppression of the space rift and successfully descended into the other world. Looking at the space rift, this space rift can probably last for about 3 hours, enough for him to destroy the world and devour the life energy of the world. The great devil Black Hoof looked at the trembling Su Miao and said, "Dear girl, thank you for giving me such a fertile world. As a thank you, I will save you for the last to eat, hee." After saying that, he directly ignored the frightened Su Miao, and his eyes swept across the magic town. Seeing the vibrant residents in the magic town, his appetite was opened. He raised his hand and scooped it up. Hundreds of residents were caught in the palm of the great demon king Black Tea and sent to his mouth. These residents seemed to be frightened and did not dodge or even struggle. But this was a normal reaction in the eyes of the great demon king Black Tea. If they struggled, it would be a big problem. But when he was close to the entrance, the great demon king Black Tea felt that he was hallucinating. The faces of the humans who were to be eaten by him showed extremely strange expressions, which looked like fear, but also like excitement. However, they were eaten too quickly, so he did not have time to distinguish. What was even more bizarre was that, after eating, the great demon king Black Tea not only failed to feel the familiar life energy, but also the negative energy carried by these humans was also poisonous. His stomach actually ached slightly. What was going on? The great demon king Black Tea realized that something was wrong, and turned his eyes to the witch Su Miao, who summoned him to come. Just at this moment, he saw Su Miao wave the alloy staff, and he instantly closed the space rift that he had expanded with great difficulty. And, what are you doing? The great demon king Black Tea was furious. The space rift closed, which meant that he might get lost in the other world, and he didn't know when he could return in the future. It would be fine if he got lost at ordinary times. But he was also responsible for conquering the 16th world. The 16th world had powerful existences, and the resources inside might not be less than here. Once he missed it, he didn't know how many years he would have to wait for the next time. He stretched out his big hand and grabbed Su Miao. Su Miao was very scared, and a dazzling magic light burst out from the alloy staff. The hand that the great demon king Black Tea stretched out was forced to cover his eyes, allowing Su Miao to escape. However, when he put down his hand and prepared to capture Su Miao again, the great demon king Black Tea found that the surrounding environment had completely changed. There was no lively town in front of him, but a cosmic void with endless meteorites. At this moment, the great demon king Black Tea realized that something was wrong. He looked at Su Miao solemnly and asked in an uncertain tone, "Little girl, are you plotting against me?" The reason for his uncertainty was that he saw Su Miao holding the alloy staff in both hands, trembling, and never stopping. She looked really scared. But, if she looked so scared, why couldn't he absorb a little negative energy of fear? Could this still be excitement? Chapter 403 The Great Demon King, Do Not Insult. Su Miao was excited, but he was also really afraid. The Great Demon King Black Tea was really too strong. So strong that Su Miao was worried whether the magic town could hold on. Last time she used Starlight Bloom to blow up the Hell Demon King, The town almost didn't hold on, and almost caused unimaginable damage to the outside world. This time, I hope it can hold on. Su Miao waved the alloy staff, and thousands of mechas appeared in the void. The great demon King Black T saw this scene and laughed. Ha ha, little girl, how dare you plot against me? Do you know who I am? You want to trap a great demon king with this broken space? He said this, but in fact, he was more and more shocked by this space. Everything here looks real. His eyes were fixed on Su Miao. No matter what the problem was, he was ready to crush Su Miao first. As for the mecha battle group summoned by Su Miao, the great demon King Black Hoof didn't care at all, until these mechas opened fire collectively. Boom! The great demon King Black Hoof raised his hand to release the barrier, blocking a wave of concentrated fire. In an instant, he felt as if he was bombarded by at least 10 demon kings, and was blown away. What on earth are these mechas? How can they burst out such a terrifying killing power? If it were an ordinary demon king, I'm afraid he would be directly hit hard by the previous wave of attacks. Hiss. The great demon King Black Hoof felt some pain in his palm. He took a look and saw the demon blood flowing. He was actually injured. In an instant, the wound healed, and the great demon King Black Hoof rushed to where Su Miao was. The mecha team standing near Su Miao deployed a battle formation and fired wildly at the great demon King Black Hoof. Countless meteorites were blown up by the energy beam in an instant and turned into ashes. The great demon King Black Hoof snorted coldly, and a huge axe appeared in his hand. He chopped forward horizontally. In an instant, the universe seemed to be split open, and more than 30 mechas had no time to escape and were directly blown up. More than 100 mechas were swept by the aftermath, and fell into the deep space one after another. This attack contains the power of the law. The mechas can't stop it. Su Miao blinked, thinking about how to weaken the opponent. Her killer move is Starlight Bloom, and the premise of releasing Starlight Bloom is that the target will not dodge, or cannot dodge. However, from the strength and treacherous character of the great devil Black Hoof, the opponent will not be stupid enough to stand there and wait for her to attack. According to the original plan, Su Miao wanted to use these upgraded combat mechas to weaken the opponent. Unfortunately, this plan failed. The great demon King Black Hoof only needed to chop a few more times, and the mecha team she summoned would be wiped out. What to do? There was no time to think and hesitate, and the great demon King Black Hoof had already killed Su Miao. Ant! The great demon King Black Hoof's big hand covered the sky and grabbed Su Miao. Su Miao was startled, and subconsciously pointed the alloy staff at the sky, and fired the purple flame gun containing the law of fire. Boom! The palm of the great demon King Black Hoof exploded. He quickly retracted his hand, wiping away the purple flame on his palm. Looking at his burning right hand, the great devil Haiti was still in shock. The hand that grabbed Su Miao just now was not a real hand. If it was real, this hand would be useless. That was the law of fire. God from another world? No. He did not sense any breath belonging to the gods. And Su Miao did not seem to have any godhood. Magic girl? No. He did not sense that special barrier. Nor did he sense that kind of idealistic madness. A powerful human who simply controls the laws and domains? This situation does exist, but it is extremely rare. If it is true, it is a bit unreasonable. The great demon King Black Hoof stared at Su Miao, noticing the witch robe Su Miao was wearing, seemed to realize something and said, "What are you?" It is not his fault that he failed to recognize Su Miao's identity as a witch. It is really that the great demon King Black Hoof does not need these cognitions in normal times. In addition, the witch robe Su Miao was wearing was a modified version. It was totally different from the classical conservative witch long skirt he knew. To be honest, short skirts, white stockings below the knee, are normal for magical girls, but for witches, they are heretics in the eyes of the great demon King Black Hoof. Without waiting for Su Miao to answer, the great demon King Black Hoof rushed to Su Miao with a giant axe. With the lesson just now, he decided not to attack with bare hands. He was very fast, and after a few axe strikes, several nearby asteroids were chopped and exploded. However, Su Miao was able to quickly avoid the giant axe attack of the great demon King Black Hoof every time, and fired a few purple flame guns in return. The void exploded continuously, blasting the broken asteroid belt into a chaotic zone. Ice spikes, heart-piercing curse, purple flame gun, magic beam, arcane shock. Su Miao kept waving the alloy staff. Magic containing the law was continuously launched, but all were blocked by the great devil Black Hoof. For a while, neither side could do anything to the other, and the battle fell into a stalemate. Which, after continuous fighting, the great devil Black Hoof determined Su Miao's identity. At the same time, he understood what Su Miao had done. Su Miao summoning magic circle is a trap, summoning the Devil King, evil god, in order to fleece the Devil King, evil god. If possible, cheat the Devil King, evil god, and kill him. Despicable, cunning, and treacherous human. Damn it. No wonder he acted so naive and stupid when summoning him. Everything was done to deceive him. The great devil. It has always been the Devil King who plays with ants. How can he be played with by ants? The great devil Haiti figured it all out, and became more and more angry. In addition, he discovered that Su Miao gradually increased his strength and power in the confrontation with him. In particular, the law contained in the attack was gradually improved. If he was very strong at the beginning, he might be seriously injured because of his contempt. What does this show? It shows that he, the great demon king, was not taken seriously by the other party. But the other party still showed a very scared look. Damn it! In addition, the great demon king Black Hoof sensed the demon king's power that was not fully digested from this space. In addition to the law, it seems that the entire space is made of the devil. The great devil Hades seems to understand something. What is this witch testing? Is she testing the strength of this space? He, the great devil, is actually being used as a test subject? Thinking of this, the great devil Hades is going to explode. He would rather be severely injured by Su Miao at the beginning than suffer such humiliation. Since the witch wants to gradually increase the strength, then he will directly become the strongest and break this space. Witch, die! The great demon king Black Hoof roared, and burst out with all his strength. In an instant, the space used to trap the great demon king Black Hoof was visibly distorted, as if it was about to collapse and explode. The great demon king Black Hoof continued to explode, and the normal space should have had space cracks long ago. How could it be possible to simply distort the space? As for whether the witch would take this opportunity to attack, the great demon king Black Hoof was not worried at all. In this state, he was invincible, and it was basically impossible to break through the defense. Su Miao threw several purple flame spears, which all exploded in the void. The great demon king Black Hoof was unharmed. He looked at Su Miao with anger and contempt. Su Miao looked at the great demon king Black Hoof, who was in the reading state, with a strange expression. It must be said that the great demon king Black Hoof was very strong. He could cause such a strange phenomenon in the space, which seemed to cause the entire space to collapse. However, even with such a small degree, he could not cause the spatial laws that stabilize the magic town to fluctuate. This shows that her optimization of the town area was very successful. Besides, she was worrying about what to do to make the great demon king Black Hoof stand still, so that she could have the opportunity to use Starlight Bloom. She didn't expect that the great demon king Black Hoof would give her the opportunity, and he was the great demon king in his peak state. This opportunity is too rare. Because she was very happy, Su Miao's body trembled habitually. Then it was time to test whether the powerful Starlight Bloom could blow up the magic town area. Su Miao was focused, holding the alloy staff with both hands. Layers of magic arrays unfolded, and the blazing magic energy gathered in front of the staff, compressed, and compressed again, until the magic power was compressed to the extreme. Instantly, the starry sky dimmed, and all the light seemed to be swallowed up. The great demon king Hades was obviously stunned. As a demon king, he was very accustomed to darkness, but he was extremely uncomfortable with the darkness in front of him. What was even more terrifying was the magic power gathered in front of the witch Su Miao. Just a glance, he felt a stinging pain in his eyes. Instinct told him that he should flee immediately. However, his ultimate move had accumulated to the limit, and he would hurt himself if he interrupted it rashly, and he might not be able to take on the witch's attack. Witch, die! The great demon king Black Hoof shouted loudly. The universe collapsed. The great demon king Black Hoof simulated a sphere that looked like a black hole, swallowing everything and bombarding Su Miao. Su Miao's starlight bloomed and exploded. She wanted to continue to transfer some magic power, but she seemed to have lost control of the starlight bloom this time. For a moment, the galaxy and the universe seemed to be pulled over, turning into a torrent of starlight and bombarding forward. Boom! Time seemed to stop at this moment. The simulated black hole swallowed the exploding starlight bloom at maximum power. The great demon king Black Hoof supported himself with all his strength, but only lasted for 0.00001 seconds. and his heart skipped a beat. The simulated black hole was pierced by the torrent of starlight, triggering an unimaginable explosion. The great demon King Blackhoof was engulfed by the torrent of starlight. The great demon King Blackhoof was ravaged by the impact of the explosion. He screamed silently. He struggled hard, trying to save himself. But until this moment, he realized the essence of this torrent of starlight, which was full of laws. All kinds of terrifying laws. The law of light, the law of darkness, the law of destruction, the law of gravity, the law of attraction, the law of repulsion, the law of fire, etc. This witch. Who is she? What kind of existence is she? Damn it! At some point, the great demon Blackhoof heard a crisp cracking sound. Along with this cracking sound, his soul was shattered. This was because his demon core was pierced. Shattered. The great demon Blackhoof maintained a struggling posture, allowing the torrent of starlight to wash over him. In the blink of an eye, he turned to ashes and fell on the spot. The terrifying explosion continued to spread, sweeping across the entire territory of the magic town, causing countless laws to vibrate, and almost causing the town to collapse. However, this time the magic town held on and did not collapse. It was just that the starry sky at the center of the battlefield was a little broken and needed to be repaired a little. Suddenly, a heavy blood rain fell in the town. The blood rain contained strong energy. With the replenishment of this energy, the town began to repair itself quickly. Seeing this blood rain, Su Miao had an epiphany. With this blood rain, he believed that the repaired magic town would become stronger. After all, this Blackhoof claimed to be the great demon king, which was much stronger than the average demon king. Taking advantage of the blood rain, Su Miao immediately arranged for the magic phantom clone to quickly repair the loopholes. Even so, it was still a little slow. The area around the magic town began to rain blood. Influenced by the blood rain, many mutant plants broke out of the ground in the darkness. Full of vitality, many mutant insects broke out of their eggs, and they gained powerful abilities as soon as they were born. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Su Miao didn't pay much attention to what happened outside the town, because simply repairing the loopholes would keep her busy for a while. Su Miao repaired the biggest loophole and unexpectedly found that the magic power in her body was enough for another starlight bloom. However, just in case, Su Miao poured a glass of strawberry juice and drank it in one gulp. These strawberry juices can provide her with a certain amount of magic power. Take a rest first. Su Miao looked at the recovering magic town and yawned. During the break, she needs to record the test data from the previous test, and further optimize the areas where the loopholes appear. After everything is completed, she will conduct a new summoning, hoping that a stronger demon king and evil god will join the experiment. The summoning magic circle also needs a new one. After all, using the same magic circle to summon in a short period of time will more or less arouse the suspicion of the demon king and evil god from another world. When the news spreads, it will become very difficult for her to summon the demon king and evil god next time. There are so many things to do next. Suddenly, there was a special wave coming from the world channel in the Sikh platform. Su Miao looked over and saw a warship full of the aesthetics of the demons from another world flying out of the channel. This world channel can still allow such a large warship to pass through. How did the demons do it? Inside World Demon Ridge, 8 million demons are entering the world channel in an orderly manner on various warships, invading the 16th world. The Demon King of Blazing Candle, the Demon King of Dark Poison, the Demon King of Shadow entered the world channel first according to the plan. The great Demon King Laka stood in the void, watching the huge army. It was not that he did not want to go in first, but because he was the great Demon King, his first arrival would trigger a series of anomalies and changes, which might make it impossible for the subsequent army to invade, or even cause losses to his own side. In addition, the space channel connecting to the number 16 alien world also needed to be repaired and stabilized by professionals in the demon army, so as to ensure that he could descend stably. When he descended successfully, the number 16 alien world would become the possession of the demons. It's so nice to think about it. However, because the big devil Blackhoof left temporarily to eat alone, this made the big devil Laka extremely unhappy. You bastard, die in the other world. The big devil Laka looked at the time, and it was almost time for him to descend to the other world number 16. Blackhoof, since you can't come back in time, don't blame me for taking everything in the other world number 16, He looked at the world channel. There was a signal coming from inside, and it was time for him to descend. Chapter 404. The Demon Council will not let you go. The great demon King Laka entered the world channel and descended into the 16th world. A few minutes later, a demon king from Kirishima came quickly and asked the demon general station nearby, "Where is Lord Laka?" The general said quickly, "Lord Laka has descended into the 16th world." The demon king who came was shocked. "It's over. Just now." The Kirishima Demon Council received news that the great demon King Blackhoof had fallen in the other world. Only the great demon King Laka descended into the 16th world. "I'm afraid something big is going to happen. There are powerful enemies in the 16th world. This is bad." He glanced at the space channel and hurried back. Losing 8 million demons is nothing. As long as there is a little time, they can have as many demons as they want. However, losing 2 great demons in a row, even Kirishima, can hardly bear such pressure. You have to know that they are not invincible in the other world. Otherwise, there is no need to establish the Demon King Council, let alone the existence of Kirishima. If such a loss is known to the enemy will take the opportunity to attack Kirishima, and Kirishima will suffer even greater losses. After returning to Kirishima, he immediately reported the situation to the Great Demon Lord Kinto. The Great Demon Lord Kinto realized the seriousness of the matter and forwarded the message to the Great Demon Lords, who were free. "Everyone, the matter is urgent. I wonder if anyone is free to support the 16th alien world, just in case." The Great Demon Lord Colette said, "I'll do it." He originally planned to go to the 16th alien world, but was delayed because of something, and he never expected that the Great Demon Lord Blackhoof would respond to a call and fall in the alien world. According to the previous plan, he was going to go there secretly, but now he is going there openly, which is not bad. With a whoosh, the Great Demon King Colette left the Mist Island and appeared in front of the space channel. "I hope the harvest this time will be good." The Magic Town area. One after another, the demon warships flew out of the inner world channel. Su Miao didn't know the situation, but was greatly shocked, seeing that more demon warships were coming. Su Miao immediately covered this place with the newly repaired Starry Sky illusion. In an instant, all the invading demon warships were sent to the Starry Sky Fantasy. The process was very smooth. The demons in the warships did not feel any discomfort. Only the demons who arrived first were confused. "Who accelerated? How did we get to the Starry Sky? I was dazzled just now. I just blinked. And the driver drove the warship? Damn it! Didn't we arrive accurately just now? I can see the human town. So many new humans. What's the use of new humans? Don't forget our ultimate goal here. To conquer the world, destroy the world, and plunder the world. You can't drive a warship. Let me drive it. You bunch of rubbish." "No. We didn't accelerate. Look. Aren't those friendly forces? Are they here too?" One after another, warships appeared in the starry sky. Magnificent and spectacular. It was just that under such a spectacular scene, everyone became more and more confused. What exactly happened? Didn't the intelligence say that this channel could directly reach the other world? Why did it arrive in the starry sky? I don't know. There is no problem with the warship's transmission. We were tricked. Look what that is. Mecha? Ha ha. The 16th world is a technological world. This wave is stable. Indeed, this thing is just a pile of broken copper and rotten iron. The technological world we conquered before was full of this kind of scrap iron, and it can't exert its combat power at all. Contact other warships to scan together. The 16th world must be in this starry sky. Damn, these mechas open fire. Defense counterattack. Suddenly, the demon warships deployed their shields one after another, blocking the attack of the mecha battle group. However, several battleships in the front failed to defend and were directly blown up. The demons remaining in the battleships turned into ashes with the explosion of the battleships. The terrifying combat power of the mecha cluster shocked the demon army in the battleship. Fearing that they would be blown up together, and in order to quickly destroy these mechas, a large number of demons flew out of the battleships on their own. Some took flying vehicles to charge at the mechas. Some dispersed, trying to encircle the mecha cluster and prevent the aftermath of the battleship explosion. At the same time, the warships behind the Legion locked onto the mecha cluster and launched a saturation fire attack. Su Miao stood in the void, drinking strawberry juice, watching the battle below. The scene in front of her was much more exciting than the movie, and the scenes produced by intelligent AI. Su Miao found several advanced cameras in the magic space, and used the magician's hand to record the Star War in front of her from multiple angles. and took a few photos. So far, she has not found any threatening strong people among this group of demons. On the contrary, every time a demon is eliminated, the magic town will become a little stronger. Every bit of it is energy. Even a small bit of it is still meat. Su Miao will not despise the energy delivered by the weak demons just because the Black Hoof Demon King can replenish the magic town with energy on his own. Just thinking about this, she saw a Demon King walking out of the inner world space channel. The Blazing Candle Demon King. His whole body is covered with flames. As soon as he appeared in the starry sky, he caused a huge explosion. The blazing flame spread 1,000 meters away, and then went out in an instant. What's going on? The Blazing Demon King looked at the starry sky in front of him, and was very confused. When he was about to walk out of the space channel, he clearly saw a very prosperous town, where many lively residents lived. How come it turned into a starry sky as soon as he came out? This fire, this explosion, are all specially prepared by him. He wanted to see the fire engulf this small town of humans, want to hear the desperate wailing of humans, want to harvest fresh souls. How come it turned into a starry sky? Just when he wanted to find a demon soldier to ask, 3 mechas raided nearby, found the Blazing Demon King, and immediately opened fire. Boom! The Blazing Demon King was furious. What kind of ant dared to attack him? The raging flames enveloped the nearby meteorites, turning them into flaming meteors, smashing the 3 mechas. Who have you come over here and explain the situation? The Blazing Demon King pointed to the distance, preparing to summon the demon soldiers. Suddenly, the Blazing Demon King felt the scene around him change. He was accidentally transferred out of the battlefield. Standing outside, the battlefield in the starry sky was clearer. Those mechas of unknown origin and the demon warships were fighting an extremely tragic war. No matter how many mechas were blown up in the void, no matter how many demons there were, none of these mechas retreated. These damn humans. Damn ants. But now is not the time to focus on the battlefield. In front of him, the witch with long pink hair sat sideways on the alloy staff and slowly descended. Magical girl? Witch. The Candle Demon King stared at Su Miao, who appeared in front of him. Everything here is your fault. Su Miao said, here? You are not needed. Although he didn't know the specific situation, Su Miao could guess it roughly. Some time ago, 3 demon kings from the other world came to Earth, and were killed by her, and became the energy source of the magic town. Now so many demon kings have come again, and they must be looking for the 3 demon kings in front. However, the relevant town anti-explosion test has been completed. The explosion test of the big demon king, who is stronger than them, has also been completed. Such a weak demon king is not needed here. No. The previous tests were all done with Starlight Bloom. It's not easy to get a demon king here, and it must be used effectively. For example, the opponent's demon king core, and some magic that she had recently tested. Especially, she was not very mature in applying the law to attack, otherwise she would not be despised by the Black Hoof Demon King. Su Miao held the alloy staff, and waved the staff. Countless magic tentacles emerged in the void. The Blazing Candle Demon King was stunned. He looked at Su Miao suspiciously, and was sure that the opponent was a witch. However, this kind of indescribable attack of the ancient god made him incomprehensible. Boom! The flames burst out, burning these tentacles before they attacked. Such a weak attack, so disappointing to the Demon King. I thought this witch was so strong. No, something is wrong here. The Demon King of Blazing Candle suddenly realized something. He sensed the breath of the great Demon King Black Hoof from this space. How is this possible? Didn't the great Demon King Black Hoof respond to the call and go to another world? Could it be that this world number 16 summoned the great Demon King Black Hoof? If so, why didn't the great Demon King Black Hoof contact them? There are too many doubts here. Su Miao looked at the Blazing Candle Demon King, and didn't understand why the Demon King was still in a daze during the battle. It was really interesting. She waved the alloy staff again, and many law threads appeared in the void, and bound the Blazing Candle Demon King. At this time, something outrageous happened. When the Blazing Candle Demon King reacted, he was already bound by these law threads. Witch, what did you do to me? The Blazing Candle Demon King tried to struggle, but found that he couldn't struggle at all. He couldn't even burst out his strength. An inexplicable panic emerged. This witch is playing the pig to eat the tiger. So cunning. Su Miao was also very surprised. This Demon King is not weak. How could he be caught so easily? Is it a trap? For safety reasons, Su Miao stood at a distance and bombarded the Candle Demon King with various magic attacks. Witch, you have the guts to let me go, ah? Damn witch, you can't do this to me, you will regret it. You are courting death, which, the great demon king Laka is about to come, and then it will be your death. Su Miao blinked. Even the great demon king was brought out. She was sure this was not a trap. In addition, the hands and legs of the blazing demon king had been blown up. Su Miao had almost tried all the magic she wanted to try. Oh! There was also a Starlight Burst. Starlight Burst was an advanced version of the magic beam. A magic developed with reference to Starlight Bloom. If it was fully released, it might directly blow up the blazing demon king. And it would be impossible to recover the demon king's core. Therefore, Su Miao was ready to try another method. She put away the alloy staff and replaced it with the recast silver sword. As soon as the recast silver sword came out, the blazing demon king felt a palpitation. In an instant, a sword slashed down, cutting the blazing candle demon king in half from top to bottom. As a demon king, such an injury was nothing. In the usual fierce battles, the body would be blown up. At this time, they would use the ability of blood rebirth to ensure that they could survive. If it was worse, they would sacrifice part of the body, so that the other part would gain more powerful power and escape from the crisis. However, the damage caused by the recast silver sword was not something that the blazing candle demon king could repair. The destructive sword energy inside spread rapidly, destroying the blazing candle demon king's body crazily. The blazing candle demon king felt the danger of death. He decided to abandon his body and use the remaining power to escape with the demon king core. But before he could use the demon king core, Su Miao used the recast silver sword to dig out the blazing candle demon king's core. The destructive aura on the sword swept away, and the demon king core and the blazing candle demon king were completely disconnected. If you look closely, you will find that Su Miao, who was holding the sword to dig the core, was a clone. Su Miao's real body had never been closer than 1 meter to the demon king. The blazing candle demon king, who had lost the demon king core, was bleeding, trembling, and twisting. As the purple flames fell, the candle demon king ended his life in a painful howl. Which, the great demon king Laka will not let you go. The demon king council will not let you go. Hearing the residual souls screaming in the ashes, Su Miao threw a starlight bloom to purify this space. As for the newly obtained demon king core, Su Miao threw it casually and sent it to the center as a backup energy source. It is worth mentioning that this demon king core is very complete, and the energy contained in it is even more massive, which is a little more than the sum of the energy of the 2 demon king cores currently in use in the town center. This has something to do with the fact that the blazing candle demon king stood still and did not resist, which made Su Miao succeed so easily. I hope every demon king can be so stupid. As soon as the blazing candle demon king died, blood rained again in the magic town. The demon army on the battlefield saw the blood rain falling in the void, and all showed disbelief. Why is there blood rain in space? This blood rain has the breath of the blazing candle demon king in it. Is it possible that the blazing candle demon king is dead? The blazing candle demon king was here just now. How did he die? This world is wrong. I want to go back. As soon as the blazing candle demon king died, the 8 million demon army was in panic. At the same time, the fearless mecha regiment took advantage of the situation to launch an attack, blowing up several warships and killing more than 100,000 demon soldiers and generals. The war entered a white-hot stage again, and the dark starry sky turned directly into a blood-red starry sky, which was shocking. Su Miao took out his magic notebook and recorded the magic experiment just now, especially the magic used to bind the candle demon king. If the demon king can be bound at the beginning, wouldn't the opponent be at his mercy? No matter what kind of magic experiment he wants to conduct in the future, it will become very smooth. However, the opponent was in a daze just now, which gave her the opportunity. If the demon king is not in a daze, the difficulty will increase. How to solve it? Add some law threads? Yes, add dark law threads, increase concealment, make this magic less detectable. The law can be integrated into nature. Find a way to make the binding magic more natural, so that the demon king will not feel anything when he falls into the net. Isn't this better? Inspirations are constantly bursting out. Su Miao recorded very quickly. After a few seconds, he had an optimization plan. Does the immortal binding rope in Taoist mythology work on a similar principle? Su Miao wrote down this question. The immortal binding rope can forcibly bind the target. It is definitely not possible to hide the binding magic by all means. It must have a function similar to the immortal binding rope. Forcibly bind the demon king, This sounds a bit strange. Never mind, it's good to be practical. Now that the research plan is in place, what about the test target? Su Miao was thinking about this. She found that 2 more demon kings came from the inner world to the second platform. Chapter 405 Witch, Run Away. The Shadow Demon King, the Dark Poison Demon King walked out of the space channel one after another. Unlike the arrogant Candle Demon King, their appearance was much more low-key. Because not far behind them was the Great Demon King Laka, it was not their turn to show off. They only needed to prepare the venue and atmosphere for the Great Demon King to show off. However, before the 2 demons could make any extra moves, the scenery in front of them changed. What was going on? A sneak attack? The Shadow Demon King, the Dark Poison Demon King noticed the witch Su Miao not far away, and then sensed the remaining breath of the Candle Demon King nearby, and his expression changed. The Blazing Candle Demon King actually fell. They reacted immediately, preparing to attack Su Miao, but Su Miao's attack was faster. Binding. The Dark Poison Demon King reacted very quickly. His body trembled, sprinkled a large amount of poison outside, forming a poisonous circle around his body to corrode everything. The Shadow Demon King, who had a little hope, was numbed by the poison, and was directly bound in place by Su Miao's law thread. Then, the Dark Poison Demon King was also bound. Dark poison you! The Shadow Demon King was extremely angry. I've seen teammates who betrayed me, but I've never seen such a betrayer. Shut up. It's because you're such a loser. The Dark Poison Demon King struggled, trying to get rid of the restraints. But this was a restraint of law, and it was not so easy to break free. He looked at Su Miao and said, "Witch, are you plotting against me?" Su Miao looked at the 2 demon kings with a strange look. The previous Candle Demon King was outrageous enough, but I didn't expect these 2 to be even more outrageous. They were controlled by her when they met. She took out her magic notebook and recorded the experimental data of the binding magic. In the future, when fighting, you can start with the hand binding, which can save a lot of time. It seems that there is no other magic in the magic notebook that needs to be experimented. Then, these 2 demon kings are useless. The Shadow Demon King said, "Witch, I order you to let us go. The big demon king Laka will come here soon. Let us go. We can help you say something good. If you don't let us go, you will definitely die." The Dark Poison Demon King's heart skipped a beat. It's over. Su Miao didn't mean to waste time talking to the 2 demon kings. She took out the recast silver sword and prepared to dig out the cores of the 2 demon kings. But she stopped when she thought of the scene where the Dark Poison Demon King released the poison. It was poisonous, and she couldn't get close. Then, she could only use this magic. Su Miao raised the alloy staff, and a purple fireball appeared in the sky, falling towards the Shadow Demon King and the Dark Poison Demon King. When the 2 demon kings were burned to ashes, the Demon King core would appear. Anyway, the 2 demon kings couldn't escape, so she was not in a hurry. The purple fireball enveloped the Shadow Demon King and the Dark Poison Demon King. Under the influence of the law of fire, the 2 demon kings turned into big fireballs. Their flesh and blood burned, and they were in great pain. "Ah! Witch, what kind of fire is this? Kill me! Witch, please give me a quick death. Damn witch! Cruel witch! I am a demon king. I have the right to demand respect. You can't do this to us. Ah! Give me a quick death. Please, I'm afraid of fire. Ah!" The Shadow Demon King and the Dark Poison Demon King wailed in pain in the purple flames. Seeing them in such a miserable state, Su Miao's body trembled. But she was kind-hearted and bravely explained, "You are surrounded by poisonous people. You can't get close to them to kill them. You can only do this. Just bear with it. You will be burned to ashes in a while." The Shadow Demon King and the Dark Poison Demon King opened their mouths and wanted to curse. But as soon as they opened their mouths, a large amount of purple flames rushed into their mouths and began to burn their internal organs, burning them thoroughly. "Witch, you will die." "Ah!" Seeing that the 2 demon kings still had the energy to curse, Su Miao added some law of destruction to the purple flames, allowing the law of destruction and the law of fire to work together to enhance the power of burning. At the same time, Su Miao observed the continuous effect of the binding magic. At present, the effect is very good. In the starry sky, the battle between the demon warships and the mecha cluster is in full swing. The continuous attack of the fearless mecha cluster frightened the 8 million demon army. Where is the demon king? Why didn't the Demon King come to save us? These damn mechas. Why don't they run? Why are they fighting us like this? Just now I seemed to see the Shadow Demon King and the Dark Poison Demon King. But they disappeared after coming out of the space channel. Damn it! Fight with these mechas. Don't worry. The great Demon King Laka is about to come. When His Majesty Laka comes, we will have hope. The demon army rekindled hope. Morale was greatly boosted, and launched a counterattack against the mechas that were coming. However, facing the counterattack of the demon army, the mechas exploded when they could not break out, causing great losses to the besieged demons. For a time, the demons seriously doubted whether they were demons, or these mechas were demons. This fighting style was too cruel. At first, 8 million demons against 1,000 mechas. I had the advantage anyway, and the demons were not panicked at all. However, these mechas exploded one after another, and when they counted the mechas on the battlefield, they found that there were still 1,000 mechas, and sometimes there were even a few more. On the contrary, in order to blow up those mechas, the demons lost many warships and many demon soldiers and generals. What on earth is going on? They can't understand. In addition, the mechas in the starry sky seem to have some special mechanism. The longer they exist, the longer they fight, the stronger these mechas will become. And the native land of the alien world number 16 not only could not be found after searching for a long time, but they unexpectedly discovered that no matter how the warships fly, they can't leave this starry sky. They were trapped in this space. The demons were desperate. Suddenly, the cracks in the space expanded, and an extremely terrifying aura came out. The demon army on the battlefield sensed this aura, and their morale was greatly boosted. The great Demon King Laka is coming. We have hope. Your Majesty Laka. 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 The great Demon King Laka walked out of the space channel, and his terrifying aura swept across the entire scene. With just a glance from him, the mechas near the space channel exploded one after another, and more than 300 of them disappeared in an instant. Noticing the appearance of the great Demon King Laka, the remaining battle mechas retreated one after another, just like when they faced the great Demon King Black Hoof before. This was not a strong enemy they could deal with. The great Demon King Laka did not chase the fleeing battle mechas, but looked at the warships in the starry sky with great dissatisfaction. Noticing the wreckage of the warships drifting in the starry sky, his expression was not good. The Blazing Demon King, the Shadow Demon King, and the Dark Poison Demon King? 3 pieces of trash. He looked into the distance, and only then noticed the Shadow Demon King and the Dark Poison Demon King burning in the purple flames. Which do you dare? The great Demon King Laka shouted, crossed the starry sky, and came to Su Miao. On the starry sky battlefield, the remaining demon army showed a puzzled look. What happened that made the great Demon King Laka so angry? They looked at the mecha battle group stationed in the distance, debating whether to continue the attack. Ah, what is that? It's the Shadow Demon King, the Dark Poison Demon King. They were caught, and are about to be burned to death. In a battleship, the demons discovered the Shadow Demon King and the Dark Poison Demon King through the high-tech instruments of the battleship, and looked terrified. The Demon King, who was so high and mighty in their eyes, was thrown into the purple flame by a human witch. Looking at this situation, the Shadow Demon King and the Dark Poison Demon King have been burning for a long time. The 2 Demon Kings have been burned so much that they can't even speak. There is no way, because they are so loud and curse people. Su Miao was afraid, so he added a little more fire law to the purple flame. If it burns for a while longer, the 2 Demon Kings will be burned to ashes. Burn out the Demon King's core. Burn the Demon King's soul. At the critical moment, the great Demon King Laka descended, and came to Su Miao with great force. With a thunderbolt, he tried to kill Su Miao and rescue the trapped Demon King. Su Miao was startled, and the magic beam burst out instantly, blocking the great Demon King Laka's attack, but was knocked out. This great Demon King is so strong. Conventional attack methods may be difficult to take effect, so he can test his ability. Su Miao's eyes changed, and her behavior became very elegant. She stood in the void, watching quietly. The great Demon King Laka raised his hand and slapped the purple fireball, trying to extinguish the flames and rescue the Shadow Demon King and the Dark Poison Demon King, who were burned by the flames. Su Miao kindly warned, "Be careful of poisoning." The great Demon King Laka was confused. This cruel which reminded him that it was poisonous. Are you sure it's okay? However, this reminder made him hesitate for 0.5 seconds. The falling palm increased the strength a little. While extinguishing the purple flames, it smashed the Shadow Demon King and the Dark Poison Demon King. You killed them. The elegant Su Miao appeared in the void and said calmly, they were burned by the law of fire and the law of destruction for a long time. They relied on their origin to survive until now. But you used too much force and killed them. But you did it on purpose. You want their Demon King core. Right? In the void, several space laws intertwined. The two fallen Demon King cores disappeared out of thin air and appeared in front of Su Miao. The hand of the great Demon King Laka fell into the air. At the same time, a torrential blood rain fell from the void, announcing the fall of the two Demon Kings. In the blood rain, the magic town became more stable. You? The great Demon King Laka was furious. What the witch said just now was true. What was even more strange was that he felt that the witch had changed and became very dangerous. Su Miao did not explain anything, but just turned his hand and sent the two magic cores in front of him into the center of the town to continuously supply energy for the magic town. You're here, just in time for the ultimate test. Ultimate test? The great Demon King Laka laughed. No one had ever dared to look at him with such contempt, and no one dared to use him as a test subject. He remembered a joke he heard on Mist Island, saying that a summoner wanted to show off in the Legion and show his face. The other party drew a high-level summoning magic circle, opened the door to the other world, and successfully summoned a Demon King-level demon who was fighting, appearing in a new position. The demon was very angry, and slapped the human strongman standing near him to death, and then grabbed the summoner who started it. The summoner shouted loudly, I am your master. You should listen to me. The devil laughed. Do you know who I am? And he slapped the summoner to death, and started a killing spree at the summoning site. When the human warriors arrived, the scene was already a river of blood, and it was a horrible sight. Later, the human warriors could only understand the full picture of the matter through the crystal. Humans are so conceited. Ridiculous. The witch dared to use the big devil as an experiment. It was as ridiculous as the stupid summoner in the fun. Bind. The ribbons formed by various laws bound the great Demon King Laka. The great Demon King Laka shouted, and a strange light of destruction appeared around him, which actually shattered Su Miao's binding magic. Su Miao blinked, and there was no surprise or joy in her eyes. She waved the alloy staff, and purple flame guns appeared in the void. The alloy staff fell down gracefully, and purple flame guns bombarded the great Demon King Laka. Roar! The great Demon King Laka roared. His body suddenly grew larger, turning into a chimpanzee more than 10,000 meters tall, stretching across the starry sky. Instantly, the void was shattered, and the purple flame spears in the sky were blocked. Suddenly, there was a slight fluctuation in the void near Su Miao, and a big hand stretched out from it, grabbing Su Miao. Su Miao held the alloy staff, and moved her body to avoid being caught. But before she could stop, another big hand stretched out from the void, grabbing and destroying the nearby space. What was even more terrifying was that similar fluctuations appeared in the nearby voids, and the chimpanzee's big hand stretched out from every place. Where are you going to escape? The great Demon King Laka laughed loudly, arrogant and rampant. The demon army in the distance was broadcasting the battle situation here. Seeing the Shadow Demon King and the Dark Poison Demon King fall, they were extremely shocked. The powerful great Demon King Laka was unable to save the two Demon Kings, which made them even more disappointed. The morale dropped to the extreme. They couldn't even save the Demon Kings, so it was difficult for them to expect a great Demon King to do anything for them, let alone trust the great Demon King Laka. However, in the following time, the horrific attack of the witch Su Miao frightened them. It seemed that they understood why the great Demon King Laka could not save the two Demon Kings. At the same time, they began to worry about the great Demon King Laka. If the great Demon King Laka also fell, they would have no hope at all. At this time, the great Demon King Laka broke out, and the powerful attack forced the evil witch into a desperate situation. For a time, the morale of the 8 million Demon Kings was greatly boosted, and cheers continued. Your Majesty Laka! Your Majesty Laka! Su Miao walked slowly and gracefully in the void, avoiding the chimpanzee hands that kept popping up, and found a certain pattern from it. At this time, a chimpanzee's hand grabbed her from behind at a faster speed. Su Miao turned gracefully with her long pink hair flying. The alloy staff pointed at the void. The void collapsed. The law of destruction, the law of space, the law of chaos intertwined and exploded, without any surprise. The hand of the great demon Laka was blown up and annihilated. Ah! The great demon Laka quickly retracted his hand. He looked at his right palm with only a few broken bones left, and his huge body trembled constantly. Which, I will kill you. Chapter 406 Victory will belong to me. Void collapse can be used here, and it will not affect the Magic Town area. Su Miao looked at the huge chimpanzee. This great demon King Laka really has no aesthetic cells. Arcane impact. She took a step forward, waving the alloy staff gracefully. Arcane energy burst and blasted straight out. The great demon King Laka waved his left hand to block, annihilating this insignificant arcane attack. Compared with the heavy blow he just suffered, this arcane attack was too weak. The witch's attack couldn't be so weak. There must be a conspiracy. However, Su Miao's second wave of arcane attack was still very weak, which made the great demon King Laka extremely puzzled. What exactly was the witch's conspiracy? What did she want him to ignore? He couldn't see it for the time being. However, this did not prevent the great demon King Laka from repairing his exploded hand. The damn witch, the attack she used mixed the law of destruction, the law of chaos was extremely troublesome, and it would take him some time to repair his injured hand. Su Miao continued to release arcane blast at a moderate pace. According to previous experience, her magic power was enough to use arcane blast 6 times. By then, the superimposed and amplified magic power would be out of control and must be released as soon as possible using Starlight Bloom. This was a combat strategy used when the target would not stand still and cooperate with her in using Starlight Bloom. It was an alternative way to read the bar of Starlight Bloom. This time, could Arcane Blast be superimposed to 7 times? Or even 8 times? The Starlight Bloom released at that time would definitely be very exciting. Well, it's a rare opportunity, I must try it. The third Arcane Shock was still easily blocked by the Great Demon King Laka. But the power of the Arcane Shock this time has been enhanced to a certain extent, and the Great Demon King Laka feels that something is wrong. As a Great Demon King who has fought in countless other worlds, he has seen all kinds of attack methods. He has seen the one used by the witch. The basic principle is to continue to use the same attack, superimpose the state, so as to achieve the effect of infinite amplification of the attack. For example, he had seen the Qilin step in a certain world of immortal cultivation. A demon king exploded and died after the other took 3 steps. However, because the immortal cultivator did not have a good foundation and was not strong enough, he died together with the demon god when he took the 5th step. In another high-level martial arts world, there was a land immortal who used a spear. One spear was stronger than another, and after 9 spears, he actually stabbed a demon god to death. It was so terrifying. After killing the demon god, the land immortal stood still, and no demon god dared to approach him. It was not until much later that they knew that this earthly immortal had fallen. Even so, no demon dared to approach. The area where the man fell was designated as a restricted area. The witch in front of him used similar means to remind the great demon King Laka of these lost memories. Now, he had 2 choices. One was to escape from here, and the other was to interrupt the witch. The first choice was obviously not feasible. He had explored this space after he came in, and it was extremely difficult to break through the space. At the beginning, he thought that this god and demon realm and the witch Su Miao were one and the same, and that he could leave as long as he killed the witch. But as he continued to observe, he found that this god and demon realm was operating autonomously. This was very terrifying. Then, he only had the second choice. The great demon King Laka roared, and a terrifying black light appeared around him, as if it was going to engulf everything around it. Su Miao looked at the reaction of the great demon King Laka and was a little surprised, because this attack method was very similar to that of the great demon King Black Hoof, but also completely different. Arcane Shock. Su Miao pointed the alloy staff elegantly at the great demon King Laka. Boom! The fierce arcane energy rushed over like a torrent. The great demon King Laka took a deep breath. This was only the 4th wave. The witch's attack was so terrifying. He had to interrupt the reading, and use the newly condensed black light to transform into a long spear to bombard it. Boom! The void exploded. The great demon King Laka was shocked back several steps. He looked at the void in doubt. In just a breath of time, the extremely terrifying magic power condensed in front of the witch's staff. Arcane Shock! Boom! This time, the great demon King Laka only had time to use his magic weapon to block Su Miao's attack. The current attack was still within his tolerance range, but the witch's attack became more and more terrifying, and he didn't know where the limit was. Which, I think there is some misunderstanding between us. The great demon King Laka said. He wanted to buy some time, even if it could make the witch hesitate for a second. But Su Miao didn't want to talk to this great demon king at all, she just wanted to complete this experiment. Arcane shock. The attack was blocked again, this time the great demon King Laka was slightly injured. His expression changed slightly. Is this the 5th time, or the 6th time? The great demon King Laka no longer hesitated, he looked up to the sky and roared, his body turned into 1,000 feet, with 3 heads and 6 arms, holding various weapons. He launched a crazy attack on Su Miao, trying to forcibly interrupt Su Miao's arcane shock rhythm. Su Miao walked gracefully in the void, avoiding the great demon King Laka's wave after wave of attacks. A new arcane shock was launched gracefully as usual. Boom! The great demon King Laka was hit head-on, and his huge body flew backwards for thousands of meters. Blood was splattering, and the great demon King Laka noticed the look in the eyes of the witch Su Miao. That look, clearly, was looking at a fool. The bigger the body, the easier it is to be hit. The great demon King Laka seemed to have forgotten. But the great demon King Laka had no choice. Witch, do you know what you are doing? You are declaring war on the Demon King Council. The great demon King Laka tried to reason. At the same time, he released his huge body, turned to normal size, and rushed towards Su Miao like a cannonball. The danger of death brought to him by the witch Su Miao became more and more intense. He knew that he had little time left. Arcane shock. Su Miao accurately hit the great demon Laka again. The great demon Laka burst out with a defensive black light that devoured everything. But it only lasted for less than 0.001 seconds. The defensive black light was broken, and he was baptized by the torrent of arcane energy. He was covered in blood, and it was a horrible sight. It seemed that some memory awakened in his mind. You are the Forbidden Witch. Forbidden Witch? Su Miao showed a puzzled look. This is a new word, and a brand new name. However, Su Miao is used to all of this. During the Doomsday journey, she has gained countless titles. These people have 2 reasons. One is to kill her and plunder everything she has. The other is to realize that it is wrong to be her enemy and want to continue living. The great demon King Laka obviously belongs to the second type. Want to live? It's too late. In addition to the great demon king who actively summoned to participate in the experiment, this so-called Demon King Council invaded the Earth again and again, and wanted to kill her. She must die. Arcane shock, the 8th arcane shock. This time the attack power is comparable to the attack of Starlight Burst, or even stronger. The great demon King Laka tried his best to block this attack. Behind him, countless meteorites exploded, annihilated into ashes. The injured great demon King Laka crashed into several planets in succession, and fell on an asteroid with a diameter of about 30 kilometers. He knelt on one knee, bleeding from all 7 orifices. 8 attacks, the witch failed to kill him. Ha ha ha, he survived. The great demon Laka saw it clearly. The witch's attacks were getting stronger and stronger, but they were not without limits. After 8 attacks, the extremely terrifying fluctuations of the magic law appeared around the witch Su Miao. However, while he was falling, the witch Su Miao did not pursue him. She did not release the same attack again. This showed that the witch had reached her limit. If she continued to attack, he might die, but the witch would definitely die. The great demon Laka showed a ferocious smile. He was betting that the witch would not dare to die with him. Considering the remaining breath of the great demon King Blackhoof, he boldly speculated that the witch had consumed a lot of power when she killed the great demon King Blackhoof. Perhaps this move was used to kill the great demon King Blackhoof, but at that time, the witch was at her peak. But not now. The witch cannot use it for the 9th time again in a short time. Victory will belong to me. The great demon King Laka quickly accumulated strength, preparing to give the witch Su Miao a fatal blow. Sensing the increasingly strong malice from the great demon King Laka, Su Miao blinked. The demon king really has bad intentions. Just now, she wanted to beg for mercy. But less than a second later, she wanted to kill her again. It's really interesting. It seems that this big devil's IQ is not very good. She is still thinking about counterattack when she is about to die. Su Miao held the alloy staff with both hands, and locked the big devil Laka gracefully. Starlight bloomed. In an instant, the universe was dark, and only the torrent of starlight broke through the darkness, rushing over in an instant, and annihilating the big devil Laka. The big devil Laka widened his eyes full of fear and confusion. Isn't it a superposition attack? Why did it change completely in the last blow? And this attack? What a joke. So many laws? Why are there so many laws? Why? The big devil Laka struggled hard in the torrent of starlight, resisting, unfortunately, under the attack of the starlight. His defense was like paper, and it was shattered in an instant. Forbidden witch. You are a forbidden witch. You should not exist. They will find you. The great demon king Laka shouted with the last bit of his voice. Then, his soul was annihilated. Su Miao stood in the void, trying to fish in the torrent of starlight, and fished out a broken great demon king core. It was barely usable. With a casual throw, Su Miao sent the broken great demon king core into the control center. Oh! That's right. Su Miao took out her magic notebook and wrote down the data just now. From the effect point of view, the starlight blooming effect released after 6 arcane shocks and 8 arcane shocks is indeed fundamentally different. In addition, the arcane shock state is superimposed, and the power is extremely terrifying, especially after the 8th time. She almost couldn't control the terrifying energy. If the terrifying energy exploded at that time, Su Miao didn't know what the consequences would be. In addition, Su Miao noticed the flaws of arcane shock in this battle. If the target saw through the purpose and forcibly interrupted it, it would be very troublesome. She needed to think of a better way. After the death of the great demon king Laka, the magic town was once again covered in blood. The demon king army waiting in the starry sky saw the blood rain and showed an extremely shocked look. The great demon king Laka, who they had high hopes for, fell. From the battle to the fall, it took no more than 10 minutes. It's over. It's all over. What is the Forbidden Witch? Does anyone know what the Forbidden Witch represents? Why was Laka so scared before he died? Laka is dead? What should we do? Those mechas are coming again. You beasts, if there is something wrong with His Majesty Laka, he has fallen, you just call Laka. Do you want to avenge Laka? Go ahead, go and kill the witch. Waste. If we surrender, will the witch let us go? I don't think so. During the conversation, 3,000 combat mechas appeared in the starry sky. 3,000 battle mechas burst out with unparalleled momentum, charging towards the Demon King's army. Kirishima, Demon King Council. The great Demon King Kento was looking at the list that had just been sent up below. This was the looting list of the Kirishima Demon King Council when it conquered multiple alien worlds. As the chairman of this session, he was eligible to obtain a large amount of resources from it, including rare treasures such as the origin of the world. With this batch of supplies, his strength will be able to go a step further. However, compared to the supplies on the list, he was more optimistic about the resources that the 16th alien world could provide. The fact that powerful beings can be born there proves that the resources of the 16th world are rich, which other worlds do not have. However, there are some problems in the plan to conquer the 16th world. For example, first 3 demon kings fell. Then the great demon Black Hoof was summoned to an unknown world, and soon fell. The fall of the great demon Black Hoof has caused some loopholes in the plan to conquer the 16th world. The great demon Laka needs to fight alone for a while. I hope the great demon Kotlai can arrive in time, and there will be no accidents. Report. The evil bone demon king came in a hurry. What's going on? Why are you so flustered? The great demon king Kento put down the list in his hand and asked unhappily. The evil bone demon king said, just now I got the exact news that the great demon king Laka departed to the 16th alien world and died within 10 minutes. What? The great demon king Kendo stood up suddenly. What's going on? The evil bone demon king said, the specific situation is unclear. Just now we tried to contact the demon king core that entered the 16th alien world, and all the messages we sent were fruitless. The great demon king Kento remembered something and immediately said, quickly stop Colette, stop him from coming to the 16th alien world. The evil bone demon king said, the great demon king Colette has already arrived in the 16th alien world, and his speed is too fast. The great demon king Kento fell back to his seat. He glanced at the looting list in front of him, immediately marked a few points on it, signed his name, stamped it, confirmed the share this time. If he didn't fill in the confirmation, he might have to leave the position of the chairman of the Demon King Council. If he wasn't the chairman, he might not get a single cent. The strength of the great Demon King Laka was very strong, and he could fall in such a short time, which showed that the terrifying existence in the 16th world was beyond their cognition. The great demon king Colette might not be able to hold on for long. 3 great demon kings fell in a row. He couldn't bear this responsibility. Chapter 407 Calabash Brothers Save Grandpa. In the Starry Sky fantasy, the mecha cluster and the demon army broke out again. Previously, 1,000 mechas killed 8 million demons in fear. This time 3,000 mechas came out together. The morale of the demon army dropped to the extreme. These mechas are extremely powerful, not afraid of death, and have terrifying destructive power. At the beginning, they can rely on warships and demons to gain an advantage, but as time goes by, no matter how many mechas are destroyed, the Starry Sky will replenish them. On the contrary, the demon warships, and the demon soldiers and generals, who died in the battle on their side, had no chance of resurrection. It was precisely because of these that the 8 million demon army was gradually falling into despair. What? 8 million demon army? Now there are less than 3 million demon army left. Witch? This is not a witch at all. She is a demon. Why? Why not kill us like killing the demon king? She only needs one magic. Woo! Woo! I don't want to die. I don't want to die yet. Fight! Is there any point in fighting? If you blow up a mecha, a new mecha will appear immediately. We don't even know if the humans in these mechas are real. This witch is torturing us. She wants us to die in despair. You said one thing. I said another. And the remaining demon army fell into complete despair. Even the big devil died in the battle. What hope do they have? They hope to die quickly. Waiting for death in despair, it is too painful. But these demon soldiers and generals seem to have forgotten that. They treated the natives of other worlds in this way when they invaded other worlds not long ago. When it was their turn to experience this feeling, they forgot everything that happened before. As for Su Miao, he never looked here from beginning to end. Let the battle mecha play slowly. At most, considering that some areas in the magic town need to be tested and improved. Some magic soldiers and generals will be sent to experience related projects. For example, watching concerts, experiencing the role of miscellaneous soldiers in the copy, taking out the brain for physical examination, etc. Su Miao is recording the battle data just now. These are very helpful for her to optimize magic. In the battle just now, she has generated a lot of new magic inspirations, which must be recorded. There is one more thing. Before dying, the great demon Laka said that she was a forbidden witch. Is this forbidden witch referring to her specifically? Or a witch of this type? What do they who will find her refer to? Regardless of whether it is a bluff or not, there will be no problem if you record it first. After recording, Su Miao took out a piece of iced watermelon from the magic space. And while reading it, he reviewed the record to prevent mistakes. After using Starlight Blossom continuously, he killed 2 demon kings in the inner world in succession. And this Starry Sky illusion became more and more stable. Although after the death of the demon king, blood rain will still fall outside the magic town. But the impact on the outside world is limited to this. This shows that the loopholes in the magic town area after the battle are very small. At present, Su Miao has found these loopholes, and they just need to be repaired. In addition, Su Miao began to be curious about the demon kings in the other world. The main body of the big demon king Black Hoof is a black cow. The main body of the big demon king Laka is a chimpanzee. The main bodies of the other ordinary demon kings are either humanoid creatures, or some animals. Let's not talk about humanoid creatures for the time being, but I don't know if these animal demon kings can be eaten after being killed. Su Miao quickly rejected this idea. Recalling the attacks released by these demon kings during the battle, and the pollution caused by them, she lost all her appetite. As expected, every cell in the bodies of these demon kings was polluted. However, as materials for magic experiments, there would definitely be no problem. But new problems arose. In order to kill these demon kings, the big demon kings, Su Miao would use Starlight Bloom every time. For the soldiers waiting for the demon kings to die, it was a question whether the hardest demon king core could be left behind, not to mention the other materials on the demon kings' bodies. After the death of these demon kings, the supplies they carried with them all disappeared. It is estimated that they were also annihilated by the starlight. With this calculation, Su Miao's loss is even greater. By the way, if we know where the lairs of these demon kings are, can we take back the legacy of the dead demon kings? Su Miao wrote this down. Next time when I go to the other world, I can ask the local demon kings how to get there. However, having said that, I have to think of a strategy when fighting the demon kings in the future. If possible, Let the Demon Kings hand over the supplies on their bodies in advance. Wouldn't the loss be minimized in this way? By the way, she can ask the Demon Kings about the whereabouts of the relevant magic potions. After all, it was urgent to make a healing magic potion for Xiaoxian. Otherwise, if time went on for a long time, Xiaoxian would be completely broken, which would be very difficult. Just thinking about this, a strong energy fluctuation came from the location of Sikan platform. This fluctuation appeared quickly and disappeared quickly, but it was still captured by Su Miao. Another big devil entered the magic town area. Su Miao looked strange, not knowing how to evaluate these devils from the other world. Send them one by one? Will Calabash Brother save Grandpa? So far, all the experiments she wanted to conduct have been completed in excess. The new stage of experimentation, we must wait until the magic town is further optimized. It's like Su Miao prepared a few tables of dishes. The guests who were supposed to eat had finished eating and left, unexpectedly. Another batch came a few minutes later. She couldn't even serve the leftovers. Now there were no leftovers, and new guests came. What to do next? Su Miao's eyes were fixed on the big devil, who was trying to hide. Big Devil Colette and Big Devil Black Hoof. Big Devil Laka is different. He likes to be low-key, likes to hide. Therefore, he descended into the other world through the inner world channel at a very fast speed, and quickly hid his breath after descending, preparing to see the situation first. After all, according to the intelligence, there are strong enemies in this number 16 other world. If possible, I hope that the Big Devil Laka can fight with the opponent first, and both sides will be injured, and then he will come out to harvest. But why is there a starry sky here? And what is going on with the battlefield in the distance? Where is the Big Devil Laka? Where is the Candle Devil, the Shadow Devil, the Dark Poison Devil? The Big Devil Colette realized that something was wrong, and he looked at the battlefield between the mecha and the Devil Army. There were more than 2 million demon soldiers and generals on the battlefield, as well as many powerful warships. But even such a powerful army faced 3,000 mechas, and their morale was extremely low. They were losing battle after battle, and were almost fleeing. This was very wrong. The great demon king Colette immediately turned into a cheetah, hiding in the starry sky like a shadow, preparing to see the situation first. But he had no idea that he had been targeted by Su Miao since the moment he came in. Bind. Multiple magic threads attacked the great demon king Colette. The great demon Colette was very alert. He immediately noticed the attack on him. A black light flashed on his body, and he appeared tens of thousands of meters away in the blink of an eye. He was scared. Experience told him that if he had been tied up just now, he would have had a very low chance of breaking free. Su Miao was holding the alloy staff, and was very surprised to see this scene. This speed was too amazing. If she came out directly, she would probably be caught off guard by the attack, escaping the binding magic. The great demon Colette was terrified. What happened just now made him understand. This is not the 16th world. It is clearly an extremely terrifying realm of gods and demons. Knowing that this is the realm of gods and demons, he would never dare to come in like this. It would be fine if the master of the realm of gods and demons is very weak. He would directly kill the master of the realm of gods and demons. Tear up this realm of gods and demons, and the problem would be solved. But if the master of the realm of gods and demons is very strong, he would be no different from a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth if he took the initiative to enter. If he is lucky, he can escape at the cost of both sides being injured. If he is unlucky, he will still die at the cost of everything. Obviously, he was the one with the worst luck. Because here, Great Demon King Colette sensed the aura of Great Demon King Black Hoof and Great Demon King Laka. They no longer existed. At the same time, Great Demon King Colette realized one thing. The other world that summoned Great Demon King Black Hoof was this realm of gods and demons. Otherwise, there would not be the aura of Great Demon King Black Hoof after his death. 2 great demons have fallen in succession. How terrifying the master of this realm of gods and demons must be. He has been targeted, and he is afraid that he will be in danger. We must not engage in direct combat. Judging from the current situation, the master of this god and demon realm is an extremely brutal being. The great demon king, the demon king kills when he says so. The remaining 8 million demon kings. Sir, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. Please spare my life. The great demon king Colette said loudly, hoping to get a response from the master of this god and demon realm. In order to show his sincerity, his voice was heard clearly by the remaining demon kings. There is still a big devil? Is it the big devil Colette? He is actually going to surrender? No, this can't be true. It must be a false surrender. He is the big devil. He won't. Why? If you surrender, why don't you take us with you? I want to live too. Colette, you beast. What a bullshit big devil. Don't insult dogs. The remaining demon army, some of the demon soldiers and generals cried loudly, some cursed, some were completely desperate and committed suicide directly. Since they came here, they were attacked by mechas. Witnessed the fall of the great demon king. And they had lost hope. Now, they have to witness the surrender of a great demon king. Ha ha ha. Su Miao in the void was very surprised. The new great demon king was a ruthless man. He surrendered without a direct fight. Su Miao looked at him and confirmed that he had no ill intentions. However, even if he had no ill intentions, Su Miao would not believe him. Because the new great demon king was extremely fast. He might have tricked her into showing up and then attacked her at high speed. As for malicious intent, it is possible to completely hide it for a short period of time. Directly use Starlight Blossom. This will kill him directly. Su Miao thought for a while, let a magic phantom clone come out, and gracefully descend from the void. The big devil Colette was surprised when he saw Su Miao's clone. However, after seeing the witch robe on Su Miao, he immediately took the initiative to walk out of the shadows, and the cheetah returned to the human form, and saluted respectfully, Kirishima Colette, I meet your highness. Whether he can survive depends on this performance. As for the curses directed at him, by the Demon King's army in the distance, he pretended not to hear them. Su Miao said, do you want to live? The great Demon King Colette said, yes. Your highness. I am willing to take out all my property to express my sincerity and my loyalty to your highness. As he said that, he took out a box the size of a mobile phone and handed it over respectfully. Su Miao raised his hand to take the box and took a look inside. There were many colorful things hidden inside, especially a few light balls, which seemed to be some kind of original material. Your highness, there are 3 world origins inside. These origins can help you comprehend the laws directly and promote life to a higher level. You can inject these origins into the planets, let the dead planets regain vitality, and undergo a qualitative transformation in the future. It is said that it can also be used to plant world trees, but I don't know the details. World tree? Su Miao's eyes were fixed on the 3 origins, and she was surprised. In the future, she wanted to plant a real world tree on Earth. She didn't expect to get the nutrients needed to plant the world tree here. However, the great demon King Colette was not clear about the specific situation, so he could only keep it for now. In addition to these 3 world origins, there were many mineral veins containing special laws, mysterious fruits with the breath of laws, enough weapons and equipment to equip millions of demon army, more than 2,000 warships, and countless other treasures. Judging from the quality of the treasures, it seemed that some creatures from another world sacrificed them, but most of them should be plundered by the great demon King Colette. The great demon King Colette was heartbroken. In order to survive, he took out all the savings he had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. But if he died here, all his savings would be in vain. Even if he took a step back, he was just a little faster. His real combat power was not much different from that of the great demon King Black Hoof and the great demon King Laka. Now, he only hoped that these could impress the witch in front of him and let him live. Su Miao was very satisfied with the sincerity of the great demon King Colette. Even after killing several great demons, he did not get as much sincerity as the great demon King Colette. The most important thing is that Su Miao can't see any malice in the great demon King Colette, and can let the great demon King Colette live temporarily. As for whether to kill him, Su Miao is still thinking. After all, the other party is the great demon king who wants to invade the earth. Looking at the world origins sent by the other party, who knows how many worlds the great demon King Colette destroyed to get these. However, before that, some questions can be answered here from the great demon King Colette. Colette, do you know these potions? Su Miao described the appearance of several potions. Considering that different races and civilizations have different names for magic potions, Su Miao also mentioned the properties of these magic potions. The great demon King Colette listened to Su Miao's question and answered fluently, Your Highness, I happen to know all these magic potions. They are all in the other world. The first few are easier to find, but the Shenhuang grass you mentioned only exists in the Forbidden Abyss. Chapter 408 The Goblin Demon King is coming. Forbidden Zone. Forbidden Abyss? Su Miao learned a new term for the other world. I didn't expect there is a place that the great demon king is afraid of. As a demon king, shouldn't he be fearless? Su Miao didn't know that, Just now, the 16th world, that is, the Earth, has been marked as a forbidden zone by the Kirishima Demon King Council. When the Great Demon King Colette dies, it will be officially marked as a forbidden zone, and no Demon King will dare to enter it on his own initiative. Influenced by the Great Demon King Colette's voluntary surrender, the remnants of the Demon King's army wailed and surrendered. However, Su Miao ignored the surrender of the Demon King's army. The battle mecha continued to pursue and sweep. This Demon King's army is very good nourishment for the Magic Town. In addition, the Starlight Bloom was used to kill the Great Demon King. Although the Magic Town was stabilized, it was still severely damaged. Self-repair requires a lot of energy. Finally, if she hadn't decided to build a Magic Town for experiments, would the 8 million Demon King's army have completely destroyed the Earth? Destroying the Earth means destroying her home. It must be completely destroyed. As for the Great Demon King Colette in front of him, he was a later arrival, he had no ill intentions, and surrendered very straightforwardly, which made Su Miao a little embarrassed. What kind of organization is Kirishima? Your Highness, Kirishima is an organization founded by 3 great demons, called the Demon King Council. Because the place where the council holds meetings on a daily basis is an island floating in the sky and covered by fog all year round, it has been called Kirishima for a long time. The Great Demon King Colette answered every question. Anyway, after the Demon King Council was established, there were no clauses within the council to restrict leaks, so it was okay for him to say a little more to save his life. Your Highness, please forgive me, I cannot tell you the real names of the 3 great demon gods, or they will sense it if I tell them. They can sense it just by mentioning their names? So amazing. Great Demon God, when we go to Kirishima in the future, let the Great Demon God cooperate with the experiment? No, it's too dangerous, or we should find a chance to summon him later, so that the experiment will be much safer. This idea is too dangerous, let's talk about it later. Su Miao asked, is Kirishima's current position not far from the passage? Great Demon King Colette was shocked. Yes, Your Highness. Doesn't that mean it's very close? Su Miao looked at the Sikhen platform, considering whether to go over and take a look and give Kirishima a starlight blossom depending on the situation. However, after thinking carefully, the Great Demon King Colette would come so quickly, there might be demons watching near the passage all the time, and she might be discovered as soon as she enters the inner world. In this case, she can only do it next time. Su Miao asked, the Great Demon King who died here not long ago was called Laka. He mentioned something about the Forbidden Witch before he died. Do you have any clue? The Forbidden Witch? Just hearing this term, the face of the Great Demon King Colette turned pale instantly. It took him several seconds to calm down. Your Highness, the Forbidden Witch is an existence that cannot be mentioned in the inner world. As long as it is mentioned, they will notice it. They will come out to hunt the Forbidden Witch, and all forces related to the Forbidden Witch will be liquidated by them. It was as good as saying nothing. Su Miao was very dissatisfied with this answer. What are they? The Great Demon King Colette shook his head. It's hard to explain, it can't be expressed specifically, the only certainty is that it is indescribable, extremely unknown. If you meet it, you will definitely know. Su Miao nodded. Well, do you think I am a Forbidden Witch? The Great Demon King Colette's face became even paler. Your Highness, I really don't know this. Laka must have mentioned this word to frame Your Highness. Framed? Su Miao blinked, not too concerned. It seems that there is no problem at present. How to deal with the big devil in front of me? If I want to kill him, I must use Starlight Bloom. But she has used Starlight Bloom many times in a row, which consumes a lot of magic power, and there is not much magic power left. It is not impossible to use it again, just consume a little more energy accumulated in the Magic Town. But it is not worth it, and she may fall asleep to restore her magic power. At this point, she needs to optimize the magic and comprehend the law. Sleeping is a waste of time. But if I don't kill him, it's not good. I'm really confused. If this Demon King can be obedient, he can go back to the inner world to collect some magic potions. To help her save some time, maybe he can be saved. After all, she can't go to the inner world in a short time, and refining the magic potion to cure Xiaoxiaoan is urgent. Su Miao stared at the Great Demon King Colette, and didn't say anything. The Great Demon King Colette was terrified. So far, the witch in front of him has not said how to control him. If I don't take action to control his life, are you still considering killing him? What should I do? In addition, if this princess is really a forbidden witch, I am afraid he will also be liquidated, and he will die anyway. The Great Demon King Colette said with a determined heart, Your Highness, to show my loyalty, please accept part of my soul. He took the initiative to offer up part of his soul. After offering his soul, the great demon King Colette became a little weak, and there was more fear in his eyes. If the witch crushed this part of his soul, he would be disabled if he didn't die. But if he didn't do this, he couldn't feel at ease. Su Miao glanced at the great demon King's soul floating in the air, and casually put it into the magic space. The potion I mentioned just now. I'll give it to you to collect in the inner world. Yes, Your Highness. The great demon King Colette immediately agreed. He knew that he had survived. Although there was a potion in this mission that needed to be found in the Forbidden Abyss. He might die. But at least it was better than dying here. Well, you can go now, Su Miao said. I'm afraid if you continue to stay here, I will kill you. The great demon King Colette was shocked, and nodded in response. But when he turned around, he was confused again. Su Miao pointed forward gracefully with his alloy staff, and the great demon King Colette found that he had appeared on the second platform, and the space passage leading to the inner world was right in front of him. Your Highness, I will be back as soon as I find the potion. After saying this, the great demon King Colette swooshed into the space passage and returned to the inner world at a high speed. I was really scared just now, and it felt so good to be alive. But thinking of what I saw just now, the great demon King Colette still couldn't stop the fear in his heart. Back in the other world, the first reaction of the great demon Colette was to go to Kirishima. In order to survive better, he had to report and officially list the 16th alien world as a restricted area to prevent his leaks from being exposed. Although there are no relevant rules on Kirishima, it is better to be cautious when it comes to life. After just flying for a while, the great demon Colette was confused. Where is Kirishima? So where did Kirishima go? Damn. These grandsons all ran away. In the other world, the Shiyuan, which has been silent for countless tens of thousands of years, has an extremely terrifying movement today. There was a strange light in the depths of the abyss, as if some treasure was about to be born. This strange phenomenon was extremely huge, and it caused a great commotion. There were even many ancient beings who opened the coffins that had been covered for who knows how many years, and crawled out from the depths of the earth. But what happened in the depths of the abyss was known only to the secretary, who pretended to discover the strange phenomenon and rushed over quickly. While the secretary was on his way, he looked into the void, and was a little shocked. A large number of terrifying beings suddenly emerged from the usually dead and desolate inner world. Demon King, Evil God, Demon God, indescribable weirdness, unintelligible visions, and the unknown that cannot be looked up at. Hiss. I just lit a fire. Why do I feel like I poked the sky down? Seeing so many terrifying existences, Sishu had to stop temporarily, hesitating whether to continue moving forward. It was all because of the mysterious blonde girl, who didn't explain the matter clearly, otherwise she wouldn't be so impulsive. But the scene in front of him made Sishu certain of one thing. If she hadn't followed the advice, she might have really fallen in there. There was only one thing left to verify. Will Siwu come? Oh! Beautiful lady. A goblin demon king fell from the sky. He saluted the librarian in a strange tuxedo. I wonder if I will be lucky enough to mate with you, and give birth to a group of cute little goblins to inherit my demon king's castle. The librarian looked at the goblin demon king in front of him and opened the book. Excuse me. Are you happy? The goblin demon king said. I'm so rude. I forgot to introduce myself. My real name is Goblin Demon King Aratus Alinsta. The librarian looked strange and said, Have you ever been sad? The Goblin Demon King stared at the librarian and went berserk. Woman, you are plotting against me. His body became 10 feet tall and was constantly growing. But the next second, the Goblin King felt the gravity around him become extremely terrifying, suppressing him so much that he could not grow any bigger. How could this be possible? The Goblin King tried to resist, but a new wave of attacks came. He was horrified to find that his body seemed to be fixed to the ground, unable to break free at all, as if the ground under his feet was not the ground, but an abyss from which he could not break free. The librarian turned the pages of the book at a moderate speed. Her pupils turned golden, and her expression pressed forward. In an instant, the Goblin King knelt on one knee, uttering a scream like a ghost crying and a wolf howling. You, who are you? The librarian took a deep breath, turned the pages of the book in front of him, and vaguely saw the ability users being annihilated in the book, turned into pure energy. Soul stripping. In an instant, the soul of the Goblin Demon King was forcibly stripped away. But this is the Demon King after all. The Goblin Demon King struggled hard, and the two sides entered a stalemate. The librarian snorted coldly, and his eyes looked into the eyes of the Goblin Demon King. In an instant, the Goblin Demon King felt dazed. He entered a desolate dream. Here, he saw a mysterious blonde girl in a trance. The mysterious blonde girl showed a look of surprise, and then pointed at the Goblin King. In an instant, the Goblin King's soul shattered like a spark. Sishu took a step back, looked at the ignited Goblin King's soul, and showed a look of astonishment. Because the power of Simon could not completely strip the Goblin King's soul, she used the power of Sitian again, and let the Goblin King fall into a dream instantly. Considering that Sitian's power was not much, she recalled the mysterious blonde girl when she temporarily constructed the dream. However, she did not expect that the mysterious blonde girl, who was recalled temporarily, would react. With just one finger, the soul of the Demon King was shattered. The soul of the Demon King in the real world was also burned and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This is too scary. At the same time, just now, Sishu, CD, Simon, and Sitian were used in succession. Sishu almost experienced what it meant to have nothing left. Especially Simon Pei Xiao Miao's power to strip the soul. This power is very powerful. But the consumption is too scary. No wonder Pei Xiao Miao doesn't use it normally. And Sitian's power, controlling the Goblin King into her dream, is nothing. However, the mysterious blonde girl pointed at her in her dream. I don't know if it was a warning or a bad taste, directly consumed most of her energy, annihilated the Goblin King with one finger. This wave of consumption is too great. The battle just now has attracted the attention of several demon kings. Evil God, I can't stay here any longer. Sishu looked at the fallen body of the Goblin King, and pointed at the body. In the blink of an eye, the huge corpse of the Demon King turned into a book. The title of the book is Goblin Demon King Aratus Alinsta. Because the soul of the Goblin Demon King was annihilated when he turned into a book. There were many blank pages in the book, which was not complete. But none of this mattered. The librarian did this just to shock the Demon King and the evil god in the dark. Sure enough, seeing this scene, the Demon King and the evil god in the dark passed by one after another. The consumption was too great, and the plan needed to be changed. The librarian left quickly. A few minutes later, her figure disappeared. However, what Sishu didn't know was that not long after she left, Si Sui, wearing a cloak, appeared nearby. He sensed the remaining power on the ground, and said, as if talking to himself, Sishu, this little girl is really well hidden. She quietly swallowed up the three powers of Sitian, CD, and Simon. CG, aren't you afraid? In the darkness, CG walked out and said with a smile, Si Sui, don't use other people's behavior to cover up your hypocrisy. You designed Si Chen and made him besieged and seriously injured by the Demon King's army. Isn't it just to devour his power? Even now you want to design me. You are really shameless. Si Sui smiled, CG. Don't try to brainwash me with your twisted logic. I don't believe you haven't investigated anything. CG said, Si Sui. Your hypocritical aura has polluted this world. You want to just do it directly. Why do you have to pretend to be hypocritical? Aren't you tired? All members of the 12 departments are hosts of power. Whoever controls the power that matures, that's when they can be harvested. Sitian's power matured the earliest, so he died the earliest. Si Ming's power is the most mysterious. No one can explain it. CD's power also matured when he fought the witch. These powers are currently perfectly reflected in Sishu, who can kill him at any time with the powerful Demon King in the other world. Hypocritical Si Sui, you thought you were in control of everything, but Sishu went beyond the scope. How does it feel to miscalculate like this? Just to remind you, the expression on your face is too ridiculous, ha ha ha. Si Sui's face was ashen. Siji said, oh, do you mean that there will be only one person left in the 12 departments? If you don't act now, you will definitely die in the future? I tell you, I don't care, but you care. Chapter 409 Sister Su Miao can't learn this. Half a month ago, Xia Xian, Lin Jiujiu drove the aircraft to escort the rescued Zhang Qian back to the Qilian mountain shelter. This is a rare holiday. Both of them are very excited. As for the accompanying escort mission, it shouldn't be too easy for them. The aircraft is very fast. It can reach the destination in less than 2 hours. Not as difficult as in the game at all. Qilian Mountain Shelter is a relatively well-developed shelter besides Shelter Number 1. It is currently a transit station for various materials, with developed trade, and has attracted many capable people who travel all over the country. Xia Xian, Lin Jiujiu is looking forward to seeing it. Can we go to Wuo City first? Zhang Qian suddenly said when they were about to arrive at Qilian Shelter. Wuho City is a city built outside Chilean shelter, used to accommodate people who are not qualified to enter the shelter. It is similar to Tiangong City, outside shelter number 1, and Yanshan Market, outside Yanshan shelter. Xia Xiaoan glanced at Zhang Qian and said, "Okay." Although Lin Jiuzhou didn't know why. Xiaoan agreed. He must have heard something special. "Thank you," Zhang Qian explained. "When I return to the shelter, I will be assigned various courses to study. I want to play in Wuho City for a day first." Although Zhang Qian didn't say that in her heart, Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiuzhou still expressed their understanding. They usually have a lot of courses every day arranged by Sister Su Miao. At first, they were miserable. Later, they went to shelter number 1 and saw how their peers studied there. They stopped complaining about the hardship, fearing that Sister Su Miao would make it more difficult for them. The aircraft stopped in a secluded place not far from the city. After everyone got off the aircraft, Xia Xiaoan took out a special space storage device and put the aircraft away. Then, Zhang Qian saw Xia Xiaoan. Lin Jiuzhou skillfully took out a gray cloak from the space storage device and covered the whole person. However, this cloak did not cover their white calves. Beautiful clothes, the skirt can still be seen. In the past, such a dress would probably be considered cosplay. Because the normal temperature now is -10 degrees Celsius, normal people would never dress like this. It's so cold, normal people with special abilities would wrap themselves up tightly. Xia Xiaoan, how should you comment on Lin Jiuzhou's outfit? It covers up her face, but not completely. No matter where she goes, it will attract attention. It's outrageous. Hearing Zhang Qian's thoughts, Xia Xiaoan carefully checked her and Lin Jiuzhou's outfits, confirming that there was no problem. Sister Su Miao has always done this. She and Lin Jiuzhou have always learned this. She chose to believe Sister Su Miao. "I'll give you one." Xia Xiaoan took out another one from the space storage device and gave it to Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian took the cloak, only to find that the cloak was made of nanomaterials, which was an equipment she could not even imagine. At this moment, she realized. Xia Xiaoan, Lin Jiuzhou put on the cloak not to cover up, but to protect. She was ignorant. However, this cloak is too expensive. It is impossible to buy it on the market without tens of thousands of points. It is priceless. Zhang Qian said, "This is too expensive." Lin Jiuzhou took the cloak and helped Zhang Qian put it on. After getting ready, the three of them walked out of the path and came to the bumpy, icy road and walked towards Wuho City. The polar night just ended these few days. Both the people with special abilities in the city and those with special abilities outside the city took advantage of this time to go out, either to find a job, earn some food, or to form a group of people to go deep into the ruins of the city to see if they can find something good. There were many ragged ability users on the road, hurrying around for a living. They had to race against time. When Xia Xiaoan, Lin Jiuzhou, and Zhang Qian appeared on the road, although the three of them covered their appearance with cloaks, their outfits were out of place in the crowd. Most people took a look and focused on their own things. This is Wuho City, where there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the city, and we need to be cautious. The fact that the other party dared to dress like this, and dress so cleanly, was very telling. However, there were still some vicious people who were eyeing them. 5 people with special abilities looked at each other, quickened their pace, and surrounded Xia Xiaoan, Lin Jiuzhou, and Zhang Qian from different directions. Xia Xiaoan, Jiuzhou, 2 on the right, 1 in front, 2 on the left, and 3 watching from a distance. Lin Jiuzhou, I saw them. Xia Xiaoan, stay hidden. You deal with the one on the left, and I'll deal with the one in front and the one on the right. Lin Jiuzhou, okay. Zhang Qian followed Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiuzhou, and realized that something was wrong around them. Just when she was about to warn him, the person in front pulled out a dagger from his arms and rushed over at high speed. The opponent was so fast that she couldn't react at all. Xia. Before she could finish her words, Zhang Qian showed an extremely shocked expression. The man with the dagger stabbed into the heart of a person at lightning speed. The person who was hit was stunned and fell down. Damn! Another person cursed when he saw this, completely not understanding what was happening. The man with the dagger had already attacked. He was extremely angry, rubbed his hands together, and actually took down the opponent's dagger directly. Then he stabbed with his backhand, killing his teammate. Brotherly. The killed ability user vomited blood, and fell down before he could finish his words. Looking at the bloody dagger, the man called Brotherly looked at the scene in front of him, and his eyes widened. He was very angry just now, but he didn't want to kill his brother. He just wanted to teach his brother a lesson, and ask him why. In the end, he got hot-headed and killed people. Turning around again, he found that the two brothers in charge of the other side had fallen down without knowing when. When one brother fell, his head hit the ice on the ground, and blood gushed out. Another brother was even more outrageous. He looked very happy after falling. But with just one look, he was sure that this brother was dead. In a short time, 4 brothers died. Why? What happened? He looked at Xiaoxian and met the faint smile under Xiaoxian's cloak. The next second, he stabbed his heart with a dagger without hesitation. 5 people died suddenly, and the ability users on the road scattered. Xiaoxian, Lin Jiujiu, and Zhang Qian followed the crowd and left quickly. Zhang Qian was in shock. She was very sure that the 5 people with special abilities were coming for them. But they died too quickly. And Xiaoxian? Were Lin Jiujiu too calm? Xiaoxian was reflecting. According to the script, the two should have died together. But they didn't expect the other party to be so strong and quickly break free from the mind control. Because of this accident, it would be very obvious if they controlled the other party to commit suicide afterwards. A smarter ability user would definitely be able to see it. Sister Sumiao said, when walking outside. Don't expose yourself if you can. Especially when your ability is mastered by the enemy, targeted, it will be very dangerous. Therefore, when encountering an emergency, use the least means to kill the enemy in the shortest time. He's a tough guy, but very smooth. A thin ability user with a dark look in his eyes ate the mint leaves in his mouth. Ask the brothers in the city to keep an eye on him, but don't get close. His name is Duan Tiangang, and he has become a well-known ability user in the neighborhood because of his ruthlessness. His ability is a special finger force, similar to the unique skills in martial arts movies and TV dramas. Plus, he is not picky about sex. So he is called Prince Duan by people nearby. However, few people know that Duan Tiangang has a very special identity. With this identity, he can thrive in the Doomsday. The younger brother next to him responded, "Yes, big brother. I suggest not to stare. Don't look. Don't care. And don't provoke." An abrupt voice sounded. The speaker was a fat man named Yuan Yin, who was Duan Tiangang's best friend. When the end of the world came, when Duan Tiangang was in the most difficult time, it was Yuan Yin who stood up and saved his life at great risk. Later, Duan Tiangang became rich, and he did not forget this brother, and took him to work together and prosper together. At the same time, with Yuan Yin's assistance, Duan Tiangang developed faster and faster. It is worth mentioning that Yuan Yin was measured in his work, never greedy, never interfered with his decision, and never asked for anything more because of saving his life in the past. Even though Duan Tiangang said several times that he wanted to repay Yuan Yin better, Yuan Yin refused, and only took a small share. We are classmates, brothers, best friends, and saving you is saving me. It is enough to have these, Yuan Yin said. Hearing this, Duan Tiangang admired and trusted Yuan Yin even more. Occasionally, someone wanted to say something bad about Yuan Yin, and Duan Tiangang's first reaction was to kill the gossiper. Now, Yuan Yin, who rarely denied his decision, spoke to stop him. And Duan Tiangang was very surprised. "Old man? Why?" Duan Tiangang asked. Yuan Yin said, "Brother, you should have seen it just now. They were wearing cloaks, but they did not completely cover the beautiful clothes on their bodies. 2 of them. Not to mention that they wore so little in -10 degrees Celsius. Either the clothes they wore were very valuable, or they were very strong. The remaining one, wearing more clothes, but actually not bad. This shows that their background is not simple." Duan Tiangang nodded. He saw it. Yuan Yin continued, "This road is very dirty, very bad, very messy. Walking on such a dirty and messy road, the white silk on the legs is very clean, very unusual. There are 2 possibilities. One is the material of the white silk, the other is that the girl's ability is very terrifying. This originally needed to be tested, but the corpse on the ground helped a lot. They are very strong." Duan Tiangang recalled the details his brother said and nodded. Yuan Yin said, "There are 5 bodies on the ground. 3 of them killed each other. 1 committed suicide, and 2 fell down suddenly. Excluding the one who committed suicide, we may treat it as a normal event on this road. But the one who committed suicide was too unnatural. This shows that the other party is a psychic with mental control ability. Powerful psychics are very dangerous. Duan Tiangang smiled. I saw it. And I made this decision because I saw it. Yuanian said, brother. You mean to say that psychics are not good at close combat? Duan Tiangang said, well, if they were not psychics, I would not move. But it happens that I have a little research on psychics. And I am sure I can restrain them. If this vote is successful, we will be more prosperous. Yuanian was stunned. And it turned out that all the things he said just now were in vain. Duan Tiangang patted Yuanian on the shoulder and said, brother, trust me. If this vote is successful, we won't have to go through the wind and rain anymore, and live in fear every day. Don't you admire the 12 divisions who opened the other world and stirred up the storm in the Doomsday? In the future, our achievements will be higher than theirs. Yuanian didn't know what to say. He was already thinking about leaving. When Xia Xiaoan killed the last person, he vaguely saw Xia Xiaoan's white hair. In addition, Yuanian always felt that he had seen Xia Xiaoan wearing a cloak somewhere, but he just couldn't remember it for the time being. In short, the other party was extremely dangerous. At the Wuho City checkpoint, there were many people queuing here. The queue was very long, winding, at least several thousand meters long. Some were pushing wheelbarrows, with a lot of goods on them. Some were empty-handed, only carrying a bag. Some were shivering, looking like they were about to faint from hunger. Xia Xiaoan, Lin Jiujiu saw that these people didn't say anything, let alone show any expression, even though there was a lot of food in their space storage devices. But if you want to be kind here, you will not only put yourself in danger, but also cause a lot of people to die in the chaos. 100 years ago, a steamed bun causing a murder was a joke on the internet. But now, if you really give out a steamed bun, it will cause a disaster. Regarding this point, Sister Su Miao has explained that you can save people, but you can't put yourself in danger when saving people. In addition, you must be careful of those who look pitiful, waiting to be saved, but want to kill you regardless of whether you save them or not. Such people are too scary. At this moment, Xia Xiaoan, who was passing by, heard the voices of those people. She could deeply understand Sister Su Miao's feelings. If Sister Su Miao was here, these people would be killed. The blood flowed like a river. This is really hard to learn. She doesn't have the ability. Near the checkpoint area, Zhang Qian said, you need a permit or pass to enter the city. Xia Xiaoan said, don't worry. We have it. Lin Jiujiu said, let's go. Zhang Qian was stunned. The next second, she was taken to the special passage by Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu. When passing the checkpoint, Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu scanned their IDs in front of the camera and passed directly. Zhang Qian clearly noticed that the person in charge of the checkpoint in the distance was about to run over, but was stopped by Xia Xiaoan's eyes. In other words, Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu have very high authority in their IDs. None of this is important. What is important is that her pass cannot be used. Otherwise she will definitely be targeted. She is with us, Lin Jiujiu said. The checkpoint guard expressed his understanding and let her go immediately. Zhang Qian successfully entered Wuho City. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar city, she felt a little cramped. Xia Xiaoan said, let's go. Chapter 4 Jiujiu, how about we do something big? Entering the city, Xia Xiaoan, Lin Jiujiu looked at everything in front of him, and his first reaction was congestion. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be such congestion in the Doomsday when earthquakes are frequent. However, there are too many people with special abilities entering the city. Over time, this is what happened. In order to relieve these people with special abilities, Qilian Shelter expanded the city several times. They recruited people with special abilities among the victims. Ordinary people entered the construction site and built a new city area. Working can earn you food, and making significant contributions can earn you points. This is the model that has allowed Wuho City to accommodate nearly 3 million people. And its scale is almost the same as that of Tiandong City. Lin Jiujiu asked Zhang Qian, where are you going? Zhang Qian said, shop number 11. West Street, District 6. Xia Xiaoan said, well, let's go. 3 beautiful girls suddenly appeared on the dirty and messy street. Even though the 3 of them were wearing gray cloaks and their faces could not be seen clearly, they could not escape the eyes of the capable people who had survived the Doomsday for several years. Most of the people with poor eyesight died. It's the fragrance of a virgin. One person sniffed the air, and his face was intoxicated. He looked at the direction where Xia Xiaoan, Lin Jiujiu, and Zhang Qian left, and waited until they disappeared from his sight, and then he turned his eyes to the people with abilities following behind. You ignorant people, you are looking for death. He shook his head and continued to knock ice to boil water. As a result, he found that the potter used to boil water was cracked, and the boiled water was spilled all over the floor. He looked dazed and shouted at the dark house, "Boss lady, why is your cauldron cracked?" Xia Xian and Lin Jiujiu walked very fast. Zhang Qian began to catch up, but gradually felt a little stressed. When she felt that she could not keep up, Xia Xian and Lin Jiujiu seemed to hear her thoughts and slowed down. It was not Xia Xian's fault, but Lin Jiujiu. The smell on the street was really too bad. Even with masks on, they could not stand it. Xia Xian understood a little bit why Sister Su Miao was unwilling to stay in shelter number 1. In addition to social phobia, the environment was also a big factor. The environment of Tiangong City outside shelter number 1 was, in a sense, similar to here. Why didn't they feel much at that time? Xia Xian recalled. It was Sister Su Miao who threw a few purple fireballs in Tiangong City, which directly purified the relevant smells. At that time, she and Lin Jiujiu were standing together and were frightened, so they didn't pay attention to the problem of the environment. I am scared when I think about it now. I can't learn it. However, thinking back carefully, when I was with Sister Su Miao, I experienced explosions not once or twice, but many times, and each time was very scary. It is a miracle that she and Lin Jiujiu can survive. Xia Xian, Lin Jiujiu, we seem to be being watched. Zhang Qian's face turned pale, and she reminded him. Yeah. Xia Xian didn't look at the person who was watching. Lin Jiujiu didn't look either. They noticed it when they entered Wuhou City. Part of it was aimed at the three of them. It was a wandering ability organization. It had some strength, but not much. Part of it was aimed at Zhang Qian. The people who were following her were not important, but there were strong people in the dark. So far, Xia Xian had not read much useful information. It might be that she was discovered when she used mind control to kill people when she entered the city. The other party speculated that she could read minds and took precautions. But it didn't matter. Mind control was just one of her trump cards. And she had Jiujiu who could control dreams by her side. But there are more and more people following her. Xia Xian hears more and more voices, and she is a little annoyed. She wants to kill people. But the problem is back to the origin. She can't learn from Sister Su Miao, and can't kill without any psychological barriers, and without any scruples. Lin Jiujiu, Xian, do you want to deal with them first? Xia Xian, ah? Lin Jiujiu, there are too many people following her, Xian. You can let different forces fight each other. Xia Xian, yes. Just now, I was thinking about too many things, and I forgot this routine operation. She didn't need to kill people openly like Sister Su Miao. She could solve the problem through mind control. Suddenly, several people who were watching stabbed each other in the heart. One person entered a house to better watch, saw something he shouldn't have seen, and was beheaded. Some people who were chasing in secret somehow ran into tough guys, and the conflict between the two sides was imminent. In just a few minutes, the neighborhood where Xia Xian, Lin Jiujiu, and Zhang Qian walked through fell into chaos. Hundreds of people with special abilities started fighting in the street for no apparent reason. Here, people with special abilities, who want to survive, stick together. Long-term experience tells them that if their brothers are beaten, they must help, otherwise, when they are the only one left to escape, no one will be willing to accept them, and they will face death. However, by helping and fighting, their brothers have a chance to survive. And he also has a chance to survive. Even if there is only one person left, someone will appreciate it and save others at the risk of their lives. This is the rule of survival in the apocalypse. Therefore, as soon as the battle broke out, the block fell into a state of chaos. The patrol team of capable people in charge of managing the block was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The battle in front of them was seriously beyond their ability. Captain, we can't control this. More than 30 people died in a few minutes. Damn, what's going on? I don't know the details. It seems that Prince Duan's people suddenly killed people here. They killed all of a sudden. Captain, what should we do next? What should we do? Notify the higher-ups and say that a fight broke out here, and it can't be controlled. Captain, this may not be enough. At least we have to investigate the cause of this melee before we can explain it. You said one thing after another, and the patrol captain was overwhelmed. There was no other way. This was related to his work in Wuhou City, and more importantly, whether he could earn enough food for his family. If he couldn't handle his duties well, the higher-ups would directly fire him. If he couldn't earn enough food, his family. The patrol leader said, "It's too chaotic inside, we can't control it, but these people can be controlled. Immediately establish a safe zone and maintain order. If there are people who want to fight and kill, let them continue to fight and kill, and we can control them after they're done. After receiving the order, the patrol members immediately took action, established checkpoints on the streets, pacified the frightened vendors and pedestrians who were running around, and settled them to prevent greater chaos. You should know that the urban area is very congested. Once the chaos cannot be controlled, it is very easy to cause a stampede, and then their jobs will really be lost. A few minutes later, a patrol member came to report, "Captain, the higher-ups told us to maintain order. As long as there is no stampede, there is no need to investigate the reasons. There will be someone responsible." The patrol members were confused after hearing this. When did the higher-ups become so easy to talk to? The patrol leader asked. Did the higher-ups really say that? The team member nodded, yes. The patrol leader was confused, but when he saw the crowded crowd, he came back to his senses, then maintained order, and called the brothers who were on vacation. The team member immediately went to notify them. Wuo City Defense Department. The bald man with the ability looked at Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu on the screen, and muttered, "They have higher authority than me. How can I control them?" Now the only hope is that Su Miao didn't come. If Su Miao came, I don't know how many people would die here. However, for some considerations, he immediately reported the situation here to the Chilean shelter. If necessary, let the shelter take the bottom line to prevent a bigger accident. Zhang Qian looked back every few steps, and followed Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu to the shop at number 11 West Street, District 6 without any danger. She couldn't understand why those people who were following her started fighting. But, at least they arrived safely. Is it here? Xia Xiaoan pointed to the small shop in front and asked. The small shop was a building made of some wooden piles driven into the ground, and covered with rainproof cloth. The door was woven with reeds tied with hemp ropes. These reeds were already rotten, and it looked like they wouldn't last long. There was a big stone near the door, and the words small shop were carved crookedly on the stone, and painted with an unknown red pigment, and that was it. Zhang Qian nodded, yes. It's here. Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu looked at each other, and said nothing. Zhang Qian walked in front, and entered the dim shop. There was a dim solar lamp in the shop, illuminating several shabby counters, and small commodities on the counters. There was a chair behind the counter, a small table, and many bottles and jars on the table, as well as a bowl that looked dirty, but was actually washed with ice, and was relatively clean. Hearing someone coming in, the door cloth inside the shop was lifted, and a woman in her 60s came out. What do you want to buy? Take a look, and tell me when you've chosen. As soon as the lady boss finished speaking, she noticed Zhang Qian lifting her cloak. She showed a look of astonishment, and said, Zhang Qian, are you still alive? Zhang Qian stared at the eyes of the boss lady. Her eyes read, they said that this matter is related to you. I never believed it. But I didn't expect it to be true. Why? Do you know? They are all dead. The boss lady opened her mouth, and then showed a look of disgust. What do you mean it has anything to do with me? Come on. Come on. Don't try to cheat me. Zhang Qian was angry. You? The boss lady said. What do you mean? Look at you. You are a loser. Zhang Qian said, give me back. I know the thing is with you. The boss lady said, what is it? I don't have it here. Get out of here. I'm annoyed when I see you. Zhang Qian stared at the boss lady, wanting to curse, but couldn't think of any good words. Wanting to teach the boss lady a lesson, but she couldn't beat her. And thinking of the dead, she cried aggrievedly. The proprietress picked up the broom beside her, and originally wanted to chase people away. But when she saw Xia Xiaoan wearing a cloak, Lin Jiujiu, she slammed the broom on the ground and said, why are you crying? Get out of here. I want to sweep the floor. Zhang Qian cried and said, give me back my things, and then I'll leave. The proprietress scolded, are you deaf? I said I didn't have it. And I didn't have it. Are you really trying to blackmail me? Seeing Zhang Qian crying and shouting and refusing to leave, the proprietress became a little anxious. She looked at Xia Xiaoan, and Lin Jiujiu said, this is your friend. Take her away. Don't bother people here. I still need to do business in this store. Lin Jiujiu was confused, didn't understand the specific situation, and didn't express his opinion. Theoretically, in this case, Xia Xiaoan would help, but Xia Xiaoan just watched. Is there something going on? Anyway, let's start a voice chat to ask about the situation. Lin Jiujiu, Xiaoan, what exactly is going on? Xiaoxuan, Zhang Qian thought that the boss lady had harmed her and everyone, but in fact, the boss lady tried to save people, but failed, and in the end, only Zhang Qian survived. According to the boss lady's plan, Zhang Qian should not come back, because she would have a way to survive if she didn't come back, but Zhang Qian came back, and those who died in vain. Even now, the boss lady still wants to pretend to distance herself from Zhang Qian, so that Zhang Qian can leave quickly, and she has even made plans to die together with the ability users of the Abyss organization in order to delay time. Lin Jiujiu, Xiaoan, what? Zhang Qian was not going to come back, because she couldn't come back, and Zhang Qian couldn't come back, but she... Lin Jiujiu, ah? Xiaoxian, their emotions are too intense, and their voices are very confused. This is probably the situation. Lin Jiujiu, is it the Abyss organization that is targeting Zhang Qian? Xiaoxian, yes. The news I got from the boss lady is that Zhang Qian has a very rare heart of light. The Abyss organization wants to use Zhang Qian as a living sacrifice. And during the sacrifice, they will dig out Zhang Qian's heart and offer it to the Abyss evil god. This heart is specifically requested by the evil god of the Abyss organization. Lin Jiujiu, doesn't the Qilian shelter know? Xiaoxian, the shelter is tied up by various things, especially the news of the disappearance of. As for information, by the time the top leaders got the news, it would have already happened. Lin Jiujiu, what about us? Xiaoxian, Jiujiu, how about we do something big? Lin Jiujiu, will there be any problem? Xiaoxian, as long as the evil god does not descend, there will be no problem. Moreover, Sister Su Miao specifically asked us to send Zhang Qian back. She must have noticed something. Maybe it is a new trial arranged for us. Lin Jiujiu, okay. Xiaoxian, the people of the Abyss organization have arrived outside the store. There are 3 of them. Pay attention. Lin Jiujiu, well locked. Looking at Xiaoxian, Lin didn't say anything for a long time, and was even more reluctant to take Zhang Qian away. The shop owner was anxious. Hurry up, or I'll call the patrol team, and you'll have a hard time. If you get caught, you should know who's in there. Zhang Qian wiped the tears from her face, looked determined, decided to fight. Hand over the things. I'm Shudation. The shop owner laughed in anger, and just as she was about to say something else, her face suddenly changed. She said anxiously, "You idiot, hurry up." Just as she was about to move, she found that the scene around her changed, and in front of her was a desolate world with nothing in it. Lin Jiujiu, Xiaoxian was a little surprised when he saw the scene in front of him. Is this a formation? In the distance, 3 cloaked people with special abilities walked out slowly. The head priest said that the Heart of Light will return here today. I didn't expect it to be true. And you, do you think we will really believe you if you pretend to join the Abyss? Chapter 411. Can the witch Su Miao block the evil god's wrath? When the boss lady saw the Abyss priest who broke in, her face showed despair. She knew these people would come quickly, but she didn't expect them to come so quickly that she didn't have time to make any preparations. After all, she didn't expect Zhang Qian to come back, or come back so quickly. You idiot bastards, at least 2 of you will die today. The boss lady pressed her hands, and the broom in her hand disappeared, replaced by 2 electromagnetic long knives. The electromagnetic long knife flashed with electric light, and the dark red blood veins indicated that these 2 knives had killed many people. The leading Abyss priest raised a hand. To be exact, it was a tentacle. He used the tentacles to open his cloak, revealing an octopus-like face and extremely weird eyes. Do you want to show your face? Then I'll show you my face. My name is Black Snake. The dense tentacles twisted and danced on the priest's body, looking extremely disgusting. The appearance of the Black Snake priest really disgusted Xiaoxian and Lin Jiujiu. After introducing himself, he politely put on his hood. As a villain, I don't know if this is good manners, politeness, or something else. This is Black Fox. And this is Black Dog. The Black Snake priest introduced the 2 Abyss priests beside him. This behavior is confusing. Are you Black Snake? The boss lady's expression changed again and again. I don't know what she remembered. And she shouted, Zhang Qian, run away. Zhang Qian became more and more confused. She couldn't understand the situation in front of her. Where can you escape to now? The Black Raccoon priest moved. He rushed straight towards Zhang Qian. The boss lady moved even faster. With just a slight shift, she appeared in front of Zhang Qian and took the initiative to kill the Black Raccoon priest. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, the boss lady and the black raccoon priest fought for 3 moves. The boss lady suddenly felt weak all over, retreating dozens of steps, and thrusting her 2 swords into the ground, and barely standing with the support of her 2 swords. Actually, I'm a moth. The black raccoon priest lifted his hood, revealing a large moth face covered with fine scales. This face looks more abstract and more disgusting. Lin Jiujiu wanted to take action. She looked at Xiaoxian. Xiaoan? Xiaoxian's body shook, and she collapsed in extreme pain. Be careful. Lin Jiujiu felt strange just now. Why did Xiaoxian suddenly stop talking in the team voice? She didn't expect it to be like this. Turning around again, Lin Jiujiu found that Zhang Qian had already fallen down. Only Lin Jiujiu was left standing in front of the 3 abyss priests. Little girl, your heart wall is really thick. The black snake priest said slowly. You are one of the strongest psychic ability users I have ever seen. Reading minds and controlling minds are first class. But not all ability users are suitable for being read minds and controlled minds. For example, someone like me. Mental pollution. Do you understand? Xiaoxian looked at the black snake priest and remembered what Sister Su Miao had said to her before. Be careful of backlash when using mind reading. But Xiaoxian never thought that there would be such a thing as mental pollution. The black snake priest's self-introduction at the beginning was just a delay. Too vicious. The black snake priest said, but you are really amazing. You can be so emotionally stable even with mental pollution. I am curious about how you have built your mental barrier. And you? Little girl, I can see that you want to attack us. Let me remind you, we are all polluted. Lin Jiujiu stared at the black snake priest, frowning slightly. She was the only one who was not hit at the scene, which might be related to the power of Tian that she controlled. The black snake priest was talking, and the black dog priest had already begun to circle silently. Lin Jiujiu made a move, preparing to let these priests fall asleep in a second. Suddenly, a roar was heard. Duan Tiangang rushed in. He looked at the people in the field, and his expression was a little confused. A few minutes ago, he got the news that his subordinates had a conflict with several groups of people with special abilities, and a big fight broke out, causing heavy losses. However, some brothers saw Xiaoxian, Lin Jiujiu, Zhang Qian entered the store. So, Duan Tiangang immediately rushed over with his men. The street over there was full of killing, which was just right for him to do all kinds of things. Even if someone noticed this, no one dared to say anything more, because Duan Tiangang was very experienced. Old Duan, do you think there is a possibility that they are dressed so well, maybe they are people from the shelter? Before leaving, the fat man Yuanian asked. Impossible. Duan Tiangang said, look at the young ladies from the shelter. When they come here, they always bring enough guards. But look at these 3. Do they? Rather than being young ladies from the shelter, they are more like young ladies in poverty. Duan Tiangang was very confident about this. However, when she really brought people to the store and launched a charge, she found that something was wrong. The brothers she brought were gone, and there were 3 strange people with black cloaks in front of her. One of the 3 girls she liked fell down, and one half knelt. The remaining one looked a little panicked. There was also a middle-aged woman half kneeling on the ground with 2 swords. The situation here was beyond his imagination, especially the 3 abyss priests. He knew they were tough guys without even looking at them. Ahem, sorry, we went the wrong way, Duan Tiangang waved his hand, turned around and wanted to leave. But this was the array barrier set up by the abyss priests, and if they didn't open the array barrier, it would be difficult to get out. Since you're here, don't leave. The black fox priest smiled coldly. Why did they deploy the formation barrier? Isn't it to prevent outsiders from knowing what happened here? Although I don't know how Duan Tiangang got in, but since he got in, it doesn't matter, I might as well kill him. His figure rushed over like a ghost. Duan Tiangang clenched his fist, and pointed his little finger at the blackly priest. Swish! A stream of energy was released, and it broke the blackly priest. The blackly priest was caught off guard, and was hit head-on, and fell to the ground, and a pool of black blood flowed out. You bastard! Dare you touch your grandfather? Duan Tiangang said, I tell you. Everyone outside is my brother. None of you can leave. The black snake priest withdrew his gaze from Lin Jiujiu, and said, Lord Duan Tiangang, do you want to join the abyss? Duan Tiangang chuckled, spiritual ability? What I'm least afraid of is spiritual ability. He roared and bombarded like a cannonball. The black snake priest showed a surprised look. His spiritual ability was actually restrained. And there was even a tendency for his body to become a controlled puppet. Seeing the critical situation, the Black Dog Priest quickly took action and took the Black Snake Priest out of Duan Tiangong's attack range. Looking more carefully, you will find that the array is densely packed with tiny silk threads everywhere. Be careful. Puppet silk threads. The proprietress, who was half kneeling on the ground, said. She wanted to remind Lin Jiujiu. At this time, in order to prevent Xia Xiaoan and Zhang Qian from getting hurt, Lin Jiujiu took them one in each hand and retreated to the side to prevent any accidents. But she didn't expect that after such an operation, not only her, but also Xia Xiaoan and Zhang Qian were entangled with silk threads. This kind of silk thread is a very special ability silk thread. Lin Jiujiu said nothing. While these people were fighting, he took out a cup of mixed juice from the space storage device and fed it to Xia Xiaoan. This is the mixed juice made by Sister Su Miao. It has the ability to recover, heal injuries, and detoxify. I just don't know if it will be useful to Xia Xiaoan. It will definitely not be wrong to feed some first. Puppet? The Black Snake Priest patted his sleeves, corroded the entangled silk thread, and sneered, Your ability is hidden very deeply. But unfortunately, it is useless to us. Duan Tiangang said, whether it is useful or not. Let's try it first. He patted the space storage device and released 6 puppet ability users from it. These people were all powerful people when they were alive. But they were secretly harmed by Duan Tiangang, who completely refined them into puppets that can be controlled. As soon as the 6 puppet people appeared, they launched a fierce attack on the Black Snake Priest, the Black Raccoon Priest, and the Black Dog Priest. The Black Snake Priest waved his hand and took a step forward. Hellfire. He released the seal with both hands, and a dark blood-colored fireball with a radius of 60 centimeters condensed, and the surrounding temperature rose steadily, as if it was going to burn everything around. The Black Snake Priest pushed with both hands, and the hellfire flew forward, exploding with a bang, engulfing the 6 puppet people. The 6 puppets acted at the same time, working together to block it all. While the Black Snake Priest was in shock, Duan Tiangang pointed his index finger at the Black Snake Priest, and another stream of qi was released. He was fully confident that the Black Snake Priest would not be able to take this move. If he really took it, it would be the end of his opponent, because this was a finger of decline. But the next second, he saw a horrifying scene. He saw a tentacle emerge from under the Black Snake Priest's robe, forcibly blocking this stream of qi. Hit by the qi, the entire tentacle decayed rapidly, and it should have spread to the body of the Black Snake Priest. But the Black Snake Priest broke its tentacles like a gecko. Duan Tiangang. Right? I'll remember you. The Black Snake Priest said sinisterly, Black Fox. Black Dog. Take the sacrifice. And kill everyone else. The Black Fox Priest and the Black Dog Priest nodded, and rushed over. Arrogant. Duan Tiangang pulled the silk thread, restricting the Black Snake Priest's actions. The Black Snake Priest's action slowed down by 0.5 seconds. This is humiliation, and even more shame. He stopped, and stared at Duan Tiangang with a gloomy look. You are courting death. Duan Tiangang smiled and said, Don't worry, I will kill you all, and you can't take any of these 3 girls away. Seeing that the war was about to break out again, a very polite, very pleasant voice sounded. Excuse me, how can this pollution be removed? Lin Jiujiu asked very restrainedly. The juice that Xia Xiaoan drank just now did not play a big role. Xia Xiaoan's condition worsened, and she had to take action as soon as possible. The Black Snake Priest glanced at Lin Jiujiu, without much reaction. Duan Tiangang glanced at Lin Jiujiu, and was ecstatic. Naive? No. It has been a few years since the apocalypse. Where are the naive people? Didn't you hear? Lin Jiujiu pointed at the Black Raccoon Priest. The Black Raccoon Priest dodged, but still fell down, and began to dream and mutter. The Black Snake Priest was shocked. This is impossible, since they became abyss priests. They no longer dream, but his colleague actually fell asleep without any signs. Who are you? The Black Snake Priest noticed a small amount of blue-purple long hair exposed under the cloak, and Xia Xiaoan lying on the ground, with familiar white long hair. Shit, are they the followers of the witch Su Miao? Are you kidding? This is too absurd. Do you want to continue to delay time? Lin Jiujiu pointed at the Black Dog Priest, who rushed directly towards Lin Jiujiu. The next second, the Black Dog Priest fell down and fell asleep. Duan Tiangang opened his mouth and blurted out, The witch's follower? He looked around with extreme suspicion, trying to find the figure of the witch Su Miao, but fortunately he didn't see it. For a moment, Duan Tiangang suspected that Su Miao was watching him, but he had no evidence. God knows who gave him the courage to come and besiege Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu. Even when he came, Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu were being besieged. He regretted it a little. He should have listened to his good brother Yuanian's advice and did nothing. Now, in such a situation, what should he do? Duan Tiangang turned his eyes to the Black Snake Priest, the Black Dog Priest, and the Black Raccoon Priest. Kill one first to show loyalty. Thinking of this, Duan Tiangang controlled the 5 puppets to rush towards the sleeping Black Raccoon Priest. The 5 puppets suddenly used their killing moves and blew up the Black Raccoon Priest. Suddenly, the black flesh and blood fragments scattered all over the ground. The Black Snake Priest wanted to stop it, but had to stand still. Duan Tiangang saw this scene, smiling coldly, hoping that Lin Jiujiu would not bother with him later because of his hard work, and let him leave. But in fact, the magic phantom clone Su Miao was watching their performance in the void. For Su Miao, Xia Xiaoan, Lin Jiujiu's actions were not decisive enough, which was somewhat disappointing. If they had been more decisive, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Now, just keep watching, Lin Jiujiu said. Who do you care who I am? The Black Snake Priest said. Lin Jiujiu. You are Lin Jiujiu. She is Xia Xiaoan. You are here. Is the witch Su Miao here too? He glanced at Zhang Qian lying on the ground. At this distance, it would be difficult to take the sacrifice away. This is the sacrifice that the evil god specifically pointed out, Lin Jiujiu said. Remove the barrier. Remove the pollution on them. Otherwise I will be rude. The Black Snake Priest said. I will remove the formation barrier now and send you away. As for their symptoms, they are suffering from too much mental pollution, so they just need to rest for a while. Is that right? Lin Jiujiu pointed at the Black Snake Priest. The air was quiet. The pupils of the Black Snake Priest showed a look of horror. He actually had an illusion that his soul was being pulled out of his body. No wonder the Black Raccoon Priest and the Black Dog Priest could not resist. This mysterious ability was too scary. However, the trance lasted only a second, and the Black Snake Priest got rid of Lin Jiujiu's control. Lin Jiujiu, your trick may be useful for people, but I have long ceased to be a human, ha ha ha. The body of the Black Snake Priest suddenly grew larger. Countless tentacles emerged from under his body, grabbing anything nearby that could be grabbed, especially the sleeping Zhang Qian. He was going to leave, but Lin Jiujiu had no intention of letting him go. In this case, he had nothing to hesitate about. Others might be afraid of offending the witch, but he was not. As long as the sacrifice was in hand, the evil god would be invited to come. As a mortal, could the witch Su Miao stop the evil god's wrath? No. On the contrary, if he could not bring the sacrifice back, he might be destroyed immediately. Then, it would be better to fight. The Black Snake Priest was betting that the witch Su Miao had not appeared for so long, so she might not have come. He. Chapter 412. Wake up, don't be controlled. In the Doomsday world, the 12 Divisions organization is known to everyone with a mobile phone or internet access. However, since the first generation of CTON was killed by Su Miao, no one knows who the next CTON is. Just like after the death of the first generation of CD, no one cares who the second generation of CD is. Therefore, from the perspective of outsiders, only a very few people know that Lin Jiujiu is the new generation of CTON. Before going to the headquarters of the 12 divisions for training, Lin Jiujiu had no idea how strong the power he controlled was. After training, she has been reborn. Not to mention that she eats mutated vegetables and fruits given by Sister Su Miao every day. Lin Jiujiu can easily get what others desperately want. She has become very powerful without knowing it. Mirror image. Lin Jiujiu uses her ability. In an instant, countless fine threads appear in the formation barrier. The sleeping Black Dog Priest was instantly controlled and twisted to kill the Black Snake Priest. Duan Tiangang, who thought he was in control of the whole scene, found that his body began to lose control. He was actually controlled. How can you use my ability? Duan Tiangang looked horrified. No one knew the horror of puppet power better than him. This kind of complete control, whatever he wanted the puppet to do. Relying on this ability, he harmed countless girls and killed countless people with abilities. But never thought that one day he would experience the feeling of being a puppet. Lin Jiujiu said nothing. She raised her hand and gathered all the puppet threads originally released by Duan Tiangang, thereby strengthening Duan Tiangang. Duan Tiangang tried to resist, but the more he resisted, the more he was controlled. "Let me go! Please let me go!" Lin Jiujiu turned a deaf ear to this rubbish's plea for mercy, and controlled the two puppets to kill the Black Snake Priest. The Black Snake Priest held his breath and concentrated, and he formed seals with his hands, summoning a dragon composed of black evil spirits to Duan Tiangang and the Black Dog Priest to devour it. Boom! Duan Tiangang and the Black Dog Priest resisted with all their might. They only lasted for a second, and the Black Dog Priest was blown up by the Black Evil Dragon, and Duan Tiangang flew backwards covered in blood. The terrible pollution spread on Duan Tiangang's body, causing fine tentacles to emerge from his body, as if they were assimilating with the body of the Black Snake Priest. Not only that, there was also pollution trying to erode Lin Jiujiu along the puppet thread. I don't know why I couldn't erode Lin Jiujiu just now, but with a substantial connection, I can erode him. Right? Lin Jiujiu decisively gave up controlling Duan Tiangang and picked up the microphone. The surrounding scene suddenly changed, and it became a concert stage. The Black Snake Priest and Duan Tiangang, who had regained control of his body, looked at everything in front of him, their expressions changing again and again. Especially the Black Snake Priest. He couldn't understand. How could someone else open a special domain within the formation barrier he set up? Domain? The Black Snake Priest's expression became even uglier. "Welcome everyone to my concert." Lin Jiujiu stood on the stage and waved to them. The Black Snake Priest immediately used his ability to attack Lin Jiujiu with great force. But his attacks were all annihilated in the void near the stage. He wanted to target Xia Xiaoan and Zhang Qian again, and then threaten Lin Jiujiu, so that Lin Jiujiu would be afraid to act rashly. Looking carefully, Xia Xiaoan and Zhang Qian were both on the stage. Both were lying down, but he couldn't reach them. Duan Tiangang was confused, and all his lost brothers were refreshed. "Boss? Are you the boss? Brother, how did you become like this? You? Where is this? How can there be a concert? When did I get the light stick in my hand? Fuck. The boss is good at playing, and the little idol on the stage is so cute. Shut up." Duan Tiangang looked at Lin Jiujiu, who started to perform on the stage, and his expression suddenly became clear. He just felt that Lin Jiujiu on the stage was so cute. He wanted to wave the light stick in his hand to cheer for Lin Jiujiu from the bottom of his heart. But the injuries on his body brought him waves of pain, which made him stay awake. "I shouldn't be affected by the power of the psychic system. Why is this?" Duan Tiangang wanted to know the answer. The answer did not come out. He found that the brothers around him had completely entered the state of the concert, and started to cheer crazily. Hi! Wake up, don't be controlled." Duan Tiangang grabbed a brother and shook him hard, wanting him to stay awake. The captured brother was full of happiness. "Boss, I am very sober. More sober than ever before. Don't disturb me. I am happier than ever before. It doesn't matter if I die in such happiness." As he said that, he forcibly broke free from Duan Tiangang's hand and watched Lin Jiujiu on the stage calling frantically. Duan Tiangang wanted to wake up the other brothers, but no one paid attention to him. As the boss, Duan Tiangang had never been so angry. He angrily hit a brother, and the brother's body turned into countless light spots and dissipated into the void. He slapped several brothers in succession, and all of them turned into spots of light without exception. This. Duan Tiangang was terrified. "Devil. What kind of devilish trick is this?" He looked at Lin Jiujiu, who was full of energy on the stage again, and inexplicably felt that the beautiful girl idol on the stage was so cute. The beauties he had met before were completely incomparable to Lin Jiujiu. Not only that, Duan Tiangang felt that the pain in his body was going away. The tentacles on his body stopped growing. He felt unprecedented happiness, driven by a sense of happiness. Duan Tiangang raised the light stick in his hand, and the tentacles of his body also raised light sticks, and cheered crazily. "It's hopeless." The Black Snake Priest glanced at Duan Tiangang, and then looked at the concert around him, and he had already begun to think about quitting. Most importantly, he noticed that the golden light spots were falling towards Xia Xiaoan and Zhang Qian. These golden light spots seemed to be able to remove pollution to a certain extent. However, since we are here, it is not easy to leave. In this area, I am God. Lin Jiujiu stopped singing. A staff appeared in her hand, and she looked directly at the Black Snake Priest. There was a wave of attack that she had wanted to try many times. The Black Snake Priest's heart trembled, and she turned and ran away. Lin Jiujiu held the staff with both hands, locked the Black Snake Priest, and the dream version of the starlight burst out. Boom! The bright starlight torrent annihilated the Black Snake Priest. Facing the starlight torrent, the Black Snake Priest seemed to have seen a ghost before he died. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to ashes. Lin Jiujiu cleared the concert stage. Xiaoxuan, Zhang Qian collapsed on the ground. The boss lady looked confused. She had just fainted and didn't remember anything. However, the body of the Black Snake Priest lying on the ground showed that what happened just now was true. Lin Jiujiu checked Xiaoxuan's condition and confirmed that Xiaoxuan was fine, and heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Qian was fine too, and she would wake up after a rest. But the boss lady woke up very quickly. "Where is the thing Zhang Qian wants?" Lin Jiujiu walked up to the boss lady and asked. "There." The proprietress pointed weakly at the floor tiles not far away. Lin Jiujiu walked over, removed the floor tiles, and saw a locked iron box. With a move of his sword finger, he cut off the lock and opened the box. Lin Jiujiu saw the things in the iron box, and his expression became a little strange, because there was a battle mecha transformation device inside, which was only 0.5 versions lower than what she and Xiaoxuan had. In addition, it was a space storage device. Lin Jiujiu did not look at the things in the space storage device, but just put it together with the battle mecha transformation device, and waited until Zhang Qian woke up to talk about it. "You killed the priest of the Abyss organization. There will be a lot of trouble later." The proprietress looked at Lin Jiujiu taking the things away and reminded him. "Yes." Lin Jiujiu nodded. "I will return the things to Zhang Qian." The proprietress opened her mouth and understood what Lin Jiujiu meant. She looked at Zhang Qian, who was still unconscious, tears streaming down her face, and she did not continue to speak. Outside the shop, there were countless eyes full of fear staring at this place. Just now, Duan Tiangang brought hundreds of people to surround the shop, and they were aggressive and very scary. In the spirit of eating melons that must be preserved until the end of the world, they have been staring at this place, wanting to see what happened. As a result, after waiting for a while, they saw the people brought by Duan Tiangang fall to the ground without any signs. All dead? Some people were brave and wanted to get closer to take a look, and take some supplies and equipment back. Then the people who approached fell down. Now, no one dared to get closer. However, there are always smart people. Someone brought a very long rope, stood at a distance and threw it at the corpses lying on the ground, and pulled it back when he caught a corpse. Dead. After the body was pulled back, someone confirmed it and said, "So many people are all dead?" An old man looked at the bodies scattered around the small shop area, and was still frightened. "According to my experience, everyone should get away from here as soon as possible to prevent this side from being dragged in." After the old man finished speaking, he ran away first, not caring if there were any good things on the body. Life is more important than things. Fuck, go. Go. Why haven't the patrol team come yet? What if it really spreads? The killing is going crazy in several streets in District 5, and the patrol team is all there, and no one is coming here for the time being? How can this be? What if more people die here? So run for your life. When these people see the patrol team normally, they will inevitably spit a few times behind their backs, but when they are really in danger, they hope that the patrol team will appear as soon as possible, which is very interesting. In the void, Su Miao looked at the crowd's reaction, and was not surprised at all. For example, when the devil came, there were a lot of people on the Night Snack app who hoped that she could stop the devil. But in normal times, those people hoped that she would not continue to exist on Earth. Retracting his thoughts, Su Miao looked at Lin Jiujiu, ready to see how Lin Jiujiu would deal with the follow-up, especially Zhang Qian. From the known clues, this girl has been targeted by the evil god believed in by the Abyss organization, and was specifically asked to be sacrificed. In this case, regardless of whether Chilean Shelter knows the situation or not, it cannot protect Zhang Qian. Unless it is Shelter number 1, there may not be this problem. The blonde girl in Shelter number 1 is too mysterious. So far, Su Miao does not know how strong the other party is. Wait, is this the evil god specifically asking for a sacrifice? It can make the main body do something. So far, the experiments conducted have all used the demon king of the inner world, and the evil god of the inner world does not seem to be involved. If we can get an evil god, get the blood, bones, Godhead of the evil god, can we do more research? Su Miao looked at the unconscious Zhang Qian, and quickly recalled the summoning magic circle in the Book of the Abyss. Got it. There is a summoning magic circle that uses the sacrifice that the evil god has targeted. Su Miao looked at a corner of Wuhou City, and the figure disappeared. In order to ensure this summoning plan, the rest should be dealt with first. In the store, Lin Jiujio took out his mobile phone and contacted the Chilean shelter. The shelter responded immediately. In just 3 minutes, 3 aircraft arrived above the shop. The special anti-pollution users quickly cleaned up the bodies at the scene and sent them to the high-temperature atomic reactor for purification. Especially the bodies of the 3 abyss priests. They handled them more professionally. It can be seen that they often deal with related bodies. The shop owner stared at the scene in front of her in amazement, not understanding how Lin Jiujio did it. Do you want to deal with it? The leader walked up to Lin Jiujio and glanced at the owner. No need. Lin Jiujio shook his head. The leader nodded and led the group away. And in the process, he suppressed the bloodthirsty people in the chaotic neighborhood. Of course, in order to avoid being too conspicuous, Lin Jiujio did not leave with them. She made another phone call. A few minutes later, several more groups of people came to the city, escorting Lin Jiujio, Xia Xuan, and Zhang Qian away. These people were all from the 12 divisions. Although these people were not Lin Jiujio's subordinates. As the division chief, Lin Jiujio had enough authority to command them. Are they dead? In a dilapidated attic basement, the high priest of the abyss, covered in a dark cloak, listened to the report of his subordinates and was extremely angry. In order to ensure that the sacrifice was foolproof, he specially arranged for the 3 priests, Black Snake, Black Dog, and Black Raccoon, to act together. Never expected that the action would fail. And even the 3 priests sent out died. That lady boss can't have such strength. The only ones left are the 2 girls who walked with the sacrifice. Have you found out who they are? The high priest of the abyss immediately grasped the key to the problem. We found out. But we can't be sure. The intelligence officer took out a tablet computer and displayed several pictures on it. They may be Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujio, who are with the witch Su Miao. A tentacle stretched out from under the cloak of the abyss high priest, and instantly swept away the tablet computer, and compared it with the photos on it again and again. Cold sweat dripped down for no reason. He took a deep breath for a few seconds and said, "It's them." The tentacle was thrown away, and the tablet computer was thrown away. The abyss high priest paced back and forth in the room, muttering, "Xia Xuan, Lin Jiujio is here. Does it mean that the witch Su Miao is here too? No. I can't bet on whether Su Miao is here or not. I must leave here immediately." Just after making the decision, the abyss high priest heard a thump behind him. This was the sound of a body falling to the ground. Through the broken mirror on the wall, he saw that the subordinate who had just come to report was dead. A few steps away, it was the witch Su Miao with long pink hair. Chapter 413 Test? Witch, you can't kill me. I am about to reign on earth. Control. The high priest of the abyss opened his mouth and found that he could no longer speak. He only realized at this moment that his body no longer existed. The reason why he could say so many words was that the witch Su Miao acted too quickly, too horrible, and he didn't realize that he was still alive even after his body was gone. A ball of purple flame fell, burning the remaining head of the high priest of the abyss and the nearby corpses into ashes. Except for the slight noise caused by killing the abyss high priest, there was basically no sound. But compared with the noisy streets, this noise is not worth mentioning at all. Don't worry. I will help you fulfill your wish and let your god come to the earth, Su Miao said to the air, and threw a starlight bloom to purify everything here. After killing the leaders of the abyss organization, Su Miao disappeared, as if he had never been here. Someone seemed to be talking outside. It was Lin Jiujio's voice. Xia Xiaoan woke up in a daze and saw Lin Jiujio talking to a man in black through the crack of the door. What was even more strange was that Lin Jiujio was not wearing a cloak, and he seemed not to care that the other party saw him. Xia Xiaoan tried to listen to the man in black, but felt tired as soon as he used his ability. "Yes, Your Highness CT on." The man in black bowed respectfully and left. Lin Jiujio turned around, pushed open the door, and said, "Xiaoan, you are awake." Xia Xiaoan frowned, and this feeling of weakness was not good. What's wrong with me? She tried to recall what happened before, but the more she thought about it, the more painful it felt. Lin Jiujio said, "Xiaoan, I have temporarily limited your ability with an ability inhibitor. Don't use your ability. Xia Xiaoan was stunned for a moment. A little confused. Lin Jiujiu said, "You have been mentally polluted by the priests of the Abyss organization. My singing can only help you purify a part of it. But I can't handle more. I have to use an ability inhibitor to prevent the spread of pollution. We will go back later and ask Sister Su Miao to treat you. Don't worry. There is no problem with the ability inhibitor. This is a medicine specially used by members of the 12 divisions to prevent their abilities from getting out of control." Xia Xiaoan said, "That's not what I meant. Where is Zhang Qian?" Lin Jiujiu said, "Zhang Qian is still in a coma and will wake up soon." Xia Xiaoan nodded, looked up at the ceiling, and felt extremely complicated. Sister Su Miao had reminded her several times, but she actually fell for it. It was like when she was in school. The teacher repeatedly emphasized in class that a certain question would be tested, and asked her to be careful not to make this obvious mistake. Then, after repeated emphasis, review, and preparation, she made a mistake. Lin Jiujiu took out some food from the space storage and put it aside. "Eat something first. I'll go take care of some things." Xia Xiaoan nodded, "Okay." Lin Jiujiu put on a black cloak after coming out. There were already people with abilities from the 12 departments waiting nearby. The person in charge of the 12 departments stationed in Wuhou City was called Xiao Bin. On the surface, he was a businessman. He was well connected in various places and had good strength. When Lin Jiujiu called for help, Xiao Bin was out on a field trip and was not there. After receiving the news, he rushed back in a hurry. "Master Si Tian, it's such an honor to meet you." Xiao Bin bowed to Lin Jiujiu and said, "Hello, Master, you can let me know next time you come." Lin Jiujiu blinked and asked, "Should I let you know?" Xiao Bin shook his head quickly. No, I said something wrong, Master Si Tian. Please forgive me." Lin Jiujiu said, "Stop talking nonsense. What's the matter?" Xiao Bin hurriedly reported, "Master Si Tian, since all the masters have gone to the inner world, there are many backlogs of affairs on Earth. I would like to ask Master Si Tian to take time to deal with them." Lin Jiujiu frowned. "Oh, what's the matter?" Xiao Bin hurriedly opened the holographic screen, which showed the backlog of problems during this period. To be honest, Lin Jiujiu's question just now scared him. He remembered the last time he saw the librarian. The librarian with blue twin ponytails looked innocent, very cute and beautiful, very friendly to everyone, very friendly. Seeing the librarian like this, some people had some small thoughts. Then, Xiao Bin saw the most terrifying scene in his life. The librarian very cutely turned the man into a book, without any hesitation in the whole process. Just now, he dared to have small thoughts in front of the Ction, and he was lucky not to be beaten to death directly. However, through the test just now, one thing has been confirmed. This Ction lord can be fooled. Lin Jiujiu looked at the things on the screen and blinked. The Abyss organization killed the deacon of Site 1033. The management of Site 1033 is vacant. Sites 1032, 1088, etc. are short of food, request rationing. Internal strife occurred at Site 0041, 2 deacons died. The CD treasury was invaded. After reading a few of them, Lin Jiujiu tilted his head. Are you sure these all need my authorization? Some of these things are indeed important, but they are not enough to rise to the level of members of the 12 departments. The 12 departments have a very complete system. These things should have been uploaded to the relevant personnel for processing. For example, Secretary Tao Yujia is one of the personnel who specializes in handling these things. As a member of the 12 departments, they read the intelligence reported every day, make judgments based on the intelligence, and decide what to do. Lin Jiujiu reads intelligence every day, but rarely issues orders. The 12 departments is a very special organization. In a sense, the 12 departments give the people below very high authority, as long as they do not violate the rules. When I was receiving training at the headquarters, Sister Pei Xiaomiao, the Si Ming, said, when you become Ction, don't feel pressured. Just have fun. And it's okay to destroy the entire 12 departments. But, if someone tries you because you are young, it means that there is a 99% chance that this person will betray you. And you can kill him directly. You can ask Si Shu for this. She is very experienced. This is almost the case. Lin Jiujiu looked at Xiao Bin. Xiao Bin laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. The ancient philosophers were right. The world is just a makeshift team. Who would have thought that the Ction of the 12 departments would be a little girl? It's so funny. Why should we fight to the death outside? but have to listen to the orders of a little girl like you. And look at your face? You told us to die. So we must die? Tion? Bah! I'm telling you. I've arranged everything here. If you want to live, give me your authority as Tion, and I will reluctantly spare your life. Lin Jiujiu listened quietly to Xiao Bin's true words, waiting for Xiao Bin to wake up. Suddenly, Xiao Bin shuddered. He stared at Lin Jiujiu in front of him, and his body trembled like a sieve. Exposed. All exposed. Xiao Bin wanted to resist. At such a close distance, with his power bursting out, even Tion couldn't stop him. Right? But when he thought so, his body was not under the control of his brain at all, let alone resistance. Lord Tion, spare my life. Xiao Bin knelt down with a plop. Lin Jiujiu just glanced at Xiao Bin, and Xiao Bin fell straight down and died. This is a killer move that controls the target to fall asleep instantly, and then kills the target in a dream. After many practices, Lin Jiujiu became more and more proficient. 5 seconds later, a staff member came in to carry Xiao Bin's body out and clean the ground. You will be the person in charge here from now on, Lin Jiujiu said to the person who reported secretly. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Lord Tion. The very thin ability user thanked repeatedly, and watched Lin Jiujiu leave. The other ability users looked at this person, their eyes full of envy. This person jumped 30 levels in the organization. Oh, what's your name? Lin Jiujiu asked as he was about to leave. Master Tion, my name is Wei Shan. Wei Shan said. Lin Jiujiu nodded, turned and left. It was time to take Xia Xiaoan and Zhang Qian to see Sister Su Miao. Maybe because she had been with Sister Su Miao for a long time, Lin Jiujiu found that her style of behavior was getting closer to Sister Su Miao. She enjoyed this feeling. In the secluded desert area, the two abyss priests were furious when they heard the news from Wuo City. A bunch of rubbish. Not only did they lose the sacrifice, but they also destroyed the stronghold they had built with great difficulty. Have you found out who did it? It was the followers of the witch Su Miao, Lin Jiujiu, Xia Xuan. Oh, it's okay then. The angry abyss high priest calmed down. The witch Su Miao had intervened. What else could he do? High priest, what should we do next? Go find a new sacrifice. Yes, I'll do it right away. The abyss cultist who came to report the situation left, leaving the abyss high priest with a sad face. This is the sacrifice that the evil god specifically requested. What if it is lost? What if the evil god asks about it? The chief priest of the abyss is very panicked. He must first think of a way to fool the evil god. If he tells the truth, the evil god will think they are useless, and even ask them to face the witch Su Miao. Really face the witch Su Miao. I am afraid they will have to face the purple fireball thrown by the witch Su Miao. Wait. The sacrifice this time is not related to Su Miao. Witch Su Miao can't really take it in. Right? There is a way. When the sacrifice leaves the sight of the witch Su Miao, it will be their chance to take the sacrifice away. As long as the sacrifice is successful, they will be able to obtain unimaginable benefits. In the inner world, outside of Shuyuan, the secretary stood timidly on the top of the mountain, looking toward Shuyuan. She didn't dare to do this a few days ago, because looking directly at the demon king and evil god in the inner world, it would be very easy to be seen, to be located, and put herself in danger. However, as the news of the appearance of Shuyuan's treasure spread, more and more evil gods and demon kings came here. If more people come, she can watch secretly, because there are many people who do the same as her. After all, the treasure light that rises to the sky from the depths of the abyss is her masterpiece. According to the mysterious blonde girl, the secret in the abyss is related to Si Wu. The things here are so serious, Si Wu should appear. Right? But after waiting for a long time, Si Shu did not find any trace of Si Wu. Instead, she saw Si Sui and Si Ji. These two people? Si Shu took a glass of juice from the space storage device and took a sip. She blinked her eyes, without any idea of contacting Si Sui and Si Ji. I hope that Si Sui and Si Ji will be killed by some blind evil god or demon king, so that I can pick up their power. No. No. What if their power is polluted during the battle? It's really troublesome. No. Si Shu's eyes suddenly became sharp. She looked at the demon kings and evil gods who were present, and she wanted to fly up to the sky and pick up these demon kings and evil gods one by one to check. If she did so, she would be beaten to death by the demon kings and evil gods. However, the reason for such an idea is that Si Shu thought of a possibility. Siwu noticed that Xu Yuan had changed. He would not come as one of the 12 C, but would appear at the scene as a demon god. On a small hill near Xu Yuan, the demon king who had just arrived opened his eyes. I had expected so much, but I didn't expect that such a big commotion in Xu Yuan would be caused by you. Sishu. The demon king smiled playfully. Interesting. Si Tian. CD. Siming. Sishu. 4 powers. Sishu. I am looking forward to it. Sishu guessed correctly that this demon king was Siwu. To be precise, Siwu participated in the exploration of Xu Yuan as a demon king. Siwu's eyes swept over the demon king's present, the evil god, and his mouth curled up slightly. The demon kings who knew the horror of Xu Yuan before, the evil god, are all dead. Maybe the amount is small, the conversion rate is too low, not enough for him to digest. There are so many people coming this time, they should be able to eat their fill. I have to thank Sishu when I have a chance. Siwu looked to the northwest, and saw 4 demon kings crossing the void to his position. Get out of the way, the big demon king Kino wants it here, said the uninvited demon king. Siwu glanced at the 4 demon kings in the sky, and left the camp he had just prepared. Great demon king Kinto. Is he from Kirishima? Didn't Kirishima have a big move not long ago? Has the big move ended? When was the last time a great demon king came to Xu Yuan? How many tens of thousands of years has it been? He. I hope great demon king Kinto will like Xu Yuan. Stay in Xu Yuan forever. Sishu is quickly recording the characteristics of each demon king and evil god, hoping to use them one day. After watching for a while, she found an extremely incomprehensible phenomenon. Some evil gods and demon kings gathered together to build an altar? They were all demon kings and evil gods. So why did they need an altar? Do they also need sacrifices? In addition, some altars looked like they were used for summoning heroes from another world. Couldn't it be these evil gods and demon kings who did it? The secretary's imagination was full of ideas, and he wrote down this conjecture. Speaking of which, if the evil gods and demon kings summon the witch Su Miao, how interesting would it be? The secretary shook off this unrealistic idea and continued to observe. Her intuition told her that Siwu must have come. But where was Siwu? Which camp? The magic phantom clone Su Miao returned first. Considering that the real body might be studying magic in the magic town, she returned one step ahead to prevent Lin Jiujio and Xia Xiaoan from finding anyone when they returned. When she got home, Su Miao was shocked when she saw the corpses scattered around the camp. What happened? Chapter 414, Mental Pollution, Heart of Light. Corpses are everywhere. A quick look shows that there are at least 100 corpses here. Corpses are scattered all over the place, outside the magic barrier, all frozen into stone, and their deaths are miserable. As for the inside of the magic barrier, it is very clean. Not even a trace of blood can be seen. Did you do it? Su Miao asked. The leaves rubbed against each other, making a rustling sound. As a response, Su Miao threw out a starlight bloom, purifying the remaining resentment and broken souls around. Take them all as fertilizer. The leaves rubbed against each other, and no tree roots stretched out to sweep away the corpses. Su Miao was a little surprised. The mutant trees planted before would not waste nutrients, but I didn't expect this one would not need organic fertilizer. Su Miao didn't say much. He waved his hand and threw out a ball of purple flame, burning all the bodies on the ground to ashes. Walking into the villa, Su Miao cast a cleaning spell, took a magic notebook from the bookshelf next to him, and began to read. If nothing goes wrong, the main body will be tested in the magic town. One day later, Lin Jiujio drove the aircraft, brought Xia Xiaoan, Zhang Qian back. They were lucky. As soon as they arrived at the Alloy Villa, the sky outside was dark. Polar night fell again. Su Miao looked at the sky outside, wondering if he should go to space sometime to see the reason for the polar night. It is known that the moon will be between the Earth and the sun every once in a while, and it will not move much, causing most areas on the Earth to be in polar night. Another situation is that frequent earthquakes on the Earth and volcanic eruptions lead to thick clouds covering the atmosphere. Affected by air currents, some clouds will become very thick, and light cannot enter. This is similar to the principle of a heavy rainstorm before the end of the world. When it was pitch black outside, Su Miao tried to dispel it, but the effect was poor. According to her research, to dispel this kind of cloud, the vegetation on the Earth needs to be restored, and the self-purification and regulation function needs to be fully restored. Sister Su Miao. Lin Jiujio entered the villa, and was very happy to see Su Miao sitting in a familiar position. Your vacation is half a month. And you are back so soon? Su Miao asked. Lin Jiujiu said, Sister Su Miao, Xiaoan is in trouble. She was spiritually contaminated by the abyss priest. And so was Zhang Qian. Su Miao said, well, let me take a look first. Out of caution, Lin Jiujiu did not bring Xia Xiaoan and Zhang Qian into the villa, but placed them directly in the yard outside. Su Miao closed the magic notebook and put it back on the bookshelf. She came to the courtyard and saw Xia Xiaoan and Zhang Qian lying on the camp bed. They had improved a lot compared to the last time. At least they were not in a coma. In the past, whenever Xia Xiaoan and Lin Jiujiu had any problems, they would be in a coma for more than 3 days. However, this mental pollution was the first time Su Miao encountered it. How should I describe it specifically? It is a bit similar to the concepts of knowledge pollution and consciousness pollution. But in essence, it is the same as the hidden danger caused by Xia Xiaoan's excessive use of mind reading. It's just that this mental pollution caused Xia Xiaoan's hidden danger to break out in advance, and unexpectedly made Xia Xiaoan a blessing in disguise. And he didn't break down when the hidden danger broke out. At the same time, the ability inhibitor that Lin Jiujiu gave Xia Xiaoan played a very good role. Otherwise, Xia Xiaoan will really break down, and it will be difficult to treat her. Sister Su Miao, Xia Xiaoan looked at Su Miao, feeling uneasy. She wanted to grow up and show it to Sister Su Miao, but ended up like this. Su Miao took out 2 paper cups and threw 2 small water balls into them. Drink water first, rest for a few days, don't use your abilities during this period, and don't meditate, wait for me to make the magic potion to treat you. Thank you, Sister Su Miao. Xia Xiaoan said, I'm sorry, I forgot Sister Su Miao's warning. Su Miao shook her head. It's okay, after this time, you will remember it. Xia Xiaoan replied softly, yeah. Have a good rest. Su Miao touched Xia Xiaoan's head and looked at Zhang Qian, who was sleeping beside him. According to the information provided by the abyss priest, Zhang Qian was targeted by the evil god because she possessed the heart of light. What is the heart of light? Su Miao pointed his finger at Zhang Qian's heart and released some magic power to examine Zhang Qian. It seems that Zhang Qian's heart is no different from others. Strange. However, to be honest, Zhang Qian is pretty. It's a pity that this is the apocalypse world, otherwise she would dress up very beautifully every day and live a happy life. Could it be that the evil god was attracted by Zhang Qian's beauty? Considering that the demon kings in the other world have many unconventional behaviors, this is not impossible. For example, the great demon king Colette, who was released by Su Miao, had a beautiful girl figurine among all the property he gave away. When Su Miao was admiring the figurine, the great demon king Colette said that this figurine was given to him by one of his demon kings, and it had nothing to do with him. Although he said this, the entanglement and pain flashed in the depths of the great demon king Colette's eyes, which did not seem to be fake. Su Miao thought about it, and returned the figurine to the great demon king Colette. The great demon king of the Tang Tang world actually cried at that moment. Given such an example, it is not difficult to understand that the evil god would take a fancy to Zhang Qian. After confirming that there was nothing special about Zhang Qian's heart, Su Miao withdrew his hand and fed Zhang Qian a glass of water. As for using Zhang Qian as a sacrifice to catch the evil god, we have to wait until the main body returns. The relevant information has been sent out, and I believe the main body will respond soon. Magic Town. Su Miao was controlling the central nervous system to adjust the arrangement of related laws. She had been doing this for 5 days, and was completely immersed in it. By controlling the sequence of central nervous system laws, Su Miao seemed to have realized something in a trance. How should I put it specifically? She didn't know what a domain was before. But at this moment, she knew what a domain was. As long as she wanted, she could unfold the domain in a single thought, and it was a domain that belonged exclusively to her. When Su Miao received the message from her clone, it was already 10 days later. Su Miao stood above the magic town, looking at the town that seemed like a brand new world, and felt a sense of accomplishment. The sacrifice that the evil god specifically requested? Then the newly arranged summoning magic circle needs to be replaced. Fortunately, there is a backup. It just so happens that there are some imperfections in the field. We can catch an evil god to study it. After making a plan, Su Miao came to the entrance of the world. The great demon Colette had not prepared the magic potion she needed for so many days after returning to the inner world. It was very inefficient. Su Miao retracted his gaze, and his long pink hair fluttered in the wind. disappearing in a moment. He took a step forward, and he was already above the alloy villa. My original body? You are finally back. I will leave the rest to you. The magic phantom clone yawned, and without waiting for Su Miao to say anything, it turned into pure magic power and returned to the original body. At the same time, Su Miao obtained all the memories of the clone during this period. Heart of Light. Su Miao looked at Zhang Qian, who was still sleeping. Zhang Qian looked painful, as if she was having an extremely terrible nightmare. Su Miao walked to the bed and put his finger on Zhang Qian's forehead. Zhang Qian had a long dream. In the dream, she saw the aircraft explode, and the people who escorted her died one after another. Among them were her friends, her relatives, and many innocent people. The ones chasing her were those terrible abyss priests. They had octopus-like tentacles, octopus-like eyes, and were completely monsters that ran out of the deep sea. There are often some fishing guys live broadcasting on the survival app, and they often catch strange fish. For example, when the Doomsday came and there was a heavy rain and flood, they caught a mutated fish weighing 10,000 kilograms in fresh water. If you are not a rebar or a powerful person, you cannot compete with such a mutated fish. The sea area was even more exaggerated. Someone caught a mutated jellyfish weighing 100,000 kilograms. But this jellyfish had completely mutated and was extremely terrifying. If it were put into the game, it would inevitably get the title of an ancient god. A fisherman was stung accidentally. He went crazy on the spot. Not long after, the stung fisherman turned into an octopus-like monster. Yes, Zhang Qian remembered. These abyss priests looked almost the same as the fisherman, who was mutated by the sting. Is there any connection between them? I couldn't think of more. More abyss priests appeared behind her and chased her. It's your honor to be my god's sacrifice. Come on, enter my god's embrace. You will gain eternal life. Strange voices, strange tones, constantly polluted Zhang Qian's hearing, polluted Zhang Qian's cognition, wanted to brainwash her completely, leaving her no way to escape. After an unknown amount of time, a trickle of water washed over her body, dispelling the abyss priests. They stood in the distance, cursing and swearing, not daring to approach, because they would dissolve if they approached. However, Zhang Qian could not leave either. She was trapped here, and she did not know how long she could hold on. In the void, Zhang Qian squatted on the ground with her knees hugged, and she did not know how long it would take. Suddenly, a dazzling light fell from the sky, and Zhang Qian looked up blankly, and saw a beautiful long pink hair. This is, which Su Miao, looking at the abyss priests in the distance, they cursed and turned into black bubbles and smoke, and disappeared. Hello. Su Miao landed gracefully, and faced Zhang Qian. Meeting Su Miao for the first time, Zhang Qian was a little nervous. Hello. Su Miao nodded. Let me make it short. You are currently contaminated by the abyss priests, and you can't wake up in a short time. I plan to use your body to summon the evil god, who is targeting you, and get rid of the evil god. I wonder if you are willing to take this risk. Huh? Zhang Qian looked confused. The amount of information Su Miao provided was too much. So much that she had no idea how to react. The Abyss organization captured her to sacrifice her to the evil god. Now, the witch Su Miao also wanted to sacrifice her to the evil god. Don't worry. You will not have any risks during the entire evil god summoning process. 100% no risks. Su Miao added, everything that happened around you is caused by this evil god. As long as the evil god is there, the people around you will die one by one. Just like what you experienced before. Wait until I summon the evil god successfully. Dig out the evil god's godhood, and get rid of this evil god. You will no longer be affected by this evil god in the future. Confused, shocked, sad, and angry. Many emotions appeared on Zhang Qian's face. What confused her was what Su Miao was going to do. This time she understood that the witch Su Miao was not going to sacrifice her to the evil god, but to use her as bait to summon the evil god, and then kill the evil god, and take away the evil god's godhood. Although Zhang Qian usually used to browse the midnight snack app like many people, and knew that Su Miao was very powerful, but Su Miao said that he wanted to kill the evil god. This seriously exceeded her cognition. Therefore, Zhang Qian was extremely shocked. What was sad and angry was that, during this period of time, the people around her suffered misfortunes one by one, all of which were affected by the evil god. Okay. I do. Zhang Qian said with a firm look. Su Miao nodded. Well, you should have a good rest during this period of time, and take care of your spirit. When I deal with the evil god, I will prepare a magic potion for you to cure mental pollution and restore your health. Zhang Qian said, thank you. Su Miao nodded and pointed. In an instant, a law of light fell, causing Zhang Qian to close her eyes involuntarily and fall into a deep sleep. Su Miao glanced at the depths of Zhang Qian's sea of consciousness, and a few wisps of gray mist flashed and disappeared. This mental pollution is really a big problem. In the real world, Su Miao regained consciousness. He looked at Zhang Qian, who was sleeping on the camp bed. She was sleeping soundly now. Also, under the influence of the law of light, Zhang Qian's body began to undergo very special changes. Especially the heart, which was like a lamp lit up. A faint golden glow spread out, wrapping Zhang Qian's body into a cocoon of light. Heart of light. Su Miao looked at Zhang Qian's body, not knowing how to evaluate it. I just checked carefully, and didn't find anything abnormal. Why did it become like this after being stimulated by the law of light? She couldn't see it. But the evil god who was targeting Zhang Qian could see it. Which means that this evil god is very strong. Well, we must make more preparations when summoning like this to ensure that everything is foolproof. Xu Yuan, stimulated by the treasure. The demon kings and evil gods fought a big battle around Xu Yuan. At the same time, some demon kings and evil gods gathered together and began to build an altar. I don't know what they were going to do. Si Wu looked at the demon king, the evil god, who was making more and more noises. There was only a sneer in his eyes. What are you laughing at? Why don't you give up your seat? You have delayed the great demon king's request to you. Can you bear the responsibility? The demon king from Hiroshima scolded. Si Wu didn't say much nonsense, but smiled, quickly packed up his things, and left. Waste, he has become a demon king, and he doesn't even have a bit of blood. So disappointing. I wanted to see him pick up things and recruit him to join the demon council, but it's better not to have such waste. You are right, sir. The demon king from Hiroshima glanced at his followers and said, notify the higher-ups and say that I easily defeated a demon king and seized a place to stay. The follower said, sir. Demon king, are we going to build an altar? The demon king scolded, altar? Do you have the money to build it? The followers were silent. Chapter 415 Double Kill. Sister Su Miao, what happened? Lin Jiujiu hurried out to see what was going on after noticing the noise outside. When she arrived at the courtyard, she saw Zhang Qian wrapped in a light cocoon, and showed a look of shock. Heart of light. Su Miao said, I will take Zhang Qian to the magic town. You stay and take care of Shaoan. Lin Jiujiu nodded, yes. Su Miao looked outside. By the way, this camp has been discovered. You should be careful when you go, and kill anyone with bad intentions. Lin Jiujiu said, don't worry, Sister Su Miao. Su Miao didn't say anything more. She extended her hand gracefully, and took Zhang Qian, who had turned into a light cocoon, up to fly. After a few steps, they arrived at the magic town. Let's do it here. Su Miao put Zhang Qian down. This area was specially planned by Su Miao to set up the summoning magic circle, because Zhang Qian was needed as bait for the summoning this time. Su Miao needed to prepare more. There were 21 cases of summoning magic circles in the Book of the Abyss. The witch who wrote this magic book was too professional. Now, Su Miao had to choose the most suitable magic circle. After choosing, Su Miao chose a less popular summoning magic circle. After all, it was the Abyss priest who first said that Zhang Qian would be sacrificed. It would be better if the magic circle used to summon the evil god had a little style of the Abyss organization. Su Miao searched in the magic space, took out the necessary materials, and quickly arranged the summoning magic circle. After 15 minutes, the magic circle was arranged. It seemed that there was no problem. Speaking of which, the materials used to arrange the magic circle this time were basically from the great demon king Colette. Su Miao looked at the huge evil god summoning magic circle and confirmed that there was no problem. She then looked at the surrounding environment and confirmed that there was no problem, considering that the evil god could see Zhang Qian's heart of light. But Su Miao could not. She deliberately increased the laws in the surrounding environment a little, and then removed some to ensure that the magic town field was ready to explode at any time. This was because Su Miao was worried that if she could not defeat the evil god, she could severely damage the evil god by detonating the magic town field. Of course, when the magic town field exploded, Su Miao would escape immediately. In addition, after many upgrades, even if the magic town domain explodes and self-destructs, it will not affect the Earth in the real world. Otherwise Su Miao would not dare to adopt such a dangerous plan. Everything is ready. In order to avoid more trouble, Su Miao put Zhang Qian in the center of the magic circle. Her domain is only one step away. She believes that after getting the evil god's godhead for research, the domain will be initially perfected. With a life-saving domain, she can go to the other world without any scruples. Su Miao took out the alloy staff. A flash of light passed by, and the alloy staff turned into a simple gray wooden staff, which looked ordinary. Then, the magic robe on Su Miao's body. Don't change it. Thinking of the appearance of the Abyss Priest, Su Miao really didn't want to become that ghostly appearance. And it would be good if the staff changed its appearance. Anyway, these evil gods regard those who sacrifice to him as ants. What ants look like? The evil gods don't care at all. Supreme being from another world, I follow the ancient covenant and offer you the pure heart of light. As the spell was recited, the magic circle shone brightly, flowing with light, swirling up, and rushing straight to the sky. Under the impact of this energy, the void law vibrated. The other side that received the call began to respond, and the summoning channel was completed. The huge phantom of the evil god walked out of the channel, looking down at Su Miao and Zhang Qian. The sacrifice in the center of the summoning magic circle, like a Taoist law of heaven. Such a powerful evil god. Only a few phantoms respond to the summons? It's a bit troublesome. Su Miao looked at the phantom of the evil god, a little worried. According to the notes of the Book of the Abyss, the plane projection of the evil god that responds to the summons must be strong enough. If it is too weak, it will be difficult to pull the opponent over through the magic circle. It is just like fishing. It is just a little plane projection. If you pull it a little harder, the fishing line will break. It is meaningless. What should I do? Just when I was worried, the phantom of the evil god spoke. He looked very excited. Heart of light. It is really the heart of light. My believer, you have done a good job. The evil god did not finish his words, and the huge phantom showed signs of collapse. You dare to be distracted in the battle to respond to the sacrifice call of the believers from another world. You are very dedicated. You bastard, or is this sacrifice very important? The voice of other evil gods came from the summoning channel. It seems to be the enemy of this evil god. Are you targeting Zhang Qian's title of evil god? No matter. Let's try it now. This evil god is fighting with other evil gods. It is not easy to be distracted. In this case, the probability of summoning the real body of evil god will be very high. If you miss this opportunity, I don't know how long you will have to wait. Let me see what your believers are offering you. Suddenly, the evil god on the opposite side exerted his strength. Before Su Miao could start to act, a terrible suction force came from the summoning channel. Su Miao's expression changed, and he immediately moved Zhang Qian, who was the bait. Then, she was pulled over. She tried to catch an evil god, but she didn't catch the evil god. Instead, she was pulled over by the evil god. This was something Su Miao had never expected. She didn't even have time to set the anchor point. The only thing she could do was to put on a black cloak. Boom, boom, boom. A series of huge explosions occurred in the void. Su Miao, wearing a black cloak and holding an alloy staff, appeared in the void, looking at the battlefield with a cold expression. Let me see what the sacrifice is. A big hand in the sky grabbed Su Miao. Su Miao's eyes were cold, and the light on the alloy staff flashed, avoiding the opponent's capture. And, how could it be you? Where is my sacrifice? The silver-feathered evil god who tried to rescue found that it was not Zhang Qian, but Su Miao, and was very angry. Su Miao took a step forward, avoiding the hand that fell from the sky again. You want the evil god in you of the heart of light? The evil god in you was stunned. A mere believer, who was summoned to this battlefield of gods and demons in the abyss, actually turned against Tian Gang and questioned him. A normal believer would kneel down and ask for help when he saw him, and this battlefield in the abyss. But the other party not only avoided the attacks of the evil god GMO twice in a row, but judging from his elegant demeanor, he was not panicked at all about the situation in front of him. This situation is very wrong. You are not my believer? Ha ha ha, you are so funny, can't you tell the believers apart? GMO Sieshan attacked, while mocking. So you lost the sacrifice you wanted? And this friend? I thought you attacked because Inu wanted the sacrifice. It's all a misunderstanding. Inu and I are enemies. We will join forces to kill him later. How about we divide the artifacts in the abyss equally? Inu Sieshan blocked GMO Sieshan's attack. His expression became colder and colder. The Heart of Light is a key link to his advancement. He searched countless other worlds before he found it. He cannot afford any mistakes. Whoever dares to stop him from advancing, he will kill him even if he has to chase him to the end of the universe. Did you intercept my sacrifice? No. You are offering sacrifice to me. You? Of course I will kill you. Su Miao waved the alloy staff, and the void collapsed. He could not let the silver feather evil god continue to talk. She might continue to summon the evil god, the demon king, in the future. Although she didn't know what was going on in the battlefield of the abyss, why so many evil gods and demons gathered there, but if she went fishing, and the news of the evil gods and demons got out, not only would it cause public outrage, but it would be extremely difficult to summon the evil gods and demons again in the future. At least it wouldn't be too late to expose her after all her experiments were completed. Just as the author of the Book of the Abyss said in the book, unless there are countless planes between them, and it is necessary to continue to use the summoning magic circle, the evil gods and demons that are closer, just go over and catch them. Therefore, for Su Miao at this stage, the silver feather evil god must die. With a loud explosion, the void collapsed. The silver feathered evil god, who attacked Su Miao, was caught off guard, and was blown away. This was not a simple void collapse, but an explosion that contained the law of chaotic space, which was more powerful. And, you actually heard me? The silver-feathered evil god felt his face a little wet, touched it, and his hands were covered with blood. He was extremely angry. Just as he was about to explode, GMO evil god attacked from behind and interrupted the reading of the silver-feathered evil god's ultimate move. Su Miao looked at the reaction of the silver-feathered evil god and smiled coldly in his heart. She thought that this silver-feathered evil god was very strong, but she didn't expect that he was only this strong. Even weaker than the great demon King Colette. Bind. The alloy staff moved forward a little. The silver-feathered evil god was bound in midair. The next moment, before the silver-feathered evil god and GMO evil god could react, the alloy staff in Su Miao's hand turned into a recast silver sword. In an instant, Su Miao pierced through the silver-feathered evil god with a sword, and dug out the silver-feathered evil god's godhead. GMO evil god, who was about to launch a surprise attack, looked at this scene and was stunned. What happened? Su Miao ignored the gaze of GMO Xieshan. The thread of law wrapped around the godhood, severing the connection between the godhood and silver-feather evil god, and stored it in the magic space. Ah! Silver-feather evil god screamed miserably. Su Miao's eyes condensed, raised his left hand, and slapped out with a palm carrying the void collapse magic. Silver-feather evil god, who lost his godhood and was pierced by the recast silver sword, was directly blown up by Su Miao on the spot. Not counting the void collapse, Su Miao threw a purple fireball with a diameter of 30 meters towards the collapse area, and hit a starlight bloom in the purple fireball. Ah! Accompanied by the explosion of the purple fireball, the starlight bloomed and spread. The remaining broken soul and resentment of the silver-feather evil god were all purified. GMO evil god looked at Su Miao with indescribable horror. His head was buzzing. He and the silver-feather evil god had been fighting for more than 1,000 years, with both sides winning and losing. The biggest achievement was to make the other side suffer a loss. Looking at the entire inner world, the silver-feather evil god was ranked as the strongest. But, who would have thought that this ruthless man who suddenly appeared would kill the silver-feather evil god so cleanly? Thinking of the time when Su Miao first came, he attacked twice in a row. GMO Xieshan's heart jumped. His intuition told him that he had to run away. At this time, Su Miao's eyes looked over. Sir, GMO Xieshan's soul was surging. The Su Miao who looked over was not his real body, but his afterimage. He saw the long pink hair and beautiful witch robe under the black cloak. You are a demon. GMO Xieshan remembered something extremely terrifying, and he couldn't even speak clearly. Bind. Su Miao made a decisive move, binding GMO Xieshan in place. The strong will to survive made GMO Xieshan struggle frantically, but it was not until this moment that he understood why Inu Xieshan became so easy to kill. It was not only the law of space that bound him, but also the law of destruction, the law of chaos, the law of darkness, the law of light, and dozens of other laws. What kind of existence is this which? Don't. GMO Xieshan wanted to beg for mercy. But Su Miao's recast silver sword pierced directly from his mouth, pierced through his head, cut off his thoughts of speaking, and destroyed his possibility of leaking information to the surrounding people. In addition, his godhood was in his head, and was also picked out by Su Miao. The godhood was sealed and stored in the magic space. He casually slapped GMO Xieshan with his palm. GMO Xieshan saw the destructive magic hidden in Su Miao's palm. A tear fell from the corner of GMO Xieshan's eyes. He regretted it very much. But it was too late to say anything. Boom! Jiamou was blown up. Then, Su Miao used the same method to wipe out Jiamou's broken soul and resentment. As if there had never been such an evil god in this world. After killing the two evil gods, Su Miao stepped into the void and disappeared. It took less than 90 seconds from her arrival to killing the two evil gods. No one should have noticed the problem. Right? Two evil gods fell in succession. And a bloody rain fell over Shuyuan. Seeing the bloody rain, the evil gods and demon kings who were fighting around Shuyuan stopped and looked into the distance in confusion, wanting to see who fell. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are so many evil gods in Shuyuan. Demon King. But in fact, not many people died. Even if one or two evil gods and demon kings died, they were still very weak, affected by the death of these evil gods and demon kings. The blood rain that fell from the sky was small in scale, but it was the first time that such a large-scale blood rain had occurred. Who died? It was Inu and Jiamou, the two evil gods who fell. What? I just saw them fighting hard. This shouldn't happen. Their battle seemed to have attracted some special existence. And it was the new existence that wiped them out. This couldn't have come out of the ruins? It didn't come out of the ruins. It appeared out of thin air. The evil gods and demon kings looked at each other, each leaving a harsh word, and decided to temporarily cease fire. Inu, evil gods as powerful as Jiamou are dead. What if that mysterious existence takes advantage of their war to launch a sneak attack? Who can guarantee that they will not be the next to fall? Why does this purple fireball look like Su Miao's signature? Sishu was eating melon seeds, looking confused. It shouldn't be. Right? Su Miao shouldn't come here so soon. And the scale of this bloody rain, the dead evil god is not simple at all. Impossible, impossible. The more Sishu didn't want to believe it, the more her intuition told her that. It was Su Miao who did it. Chapter 416 Star Shining Staff. God Slaying Silver Sword. Killing two evil gods in a row, exceeding the goal of this summoning, Su Miao left Shuyuan, found a secluded place to set up a magic circle, hid in it. It's a pity that there was no time to set up an anchor point, otherwise you can return immediately after killing the two evil gods. Be careful next time. Because I'm not sure what this world is, and why there are so many evil gods. The devil is fighting here. Su Miao's hiding place is not far from Shuyuan, so it's convenient to get information. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, Su Miao took out two sealed evil godheads, and prepared to study them. Please, let me go. I am willing to give everything. Your Highness, spare my life. As long as you let me go, all my treasures from the past 10,000 years will belong to you. Too many evil god phantoms emerged from the godhead, and begged for mercy pitifully. Su Miao raised her hand gracefully, and the starlight bloomed to cover the two godheads, completely annihilating the evil god's will and soul remaining in the godhead. The evil god's treasure? It's a good thing. But who knows how many dangers are hidden in it? What she needs is the evil godhead, not extra treasures. No matter how many things there are, they are not as good as the field she wants to perfect. Su Miao began to study the godhead. The godhead is mainly composed of law energy. The silver feather evil god possesses the law of darkness and the law of light. It is precisely because of the control of the law of light and darkness that the silver feather evil god can dominate the evil gods and dominate until now. Who would have thought that an evil god would comprehend the law of light when he was full? No wonder he needs the heart of light. Because the law of darkness is too powerful. The law of light of the silver feather evil god is suppressed, so that the godhead becomes extremely unstable. As the silver-feathered evil god becomes stronger, the hidden danger of the instability of the godhead will become greater and greater. I don't understand. Why do we have to stick to one or two laws? Su Miao did not delve into this aspect. She looked at the godhead of the Jiamou evil god again. There are three laws inside this godhead: the law of darkness, the law of illusion, and the law of curse. After thoroughly understanding the essence, Su Miao began to observe the specific composition structure of the godhead, the law arrangement structure, and the domain naturally formed by the influence of the godhead. The existence of the godhead generates the domain based on this. In other words, if you have the godhood, you can have the domain. However, this is not what Su Miao wants. Just choosing a few laws, or focusing on a certain law, is the wrong direction in Su Miao's opinion. After observing for a while, Su Miao took out a Demon King core from the magic space. This was taken from the domain center of the magic town. Compared with the godhood of the evil god, the Demon King core is a rough use of the law. assuming the godhood. The Demon King core is a wardrobe, and the interior of the godhood wardrobe is orderly, with a little chaos. The devil's closet is just a mess. No matter what it is stuffed directly into it. This is the difference between the two. During the study, Su Miao entered a state of enlightenment. At this moment, the world in Su Miao's eyes became different. Real, illusory, boundary, dimensional, even the past, the future. All things overlap to form the world in front of us. As for the law, to be precise, it is the Tao. All the Taos in the world, different paths lead to the same destination. This is a sentence in Tao and magic. Before this, Su Miao had forgotten the forward and afterward. But it became very clear at this moment. She was a witch, and her main subject was magic, and her secondary subject was martial arts and ability. It was not until today that she truly understood that the law was part of the Tao. In an instant, many things that were previously incomprehensible became very simple. The field that wanted to be studied for optimization turned out to be so simple. Su Miao opened her eyes, and her pupils turned golden at some point, emitting a faint golden light. After a few seconds, the golden light in Su Miao's eyes dissipated, and she returned to normal. Su Miao looked at the two evil godheads floating in front of her. She gracefully pointed down. The two godheads turned into 6 godhead fragments. Too fragile. Su Miao put the godhead fragments into the magic space. In the future, when she wants to use Starlight Bloom, she can use these godhead fragments to charge. I believe that the power of Starlight Bloom will become even greater. Then, she took out the alloy staff, recast the silver sword, and engraved the magic circle on it with the law. Engrave as many laws as you master. This busy work took another month. After the carving was completed, the alloy staff and the recast silver sword exuded an extremely terrifying pressure. This is stronger than the artifacts used by the evil gods and demons who are fighting outside. Su Miao looked at the alloy staff and the recast silver sword and was very satisfied. The next second, Su Miao discovered something very important. Her alloy staff and the recast silver sword did not have a formal name. It's so difficult to name. Even the problem of the domain was solved. Su Miao did not expect that she would be stumped on the name. Star Staff, God-slaying silver sword. Do you have any objections to these names? Su Miao thought for 3 days, and came up with these 2 names. The alloy staff, and the recast silver sword did not respond. Su Miao nodded with satisfaction. Well, that's it. Putting the Star Staff and God-slaying silver sword into the magic space, Su Miao put on a black cloak and walked out of the hiding area. It's time to find the evil god who started the war outside, and ask the devil where this place is, and how to get back to Earth. If it doesn't work, see if anyone knows the great devil Colette. Find the big devil Colette, and it will be easier to return to Earth. Su Miao saw a familiar face. A girl with blue twin ponytails and a cloak walked out of the shadows. She was holding a book in her hand. This familiar figure, familiar book, who else could it be but the librarian of the 12 departments? I didn't expect her to come here. In other words, this world is the other world. The librarian popped his head out, carefully looked around, opened the book, and his body merged into the earth and disappeared. This is the power of CD. Very interesting. After confirming the world she was in, Su Miao was not so anxious anymore. She turned her eyes to Su Yuan. The Demon King and the evil god near Su Yuan started fighting again. At the same time, many strange monsters ventured into Su Yuan. Su Yuan looked similar to the broken asteroid belt that often appeared in space, but the slightly different thing was that the floating gravel and soil inside were disordered. These gravels, islands, would collide from time to time. In addition, some of the gravels inside were flying very fast, like lightning. A monster was not paying attention, and was hit by a fist-sized stone when crossing 2 floating boulders. The monster exploded on the spot, and the fist-sized stone flew towards the depths of the abyss without slowing down. A monster stood on a big stone, and groped inside on the stone, thinking it was stable. Who knew that in less than 3 minutes, the big stone suddenly cracked, and the monster on it also cracked and died. A demon king with 9 heads relied on his powerful strength and rushed into the abyss with a magic weapon. I don't know if this demon king is brain-dead or was fooled. He rushed forward about 3,000 meters and was about to land on an island when the demon king's body seemed to be cut by a space crack and shattered into pieces. This was not a fatal injury. The demon king who encountered an unknown attack immediately stimulated the demon king core, trying to save himself. Then, the demon king core cracked. Ah! The nine-headed demon king screamed and fell into the abyss. An even more bizarre scene happened. The nine-headed demon king died in the abyss, and there was not a drop of blood rain falling from the sky. In other words, everything after the death of the nine-headed demon king was swallowed up by the abyss. Su Miao took a step forward and came to a peak. The black shadow demon god who occupied the peak opened his eyes. "Little girl, didn't you see I'm here?" There were 12 pairs of eyes on the head of the black shadow demon god. When he looked at Su Miao, he opened 3 pairs, which meant that he didn't need to use all his strength to kill Su Miao. "Didn't you see the corpses and blood near this peak? With so many corpses, he dared to come here." It was clearly a provocation to him. There is a way to die. The black shadow demon god was ready to take action, and a strong malice emanated from his body. In fact, he could just kill him directly, but this would not deter the nearby beings who coveted this peak. Therefore, he would speak first, and then take action. By the way, he informed the nearby evil gods, the demon king, that he, the black shadow demon god, was going to show off. Master Xianing, it was her. She killed the silver feather evil god, the GMO evil god. The demon king, as a follower, said with horror. The hand that Xianing demon god had just raised was not good for continuing to attack. Nor was it good for retracting it. His eyes were fixed on the demon king's younger brother, as if asking, "Did I see it wrong?" The demon king's younger brother quickly responded, "Master Xianing, it's true." Xianing demon king immediately restrained his malice, and prepared to stop as if nothing had happened. Since he was going to kill Inu, he could make friends with these 2 idiots and chat with them, which would not humiliate his reputation as Xianing demon god. If this person doesn't know how to appreciate it, then let's fight. Are there any last words? Su Miao said lightly while standing in the void. I just had a new understanding, and it was just right to use this demon god to test it. As he spoke, the invisible field unfolded, and the mountain where the Xianing demon god was still there. But the surrounding area became a vast void. The demon king who followed the Xianing demon god, the demon general, saw the changing scene around him, and his expression was panicked, a little confused about the situation. Ha ha ha. I have never seen such a stupid god. You dare to pull me into the kingdom of God you just condensed. It's ridiculous. The Xianing demon god was still a little wary at first. Who would have thought that Su Miao was a stupid new god? Do you know, in every war between gods, you need to do so many things to invade the other side's kingdom of God. You can basically win if you invade the other side's kingdom of God. My men said that you killed Inu GMO. 2 idiots, and thought you were so strong, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. You have a right to die. The star staff appeared in Su Miao's hand, with an elegant posture. Have you finished your last words? The 12 eyes on the top of the head of the black shadow demon god opened, and the strange curse beam attacked Su Miao. At the same time, several gray shadows separated from the main body of the shadow demon god, escaped into the vast void, and searched for the control center of the kingdom of God. Su Miao gracefully waved the starlight staff to dissolve the curse beams of the shadow demon god. The core of these curse beams is the curse law inside. She only needs to destroy the arrangement of the curse law to easily dissolve the attack. It must be said that the strength of this shadow demon god is very strong. Much stronger than ordinary demon kings and evil gods. However, the stronger the shadow demon god is, the more valuable it is to test. Bind. The star staff pointed downward. Multiple law threads appeared around the shadow demon god, encircling the shadow demon god in the center, and tightened instantly. The shadow demon god looked shocked. He struggled madly, but the more he struggled, the tighter the law threads tightened. Laws? How can there be so many laws? Who are you? Realizing that something was wrong, the shadow demon god immediately recalled the split phantom, trying to save himself. However, after the phantom was summoned back, he discovered a more terrifying fact. This is not a kingdom of God. Nor is there any central authority. He panicked. The phantom tried to remove the restraints, but with so many laws, it would take hundreds of years to remove them in the real world. As a last resort, the shadow demon god sent layers of phantoms to attack Su Miao, hoping that Su Miao would not care about the threads of laws that bound him. You guys come at me too! The shadow demon god shouted loudly. The demon kings, demon soldiers, and demon generals who followed him rushed forward one after another. But they saw that the star-shining staff in Su Miao's hand had turned into a silver sword that could kill gods. With one sword, the silver sword light cut through the sky and earth, annihilating all the phantoms of the demon gods that attacked. The demon kings that rushed up, Except for 2 demon kings who were crippled, the rest of the demon soldiers and generals all evaporated into thin air. The 2 seriously injured demon kings were in despair. Especially one of them had reported to the Xianing demon god in advance. It was the one in front of him who killed Yu. GMO Xieshen. Why did Lord Xianing take the initiative to provoke him? Su Miao put away the silver sword of the god slaying, and then replaced it with the star-shining staff. The dazzling magic beam fell, annihilating the 2 demon kings. This time she controlled the power very well. And the 2 demon king cores were well preserved. The backup energy in the magic talent area was available again. I will release the restraint on you later. And you should resist with all your strength. Su Miao held the starlight staff with both hands. And the layers of magic arrays unfolded, which were extremely dazzling. The vast magic power was injected into the starlight staff, and it began to compress in front of the amplification magic array. The reading bar is too slow. Su Miao took out 3 fragments of the godhead from the magic space and sent them out. The fragments of the godhead were transformed into pure magic power, which was integrated into it, making the compressed magic power extremely terrifying. The violent magic power spread, blowing away Su Miao's cloak, revealing her beautiful pink long hair. You are a witch. The shadow demon god remembered something, and his expression was horrified. But now was not the time to study Su Miao's identity, because he was facing death. Suddenly, the magic thread that bound him dissipated. The shadow demon god regained his freedom. He wanted to escape from here, but he was locked in and had no time to escape. Crazy! All witches are crazy! The shadow demon god shouted, and used all his divine power to try to save him. Starlight blooms. Boom! The world fell into darkness. The brilliant torrent of starlight blasted out. Su Miao felt unprecedented joy. The shadow demon god successfully blocked the torrent of starlight for a moment, but only for a moment. The divine power he offered was shattered, and his body was annihilated by the torrent of starlight. His godhood appeared in the torrent, lasted only for a second, and then was annihilated and dissipated. Boom! A huge explosion occurred in the void. The entire domain world began to become shattered. Su Miao blinked, immediately left this domain, and returned to reality. At the moment of return, the spatial singularity near the peak collapsed, destroying the peak below. Looking at the disappearing peak, Su Miao was thoughtful. The destruction of the domain will affect reality, which means there is still a lot of room for optimization. This must be because the godhood used for reference is not strong enough, and a stronger godhood is needed. The godhood of the Xianing demon god just now was barely enough, but it was destroyed. Thinking of this, Su Miao looked at the battlefield of the gods outside the abyss. A torrential blood rain fell from the sky. The fighting gods calmed down after watching the blood rain. They looked at Su Miao, afraid. Chapter 417. Becoming a god is so easy. Su Miao stood in the void, out of absolute rationality, seeing so many demon kings nearby. The evil god looked over, and was so scared that his hands almost trembled, and attacked the demon kings that showed malice, the evil god. However, there are too many demon kings and evil gods with malice, and those without malice are not worthy of being called demon kings and evil gods. However, the evil god is more afraid of the demon kings present. That is the Xianing demon god. If the main god does not come out, the Xianing demon god is an unattainable existence among them. However, such a powerful being was wiped out by Su Miao in just a few breaths. They didn't even see clearly how Su Miao did it. If it weren't for the fact that the death of a powerful being would make the heaven and earth feel it, and it would rain blood, they might not be sure that the Xianing demon god would be killed in such a short time. Too scary. Who is this? Xianing demon god died just like that? Too scary. When Xianing demon god spoke just now, I thought it was someone else who was looking for death, but it turned out that it was Xianing demon god who was killed. Well done. Do you really sympathize with this old dog Xianing? This dog usually kills or eats anyone he doesn't like, so he is extremely bad. This time he provoked an existence he shouldn't have provoked. Well done. Does anyone know who this supreme existence is? First, rule out magic girls. I've seen magic girls before, and magic girls are not like this. It's a witch. This is a witch. The evil god who stopped fighting, the demon king communicated cautiously through his spiritual consciousness, for fear of attracting Su Miao's attention and bringing disaster to himself. The most obvious ones are the demons and great demons, who occupy several nearby peaks. They decisively abandon the peaks that represent their status. If there is no suitable place, they simply stand on the ground with many ordinary demons and evil gods. Siwu glanced at the void, and immediately retracted his gaze. His heart was shocked. Witch Su Miao. He couldn't believe it. Couldn't imagine it. But had to believe it. Through the intelligence network of the 12 departments. He had investigated Su Miao and wanted to know why Su Miao was so powerful. The only result of the investigation is that Su Miao was a witch before the end of the world. As for when she became a witch, it is unknown. In addition, through the investigation, Siwu confirmed one thing. Su Miao was a young girl who had just graduated from college. Even if she started practicing from the womb, it would be impossible for her to be so powerful. Right? Take the 12 divisions as an example. Why did they go to various dangerous ruins and collect the remaining energy of the evil god? It was to be able to fight against the devil and the evil god. It can be said that without these external forces, they simply cannot fight against the devil, the evil god. If they really fight against each other one day, these external forces will be gone once they are used up. And it will be very dangerous at that time. Unless they use their power by overdrawing their lives. But overdrawing their lives before they are promoted to gods. How many lives do they have to consume? However, Su Miao easily killed a demon god. Could it be? Siwu thought of a possibility. The Su Miao in front of him is not Su Miao. But he is also Su Miao. In short, the Su Miao on earth is just a projection of the Su Miao in front of him. Just like his state. If his body in Shu Yuan is successfully revived, Siwu is confident that he is no worse than Su Miao. Fortunately, he did not show up before. Siwu breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a new hope ignited in his heart. If Su Miao can enter Shu Yuan and kill a large number of evil gods and demons in Shu Yuan, his body will be able to revive faster. Affected by the bloody rain, many evil gods and demons who were waiting to see began to enter Shu Yuan. They were worried about being affected by the battle that might break out next. Siwu immediately made a decision to follow these evil gods and demons into Shu Yuan. Which Su Miao is a variable here after all. If Su Miao wants to blow up Shu Yuan, all his plans may go to waste. I can't take this risk. Although such a revival may not be perfect. But under the circumstances of Si Shu's accidental hit, I can obtain the blood sacrifice of many evil gods and demon kings. Even if I can't make all the scattered powers return, it will be enough to enter the Star Sea in the future. With firm belief. Siwu, who turned into a demon king, took the initiative to enter Shu Yuan, and disappeared in the chaotic meteorite group in the blink of an eye. Unknown to others, he wants to revive his body in advance. If possible, he hopes that Si Sui, Si Ji, and Si Shu who came here can enter inside and let the power they control return. In this way, the defects of the body after revival will become very low. No, forget about Si Shu. Thinking that Si Shu and the witch Su Miao have a certain relationship, Siwu can't help but be afraid. Friend, you look unfamiliar. There was an evil god standing on the meteorite nearby. The evil god locked his eyes on Siwu with a bad face. You. Come and find the way for me. Siwu looked at the evil god and pretended to be very scared. Yes. Lord evil god. Wherever you say to go, I will go there. The evil god was angry and laughed at Siwu's reaction. Haha. I didn't expect you to be a coward. But I like you. As long as you can survive, I will give you a great gift. Siwu said, thank you for the gift of Lord Evil God. The evil god suddenly felt something was wrong. How come the voice of this demon king sounded in his head, looking at Siwu in front of him? There was no trace of Siwu in front of him. How could the other party penetrate into his brain silently? The evil god was extremely terrified. He wanted to activate the ban to expel Siwu, but the power of the law that he could use just now seemed to be blocked at this moment. No, it was the entire space of Shu Yuan that was targeting him. There was something wrong with this demon king. The evil god immediately understood the key. Unfortunately, he could not counterattack, let alone pass the message, and even could not scream. The next moment, the body of the evil god collapsed. And his flesh, blood and soul were all swallowed by the abyss. Siwu stood on the meteorite holding the evil god's godhead in his hand, and smiled coldly. Outside the abyss, he was an ordinary demon king. But inside the abyss, he was more terrifying than the demon god killed by the witch. Si Sui and Si Ji also noticed Su Miao in the void. And their mood was extremely complicated. They had seen the battle between Su Miao and CD. That battle seemed to be yesterday. Although Su Miao won in the end. From their perspective, they believed that their strength would not be much worse than Su Miao. But at this moment, the demons all died in the hands of the witch Su Miao. What could they compare? The librarian who just emerged from the soil was even more confused. Last time, she suspected that Su Miao had come, but she didn't see clearly and couldn't be sure. However, this familiar figure, familiar staff, who else could it be but Su Miao? So many demons. Evil gods. What if they attack together? No. They are all demons. Evil gods. How could they join forces? And looking at these demons, the evil gods seemed to be very afraid of her. Su Miao felt a little relieved, noticing that a demon god had voluntarily given way to the peak. Su Miao feared that there was a trap, and did not go over, but waved the starlight staff, and a peak rose from the ground. And it did not stop until it grew to the height where Su Miao stood in the void. Su Miao stood on the top of the peak, took out a table and a chair from the magic space, and sat down. She had a cold look on her face, and a magic notebook appeared on the table. Although she could not concentrate on her research under such circumstances, she still had time to record the process of killing the Xianing demon god just now, and the various data obtained. In addition, without her interference, the remaining demon kings and the evil god will surely fight again. Right? As long as they fight, she will be able to obtain more godhood and demon king cores. It will be very beneficial to her research. The demon king in the distance. The evil god saw that Su Miao did not make any further moves, and was somewhat relieved. It seems that this witch also came for the treasures in the abyss. Since everyone has the same goal, she is somewhat relieved. How can she be relieved? However, the abyss is very large, and there is not only one exit. Enter the abyss to obtain the treasure. As long as you don't escape from the direction of the witch Su Miao, there will be no problem. At the same time, all forces sent out the news about the witch Su Miao, and asked the relevant forces to investigate, and make sure to get the first-hand information. On the farther mountain, the great demon Kinto immediately sent the relevant information about the witch Su Miao to Kirishima, and asked the Kirishima Demon Council to investigate. The great demon Colette, who had just escaped from a restricted area, received the information. He looked at the images transmitted by the Demon King Council, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. What? Your Highness came to the other world? Could it be that your Highness thinks that I am not doing a good job? The great demon King Colette was sweating profusely. He looked at the newly harvested magic potions, and hoped that your Highness would punish him less for the sake of these magic potions. Seeing the information about Su Miao's instant killing of the Silver Feather Evil God, Gamo Evil God, and Xianing Demon God, the great demon King Colette was glad that he had slipped and knelt when he invaded the other world number 16. If he had hesitated at that time, he would not have lived until now. Killing the old evil god, the demon god, who has been famous in the other world for a long time, in an instant, the great demon King Colette dare not even think about such a thing. The previous plan of the Demon King Council to attack the 16th alien world was really terrible. If anyone dares to propose it now, he will be the first to kill him. Kinto. Although this idiot is not good, but for Kirishima to survive, remind him at least. The great demon King Colette thought of this, and immediately sent a message to Kirishima. I hope Kinto won't do anything stupid. The great demon King Colette took out a bottle of potion and drank it, temporarily suppressing the injuries on his body, and immediately rushed to the direction of Shiyuan. He wanted to give the potion to His Highness, Su Miao, as soon as possible. In Shiyuan, the great demon King Kinto received the information feedback from the great demon King Colette. This witch is an extremely terrifying existence, and it is definitely not something Kirishima can offend. She may be related to the ancient witch who appeared in the other world. I will tell you the specific information in detail when I return to Kirishima. Looking at the information received, the great demon King Kinto's face did not change at all. However, he was very shocked. The great demon King Colette actually knew the origin of this witch. This grandson hid it very well. But the warning of the great demon King Colette was meaningless. Because the witch Su Miao killed the Silver Feather Evil God, Gamo Evil God, Xianing Demon God, and they were all killed instantly outside the Shiyuan, I really can't think of anyone who dares to offend her. If others don't know, he definitely won't dare. If he wasn't afraid of being laughed at in the future, the great demon King Kinto would even want to run away directly. The treasures in the Shiyuan, whoever wants to fight for it can fight for it. Kirishima is very rich, so it doesn't need this little thing. Everyone, no matter who starts a fight, or who wants to drag us down, don't move. The great demon Kinto said to the 20 demons coming down from Kirishima. The 20 demons responded one after another. Kirishima's main attack is to win the game, and he will never fight against the game. In the hidden area, Si Sui said. The witch is an unstable factor here. How about entering Shuyuan with me? Si Ji smiled mysteriously. Si Sui, do you want my power? Si Sui said. Si Ji, you are my partner. I have no reason to stab my ally in a dangerous place. Si Ji shook his head. Hypocrisy, really hypocritical. Si Sui, you can be more honest, if you want my power. Just say it directly. There is no need to trick me into entering Shuyuan before taking action. Are you worried about Sishu hiding in the dark? Or are you afraid that the witch Su Miao will notice our presence? People should be more honest about their desires, otherwise. How can we take that step? Si Sui has always been troubled by Si Ji's fallacies. Si Ji, what do you want to say? Si Sui, I didn't expect that besides being hypocritical, you would be so stupid. Si Ji shook his head. Actually, if you want my power, just say it directly, and as an ally. I will give it to you directly. Si Sui became more alert. Si Ji, don't joke. Do you know what it means to lose power as a member of the 12 divisions? Si Ji said, you want to become an ordinary ability user, or even not an ordinary ability user. Si Sui, say you are stupid, really stupid. He pressed his chest with one hand, and blood flowed out of his mouth. A terrifying aura was faintly emanating. What are you doing? Si Sui took a few steps back, looking at Si Ji in horror. Si Ji grinned. Of course I am taking out my power, and giving it to you. A hypocritical ally. It is too dangerous to be with a stupid ally like you. Si Sui said. Si Ji, don't be impulsive. Si Ji chuckled. It's too late. A sphere with a faint glow appeared in his palm. Look, this is my Si Ji power, how beautiful. I'm giving it to you now. If you don't take it now, it will be snatched away by other demon kings, evil gods later. He released the ball of light in his palm, and pushed it towards Si Sui. Madman. It is said that there are only madmen in the 12 divisions. And Si Ji, who likes to talk about heresy, is the best among the madmen. Si Sui has always been on guard against Si Ji when walking with her, but she never expected that Si Ji would dig out his own power and give it to her. Seeing that there is an evil god nearby, the devil is attracted by the aura of Si Ji's power, and Si Sui immediately takes over Si Ji's power and absorbs it. The moment he merges with Si Ji's power, Si Sui feels that the world around him has become different. All the things that he didn't understand before have been answered at this moment. Endless knowledge. Endless wisdom. Ha! This is Si Ji's power. It turns out that it's so easy to become a god. I have become stronger. Si Sui looked at her palm, ignoring Si Ji, who was seriously injured by digging out his power, and turned to look at the corner not far away. Si Shu, you have been watching for so long. It's time to come out. Chapter 418. Stop pretending. You are the worst among the 12 departments. The secretary came out holding a book. Si Ji grinned, and dragged his seriously injured body to the side. After walking a few steps, he would stop to catch his breath, making people doubt whether he could leave here alive. The members of the 12 departments, who lost their power, are nothing but waste, not to mention the many demon kings and evil gods here. If any of them tried to get a hand from him, Si Ji would be gone. Si Shu glanced at Si Ji with a pure smile, retracted his gaze, and looked at Si Sui cutely. Si Sui, as both members of the 12 divisions, are you going to kill each other? Si Sui said. You are the one who wants to kill each other. Si Shu, stop pretending. You are the most teasing among the 12 divisions. Testing? Si Shu was obviously stunned for a moment. She burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. From kindergarten to now, you are the first one to say teasing to me. It's so pleasing. Testing is something that can make people happy. You can really pretend. If he is not pretending, then it means that Sishu is not normal. Si Sui said. Sishu, didn't you kill the second generation CD? Sishu was stunned. No. I have no grudges with the second generation CD. Why should I kill him? Don't forget, I gave him the power of CD. Si Sui said. Then what about the power of CD in you? Sishu said. Of course. The second generation CD came to me with a seriously injured body and gave me the power. Si Sui said. Haha. In addition to the power of CD, I didn't expect you to have the power of Siming. It's a pity that Siming trusts you so much. Within the 12 departments, Si Sui has conducted investigations and estimates on the strength of each member, excluding the mysterious Si Wu. The strongest are Si Tian, Si Di, and then Siming Pei Xiao Miao. Since the last time the channel to the inner world was opened, Siming sent out a distress signal, and there has been no news. But who would have thought that Siming's power would appear on Si Shu? Si Shu shook his head. Oh, this is also a gift from Siming. Si Sui smiled. Just as she was about to say something, she looked in the direction where CG left. But where was CG? You know, CG had to take 3 breaths for every step he took. How could he suddenly disappear? As for the devil, the evil god attack? Impossible. Then there is only one possibility left. CG ran away. Sishu said, Are you looking for CG? He ran away a long time ago. Si Sui recalled the details just now, and soon understood the key point. CG's trick of escaping from the shell was cruel. She looked into Sishu's eyes, and there was a faint green grass growing on the wasteland under her feet, and the green grass spread silently to the surroundings. Sishu said, Si Sui, you dare to do it even though you know I have merged so many powers. You are really brave. The page of the book turned. A ray of light flashed, and Si Sui found that she was in the realm of Sishu's great library. No, this is not just a great library, but also a dream. In the dream, I am God. Sishu stretched out his hand and pressed towards Si Sui. To break the dream rules of Ction, the method is actually very simple. You just need to have enough imagination and believe in this imagination. Si Sui was not panicked or dissatisfied, and slowly flew up. And the extremely terrifying power expanded out. I said, I am the real God. The realm expanded, and it was necessary to forcibly break the dream created by Sishu. To be frank, even if the first generation of Ction came, Si Sui would not panic at all, let alone the person who had just inherited Ction's power. However, when the power expanded to the extreme, Si Sui's expression changed. She looked up at the void. She saw a Sishu who was as big as the sky, and the sun looking at her in the void. Oh no! I've been deceived. Si Sui tried to save herself, but it was too late. She was in a big library, which was a dream, but it was essentially a book. Intelligence showed that Sishu usually turned people into books directly, but this time he tricked people into a book and then turned them into a book. I have never seen Sishu use this trick. It is too well hidden. Su Cheng, you can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. She shouted loudly, wanting Sishu to show mercy. Sishu smiled coldly and closed the book. But the closed book began to grow grass, bloomed, withered, gray, and started again. Want to break free from the imprisonment by destroying the book? Is this the decision you made after controlling Siju's power? Si Sui, you don't think I want your power, do you? Sishu quickly approached Xu Yuan with the book that imprisoned Si Sui. When he was close to Xu Yuan, he sent the book in, and it landed on a meteorite. In an instant, something in the abyss seemed to be activated, and the floating meteorites burst into dazzling light. Boom! After many cycles, Si Sui successfully broke the seal and walked out. Su Cheng, I will kill you. There was no Su Cheng in front of her, but a vast and disordered meteorite. Si Sui tried to take a step forward, but was shocked to find that she could not move her feet, as if her body was completely trapped in the meteorite. This is the abyss. Before she could be shocked, the meteorite under her feet suddenly accelerated, passed through the vast meteorite group, and landed on an island. On the island, there was a very familiar figure standing in front. It's you? Si Sui's eyes widened. Si Wu turned around and said, I was worried about the problem of returning power. I didn't expect that Sishu didn't devour your power, but sent you in. After I fully recover, I will thank Sishu. Si Sui tried to break free from the imprisonment, but she couldn't move at all, because she was imprisoned by the entire Xu Yuan. This is a place where demon kings and evil gods can easily fall. You cooperated with Sishu? Si Sui's eyes widened. Si Wu shook his head. Wrong, Sishu is too smart, you are too stupid, Siji's power is too wasted on you. He stretched out his hand, pierced Si Sui's chest, and held Si Sui's heart. To be honest, the so-called 12 officials are just tools I raise. Si Sui stared at Si Wu, wanting to see Si Wu's face clearly, see the truth about Si Wu. But the blood flowing from his 7 orifices blurred his eyes. In the end, he could not see anything. Bang! As Si Wu crushed Si Sui's heart, Si Sui exploded into a ball of blood mist, and was swallowed by Su Yuan. Not a drop of him remained. At the same time, Si Sui, Siji's power returned, Si Wu's aura burst out, and the tyrannical aura disappeared in an instant, and he immediately disappeared from the island. Su Yuan is very big, but the aura that just burst out can't guarantee that it won't be targeted by powerful beings outside Su Yuan, especially the witch Su Miao. If the witch Su Miao sees the truth of Su Yuan, and gives Su Yuan a starlight bloom, it will be a lot of fun. However, If he disappeared directly, the demon kings and evil gods outside would be curious about the movements in the abyss, and more of them would come in, which would be his chance, while the members of the 12 divisions are in the inner world. It's time to try this. Siwoo came to the second island deep in the abyss. He activated one of the magic arrays and walked in. In an instant, Siwoo came to a different space. Here, there was a huge heart more than 10 meters high floating in the air. Around the heart, a large amount of blood and chi diffused. If you carefully distinguish them, you will find that these blood and chi are contributed by the demon kings and evil gods who fell in the abyss. Of course, some of it is Sui. I'm back. You've been waiting for me for a long time. Siwoo stretched out his hand, mobilized Siwoo, Sui, Siji's power to inject into the heart. Go back, all come back. He chanted the ancient spell. Under the stimulation of Siwoo, Sui, Siji's 3 powers, the heart turned from solid to virtual, and then from virtual to solid, emitting invisible waves towards the void. Sizue, Sili, Sihung, Siyi, and Sishu outside Suyuan who were exploring in the inner world all looked towards Suyuan. An extremely strong thought came to their minds. Let's come over here and take a look. Strange, why am I going in this direction? Sizue stopped halfway. He looked at the black code in his hand. He was puzzled. It seems like something is attracting me. It's dangerous. Sizue tried to stop. However, not long after he stopped, he unconsciously walked towards the direction of Shuyuan again. For several times in a row, he lost his direction, thinking that he was not walking towards Shuyuan, but in fact he was approaching Shuyuan quickly. I am no longer a living person. You are unwilling to let me go? Seeli grabbed an undead spirit from his side, and stuffed Seeli's power into the undead spirit. Go in this direction, to where you should go. Yes, sir. The undead elite obeyed the order. After walking a few steps, the undead elite stopped and said, Sir, give me a musical instrument, otherwise I can't adapt. Seeli was startled. What do you want? The undead said, Guzheng. Seeli took out a Guzheng from the space storage device, and gave it to him. The undead saw the zither, held it up vertically with one hand, and played a few times with his finger bones, which made the ritual music collapse. He was very satisfied. Seeli couldn't hold it back. Do you need anything else? The undead elite said, My lord. There is nothing more. I'm going. Seeli said, Go. I hope you get what you want. Sihung looked into the distance, took a few steps, and decided to go in the direction guided by his heart. Unlike others, he has been looking for the source of power. If you control the source, you could become a god. Perhaps few people know that when Sishu and CD fought, he was nearby. Since then, Sihung has always been very curious about Sishu. For this reason, he took the opportunity to investigate when Sishu left the nest, and then got this unexpected information. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the right direction after coming to the inner world. This time, the opportunity came. Sihung immediately ran toward Shuyuan. He had to be one step faster than Sishu. Siya's brain circuit was quite special. He stayed where he was very straightforward, opened his arms, and let the darkness cover everything around him. Everything stopped, as if it was extinct. A demon king passed by nearby, took a quick look and left quickly. MD, crazy? How can someone play with self-annihilation? I almost got sucked in. Outside the Shuyuan, the secretary stared at the Shuyuan, in doubt. If it weren't for the warning of the mysterious blonde girl, she might have died in there. Siwoo, you are really mean. I have already given you 2 powers, and you still want me to go in and give them to you. The secretary originally wanted to take advantage of the situation, but she was very decisive, and turned around and left, but after a few steps, she was shocked to find that she was closer to the Shuyuan. At this moment, she couldn't leave, nor could she stay. What should she do? After careful consideration, the secretary looked at Su Miao standing on the top of the mountain, and almost shouted, Boss, help me. Sensing the secretary's gaze, Su Miao raised one hand, and a big hand fell from the void. The secretary looked up at the big hand that suddenly appeared, and his expression was stunned. The nearby demon king and evil gods saw this scene and were terrified. The supreme existence did not allow direct gaze. This ant dared to look directly at the witch, seeking death. Boom! The void collapsed, leaving a huge pit where the secretary stood, dead without leaving any trace. The witch is too scary. Don't look over there, or you'll be beaten to death. There's new movement in the abyss. It must be the emergence of a treasure. It's more important to pay attention to the abyss. The evil gods and demon kings all withdrew their consciousness, fearing that they would be intercepted by the witch Su Miao and bring about a fatal disaster. After all, even if they looked directly at an ant, they would crush it to death, which was too unreasonable. The void was unknown how far away from the abyss. Sishu was very happy. She was not dead and was unharmed. Standing on the peak was the real Su Miao. But this was high in the sky. Sishu fell from the sky, let out a shrill scream, and crashed heavily into the ground. Boom, the ground shook, and a deep pit was smashed by Sishu. After a while, the dusty Sishu climbed out from the bottom of the pit, with a face full of resentment. I almost forgot that I had the power of Sidi. She sensed that the power she controlled no longer resonated with Shi Yuan. Thanks to Su Miao, she saved her from danger. Sishu was somewhat relieved. Fortunately, he did not merge Si Sui and Siji's powers. Otherwise, even with the warning from the mysterious blonde girl, she would have taken the initiative to enter the abyss and give herself up under the resonance of power and the incomprehensible psychological suggestion. These powers must be dealt with. After sorting out his thoughts, Sishu stood up and prepared to see where this place was. From the traces left on the ground, there should have been a fierce battle here recently. If there was a battle, it meant that there were living creatures nearby. If there were living creatures, there would be no fear of getting lost. After walking for a while, Sishu saw a large stone with words engraved on it. The words on the stone were very ancient, and she happened to have learned them. Forbidden Abyss. Huh? Outside the abyss, Su Miao, who pretended to be aloof, breathed a sigh of relief. In the eyes of the demon king and the evil god, Su Miao had killed an ant named Sishu. But in fact, it was a false impression created by Su Miao. The truth was that Su Miao teleported Sishu away. Anyway, Sishu was someone who had helped her, and had never shown any malice. Therefore, when she noticed that Sishu was in trouble, she didn't mind helping. However, she was not proficient in the control of space laws, so there might be some problems with the transmission, such as not knowing where Sishu was sent. The only thing Su Miao knew was that the transmission was very far away. At least it was impossible for the demon kings and evil gods in Xu Yuan to track her. This would also ensure that these demon kings and evil gods would not know her origins. Otherwise, while she was away from the earth, the demon kings and evil gods would turn around and invade the earth, which would be too terrible. In addition, Su Miao's parents didn't know where they were in the inner world, and it would be bad if they were targeted. Chapter 419 New Godheads Obtained. Su Miao sat on the top of the mountain, watching more and more demon kings and evil gods entering the abyss, with a calm expression. There was no other way. There were too many powerful demon kings and evil gods here. If they could be killed all at once, there would be no problem, but they could not be killed all at once. If they were not careful, they might be attacked by some powerful beings who liked to hide in the dark. Then it would become very dangerous. So far, Su Miao had discovered at least more than 30 powerful demon gods from the void. They were not as flamboyant as the Xianing demon god, but they hid and did not show their faces. There were also many gods and demons who showed up in a strong manner. They wished that all the demon kings and evil gods would look at them. Su Miao listened to the discussions of several evil gods and demon kings who liked gossip and learned the identities of these powerful beings. Look at that. The one who is pulling the cart with 9-headed winged lizards is the Tianlan demon god. He once controlled many star fields, and was honored as the god of creation by many life worlds. Later, he joined the Forbidden Abyss. The demon king with 2 heads, one big and one small, said, "Who would have thought that those big lizards pulling carts are stronger than us? It seems that there are really good things in the Xu Yuan." Nonsense. What a bullshit god of creation. He has not been promoted to the main god. The evil god hidden in the gray fog said, "Look at that one. The Bakuan demon god from the Forbidden Abyss. It is said that his origin is extremely ancient, and he once followed a supreme god." The 2-headed demon king asked, "Is he also from the Forbidden Abyss?" The evil god hidden in the gray fog said, "Well, this Bakuan demon god has been promoted to the main god 10,000 years ago." Hiss. The 2-headed demon king took a breath of cold air. The Lord God descended so low-key. The Bakuan demon god from the Forbidden Abyss has a big plan. Soon he found a new problem. "Sir, why do you know so much about the demon god in the Forbidden Abyss?" The evil god hidden in the gray fog laughed. Hee, are you sure you want to know?" The 2-headed demon king shook his head quickly. "No, sir, you should talk about the powerful existence that came this time." The evil god hidden in the gray fog said, "Look over there, He is carrying an island. The one standing on the island is neither human nor beast. The winged demon god. When he was not the Lord God, he was hunted by 3 Lord gods, and he escaped successfully. After another 6,000 years, the winged demon god killed a Lord God. The 2-headed demon king was shocked. So terrifying? Doesn't this mean that the winged demon god is also a Lord God? He suddenly thought of something, and his body began to tremble. My lord, I am just a small demon king. How long can I live if I talk about a main god like this? Don't worry. No one dares to do anything. The evil god in the gray fog laughed coldly. He. Unless they want to die. Look over there. The armor sitting on a dog-headed skeleton mount is the ghost demon god. 100 years ago. You must know that he was rampant in various regions of the world. The 2-headed demon king didn't dare to look at it. He could be rampant in various regions of the world, and dared to appear outside the ruins. He was not afraid of the evil god he had offended before. The demon king's revenge. Or, this one is also a true Lord God. How many Lord gods came to a ruins abyss? Is ruins abyss a Lord God's relic? No, a simple Lord God's relic cannot attract so many terrifying beings. The evil god in the gray fog continued to introduce. Look over there, TSK, it seems to be a supreme god. It's a pity that his original universe is gone, otherwise he wouldn't be so miserable. I thought that sacrificing the universe that nurtured him could make further progress, but I didn't expect that he would fall into such a situation. If anyone can kill him here, he will get unimaginable benefits. The 2-headed demon king didn't dare to respond. Supreme God, is this something he can hear? And who is this big guy hiding in the gray fog? Why does he know everything about the powerful existence that is coming? Knowing so much, he feels that he can't leave here alive. The evil god in the gray fog said, Look at the shrimp head floating in the air over there. This is the cursed shrimp head from the Sea of Death. It can barely be considered a main god. It is not strong. But don't look at it as weak. It is very difficult to kill. Anyone who is cursed by him will become his believer. Just like the Zerg who only know how to reproduce. It is very disgusting. The 2-headed demon king felt a headache. When the shrimp head flew over just now, he looked at it curiously for a long time, and even wondered if it was delicious. He didn't expect it to be such a terrifying existence. It was that the cursed shrimp head didn't read his mind. Otherwise he wouldn't know how he died. No. It's also possible that the cursed shrimp head already knew, but just didn't dare to do it. The adults in the gray fog said that no one dared to do it. Why didn't they dare to do it? The 2-headed demon king noticed the peak not far away. Sitting on the peak was the witch who had just killed the black shadow demon god. Thinking of this, the 2-headed demon king was both relieved and terrified. The evil god in the gray fog said, Look over there, disguised as a little old man, he is actually a weird main god. Once he releases pollution here, you know what the result will be. I introduced so many, you didn't look at any of them, don't you believe me? The body of the 2-headed demon king trembled even more. The evil god in the gray fog said, Don't forget, you asked me to introduce them. I introduced them to you one by one. You didn't look at any of them. Aren't you afraid that I will beat you to death? The 2-headed demon king was about to cry, My lord, I'll see. The evil god in the gray fog said, Very good, I will continue to introduce you to the strong men who came to shoe you in. The 2-headed demon king suddenly thought of something, and was quick-witted, My lord, do you know what is in shoe you in? The evil god in the gray fog said, He, you want to know? I won't tell you. If I tell you, there will be no fun. The 2-headed demon king became more and more terrified. His intuition told him that the water in the abyss was deeper than he had imagined. On the peak, Su Miao heard the conversation between the evil gods and the demon king clearly. She swept her eyes across the void, confirming the powerful beings introduced by the evil gods in the gray fog. They all carried a vague malice, but it was well hidden. Su Miao was very scared when she sensed the malice in these powerful beings. I really want to kill them all. Kill them all, get their godhood, demon king core, whether it can completely perfect the domain. However, some of them were really strong, and Su Miao was not sure he could kill them quickly. If they were the same as the evil gods and demon gods he had killed before, it would be much easier. Su Miao retracted his gaze and looked into the depths of the abyss. It seemed that something had changed inside. I saw invisible law fluctuations spreading in the abyss, and many meteorites flying in disorder began to fly along the predetermined trajectory, and the combination looked spectacular. I don't know how long it had passed, but disorder turned into order, and the abyss that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years turned into a huge city. There are many temples in the city, and each temple exudes an extremely terrifying aura. This aura indicates that there are treasures inside. At the same time, lightning and thunder flashed in the sky above the abyss, and 3 large islands slowly appeared in the thunderclouds of destruction. The aura of the laws on the 3 large islands is even heavier, and anyone below the main god dare not look directly at them. For a while, the evil gods and demon kings on the periphery were attracted by the 3 large islands. Shiyuan. It's actually like this. This law aura is too strong. Was this the kingdom of a supreme god? No. It's not the supreme god. It should be the threshold of the supreme god. No wonder so many main gods come here. I wonder what treasures are inside. If I can comprehend the laws in Shiyuan, TSK. The 3 big islands are where the main gods fight for. We can't go up, but if we go to the city of gods below, we will definitely get a good harvest. The demon kings and evil gods, who couldn't wait, rushed to the city of gods, and a few who thought they had some strength rushed to the big islands in the sky. Su Miao sat on the top of the mountain, with no intention of joining in for the time being. There were too many demon kings and evil gods. She was afraid. If they accidentally started fighting, the core and godhood of these demon kings and evil gods would be destroyed, and it would be a big loss. However, Su Miao discovered one thing, that so many demon kings and evil gods who entered before the reorganization of Shiyuan seemed to have disappeared. Not even a trace of residual soul was left, which was very strange. Did the demon kings and evil gods who rushed did not notice this? Suddenly, a scream was heard. It was the demon god that rushed to the 3 large islands in the sky. This demon god had wings on his back, looked fierce and fierce, looked like seafood, looked like land animals, in short. He was very unique. His strength was close to that of the main god, he could control wind and thunder, and was extremely powerful. However, when he flew close to one of the islands, the void thunder gathered into a vortex and fell down with a bang. This demon god only lasted for a second, and was killed on the spot. The charred body turned into ashes when it fell. Theoretically, when such a powerful demon god fell, the sky should rain blood. However, after waiting for more than 10 seconds, not a drop of blood rain fell from the sky. Fake death, but it didn't look like an act at all. Su Miao's eyes emitted a faint golden light. When she looked at Shiyuan again, she found that Shiyuan was different. In essence, Shiyuan was still a mess of meteorites flying around, and it had not recovered to the magnificent appearance of a divine city or a large island. What we saw before were all illusions, or to be more precise, real illusions. This was very terrifying. With so many evil gods, the devil couldn't even see them, and even had to rush in. No wonder the first batch of evil gods and demon kings who entered Shiyuan disappeared. They are not in the same plane in essence. The laws of Shiyuan are of some reference value. Su Miao stared at Shiyuan and began to study it. Get out of the way! The long-winged lizard pulling the cart shouted loudly, Lord Tianlong demon god is going to enter Shiyuan. The flag of the forbidden abyss fluttered in the wind. Seeing the demon king on the flag, the evil gods gave way one after another. They could not afford to offend the terrifying demon god in the forbidden area. At the same time, they also wanted to see if this demon god from the forbidden abyss could successfully land on the island. The 9-headed lizard pulled the Tianlong demon god to fly towards the highest island. Halfway through the flight, the forbidden abyss demon king following behind the frame, the monsters exploded one after another, and fell on the spot. A little further ahead, the void thunder fell, the 9-headed lizard spread its wings, released divine power and joined forces to resist, feeling very relaxed. Don't worry, Lord Tianlong, this thunder can't do anything to our dragon clan, the leading lizard said. The Tianlong demon god nodded, indicating that he would continue to watch their performance. However, when a vortex of thunder fell from the void, the 9-headed lizard looked horrified. The second wave of thunder was not at the same level as the first wave. Lord Tianlong, help me, a big lizard shouted. Seeing that the situation was not right, demon god Tianlong had no intention of continuing to show off. He used a lightning protection magic weapon, trying to block the destructive vortex of thunder. Boom! As a result, the magic weapon exploded. Part of the 9-headed lizard pulling the cart was directly turned into ashes. Part of it was half burned and half cooked by electricity, and fell down. As for demon god Tianlong, he barely saved his life with the magic weapon and his powerful strength. But the Tianlong demon god seemed to be locked, and the third vortex of thunder fell towards him. The Tianlong demon god was shocked. The thunder of Shiyuan was completely unreasonable, and had no martial ethics. He once again used the magic weapon. successfully blocked the vortex of thunder, and escaped from the Shiyuan domain. But the price was that the Tianlan demon god was covered in wounds. The powerful demon god fell towards the peak where Su Miao was like a smoking plane. "Sir, save me, and the forbidden abyss will reward you greatly," Tianlan demon god shouted when he realized that it was the witch on the peak and had no choice. In the inner world, everyone will give some face to the forbidden abyss. If it doesn't give face, then there is no need for it to exist. I believe this witch will not be ignorant. Thanks from the forbidden abyss, or revenge, it's a good choice. I don't know how many eyes are looking at the witch Su Miao. Su Miao doesn't like being stared at by so many powerful beings. She is very scared. Su Miao sensed the malice, instinctively raised her hand, and pointed at the Tianlan demon god. In an instant, the Tianlan demon god disappeared. The witch Su Miao on the peak also disappeared. What happened? Was Tianlan demon god rescued? I didn't see clearly. Is he pulled into a different space? Which layer of the different space is it? Can anyone see it? Do you think there is a possibility that Tianlan demon god is going to fall? The forbidden abyss is a restricted area in the inner world. Do you know how terrifying it is? Who dares? The air suddenly became quiet. They saw Su Miao return to the peak, but Tianlan demon god did not appear, and they didn't know whether he was rescued or not. While he was wondering, blood rained down from heaven to earth, which was a spectacular sight. The Tianlan demon god of the forbidden abyss had fallen. He was killed by the witch. For a moment, more eyes were looking over. Su Miao became even more nervous. He was too scared just now, and he directly brought the Tianlan demon god into the domain. With a tremor of his hand, he drew out the silver sword of God slaying and picked out the seriously injured Tianlan demon god's divine nature, and then wiped out Tianlan demon god's soul and body. I believe that when the blood rain falls, there will be fewer demon kings and evil gods paying attention to her. However, Su Miao did not expect that killing Tianlan demon god would attract more attention, especially those beings at the level of the main gods. How could this happen? Your Highness the Witch, you killed the demon god of the forbidden abyss, and you are in big trouble. The great demon king Kinto didn't know where he got the courage from, and sent a message to Su Miao. The forbidden abyss is an ancient forbidden area in the inner world, which has existed for more than 3 million years. There are extremely terrifying and indescribable existences in it. They know that your Highness killed the demon god of the forbidden abyss, and they will definitely do something to your Highness. Su Miao glanced at the great demon king Kinto, and did not respond. The forbidden area in the inner world sounds terrible. But with the new godhood in hand, he can continue his research. Chapter 420 which he passed. The demon god of the forbidden abyss was killed just like that. Many demon kings who did not enter the abyss, the evil gods looked at the blood rain in the sky, and were extremely shocked. What was even more outrageous was that the Bakuan demon god from the forbidden abyss did not even look at the witch Su Miao, which was very strange. Bakuan, the little guy from your forbidden abyss is dead, an evil god said gloatingly. Bakuan demon god glanced at the evil god, who was gloating over the misfortune. Who cares about the life and death of ants? What? Bakuan demon god is unwilling to investigate. What is the origin of this witch lady? Even the Lord God of the Forbidden Abyss is afraid of her. It's a pity that they didn't fight. Forbidden Abyss, it's just SOSO. No, you don't understand. This is because Bakuan demon god has a good temper. You want to see Bakuan demon god and the witch fight, right? You really want to watch the fun, believe it or not. The witch will kill you all. Meow. Fuck me, who is throwing watermelon rinds? It's not me. Meow. On the peak, Su Miao's eyes looked over. On the one hand, the demon king who was discussing here, the evil god had a very strong malice towards her. And on the other hand, she heard a familiar voice. But for some reason, she couldn't figure out who it was for a while. This shouldn't be. What should I do? The witch looked over here. She seemed to be looking at me. No. I can't just sit there and wait for death. I must strike first. An evil god who tried to provoke a conflict between the Bakuan demon god and Su Miao saw Su Miao looking at him, hesitated for 0.03 seconds, and decisively attacked Su Miao. Boom! An invisible magic barrier appeared in the void, blocking all the attacks from the evil god. Su Miao came back to his senses, pointed the starlight staff in his hand at the evil god. Bound. Instantly, the evil god who launched the attack could not move at all, looking extremely terrified. He shouted loudly, "Your Highness, I didn't want to do it. I got carried away. Some conspirators gave me hints, and were controlling me." A dazzling magic light lit up in front of the starlight staff. Su Miao completely ignored the other party's plea for mercy. The starlight exploded and fired. Boom! A dazzling magic light lit up and instantly annihilated the evil god's body. A terrifying mushroom cloud lit up from the ground, and the destructive impact swept in all directions. And several slow-rotting demon kings were blown up. And the evil god was seriously injured. The evil god bound by magic was annihilated. Seeing that the godhead was about to be destroyed, Su Miao fished it out. Interestingly, the starlight burst was only developed based on the starlight bloom, and it can still wipe out the evil god's soul. Therefore, the new godhead Su Miao obtained was very clean and did not need special treatment. After collecting the godhead, Su Miao looked at the injured demon king and the evil god. They all have strong malice. Let's kill them together. It's a good time to try a new way of attack. With a wave of the starlight staff, the demon king, who dared not speak after being injured, was bound in place. Su Miao walked up to the sky step by step, and a destructive purple fireball appeared above the staff, which was filled with various destructive laws. Your Highness the Witch, you can't kill me. Spare my life, spare my life. I am willing to be your maid, please don't kill me. Killing innocent people in front of the gods, which you must not. The purple fireball fell. Boom! The bound demon kings and evil gods were blown to ashes. Two of the weaker ones had their godheads blown away. Su Miao only got 3 complete ones in the end, and a handful of godhead fragments. But these are not the main points. Su Miao continued to look at other demon kings and evil gods, trying to find the source of the familiar voice, but no matter how hard she looked, she could not locate it accurately. Su Miao's intuition told her that as long as she found this voice, many things she didn't understand could be answered. In that area. Almost there, almost there. Which you passed? Suddenly, Bakuin demon god spoke. Seeing which Su Miao kill a group of demon kings, evil god, looked at them again. This is really too much. He didn't care about killing the demon king of the Forbidden Abyss Sea, but the witch seemed to be ready to kill them all. This is fucking. If he wasn't sure of the witch's strength, do you really think he would be indifferent? No, he had no impression of the dead Tialan demon god. There are so many ants in the Forbidden Abyss. It is ridiculous that he has to deal with every ant that dies. If it doesn't work, he will send a letter of warning after this matter is over. As for those ordinary demon kings and evil gods, he is also going to kill a few of them as a warning. Do you really think that the Lord God can talk about it casually, especially in person? Therefore, seeing the witch Su Miao take action, the Bakuin demon god is a little happy. After all, at this time, the later the action is, the more impressive it is, and the more it can show the horror of the Forbidden Abyss. I didn't expect that the witch Su Miao had killed so many people. And it seemed that she was going to kill him. Su Miao was silent for 3 seconds. He was just a little bit away from finding the source of the sound, but was interrupted. The opportunity that he finally had is gone. Su Miao looked at Bakuin demon god. Kill him. With a wave of the starlight staff, a dazzling light shone. Bakuin demon god didn't close his eyes, but the strong light covered everything. When he opened his eyes again, the surrounding scene changed. God's kingdom? Which, I really don't know if you are stupid or smart. You actually chose this way to kill me. Bakuin demon god said proudly. Originally, you killed the ants of the Forbidden Abyss. I didn't intend to care, but you are seeking your own death. You can't blame me. It's a pity that Jiama Shishin, Shinying demon god and others died very cleanly. Otherwise they would definitely stand aside and watch Bakuin demon god commit suicide. However, there is a slight difference. The Bakuin demon god is the real Lord God. What is the concept of Lord God? It is a very powerful concept. Su Miao has never fought him, so he is not sure about his specific strength, but he will know it later. The Bakuin demon god opened his arms and spread his hands. The void turned into an endless sea in an instant. The sea was covered with dark clouds, thunder and lightning, and the waves were surging. For a moment, it was impossible to tell whether this was his domain or Su Miao's domain. Which, you will witness the wrath of the Lord God of the Forbidden Abyss. In the next life, don't be so arrogant. Arrogance is not suitable for survival in the inner world. The raging waves rushed towards Su Miao. Su Miao looked at the attack of the Bakuin demon god, with a strange look on his face. This attack looked terrifying. But in essence, it was a combination of the law of water, the law of thunder, and the law of illusion, with the law of water at its core. The Lord God's attack was just this. With a wave of the starlight staff, a complex magic array appeared under Su Miao's feet, and tens of thousands of ice spikes condensed. Tens of thousands of ice spikes were launched like a blanket. The raging waves stopped instantly, and were frozen into a huge ice sculpture. As the law of ice expanded, the vast sea transformed by the Bakuin demon god was also frozen. Bakuin demon god saw this scene. His expression became solemn. His attack just now mixed three laws. If ordinary demon kings and evil gods were attacked, they would be killed in one encounter. But the witch Su Miao not only broke his attack, but also froze his sea. This witch is not simple. Outside the abyss, the witch disappeared. The Bakuin demon god in the forbidden abyss also disappeared. With previous experience, everyone knew that it was the witch who brought the Bakuin demon god into the different space. As for which space, I don't know. There is no demon king. If the evil god dares to switch to another space to search, it will be bad if he is misunderstood. The great demon king Kinto sat on the chair and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was almost scared to death just now. He didn't even notice the Bakuin demon god. Just now, he told Su Miao to be careful of the forbidden abyss in front of the Bakuin demon god. If the Bakuin demon god wants to attack him, even if he is a great demon king, he will be in danger. Looking around, more demon kings and evil gods rushed into the abyss, while Su Miao was taking the Bakuin demon god. The demon kings and evil gods, who didn't go in, all moved away from the peak where the Bakuin demon god was. Wait a minute. Whether the witch returns or the Bakuin demon god shows up, they will definitely get nothing good if they stay nearby. The two-headed demon king was trembling, thinking whether he should take this opportunity to move away from the peak occupied by Su Miao. Are you scared? The evil god hidden in the gray fog sneered. You have never been to the battlefield of the gods? Such a small scene scared you? The two-headed demon king wanted to cry, but had no tears. My lord, I am not. I didn't. The evil god in the gray fog said, don't look at the big demon king, the middle evil god, the upper demon god, the main god, the supreme god, the creator god, etc. They are just simple nouns, and do not represent specific strength. Otherwise, how could there be legends about ordinary evil gods and demon gods killing the main gods? If you expand your vision, you will find that these demon kings, evil gods, demon gods, main gods, and supreme gods are all ants on a piece of paper. But the size and bite force of ants are slightly different. The two-headed demon king was sweating profusely. This lord dares to say anything, and this statement offends all the gods present. Sir, then how should we classify them according to their strength? The two-headed demon king asked with a trembling voice. If possible, he didn't want to ask, but if he didn't respond, and made this big man unhappy again, he might die directly. The evil god in the gray fog said, this is a good question. Generally speaking, you guys classify them according to the levels spread by the star realm sea. Right? What about ordinary gods, middle gods, upper gods, main gods, middle main gods, upper main gods, supreme gods, dominants, etc.? Oh, there's an ambiguous creator god in the middle. TSK, that's rubbish. Using this rating system, can you distinguish the weird gods in the other world? Can you determine the level of this witch? The two-headed demon king shook his head. No. The evil god in the gray fog said, in fact, according to strength, we can directly divide them into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 levels. The two-headed demon king was stunned. He didn't know how to respond. Sir, how do you use this? The evil god in the gray fog said, based on the god level. The god level is level 5. The stronger is level 6. The stronger is level 7. The higher is level 8. And the highest is level 9. As for those who are beyond the level 9, they should not care about this level. The two-headed demon king was confused. The evil god in the gray fog said, didn't you understand? The two-headed demon king said, I seem to understand a little. I am level 5. The evil god in the gray fog said, smart, very self-aware. The two-headed demon king asked, Sir, what level is the Bakuin demon god in the forbidden abyss? The evil god in the gray fog said, it can be barely considered level 6. The ones I just introduced to you are almost all level 6, except for one who used to be the supreme god. He used to be level 7, but now he is level 6. In the case of serious injury, whoever can swallow his godhood may be promoted to level 7 quickly and understand the meaning of level 7. Do you feel that you are much stronger now? They are only one level higher than you. Hearing so much, the two-headed demon king became more and more scared. The two-headed demon king hesitated, and asked, "My lord, what level is that witch lady?" The evil god in the gray fog pondered, and was about to give an answer. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. "It sounds interesting. Meow. Take me with you." The two-headed demon king looked at the existence that joined the chat, and the only thing he could see was a ball of shining blue light, and the existence inside was not clear at all. If it weren't for the restrained blue light, he felt that he would disappear from this world directly. The evil god in the gray fog was silent. If you look closely, you will find that the evil god in the gray fog is trembling. You. How is it possible? Do you know this? He took out a broken gem from the shining blue light. The evil god in the gray fog didn't even think about it, and directly tore the space to escape. However, the space was torn successfully, and he had no chance to escape. The two-headed demon king widened his eyes, not understanding what happened. "It's you. Meow." The shining blue light flashed slightly. The gray fog shattered, and only a remnant of the godhead emitting a powerful aura remained in the void. The space crack that was torn just now was closed as before, as if it had never been torn. The two-headed demon king looked at the godhead floating in the air, and was terrified. Seeing this godhead, he truly understood how terrifying the evil god in the gray fog was. However, such a terrifying evil god was directly wiped out, according to the classification of evil gods in the gray fog. This one is at least level 7, or even level 8? Then, how terrifying should this lord be? The two-headed demon king remembered. Just now, he seemed to hear what the lord in front of him said, which seemed to be careful. The witch will kill you all. In other words, this witch has the power to kill all the demon kings and evil gods present. The two-headed demon king became more and more terrified. Keep this godhead. When the witch kills the demon god, give her the godhead, and she will take you away from here safely. Yes, sir, I will do as you say. You are so good. The two-headed demon king was in a trance for a while. Looking at the scene in front of him, there was no trace of the sir. After a long while, he was shocked to find that the terrifying gray fog evil god fell, and there was no blood rain from the sky. Not only that, the demon king who had been watching here, the evil god no longer looked at this place, as if he had completely forgotten the evil god in the gray fog. Is this the past, the present, the future that has been erased? Chapter 421. Since we are here, let's leave the godhead behind. Where is the center of the kingdom of God? Why is there no center here? In Su Miao's domain, Bakuin demon god could not defeat the enemy for a long time, and found that he had made a common-sense mistake. The one he was fighting was a witch who had never taken the path of a god. The space in front of him was just the opponent's domain, but the strength of this domain was a little too exaggerated. Most importantly, Bakuin demon god noticed that the witch Su Miao did not use her full strength. "Witch, you left me here. Aren't you afraid that they will get there first and snatch the treasures in the abyss?" Bakuin demon god said. The witch's power far exceeded his imagination, and he had recognized it. Since he couldn't kill her in a short time, he didn't want to fight to the death, and both sides would suffer. In this case, peace was the best result. Anyway, this was the witch's territory, and people outside couldn't see anything, and it wouldn't lose face for the forbidden abyss. But for Su Miao, since he was here, he should lead the godhood. Bind. The starlight staff pointed at the Bakuin demon god. The Bakuin demon god dodged first, which, it's boring to use the same method too many times. Su Miao blinked, and was not surprised that the Bakuin demon god could avoid the binding magic. After all, this is a main god. It would be strange if he didn't have some strength. However, the binding magic is no longer a simple magic, but a mixture of multiple law threads, with a little tracking function, which is not too much. What? Bakuin demon god dodged and avoided the binding again. However, Su Miao's binding magic followed him like a shadow, not giving him any chance to stop. Dodging all the time is not a solution. Bakuin demon god launched a powerful attack, trying to break the law thread that bound him. But the attack had no effect at all. Impossible. Bakuin demon god looked at the indestructible thread of law and seriously doubted his own strength. What's worse is that he couldn't break the witch's domain. No matter which direction he fled, it would be difficult to escape. After trying many methods, Bakuin demon god made up his mind and his body appeared. Boom! A giant kun weighing 1,000,000,000,000 tons appeared in Su Miao's domain. "Which, I want to see how big your domain can be." Bakuin demon god shouted loudly. Your binding magic is useless to me. Su Miao looked strange, looking at this giant kun that is as big as a planet. She thought of a doggerel. The kun is so big. It is thousands of miles long, and it cannot be stewed in one pot. If the kun in front of her is to be stewed, how big a pot should be used? Can such a big pot be found? It seems to be off. Su Miao pointed forward with his staff, and the law thread expanded, binding the super giant kun at once. Not only that, the law thread that bound the super giant kun continued to wrap around it, strengthening the binding force. To be honest, although the appearance of the North Kun demon god was shocking, it did not exceed the scope of Su Miao's imagination. In the movies, TV shows and anime she had watched before, what ancient gods, after the demon god's body appeared, it had to cover at least a few star fields to show the sense of oppression. At worst, it had to become a giant on the long river of time. Standing on the long river of time could temporarily stop the long river of time. Of course, if the Baikuin demon god was really that strong, Su Miao would have run away long ago. Ah! The bound Baikuin demon god screamed. Because the magic thread began to tighten after binding his body, the Baikuin demon god tried to resist, but the law thread was not affected at all, and had already embedded in his body. If it continued, he would be cut into sashimi. As a last resort, the Baikuin demon god shrank his body while resisting the restraints. But it was useless. At this moment, he felt the threat of death. He came from the Forbidden Abyss, which was called the Restricted Area. The Forbidden Abyss terrified countless demon kings and evil gods. No matter what demon king or evil god came, he would swallow anyone he disliked. Who could have thought that there would be such a day? His life would be controlled by others. Fight with all his might? What could he do? The Baikuin demon god tried to open his mouth and swallow Su Miao in one gulp. However, being bound by so many threads of laws, he could not swallow normally. Boom, boom, boom. At the beginning, Baikuin demon god could smash the stars in the field one by one while struggling. However, the later he went, the closer he was to Su Miao no matter what area he hit. This was the effect of the field. He could not even get out of Su Miao's sight. Su Miao held the starlight staff with both hands, and the layers of magic arrays unfolded. The destructive magic energy gathered. The dazzling magic light and the mixed laws made Baikuin demon god palpitate. Which, no, your highness, you can't kill me. I am a big shot in the Forbidden Abyss. If you kill me, you will offend the Forbidden Abyss. The wrath of the Forbidden Abyss is not something you can bear. The Baikuin demon god shouted loudly, thinking that he could still be saved. Su Miao was silent. She was very curious. Why did these demon gods say the same thing before they died? Is it because the longer they live, the more afraid they are of death? It doesn't matter what it is specifically. Starlight blooms. In an instant, darkness descended, and the torrent of starlight bombarded the giant kun whose body had shrunk to a scale of 1,000,000 tons. Baikuin demon god screamed in extreme pain. Su Miao watched quietly. Counted by the way. Baikuin demon god is worthy of being the main god. He could last for 3 seconds in her starlight torrent before his body began to collapse and turned into ashes. Which, you killed the gods, it is unjust. Looking at the godhead left in the starlight torrent, Su Miao waved the starlight staff and extracted the godhead in time. This godhead is of higher quality. It is of great help to her research field. Good harvest. Boom. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred in the depths of the domain, and the domain began to become fragmented and mottled, and was on the verge of collapse. This was the aftermath of the starlight torrent, and in theory, there shouldn't be such a large-scale destruction, but the crazy resistance and struggle of the Baikuin demon god just now caused a lot of damage to her domain. Fortunately, Su Miao's domain was new every time it was unfolded, so there was no need to worry that the broken domain would affect the main body. She waved the starlight staff, left the domain, and returned to the peak. At almost the same time, a bloody rainstorm fell with thunder, and shocked the gods. The Lord God has fallen. No, a very powerful Lord God has fallen. Who is it? The witch appeared, and the Baikuin demon god of the Forbidden Abyss did not appear. It was the Baikuin demon god who fell. How is this possible? It is indeed the Baikuin demon god who fell. The witch does not seem to be injured at all. What is her strength? The demon kings and evil gods present were talking about it, guessing about Su Miao's origins, guessing about Su Miao's true strength, but no one dared to come to investigate. Especially after Su Miao returned. Many of the main gods present felt pressured, and they decided to enter the abyss. The purpose of their coming here was the abyss, and there was no need to fight with the witch whose strength was unknown. For a while, the winged sky demon god who was carrying the island out, the ghost demon god standing on the skeleton dog head mount, the cursed shrimp head of the sea of death, and the old man who was transformed from a grotesque aggregate rushed into the abyss one after another. It seemed that some important treasures in the abyss were about to be born. Su Miao's eyes swept over these demons who entered the abyss. And he didn't care. She was thinking about a question. After the battle just now, Su Miao found a possibility. As long as she wanted, it would not be impossible to kill all the demon kings and evil gods present. The only question was, whether her current strength was enough for her to use Starlight Bloom several times? Will she feel tired after using Starlight Bloom many times? The problem of magic power endurance is very important. On a mountain in the distance, the great demon King Kinna was worried. This witch lady was too terrifying, the main god of the Forbidden Abyss. She killed him just like that. He couldn't imagine it at all. Fortunately, he hadn't offended the witch before, otherwise he would be close to death. Your Highness. At the bottom of the mountain, the two-headed demon king looked at Su Miao, who came out intact, and immediately took out the godhead. An adult asked me to give this to your Highness. Every time he said a word, the two-headed demon king felt tortured, fearing that Su Miao would kill him in the blink of an eye. Just like that adult, he appeared silently, and killed a suspected 8th level existence without any action, and left the other party's godhead intact. Su Miao looked at the shaking two-headed demon king, and then looked at the godhead offered by the two-headed demon king. The godhead was very clean as if it had just come out of the oven. Very fresh. At this time, Su Miao realized that the gray mist evil god, who was with the two-headed demon king and commented on the gods, was gone. It just so happened that some laws related to gray fog were contained in this godhead. This was the godhead of the gray mist evil god. Su Miao waved the star-shining staff, and the godhead flew to her on its own. I thought the godhead offered by the Bakuin demon god of the Forbidden Abyss was already very powerful, but I didn't expect there was a stronger one here. The godhead of Bakuin demon god is simply incomparable to this godhead. In order to avoid being noticed by other demon gods, Su Miao immediately put the godhead into the magic space, and study it later when he has time. With this godhead, the goal of this unexpected trip to the other world can be said to have been exceeded. Who sent it? Your Highness, I don't know. I can only see the shining blue light, which was instructed by such an adult. The two-headed demon king said uneasily. Su Miao thought for a second, and couldn't figure it out. What do you want? The two-headed demon king said. The adult said, I will present something to your Highness first. And your Highness can keep me safe. Su Miao said, there are many powerful demon gods here. I can't guarantee your safety. This? The two-headed demon king didn't know how to refute this, nor did he dare to refute it, because the dead Bakuin demon god and his men would never come back to life and curse. Su Miao said, I can send you away from here. The two-headed demon king was immediately happy. Thank you, your Highness. Su Miao waved the starlight staff. The laws of space intertwined, and a special space teleportation magic array was generated above the two-headed demon king. As the magic power was injected into the magic array, a flash of light appeared, and the two-headed demon king disappeared. The space teleportation magic array dissipated. I forgot to say, my grasp of the laws of space is not perfect. The location of the teleportation is uncertain. Forget it, they have all been sent away. Su Miao glanced at the void, without further entanglement, sensing many strange eyes looking at him. Su Miao stood on the peak and scanned the whole place. No one dared to meet Su Miao's eyes. Suddenly, Su Miao noticed several special figures appearing outside the abyss. They were familiar members of the ability organization. Such a keen perception. Above the dark clouds, the fallen evil god, who had sacrificed blood for the homeland of the universe, sneered in his heart. He was once the supreme god of a universe, but was calculated by the enemy, thinking that sacrificing the universe that gave birth to him would allow him to go further and enter a new realm. He believed it, and really sacrificed the universe he was in. Unexpectedly, the sacrifice failed, and his realm fell, and he was attacked, and was severely injured. The treasures accumulated for endless years were looted. He hated it, but he didn't expect that this hatred would arise, and it would ignite the endless resentment curse entangled in him like a spark. Under such circumstances, his realm strength continued to decline. Until now, for so many years, he has been looking for a way to solve the resentment curse and return to the highest level. Unfortunately, after countless years of running around, his progress was limited. He came to Shu Yuan to see if there would be a chance. Unexpectedly, he came a little later, and the opportunity came. The godhead, that the two-headed demon king presented to the witch Su Miao was his chance. However, he could not see through the strength of the witch Su Miao. If she was strong, she would have to work hard to kill some ants. And she looked like she knew nothing. If she was not strong, she killed the Bakuin demon god in a short time. I don't understand. I need to observe for a while. After all, he had survived all these years. It didn't matter if he waited a little longer. He had plenty of time. Inside the abyss, Siwu sat on the highest island and coordinated the overall situation. He killed the demon kings and evil gods who entered the abyss one by one. The more demon kings and evil gods died, the more power his body could accumulate. More. Siwu licked his dry lips. For many years, he had never been so excited. In the end, he had to thank Su Miao for coming outside the abyss. Without Su Miao, there wouldn't be so many demon kings and evil gods rushing in. He has learned what happened outside from the memories of some of the dead demon kings and evil gods. Which Su Miao, so terrifying. With these powers, even if the powers of the 12 officials are not fully restored, my body can be revived. Siwu sensed the power reserved in Xu Yuan and was excited. No, there's a power that must be restored. I must take back Si Heng's balance power. With the balance power, my body will not be unbalanced in controlling the power after revival. Otherwise, if I rashly absorb so many kinds of energy, my body will need to consume a lot of energy to suppress the energy. This is too dangerous. Siwu is a little entangled. Suddenly, Siwu noticed that there were many powerful auras entering Su Yuan. Why are there so many main gods? Could it be that the witch Su Miao is looking for the next main god to kill? Siwu's expression changed. If the main body is not revived, Su Yuan will have no problem strangling one or two main gods. But with so many main gods, he is afraid of indigestion. After worrying for a while, Siwu's expression changed again. He sensed the power aura of Si Li, Si Zui, and Si Heng. They came just in time. Chapter 422 The Witch is above the Lord God. It is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Sensing the power of Si Li, Si Zui, and Si Heng, Siwu felt relieved. He was just worried about the demon king who died in Su Yuan. There were too many evil gods. His body ate too much and would suffer from indigestion. With Si Heng's power, he would not have to worry at all. However, before that, he had to get Si Heng's power first. Si Heng's power is balance and equality. He can absorb, transform, balance, and resolve any opponent's attack, which is very tricky. What is more difficult than this is that Si Heng can pull his opponent to a level of equal strength to fight. People who do not know Si Heng's power may fail miserably. Because when a person is very powerful, suddenly being pulled down will create a sense of gap. If he cannot adapt in time, he will be vulnerable. This vulnerability may be fatal. With his current power, the effects of attacking Si Heng are limited, such as virtualization, possession, erosion, and seasonal changes. It is difficult to kill Si Heng in a short time, once the battle is delayed. If he is hit by a passing demon king or evil god, he will be in danger. Killing Si Heng requires long-term planning. Among the 12 officials, the ones who can use power to restrain Si Heng are Si Tian and Siming. But their powers are all in Sishu. And Sishu has gone somewhere. Si Li happened to come because he wanted to rely on Sishu's power. Si Li's power is more abstract, and Si Heng cannot balance it in a short time. Si Heng who cannot balance will die quickly. Thinking of this, Si Li's figure faded, disappeared, and appeared in an illusory temple a moment later. Si Li was here. Si Li? Even though Siwu had seen many storms, seeing the undead in front of him who controlled Si Li's power, Siwu was silent. Siwu, this is indeed a trap you set, the undead elite said in a hollow and hoarse voice. His body had long been rotten, and only the skeleton was left on his body. In other words, he looked normal with clothes on, but he looked very skinny without clothes. It's good to be able to talk in this situation, you can't force too much. Siwu said, you know it's a trap. But you still come? The undead elite said, the power is resonating, I can't suppress it, how can I not come? Siwu said, so you are here to die? The undead elite laughed, I hope you can kill me. Before, I got a piece of information, the members of the 12 divisions, looking high and mighty, controlling powers that ordinary people with abilities can't even imagine, but controlling power means becoming a tool, becoming a goo worm, being imprisoned from now on. So, the strongest Si Tian is crazy, the other members of the 12 divisions will become more or less unrighteous. Often. Siwu said, you see it very clearly? The undead elite said, power can bring us many advantages, and many disadvantages. The most secret one is that if we can devour the power of others, and come here, there will be a qualitative leap, right? Siwu said, I didn't expect you to know this. The undead elite said, well, so after delaying for so long, have you found my flaws? Until now, Siwu has not discovered that he is not the original Li Duyulan. It seems that Siwu is not as powerful as mentioned in the intelligence. Siwu has a big flaw. But it's a pity that this information will probably be difficult to pass on. If not, it's my turn to take action. The undead elite held the guqin with one hand, plucked the strings with one hand, and the rituals and music were broken. In an instant, the scene around Siwu changed. In front of him stood an ancient emperor, holding a sword in his hand. With a majestic look, seeing me. Why don't you kneel down? Do you want to disobey my order? Siwu smiled. Li, you misjudged one thing. He ignored the influence of Li's power and killed him immediately. Previously, he was unable to possess and erode the undead elite because only bones were left. Possession would be useless and would instead risk turning him into an undead. However, Li used his power to transform into an ancient emperor and become a flesh and blood existence. This was his domain. Even if this was illusory, don't forget that nothingness was his power. In mathematics, 2 negatives equal a positive. And this is the truth. Not to mention that he was originally a god. In an instant, the undead elite who had transformed into an emperor was possessed. And the original bone fire was held by Siwu. Ha ha ha. Siwu separated Li's power from the original bone fire. After losing Li's power, the undead elite returned to its original form. He put his bone hand on Siwu's body. Ha ha ha, Siwu, I touched you. Siwu suddenly thought of something. His expression changed again, and immediately shook the undead elite away. The undead elite fell to the ground, and its broken bones were scattered all over the ground. The witch's poison, you actually smeared the witch Su Miao's mixed poison on your bones. Siwu looked at the toxins appearing in his body. His expression was extremely ugly. If he had not controlled a special power, he would have become a god long ago. Over time, these poisons would have killed him. Li, you can die now. Come on. I want to see how you kill me. The undead elite laughed and said, if you can't kill me, I will be resurrected. Siwu looked at the undead elites that were shattered on the ground, crushed the original bone fire with one hand, and then used the 4 seasons of Sui's power to cover all the broken bones on the scene. 3 minutes later, all the broken bones turned into ashes and completely dissipated. You have become neither human nor ghost. You came here just to die. Do you really think I can't see it? Siwu smiled coldly, turned around and left. It was time to find the next person. Not long after, an evil god came to the scene. He turned around in confusion, trying to see something, and finally picked up some rotten ashes from the ground and licked them in his mouth. Sizue, I didn't expect you to come too. Siwu walked out from a corner and greeted him as if they met by chance. I wonder if you have found anything. Sizue was stunned for a moment, and immediately turned the page of the book. Siwu, I sentence you guilty. Death penalty. In an instant, the invisible power restrained Siwu. For a moment, Siwu was trapped in a quagmire. In the void, a black sickle representing death slashed down. Siwu smiled. Sizue, I don't know how you can tell that I want to kill you, but it is far from enough for you to judge a god. Unless you become a god. Multiple powers burst out. Siwu forcibly broke free from the quagmire, smashed the sickle of death. His figure was illusory, and in an instant he came in front of Sizue, penetrated Sizue's chest, and then turned into a solid body. You? The black code in Sizue's hand fell to the ground. He hugged Siwu's arm with both hands, and spit out blood. Siwu usually doesn't speak, and he must be deceitful when he speaks. Siwu said, so that's how it is. You can go with peace of mind. Sizue. He held Sizue's power. Just as he was about to separate, Siwu unexpectedly found that this power had become somewhat strange and difficult to separate. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Sizue had been madly pouring sins into the power. MD. Another madman. Siwu wanted to give up this power. Less power might make his revived body weaker. But with so many sins, there would definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. Siwu suddenly remembered that after Si Li built the utopia, Si Zui had gone to help. When Sishu turned more than 100,000 people into books, Sizui also went to help. Not to mention the sins that Sizui usually absorbed when he traveled around. Madman. Damn it! Sizui grinned, with my sins. I curse you to die a miserable death. Accept my power and my sins. Ha ha ha. The next second, before Siwu could shatter Sizui, Sizui turned into dark blood and dissolved. Endless sins, pulled by Sizui's power, instantly penetrated into Siwu's body. Ah! Siwu howled in pain. Endless sins entered his body, causing the power in his body to become unbalanced, his power to burst. And he felt extremely painful. At first, Siwu thought that Si Zui's power was only the power of hundreds of thousands of people. He realized it after it actually entered his body. This was the power of hundreds of millions of people. No wonder Si Zui has never been able to exert his power normally. This madman has been using power to suppress these sins. At the same time, Siwu guessed Si Zui's plan. Si Zui was trying to use this huge amount of sins to walk the path of becoming a god. Give Si Zui time, and maybe he can really succeed. Whether he will become a rational god or a completely crazy god, it is not clear. Madman. Siwu was about to fall down in pain. He must find Si Hung as soon as possible and obtain Si Heng's power. Siwu was lucky. It only took him 1 minute to find Si Hung. Si Hung was confronting 2 demon kings. With an arrogant look and no fear at all, the 2 demon kings fought with Si Hung for a few moves and found that Si Heng's strength was not inferior to theirs. So they just stood there. Good opportunity. Siwu rushed out, and a strange violin sounded. Si Hung, are you polite? Si Hung was startled, and it was too late for him to come back to his senses. Siwu. He saw Siwu's illusory body sticking to his face and invading his body. Bang! Si Hung exploded. Siwu held Si Heng's power and swallowed it in one gulp. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from Siwu's body. The curse and sins given to him by Si Zui were all controlled by Ping Heng. Seeing this, the 2 demon kings who had confronted Si Hung before turned around and fled without thinking. The black coat appeared in Siwu's hand. I sentence you guilty and sentence you to death. In an instant, the 2 demon kings were imprisoned by the invisible law. In the void, the pitch-black sickle reappeared, and with a swish, it cut off the heads of the 2 demon kings. Siwu raised his hand, took out the cores of the 2 demon kings and kept them. He looked into the void, as if he was saying to the remaining soul of Si Zui, this is how you use your power. Si Ji, Si Sui, Si Hung, Si Li, Si Zui, 5 powers have returned. Si Tian, Si Di, Si Ming's powers are all in Si Shu. There is still one Si Chen left. Si Chen was besieged by the Demon King Council last time, and it is very difficult to get his power back. Fortunately, there is the witch Su Miao outside, so Xu Yuan can collect enough energy. If luck is good, a few more main gods will fall. Siwu sensed the power in his body and looked at the big island in the sky. 6 kinds of power, enough to revive the main body. When the main body is revived, the witch Su Miao will not be a concern. There are changes in Xu Yuan again. This breath is so strong, at least at the level of the main god. Is some treasure about to appear? I don't know who has such good luck. Look, the winged sky demon god has landed on a big island. Is this breath triggered by him? I don't know. Although Xu Yuan seems to have been reorganized and restored to its former glory, the laws inside are still chaotic and can disrupt perception. Is there such a good thing? Then I'll go in. The evil god who likes to explain was stunned. He only said half of his words. Although the chaotic laws in the abyss can disrupt the perception of the gods, making it impossible for the gods to determine who has obtained the treasure, but what if there is a powerful being that can sense it? In addition, so many main gods have entered the abyss. Do they really think that these main gods are just for show? It is very difficult to earn an opportunity. Not to mention that up to now, he has hardly seen any demon kings or evil gods come out. This is too abnormal. He knows several of the demon kings and evil gods that entered previously. Some of them were the type who would run away immediately after getting a little benefit. But they had been in there for so long and hadn't come out. It was very likely that something had happened. What was even more terrifying was that the evil gods who died inside, the devil could not trigger the phenomenon of blood rain from the sky. In this case, it was impossible to judge how many people had died inside. Suddenly, the evil god felt a palpitation. He looked into the distance. Who had commented on the fallen supreme god who had sacrificed a universe with blood? If this fallen supreme god did not enter the abyss, what would he do outside the abyss? Would he not kill them all? No. The target of this fallen supreme god was the witch. Su Miao was paying attention to the situation in the abyss. Si Hung, Si Zui, and the undead elites with the power of Si Li disappeared soon after entering Su Yuan. It seems that they were killed just like Si Sui. Who could have done it? Su Miao originally just wanted to watch the fun. But every once in a while, the same gaze would stare at Su Yuan. And there was a certain malice in the gaze. And the malice became stronger and stronger. Su Miao considered whether to launch a full-power starlight bloom at Su Yuan to eliminate the threat directly. Suddenly, there was an extremely terrifying malice spreading outside the abyss. Su Miao immediately turned the star staff. The void collapsed. Boom! The void of the inner world seemed to have collapsed. The terrible explosion spread in all directions, killing all the monsters below the god level. Those above the god level suffered some injuries. The gods were terrified and fled in all directions. Who? A god dared to attack the witch. Are you looking for death? Go, the space is still collapsing, damn it. Who is causing trouble? Too scary. This is a battle at the level of the main god. No, it's above the main god. Sensing the fluctuations of the laws spreading out in the battle, the gods became more and more terrified. This was beyond their understanding. At the same time, Su Miao saw clearly who was going to attack her. It was the fallen supreme god who had sacrificed blood in a universe. The other party actually regarded the collapsed space as nothing and directly stepped on the turbulent space to kill Su Miao, which, hand over the godhead, you are not qualified to hold it.